Chapter 376 Breaking into the Academy. You teach. What do you teach? Imosai turned around and said, If you want to teach in class, you must obtain approval from the Imperial College and obtain handwriting to be eligible. Do you know who will assess this handwriting? It's me! Do you think I would let people like you get handwritten notes to mislead others? Qin Feng didn't take it seriously. As far as I know, if you want to get the handwritten book, you need to examine the 4 books and 5 classics as well as the Dakian National Book. If you fail the assessment, you can refuse to give the handwriting. Not based on your words. Or does Mr. Mo think that he can speak his mind in the Imperial College? Presumptuous. How can you talk to Master Mo like this? The young man surnamedly shouted. Tang Fei stood on one side with a smile on his face, as if he was watching a show. Imosai's face darkened and he sneered. What a sharp-tongued boy. Since you want to take the exam, I will make it happen for you. Master Mo. The young man looked shocked. But I have the final say on what exactly you will be tested on. If an ordinary person wants to obtain handwriting, he only needs to examine his 4 books, 5 classics and national book. As for you, if you want to get the calligraphy from me, you must enter the academy and pass the test of will. Imosai shouted softly. When the young man heard this, his surprise turned into joy. So it turns out that Lord Imo is thoughtful. The change in the other party's expression made Qin Feng frown. He had already memorized the 4 books, 5 classics and the national book by heart, and was fully confident that he could pass the assessment. But what happened to this academy? Imosai didn't say much, and turned around and left with Tang Fei. The young man surnamedly followed closely behind. Qin Feng was about to follow up, but young Hanji grabbed his sleeve. Brother, you'd better go. I've been coming to the Imperial Academy for a while, and I've heard people say that the academy is dangerous. According to legend, the academy was transformed from Wabao and existed before the Imperial Master Tianjian founded Haowen Academy. It can test the will of the scholar, and only those with a strong will can pass it, and those with a weak will can pass. The young man hesitated to speak. What will happen to those who are not strong-willed? Qin Feng asked curiously. I heard people say that they will not be able to withstand the pressure in the academy, which will lead to the heart-asking platform being broken. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly when he heard this. As a Taoist scholar, he naturally knew the consequences of the broken heart-questing platform. That will cause the foundation to be damaged, the realm to plummet, and there will be no chance to reach a higher level. On the day of their wedding, Tang Xian took out the murderous pen, with this intention in mind, and ended up in a cocoon. The young man who had already walked for a while saw that Qin Feng had not followed up. So he turned around and mocked. Boy, if you are afraid, go back. Don't embarrass yourself here again. Of course, those naughty students will also leave with you. Qin Feng's heart sank. This was a naked threat. He took a breath, said nothing, and followed directly. Hanji and the other young men looked at each other in disbelief, made up their minds, and trotted after Qin Feng. This is too much. In the Sky Tower, Fei Sun raised his eyebrows angrily as he listened to senior brother Yang Qian's story. What the young man surnamedly did, and what Imosai did, was disgraceful. No, I have to stop junior brother Qin from breaking into the academy. He has no idea of the dangers involved. If he doesn't do it right, his path as a literary saint will stop today. This time, Yang Qian did not refute. He also admired that junior brother very much. He had copied the original line chant, put it on his desk, and recited it every day. If that young junior brother is firm in his true intention, he will surely open up a new world for scholars all over the world. And he should not fail here. But just when the two were about to leave, a middle-aged man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks appeared out of thin air and stopped them in front of them. Senior brother Su? Fei Sun looked surprised. Didn't you go out on a trip? When did you come back? Senior brother Su's full name is Su Lixian, and he is the 3rd student of Tianjian Imperial Master. I've been back for a while, and I've been staying with the master these past few days, which is very boring. That little junior brother is still interesting. He can give me different surprises every time, Su Lixian said with a smile. His appearance was a bit wretched. How could he look like a scholar? Junior brother Qin is in danger, and senior brother Su still has the heart to say this. Quick, use your magic to shrink the ground into an inch and take us to the academy, Fei Sun said anxiously. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. For blessings and disasters depend on you. And for disasters you rely on blessings. It is unclear whether today's experience is a blessing or a curse for the younger junior brother. Su Lixian touched his small beard and smiled meaningfully. Fei Sun wanted to say something more, but Yang Qian reached out to stop him. Senior brother Su. Is this what Master means? Master didn't say anything. Su Lixian shook his head. That's it. Yang Qian understood. Master Tianjin didn't say anything, but it was equivalent to saying everything. With the ability of Tianjin Imperial Master, he can have a panoramic view of the entire Dakian, let alone this small Howin Academy. He can safely let junior brother Qin go to the academy, which also shows that it was a blessing of junior brother Qin. Fei Sun obviously understood this, but he was still a little worried and turned his head to look in the direction of the Imperial Academy. Is this the academy? Qin Feng looked at the simple courtyard in front of him, a little surprised. There is no majestic scale, no magnificent and mysterious. It is like the courtyard of an ordinary house. The walls are covered with moss and hung with vines. It is simple and plain. But when Qin Feng thought about it carefully, he discovered a problem. How could vines and moss survive in the coldest months of winter? And looking at the scene inside the academy, it didn't look like the Imperial Academy at all. The light was dim. On the contrary, it is like a bright spring day, full of sunshine and prosperity. This academy is a world of its own. Mosai stood in front of the door and said, I won't embarrass you. As long as you can step into the palace and come out through the other door, this handwriting will be yours. While speaking, he took out a book wrapped with gold pages from his arms and held it up in his hand. It was undoubtedly the handwritten book. But I want to remind you in advance that once you step into the palace, you will be responsible for the consequences no matter what. I don't want to wait until your heart-asking platform is damaged and then be made things difficult for you by the Liu family. Mosai said in a deep voice. This person knows my identity. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and then looked at Tang Fei on the other side, who smiled and nodded to him. Back in the Starjiang building, those two dudes said that the smiling teacher's surname was Mo. It turns out that the villain is hateful, and the gentleman is hard to guard against. What a hypocrite. It seems that this academy is really not a kind place. Qin Feng turned to look at the group of poor disciples, and then breathed out softly. I don't need to worry about it. Master Mo. One person does the work, and the other takes responsibility. If I fail to enter the academy, it will be my own fault. It's good for one person to do everything for one person. Mosai sneered and gave up his position. Uncle. Big brother. Lan Ningxuang and the other teenagers looked worried. Qin Feng chuckled and responded. It doesn't matter. I'll come as soon as I go. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped into the courtyard. Chapter 377 100 Years of Solitude. Accompanied by a burst of intense white light. When Qin Feng opened his eyes again, he had arrived at a farmyard. The yard is kept clean and simple. The sun was shining brightly, shining in the courtyard, and the scene was full of spring. No different from what I had seen before. Qin Feng turned around and looked around. Outside the courtyard gate, there was no longer the Imperial Academy, but endless farmland as far as the eye could see. There are golden rapeseed flowers, and a young man plowing the fields on an ox. The willow trees rustle in the spring breeze, which is refreshing. Qin Feng frowned slightly. He had been mentally prepared before stepping into the courtyard. But what he saw in front of him still made him confused. What danger could there really be here? Where is the so-called test of one's will? Squeak. Just at this moment, the wooden door of the back room suddenly opened, and Qin Feng turned around and approached. In the middle of the room, there is a wooden table, a candle, and a white shadow holding a book and reading. Near the window is a stone bed covered with a thin quilt. Around the rest, there are bookshelves filled with books. Qin Feng took a rough look and found that there were nearly 10,000 volumes of books in this room. Does this so-called mental test require me to read all the books here? Qin Feng couldn't help but have such doubts in his heart. As soon as this idea came up, his body disappeared out of thin air. When he reappeared, he had replaced the previous white shadow, sitting at the wooden table, flipping through books. Now that it's here, let's make peace with it. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. According to his original thought, it would only take him a few days to write down all these books if he has the power of double pupils. But when he opened the book and flipped through it, he was surprised to find that the double pupil power was useless here. In other words, if he wants to memorize all the books, he can only rely on himself to recite them bit by bit. But you must know that there are at least 10,000 books here. Even if he has entered the 6th grade hexagram destiny realm, his memory is far beyond ordinary people. If he wants to memorize so many books, it will take at least several years. How can he do this? Except, there are still many things to do outside. And there are still family members waiting for him at home. After a few years, in Dakian where demons are rampant, who knows what changes will happen? Maybe when you go out again, things will have changed. Qin Feng was really scared. He put down the book in his hand, ran towards the courtyard door as if fleeing, and stepped out in one step. Naturally, the scene that appeared in front of him could not be the Imperial College, or even the field of rapeseed flowers and farmland that he saw before, but the scene in the back room. He is back again. After being shocked, scared, and confused, Qin Feng finally calmed down a little after a long time. Calm down. This academy is a world of its own, and perhaps the passage of time is different inside and outside. It seems impossible to escape now, so the only option is to try to read all the books here. Qin Feng had no other choice. He exhaled and sat down at the wooden table again. This sitting was 100 years old. People outside the academy looked at the courtyard and could only see the previous scene, and they couldn't even see where Qin Feng was. The young man surnamedly said worriedly, Master Emo, what should I do if that kid breaks through the academy? Break through the academy? Master Emo sneered. Tang Fei on the side smiled and said, someone once stepped into it and tried to break through the academy. In the end, not only was the platform of inquiry broken, but he even went crazy. And the most surprising thing is that he only went in for a stick of incense. He was still a young man when he went in, but he was already old when he came out. From the man's crazy words, outsiders could probably guess what happened to him inside. The long loneliness and the passage of time. The unchanging scenery all around. And only books to keep him company. No one can bear such days. Master Li asked curiously, is this the only way? In order to enter the 9th level of literary sage, I had to memorize thousands of books. At that time, I also did it every day for 10 years. That's only 10 years. Tang Fei smiled meaningfully. What if it is 20 years? 30 years? Or even 100 years? The fear of time is not something that most people can bear. And I admire people who can persevere under such fear. Didn't anyone get through it successfully? Master Li asked again. At this time, Lord Emo spoke. There was a person who walked out of the academy unharmed. He was the first disciple of the Imperial Master Tian Jian. Someone asked him what happened inside, but he only left the words, gods and demons, and then walked away. Since then, no one has seen him in Howling Courtyard. What an amazing and talented person the first disciple of Tian Jian Imperial Master was. In this world, I'm afraid it will be difficult for another one to appear. Now I just want to see if that kid comes out again. Will he become crazy and old? Or will he be broken and lost? Tang Fei added, Master Emo, maybe it's both. That makes sense. Emo Sai stroked his beard and smiled. In the academy, Qin Feng spent 3 years memorizing all the tens of thousands of books. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief and thought he had made it through, the books in the room were completely new. He gritted his teeth and persisted for another 3 years. But what he got was the same result. 3 years later, and another 3 years later, the books in this room seemed to be endless. And every time he finished reading them, they would be refreshed. It was an almost suffocating feeling of despair. He tried to break out of this cage countless times, but failed countless times. He wanted to use a fire candle to burn all the books in the room, but the fire candle on the wooden table could not move at all. Here, let alone his double pupil superpower. Even space treasures and cultivation levels cannot be used at all. Just keep reading. Reading? Repetitive to the point of going crazy. He looked through the copper basin in the house and used the reflection inside to see himself in his 50s. He had begun to doubt whether he could really escape from here. He even wanted to break his own mind, just to break free from this prison. But he didn't do it in the end because he thought about the oath he made on the heart-asking platform and why he wanted to enter this academy. A sentence from the previous life suddenly resounded in my mind. Those who accomplished great things in ancient times not only had extraordinary talents, but also must have perseverance. He seemed to understand something, laughed to himself, then took the books on the shelf again and sat down at the wooden table. Another few decades passed by in a hurry, and he changed from the young appearance when he first arrived to an old man with white hair and aging. But even so, he didn't know it at all. He just read the book in his hand quietly. Just when the elapsed time in the academy reached the 100th year, Qin Feng put down the last volume of books in his hand, and a miracle happened. The books in the room were no longer refreshed, and his white hair was dyed black. The wrinkles on his face faded, and his flesh and blood replenished. The first white shadow appeared again. He slowly walked out, stepped into the courtyard, and then looked out the door. Coming. Chapter 378 Carrying Will. Coming? What's coming? Qin Feng was curious and looked out with the sight of the white shadow. And the world fissured. The golden rapeseed flowers were burned by the fire. And the endless farmland was in dilapidated condition. Countless people were frightened, crying, and running like crazy. In the sky, a huge vertical pupil appeared, staring at the world indifferently. The huge claws covered with scales tore open the sky. And the giant who stood tall on the ground shook the earth with every step he took. The earth is turbulent, and there are ghosts covered with rotten flesh, devouring living creatures. The wind was as fierce as a knife, and a giant beast with 2 wings on its back looked up to the sky and roared. The beast with 1 hoof jumped thousands of miles and landed like thunder, shaking the sky. A single-eyed dragon. In the blink of an eye, the situation changes. Day and night change. That is an irresistible force. That is a despairing doomsday. Qin Feng, who was staying in the academy, could only stare at all this blankly, a deep sense of powerlessness welling up in his heart. Until the white shadow stepped out of the academy. Everyone in the world knows that reading is useless. I have been studying for more than 100 years, and I only seize the day and night. Language seems to carry the power of silence, and everything in the world returns to silence. The white shadow climbed to the sky step by step, as if walking on flat ground. The white light on his body became stronger and stronger, sweeping around like ripples. The white light engulfed countless ghosts and gods, burned the giant beast's single hoof, and burned the giant dragon's single eye blind. When Qin Feng saw the scene, he seemed to have thought of something and looked extremely shocked. Gods, demons, saints. That's a few words mentioned in the ancient books that record the night of the god of cookery. When a saint ascends to the void, ghosts and gods will avoid his sharp edge. But just when Qin Feng secretly cheered and thought everything was settled, the sky was opened by an unknown presence. The golden light inside was bright and exuded an irresistible pressure. A voice full of majesty sounded. Struggle in vain. How long can you protect the human race? 100 years. 1,000 years. 10,000 years? The outcome has already been determined. It's just a matter of time. The white shadow smiled back. No ending is predestined. I always firmly believe that man will conquer nature. As the words fell, the white shadow began to fall apart, and the dazzling white light seemed to engulf the world. The being in the crack in the sky screamed. You actually want to use your own body to recast the seal of heaven and earth. Interestingly, after you die, no one can protect the human race, and we only have to wait until the day when the seal is loosened again. You know everything about the world, but today you made a bad move. You are wrong. Where did I go wrong? The human race will not sit still and wait for death. And I am not the only one in the world. One day, humans will no longer live in fear in the shadow of gods and demons. Qin Feng was shocked when he heard this. He raised his head and looked at the sky, and his eyesight powers were restored at this moment. Looking through the dazzling white light, I saw the phantom of the saint turning his head. Although he couldn't see the other person's face clearly, Qin Feng always felt that the saint was looking at him. Boom! With a deafening sound, white light engulfed the world outside the academy. Qin Feng came back to his senses and looked outside the house again. But no more gods, demons or saints could be seen. The world is in ruins and everything is dead. But Qin Feng saw that weeds sprouted from the ground, and buds grew again on the burned dead trees. Just as he was shocked, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. After waiting for so long, the wait is finally here. Qin Feng suddenly turned around and saw the white shadow sitting on the stone table in the courtyard, nodding to him. Saint? Qin Feng couldn't believe it and asked softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the white shadow turned into a white light and disappeared between his eyebrows. Qin Feng was startled. He hurriedly used his spiritual consciousness to dive into the divine sea, but did not see where the white light was going. But he was surprised to find that a faint golden light was revealed on the platform of inquiry in his divine sea, and the thunderous righteousness and dense projection of life stars were far more brilliant than before. Withdrawing his consciousness from the divine sea, he looked towards the courtyard again, and the surrounding scene began to dissipate like quicksand. 100 years in the academy, to the outside world, is nothing more than the effort of 2 sticks of incense. Master Li was somewhat gloating about his misfortune. That man changed from a young man to an old man after burning a stick of incense. Now that boy who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth has stayed inside for 2 sticks of incense, and he may have already stepped into the coffin with 1 foot. Mosai smiled coldly, and was about to say something when suddenly his brows furrowed because something strange happened in the academy. The scene in the courtyard turned into sand and dust and dissipated. And even the entrance hall disappeared little by little under the surprised gazes of everyone. This sudden change made Lan Ningxuang at a loss. My uncle is still inside. What is going on? The teenagers on the side also showed worried looks. Master Mo, has this situation happened before? Tang Fei's smile slowly faded, and he asked aloud. He didn't like the unexpected happening. Mo Sai shook his head and looked solemn. No, I have to go in to find my uncle. Just when Lan Ningxuang was worried and wanted to rush into the academy, a burst of white light flashed, and an arm stopped in front of her. Why are you so panicked? I told you a long time ago that you will come as soon as you go. Qin Feng glanced at the crowd and said with a smile. It's you? The young man surnamedly said in surprise. Not only did the other party enter the academy, but he also came out safe and sound. How could he not be frightened? Qin Feng stretched out his palm and said calmly. According to the agreement, you should give me the handwriting. Mo Sai wanted to refuse, but the other party's words seemed to have some inexplicable power, making everything he originally wanted to say stuck in his throat. He was extremely shocked. He thought, how could he, who was in the 5th grade Howren realm, be intimidated by a boy's words? After being shocked, I just felt it was a shame and a huge humiliation. Tang Fei also noticed something strange about his teacher and looked at Qin Feng solemnly. He always felt that the other person at this moment was different from before, but he couldn't tell what was different. He could only feel a little palpitating vaguely. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew up. Everyone looked at the academy. The academy, which had existed for a long time, even older than the Tianjin Imperial Master, was blown away by the strong wind, completely dissipating like sand, leaving a deserted place. When Qin Feng saw the scene, his heart skipped a beat. Did he get into trouble? Tang Fei glanced at it, and the young man surnamedly understood it and screamed. You are so brave. You dared to destroy the Imperial Academy's academy. The young man was about to continue to use the topic to express himself, but it was too late to speak. Qin Feng immediately bowed to the open space and said respectfully, Seniors' teachings, I will keep them in mind. Seniors, please rest assured that juniors will definitely carry your will. Carry forward what you have learned, and let mankind rebuild a clear and bright world. Lord Mo. This. The young man swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling that Qin Feng might really have some adventure in the academy, so he didn't dare to say anything nonsense. Mo Sai was also a little uncertain, looking back and forth between Kong Di and Qin Feng. Chapter 379, Poor Academy. Are you scared? Qin Feng glanced slightly from the corner of his eyes, and saw the expressions of Mo Sai and others changing. It seemed to be effective. He worked up his emotions again, squeezed a few tears from his eyes, bowed continuously, and then turned around. Uncle, what happened inside? Lan Ningxuang asked curiously. Qin Feng put his fingers in front of his lips and shook his head. This appearance made Mo Sai and others feel uncertain. Could it be that this boy really had some adventure in the academy? You? Mo Sai was about to speak when he was interrupted by Qin Feng. Master Mo, please give me the handwriting as agreed before. I also need to inherit the legacy of my predecessors and pass on what they have learned to future generations. This righteous speech is really serious. Mo Sai frowned. You destroyed the academy and even tried to get handwriting. It's just. Before he finished speaking, a stream of fresh air swept into the Imperial Palace from the top of the Sky Tower. A middle-aged man in green clothes appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Mo Sai said in surprise. Is it you? The person coming is none other than Yang Qian. Yang Qian looked back at the direction of the climbing tower with some annoyance. That shameless senior brother Su actually used the magical method of shrinking the ground to an inch to bring him here, and then watched from the sidelines. It was really hateful, but he was still angry, and he still had to do business. He couldn't let his junior brother be bullied outside. Just listen to him saying calmly, the dissolution of the academy is a given and has nothing to do with him. I also hope that Master Mo will keep his previous promise and give him the handwritten letter. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Yang Qian actually took the initiative to speak for this person? As Yang Qian is a disciple of the Imperial Master Tianjin, does this also represent the intentions of the Imperial Master himself? Mo Sai frowned, and after thinking about it carefully, the young man's face turned pale with fear. As for Tang Fei, the smile on his face looked a little forced, and his right fist hidden under his sleeves was clenched. Since it's Master Yang's wish, I naturally won't say anything more. While speaking, he threw the handwriting in his arms to Qin Feng. But after a pause, he spoke again. But I'm sorry. There are no more extra classrooms in the Imperial College. If you want to open a class to teach, I'm afraid you will have to find another place. Yang Qian frowned when he heard this. Qin Feng said nonchalantly, It doesn't matter. This Imperial College is built on a mountain. And every time I come here to teach, I have to climb for a long time, which I won't be happy about. Lord Imo, it should be okay for me to build a school by myself outside Howin Academy. Right. Imosai replied calmly. Of course there is no problem. But you have to be responsible for the search in this school. The Imperial College will not provide any help. Suddenly, he came to his senses and said uncertainly, Wait a minute. You said you built one yourself instead of looking for one? Yeah. What's the problem? Imosai smiled disdainfully. The price of land in Fontian City was obvious to all. If ordinary officials were cleaner, even if they were in a high position, they would not be able to save the money to buy the land title if they did not work for several years. The area required for the school is not small, and the money required is naturally not a small amount. How can a mere boy have such a net worth? As for why Imosai didn't consider the Lu family, the reason is also simple. As we all know, the army consumes the most money. Military preparations, food and salary, and personnel expansion all require a lot of money. In addition, the pension after the death of soldiers is a huge expense. Although these expenses are basically borne by the court, the Lu family is unparalleled in their benevolence and righteousness. In addition to the part of the pension given by the court after the death of soldiers, they themselves will also bear a lot. How can I have this extra money after going back and forth? The young man surnamedly immediately mocked. It's simply ridiculous. Even if you save your salary for a lifetime, you can't afford to build a quarter of the school. Qin Feng cast a sympathetic look upon hearing this. The young man felt quite uncomfortable being stared at. Why are you looking at me like this? I'm just pitiful. Poverty limits your imagination. What do you mean? Literal meaning. When Yang Qian heard this conversation, he raised the corners of his mouth and shook his head helplessly. Others may not know. How could he not know? In addition to the miscellaneous courses he has studied, this junior is also good at business. The wealth that the junior brother has accumulated now has probably reached a staggering level. It is not an exaggeration to even be called the richest person, and it is natural for him to be a mere school. Qin Feng was too lazy to continue paying attention to these people. He turned to a group of young people from poor families and asked, Where do you all live? The teenagers looked at each other, and then weakly told them their home addresses. The result was also within Qin Feng's expectation. These teenagers basically lived in the outer city. Think about rushing from the outer city to Howin Academy in the inner city, and having to climb mountains to enter the Imperial College to monitor classes. How early do these children have to get up every day? Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little distressed. But after feeling distressed, he felt relieved. He thought of the son of the candied Haws vendor in Jinong City, and then looked at the teenagers in front of him. The future of Dakian may lie with these children. I understand. In 3 days, I will tell you the location of the school. Please ask Master Yang to take care of them during these 3 days. Qin Feng said with cupped fists. Yang Qian smiled slightly. Okay. You want to build a school in 3 days? What a joke. The young man surnamedly mocked again. At this point, he was sure that the other party was just talking. Qin Feng glanced at it and sighed, as if he was looking at a clown. 3 days can be said to be more than enough time for the gang of Scroll Kings in Shengonfang. In fact, if the people of Shengonfang worked hard, just one school could be built in 1 day. The reason why we talk about 3 days is simply because Qin Feng wants to build the school more perfectly. Time flies by, and the new school is built as scheduled, located at the junction of the inner city and the outer city. The advantage of building here is that students from poor families no longer need to get up so early every day. The school was large enough to accommodate 100 people, but Qin Feng's students were only the 8 poor students from the Imperial College. This was expected by Qin Feng. His purpose of building this school was to open up a future path for students from poor families. And the name of his school is Han'an Academy. Han Ji and other young people looked at the brand new school and were overwhelmed with excitement. They never thought that one day they would be able to study in such an environment, and the teacher who taught them would be their big brother whom they respected. Of course, now they have to call each other Master Qin. Qin Feng stood at the front of the school, looking at the young people and sighing with emotion. Although he had given lectures to King Wan of Shengonfang several times, this was the first time for him to teach a group of children. He really didn't know what to talk about. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He took out a piece of white paper and swung the brush on it. Within a moment, the calligraphy was formed. All the young people saw was, "Heaven is going to entrust this person with a great responsibility. He must first torture his mind, strain his muscles and bones, starve his body and skin, deplete his body, and mess up his actions, and then move his heart and forbearance, which has benefited him." Impossible. This is the first lesson I want to teach you, Qin Feng said with a smile. Chapter 380, The Remnant Soul of the Saint. In just a few days, the reputation of Han'an Academy spread among ordinary people, especially the sentence, "Heaven will give great responsibility to this people," resonated with countless people and shed tears. In the past, they had no choice. They only hoped that their children could practice martial arts or learn how to make a living early, so that they would have the capital to survive in this world. After all, the Imperial College is not a good place for those from poor families who want to study. But after the establishment of the Poor Family Academy, this idea changed. Perhaps becoming a Wushuang Daoist was also a feasible path for the children of the poor families. Because of this, there are more and more students in the Poor Academy, to the point where they can no longer be accommodated in one academy. This also resulted in Qin Feng almost having to talk from morning till night, with no time to rest at all. Although he was very tired, Qin Feng was also very happy. Seeing those students absorbing knowledge like sponges, he felt that all his efforts were worth it. Of course, sometimes, he really couldn't hold on and asked the students to read and recite the books on the college's bookshelves. At night, Qin Feng returned to Qin Mansion after a busy day. Pushing open the window, he opened his consciousness and looked at the sky. There were many more white light stars than he had seen before. Moreover, there are many white light stars inside, which emit bright and dazzling white light, making it difficult to look directly at them. The most surprising thing is that these white destiny stars do not even need him to use righteous energy to activate. They automatically pull the energy and merge into the divine sea to form the projection of destiny stars. At this time, sporadic images would flash before his eyes, like a slideshow. A woman waiting at home cried with joy when she saw a man returning from a war. A demon slayer who survived the battle against demons was drinking with his colleagues in a restaurant. These people are all those who have been blessed by gunpowder. In addition to these, there are also students from poor families who go home and tell their parents what they have learned today. There was a young man who stayed up late at night and read through the books he borrowed from the Poor Academy, with a happy smile on his face. These are all students from the Humble Academy. Looking at these pictures, Qin Feng smiled happily, knowing that everything he had done was not in vain, inciting the spiritual consciousness to enter the divine sea. The sea of righteous clouds has covered the sky and the sun during the hundreds of years spent in the academy. Although the passage of time was false, the books he had read were real, and the literary energy on those books naturally merged into the sea of gods and transformed into a part of the sea of righteousness. Although the trip to the academy was painful, it made him more determined and his knowledge became more extensive. All in all, the advantages obviously outweighed the disadvantages. It's just that the saint's shadow turned into white light and disappeared between his eyebrows. But it still made him feel unsure, because until now, he has not discovered where the white light is. As for the scenes of gods and demons coming to the world, and the scene of saints coming to heaven seen in the academy, Qin Feng has always been worried. The words spoken by the mysterious being in the crack in the sky still echo in his ears. The saint recast the seal of heaven and earth at the cost of his own life to prevent the beings in the sky from coming to the world. But how long can this seal of heaven and earth last? 100 years? 1,000 years? If the seal is broken, there will be no saints in the world today. Who can stop the gods and demons? And who can fight against that terrifying existence? Perhaps, when that day comes, the end of the human race will also come. Qin Feng thought for a long time and suddenly laughed at himself. There were talented people in the previous generation, and each of them led the way for hundreds of years. As the saint said, there is not only one him in this world. Today's Dakian also has the Tianjin Imperial Master, the God-suppressing sea, 12 divine generals, and 36 stars, as well as those soldiers who are not afraid of life and death. Perhaps there is no one comparable to the saint here, but the human race is not completely hopeless. There have been talented people for generations, each leading the way for hundreds of years, and they have won my heart. In the empty wing, a voice suddenly sounded inexplicably. Qin Feng was startled and stood up quickly and looked around. Who is it? Who is talking? No one answered. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The voice always felt familiar to him. And the self-proclaimed, I Isn't this exactly the same as the tone of the saint in the illusion of the academy? Qin Feng was in disbelief and asked in a low voice. Sage, is it you? As soon as he finished speaking, a white shadow with an unclear appearance appeared on the heart-asking platform in Qin Feng's divine sea, and also pulled Qin Feng's consciousness into the divine sea. The white shadow pointed its finger, and the surface of the heart-asking platform glowed with a faint golden light, like ripples on a lake, and golden words jumped into the void. Establish a mind for heaven and earth. Establish a destiny for the living people. Carry forward the unique teachings of the past saints, and create peace for all generations. It's interesting. No wonder with your resources, you have not yet entered the 5th grade Howren realm. It turns out that your ambition is so grand. Looking at this white shadow, Qin Feng was finally able to confirm that the saint had indeed sneaked into his body. Saint, are you not dead? Saint? Is that what future generations call me? There are no saints in this world, and I am just a scholar. My body has long been turned into smoke, and what you see now is just a remnant soul that will dissipate at any time. Qin Feng was a little moved when he heard this. In the scene of the academy, he could clearly see that for the sake of the human race, the saint voluntarily sacrificed his life, just to strengthen the seal of heaven and earth. This kind of righteousness is extremely admirable. I originally thought that my remaining soul would be sealed in my humble home forever, until you appeared and took me away. A humble house? It's the academy. It turns out that the so-called theory of the manifestation of cultural treasures is all nonsense, and the academy is just the home of the saint. Is it because no one has been able to pass the will test of the academy since ancient times, so you have been unable to come out? Qin Feng asked curiously. A test of will? The white shadow was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, I have been studying and introspecting in my humble house all year round, and the aura on my body was contaminated by the humble house, so that it turned into a spatial treasure. Studying there is like a dream. 100 years in it, only a moment to the outside world. This is also so that future generations of scholars can enter my humble home and remember what I have learned throughout my life in a short period of time. Qin Feng's expression froze. So that's what happened. Although the original intention of the saint is good, how can ordinary people bear the suffocating feeling of almost despair after being alone for 100 years with only books as companions? Qin Feng secretly felt lucky. As for why my remnant soul can leave my humble abode with you, it's just because I sensed a familiar aura on you. The white shadow spoke again. Familiar scent? Qin Feng didn't know why. It was your eyes that took my remaining soul away. Chapter 381 Innate Energy. Is there such a thing? Qin Feng's eyes widened. The power of his double pupils was like cheating to him, and he had always wanted to figure out the reason for the strange pair of pupils. But he had read many books, and there was no mention of his pupils in the book. Then just listen to the white shadow speak slowly. At the beginning of chaos, there was no sky, no earth, no sun, no moon. There were things mixed together, born in advance of heaven and earth, which was called Yuan Shiichi. Tao generates qi from nothingness, and then generates yin and yang from one qi. Yin and yang then combine into 3 bodies, and the 3 bodies give birth to all things. Yuan Shiichi, also known as Xian Yan Ichi, is the origin of all things and the foundation of practice. However, with the changes in the sea, this innate Ichi also transformed into other forms, and scattered between heaven and earth. But some people are gifted with extraordinary talents, and their innate energy flows through their flesh and blood, turning into special powers in some parts of their bodies. If I'm not mistaken, those eyes of yours were born from the condensation of innate energy. Qin Feng suddenly realized that the reason why his eyes had magical powers was because of the so-called innate energy. But that's not right. According to what the saint said, the innate energy is hidden in the flesh and blood from birth. So why has the original owner been inactive for more than 10 years, and no clues have been revealed? Wasn't he discovered until I traveled through time? Qin Feng didn't understand. He wanted to ask, but he was afraid that his secret as a time traveler would be exposed. So even though he was curious, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the question. By the way, Senior, how should this junior call you? The white shadow raised its head slightly, as if recalling something. My name is shackled by heaven and earth. Even if I tell you, you can't pronounce it. Just call me Xian Yi. Then let me call you Senior Xian. I dare to ask Senior Xian that he still misses this world. But what wishes do he have that need to be entrusted to future generations to fulfill? Although the juniors have limited abilities, they are still willing to contribute a small amount to the seniors. Qin Feng is sincere. Xian Yi's shadow flickered slightly, becoming a bit fainter. Seeing this, Qin Feng felt sad. It must be that the remnant soul of the saint has little power, and his time left in the world is running out. When I think of Senior Xian sacrificing himself, sealing the world, and repelling the ancient gods and demons. In the end, except for the name of a saint, he didn't even leave a name. Qin Feng felt quite uncomfortable in his heart. The White Shadow said calmly, "Tell me, where is the human race today?" The soul was about to dissipate into the world, but Senior Xian was still thinking about the survival of the human race. A feeling of reverence arose in Qin Feng's heart. Then, he told the current situation of the human race. Seeing Senior Xian's shadow getting weaker and weaker, he was deeply afraid that Senior Xian's soul would disappear in the middle of speaking. Fortunately, the other party persisted until he heard everything. Good. Xian Yi softly uttered one word, and the clear air reverberated in Qin Feng's divine sea. In ancient times, the human race was weak, and the method of cultivation was imperfect. Only a few people have the same power as him and can fight against powerful ghosts and gods. But in Qin Feng's dictation, Xian Yi seemed to have seen the future of the human race. Even if the seal of heaven and earth was released again, even if he and those old friends no longer existed in this world, the human race would still be able to fight. Isn't this exactly what he wanted to see before the war was over? As the word kind fell, Xian Yi's figure dissipated little by little like a firefly. Qin Feng's eyes turned red when he saw this. He understood that Senior Xian must have fulfilled his wish, and the last power of his soul had disappeared, so it could no longer remain in the world. Seeing that the White Shadow on the heart-asking stage had completely disappeared, Qin Feng knelt on his knees and choked with sobs. Senior Xian, please leave with peace of mind. Even if ghosts and gods come back to the world again, we will definitely have a way to survive it. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded. Leave? What leave? Qin Feng couldn't believe his ears. He slowly raised his head and saw the White Shadow of Senior Xian, who should have dissipated, regrouped. Well, this junior thought it was because Senior Xian's soul power dissipated. That's why he disappeared. After all, that's what you said before. It is true that my remnant soul may dissipate at any time. But as long as I rely on the innate energy in your eyes, I can stay for another 100 years. This is why I left my humble home with you. 100 years? Isn't that possibly longer than my lifetime? Quick! Give me back my previous feelings. Qin Feng's eyelids twitched. However, the power of my remnant soul is indeed too weak, so it will fall into deep sleep from time to time. This is also the reason why I have not appeared before. After the words fell, I saw the White Shadow point its finger, and on the heart-asking platform, a crystal-clear white light bead appeared. If you want to find me, you can touch this white bead, and I will appear by then. After leaving these words, Xian Yi's shadow disappeared again, leaving only a floating white bead in place. Just at this moment, someone stepped into the room, and Qin Feng's consciousness also retreated from the divine sea. Looking sideways, Lu Jianli, dressed in white, approached holding a tea set. I heard from Ning Shuang that you have been in school these days, almost from morning to night, so I made a pot of tea for you. Lu Jianli brushed the hair beside her ear and opened her red lips lightly. Thank you. Qin Feng took the teacup, blew on it, and drank it slowly. His thoughts also returned to the present moment from Senior Xian. Now there are more and more students in Hanmin Academy, and I am really unable to do what I can on my own. Perhaps because of too many lectures. Qin Feng's voice was slightly hoarse. Lu Jianli listened, with a trace of distress in his eyes. Why can't we find more people to teach? When I was in the 10,000 Sword sect, many of the disciples of the sect were not taught by just one person, the master of the Sword Peak. Huh? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Yes, it's clear to everyone who is in charge of the authorities. Why didn't I think of recruiting a few more teachers for the humble academy? He immediately stood up, hugged Lu Jianli beside him, and said excitedly, Madam, you really woke me up. Lu Jianli saw Fei's cheeks. Even if they have been married for a long time, even if they are husband and wife, she still feels a little at a loss every time like this. But the tenderness in her eyes cannot be removed. I'd love it if I could help you. Of course it helped me, and it was a big favor. However, the method was available, but Qin Feng was stumped as to where to find the teacher. The great cadres worship martial arts, and the literary and sage orthodoxy was inherently weak, so there were naturally fewer people who could teach and educate people. Of course, he could go to Hanmin Academy to find a few, but it would definitely not be that easy. After all, there are too many people in Hanmin Academy who have high aspirations, And most of them may be like the young man named Lee, who admire the powerful. Letting such people come to teach in a poor academy is not a blessing to the academy, but a disaster to the academy. Is there anyone I can trust and bring to the academy successfully? When thinking like this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and the figures of the two people appeared in his mind. Chapter 382 Moving Reinforcements. The next day, on the first floor of Climbing Sky Building, third senior brother Su Lishuan was nowhere to be found. But Yang Qian and Fei Sun were both there. Heaven will give great responsibilities to this people. And our little junior brother can always say such shocking words, which are thought-provoking. Yang Qian, dressed in green clothes, said with emotion. Fei Sun nodded, still reciting those words in his heart. He also came from a poor family and deeply resonated with these words. Nowadays, Hanmin Academy is overcrowded, and junior fellow students have to give lectures from morning to night almost every day. Yang Qian picked up the teacup and blew lightly. Fei Sun didn't take it seriously, yet he wants to step into a higher level of Wensheng Taoism. These are what he needs to bear. What's more, it's just teaching. No matter how hard it is, it won't get us anywhere. This is how we got here back then. Yang Qian shook his head and smiled. How can this be the same? Huh? What's wrong? Fei Sun asked curiously. Yang Qian looked at the tea leaves floating in the teacup, and saw them rising and falling. He had already entered the 4th level of literary sage, and he could be said to be very proficient in the control of hexagrams. However, as soon as he closed his eyes slightly, he showed a strange look on his face and said, Trouble is coming. Trouble? Fei Sun raised his head and looked at the sky, with a starry sky reflected in his eyes. This was the art of stargazing. After doing some divination, he saw some vague shadows of the future. In the picture, he was taken away from Haowen Academy by junior brother Qin and headed somewhere. Taking a closer look, that place turned out to be Hanmin Academy? Fei Sun said in surprise. Yang Qian took a sip of tea and said, It seems that you have foreseen it. If my prediction is correct, it must be that my junior brother is working too hard to teach and educate people by himself and wants to recruit reinforcements. Oh, it seems that I haven't mastered my stargazing skills yet. Otherwise, how could I have promised him to go to that academy? I haven't found the opportunity to step into the 4th level yet, and I don't have that free time. Senior brother Yang should be the same, right? When Yang Qian heard this, he raised his brows and did not answer directly. He just turned his head and looked at the entrance of Dinkian Tower and said, He's here. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng's figure appeared in front of the two of them, and he greeted them warmly. Senior brother Yang, senior brother Fei, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you very much. After all, he is asking for help. This title is intriguing. Yang Qian smiled and nodded in greeting. Fei Sun, who knew the purpose of the visit, sneered. There is no need for false polite words. Just explain your purpose. What's going on with this guy? Do I owe him money? Regardless, it is still important. Qin Feng coughed dryly and said with a smile. Junior brother is here this time, mainly because he wants to ask two senior brothers for a favor. Some time ago, didn't I get a handwritten letter from the Imperial College and open a poor academy and give lectures? However, in recent days, the number of students in the college has continued to increase. I am really powerless on my own, so I thought of asking two senior brothers to come out and help me teach those students. After all, with your strength, teaching and educating people is no longer a problem. Fei Sun's expression improved slightly after hearing the compliment, but he still said, It's really easy for us to preach to people and solve their doubts. But why should we help you? What did senior brother Fei say? Aren't we brothers? Isn't it normal to help each other? Qin Feng said while rubbing his hands. Huh. Even those who don't want to be treated by Haowen Academy are actually being called kindly by senior brother and senior brother right now. Fei Sun snorted. They are two different things. Although I am not here, my heart is still with the two senior brothers. Qin Feng patted his chest and spoke righteously. No need to say more. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that I can't help you. Cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. I haven't found a way to advance in practice. How can I have time to go to your academy to teach and educate people for you? Fei Sun waved his hand. Senior brother Yang, is this the same? Qin Feng asked, tilting his head. Yang Qian smiled. It is not easy to get into the 3rd level of literary saint. When I have nothing to do, I can help you teach your disciples. Seriously? Qin Feng looked happy. Senior brother Fei can slowly figure it out. Now he can deal with each one. But the premise is that you have to convince junior brother Fei. Yang Qian put down the teacup in his hand and smiled with some evil intentions. When Qin Feng heard this, his expression froze. As a result, after going around in circles for a long time, we still had to deal with this guy whose eyes were higher than his head. Looking at his arrogant look, I always find it difficult to handle him. It's a pity that this guy is not a money-grubbing owner at first glance. I have no money to use. Qin Feng's face is ugly. It would be great if he can do what he likes like he did with the gang of Scroll Kings in Shingonfang. Thinking of this, Qin Feng thought, Senior brother Fei, every practitioner of the Tao of Literary Saints enters the practice from a certain aspect. May I ask what your Tao is? The art of war. Fei soon replied calmly. It turned out to be the art of war, which was somewhat beyond Qin Feng's expectation. But if you think about it carefully, according to Senior Brother Fei's character, if he were to learn how to govern the country and step into the court, he would probably be impeached every day and then become depressed. Senior Brother Yifei must have seen the ordinary art of war in the Saint Academy, although I have read countless books. Maybe it is because the Saint is not interested in this, but I have not seen a few decent art of war. How can this be? Good? Huh? I almost forgot that in my last life, because I took the liberal arts exam, I read a lot of history books and art of war. That being the case, Fei Sun seemed to have seen through Qin Feng's thoughts and said disdainfully, What? You want to use the art of war to make me submit and help you teach? Although I don't know what you went through in the academy. But I'm not boasting. Even if I haven't understood 100% of the art of war, I have already understood it. Among the entire Dakian, the only one who can catch my eye is probably Lu Tianlu, the general of the Shenhou army. When Yang Qian heard this, he cast a strange look. How could talking about war on paper be the same as seeing the real thing under his command? Lu Tianlu's reputation as the god of war is based on his practical achievements. But this junior brother Fei is still at the theoretical stage at best. There is no comparison between the two. However, Yang Qian, who knew how to deal with the world, did not expose it to his face, but looked at Qin Feng with deep meaning. In his foresight, after the young junior brother said just one sentence, the arrogant junior brother Fei's expression changed drastically. And then he lowered his arrogant head. It's just that the younger brother's words may have been obscured by heaven. Even if Yang Qian wanted to explore, he couldn't hear the content clearly. Qin Feng recalled some of it, and the history books and art of war he had read in his previous life flashed through his mind one by one. After entering the literary sage 6th grade hexagram fate realm, his memory was naturally far superior to that of ordinary people. After a moment, he opened his eyes again, exhaled softly and said, Soldiers are a major matter of the country, the place of life and death, and the way of survival. We must pay attention to them. Therefore, the classics are based on 5 things, corrected by calculation, and explored for their emotions. The first is called Tao. The second is called Heaven. The third is called Earth. The fourth is called General. And the fifth is called Dharma. Chapter 383 New Year is approaching. At first, Fei Sun didn't take it seriously. He just felt that the other party was overestimating his own capabilities when he talked about the art of war in front of him. But after 2 sentences, he no longer thought so. Simple words. But the art of war is summarized vividly. The first is Tao. The second is Heaven. And the third is Earth. Fei Sun murmured to himself. And then he breathed quickly as if he had dug a treasure and asked, What else? What's next? Yang Qian raised his eyebrows slightly. The other party's appearance was exactly the same as what he had foreseen. He also carefully savored what he said just now. And even though he was not a man of art of war, he had a vague epiphany. Fei Sun was impatient, and Yang Qian was intrigued. However, the words in the mouth of the initiator of all this stopped abruptly. Qin Feng looked here and there, and then pretended to say, Maybe I have been giving too many lectures recently, and I always feel a little thirsty. Without saying anything, Fei Sun handed over a cup of tea on the table. Seeing this, Yang Qian was about to speak, but junior brother Qin had already finished the tea in one gulp. That was the tea I just drank. Yang Qian had a strange look on his face, and felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. It was absolutely impossible for him to use that teacup again. Why is there so little tea in this teacup? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, put down the teacup, and spoke again, telling the story of Sun Tzu's art of war in his memory. Fei Sun concentrated his attention and tasted carefully, sometimes deep in thought, sometimes in high spirits. When he heard the sentence, Soldiers are deceitful, he completely ignored his previous self-image and shouted, Okay, What's next? What's next? Qin Feng glanced at the empty teacup on the table. Fei Sun understood the idea and hurriedly filled it with tea. After drinking the tea slowly, Qin Feng said lightly, "No more. It's gone." Fei Sun's eyes widened. "How could it be gone? This art of war is the most exciting part because of its clarity. Are you trying to amuse me?" Qin Feng moistened his throat and explained. "Actually, there are still more. But I'm afraid there won't be enough time until I have to go to Hanmin Academy to give lessons. When can you finish speaking? I can wait for you." "Little brother, do you really not understand? Or are you pretending not to understand?" Qin Feng glanced sideways. "At least we have to talk about it until dusk. It's indeed a bit late. But it doesn't matter. I'll go find you then." Fei Sun frowned slightly. "It seems that if I don't show off, you have to pretend to be with me," Qin Feng said with a smile. "After a busy day, how can I still have the energy to explain the rest of the art of war to senior brother Fei? But it would be different if someone could help me share some of the burden and teach the students for me. Senior brother Fei, you understand what I mean?" Fei Sun's expression changed after hearing this. After a long time, he made up his mind and gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I can go to your academy to teach you. But only for today. Afterwards, you have to tell me all the rest of the art of war." "It's easy to talk about," Qin Feng replied with a smile. Even so, he was thinking in his heart that it was absolutely impossible to teach all the art of war without draining senior brother Fei's labor force. In Qin Feng's eyes, Fei Sun has been firmly controlled by him. He looked to the other side and spoke again. "Senior brother Yang, senior brother Fei has agreed. What's your side?" Yang Qian stood up and said with a smile, "It's been a long time since I preached to others and solved their doubts. Please lead the way." "Then thank you two senior brothers." After the three people left, they climbed to the top of the sky tower. The white-haired Imperial Master Tianjin looked down and bowed. Time passed, but Fei Sun still didn't get rid of Qin Feng's routine. He thought that after telling it once, he could get all the contents of the military book. But in the end, we could only get a small amount of new content every day. The other party even said it euphemistically. Reviewing the past will help you learn the new. But haste makes waste. In this way, Yang Qian and Fei Sun became the resident teachers of Hanmin Academy. Even under Qin Feng's deception, Yang Qian and Fei Sun brought some familiar friends from Hanmin Academy to Hanmin Academy. After this, there were more and more students in Hanmin Academy, more and more teachers, and its reputation also increased. But these are all things for later. New Year is approaching, and I don't know if Fengtian City will see snow like Jinan City. In the side room, Qin Feng opened the window and looked at the night sky and couldn't help but sigh. After the establishment of Hanmin College, he faced students who were eager to absorb knowledge every day. Although he was very tired, his life was also very fulfilling, and his efforts were not fruitless. Fei Sun's original suggestion was useful. After becoming a teacher and transmitting his ideas to his students every day, his divine sea is also constantly changing. Let's not talk about the purple righteousness that is like a sea of clouds, and the bright stars that emit dazzling white light. Let's just talk about the heart-asking platform covered with a faint golden light. Qin Feng has a feeling that as long as the golden light covers the entire Wenxin platform, he will not be far from entering the 5th grade Howren realm. Then again, I have been busy with the affairs of Hanmin Academy, so I haven't asked about the fireworks yet, and I don't know if Mr. Yuan has made them yet. That's all. Let's go to the God's workshop tomorrow when we have time. Anyway, there are people taking care of the academy. Otherwise, if there is no more news from my side, that guy might get worried. I'm really looking forward to this year's New Year's Eve ceremony." At the same time, the 4 princes of the 4 regions of Dakian have also begun to prepare gifts and set off for Fengtian City. At this time of year, it has long been customary to make pilgrimages, offer gifts, and tell stories about the border wars. The 4 regions Demon Slayer Division will also send free divine generals to compete with 36 stars in Fengtian City. This is to use the powerful strength of the big guys to build confidence in the people, and secondly to help the colleagues of the Demon Slayer Division in their own area to obtain more resources. At the same moment, people of all kinds were gathering towards Fengtian City from all directions. On the other side, at the junction of the Southern Territory and the Northern Territory, is the Huangxi Mountain. There should have been a Bailu River here, running through the boundary between the Southern Territory and the Northern Territory. But now there is only a dry river, like a natural moat. There is no trace of anything in the river, and all life is extinct. Only two long snake-shaped traces can be seen, extending to the Huinchi Mountain. A figure in black clothes carrying a coffin carefully lurked among the trees in the mountains and forests, and kept complaining. Every time such dirty and tiring work is left to me, it's really hateful. This person is Tomb Yuqian of the Coffin Tomb family. He took advantage of the cover of trees and looked at the huge monster perched on the mountainside not far away, a strange snake with one head and two bodies. He exclaimed in a low voice. It turned out to be a fat relic. How could this vicious creature come out? No wonder Balia dry up. And this guy didn't die at all. How could the old man think of calling me over? The natal magical power of the deceased will evaporate water vapor and cause severe drought. If not handled properly, it will cause immeasurable disaster. Chapter 384 Departure. Although the coffin graveyard can store the ghost's corpse and soul through the soul-suppressing coffin to prevent its natal magical power from poisoning the world after death, the premise of the storage is that the monster must be dead or defenseless. Looking at this fat corpse now, it has a strong aura, and it is clearly far away from death. Such a vicious creature is not something that he, Tomb Yuqian, can deal with. Did the old man forget it? Under the black cloak, Tomb Yuqian looked ugly. He wanted to leave directly, but if he allowed Fatty to ignore him, God knew what kind of disaster would happen. Just when he was struggling, a burst of wind sounded. Looking for the sound, I saw three figures wearing red clothes and white masks, surrounding the fat man with horns in his hands. Tomb Yu was extremely surprised. Who are these people? Who dare to face a fat man whose strength is at least 6 levels of calamity? When the single-headed and double-bodied fat man heard the noise, he raised his head and spit out the letter. His scarlet eyes scanned the surrounding area at a strange angle. Taking in all three figures, I saw its two tails slapping the ground. A roar sounded instantly, and the Huinchi Mountain shook for a moment. The fierce energy was like a sharp blade, destroying the mountains and trees along the way, leaving cracks in all directions. Tomb Yuqian was shocked. The strength of this fat man was much higher than he originally thought. He might have reached the 7th level of calamity power. This kind of existence, unless the 12 god generals take action, it will be difficult for anyone to fight against it. But the next scene made Tomb Yu never expect. He saw the mysterious white-faced man facing Fei Yi. He put his hands together, and the shadow under his feet instantly stood up, blocking Fei Yi's offensive. Shadow Liubi of the 100 Ghost Dao lineage. What grade is this person? He has such strength? Tomb Yuqian exclaimed in a low voice. It was too late. But it was too soon. After Fei Yi's attack was blocked, the white-faced man held his right hand, and the huge shadow black coffin crashed down, hitting Fei Yi's head hard. The shrill scream suddenly sounded, followed by a riot by Fat Yi. The trees have withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the rocks have turned into sand and disappeared. Tomb Yuqian felt it was difficult to breathe, and the blood in his body seemed to be evaporated. He understood that this was Fei Yi using his natal magical power to evaporate the water vapor between heaven and earth. With his strength, he has no power to resist when faced with such tricks. However, the three figures seemed to be fine. They were floating in the sky, inducing the yin qi between heaven and earth. Within a moment, yin qi gathered in midair and turned into a huge black palm. The palm of his hand covered the sky and sun, and he pressed hard towards Fei Yi. Boom! Huinchi Mountain was split into two in the blink of an eye, and the fat body was also driven into the huge crack. And it was unknown whether it was alive or dead. Fei's natal magical power was interrupted, and Tomb Yuqian regained his mobility. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hid his body among the fallen trees and flying dust. Who are these people? The ferocious beast is in the hands of these people, and it turns out that it is not an enemy with just one move. I don't know why they came here to deal with this fat man. Judging from his appearance, he doesn't look like someone from the Demon Slayer division. That's all. One more thing is worse than one less thing. I'll just hide here and wait for them to leave. After returning home, just explain the situation to the old man in detail. Just as Tomb Yuqian was thinking this, he looked up again and saw that the three figures were nowhere to be seen. He was startled. He knew something was wrong, and he was about to run away when a hand pressed on his shoulder, preventing him from moving. 3 heroes. I was just passing by. I didn't see anything. Please let me go. Tomb Yuqian hurriedly begged. A hoarse voice came from under the white face. Coffin Tomb family? Yes, sir. I am from the Coffin Tomb family. I usually do good deeds, and have never done anything harmful to anyone. It's good that you're here, a white-faced man said. What does this mean? Tomb Yuqian is unsure. Fei has the magical power of feigning death. It's not easy to kill him. We want to take him back to Fontian City's 9th prison, but we lack a space treasure that can accommodate it. Your Coffin Tomb family's soul-suppressing coffin just right. 9 hells? Prison Ross? At this point, Tomb Yuqian finally knew the identities of the 3 people. The old man once told him that in addition to their coffin and tomb home, there was another place that also dealt with demons and ghosts that would cause trouble after death. And that was the 9 hells. But the difference between the two is that the coffin tomb house can only seal dead objects, but the 9 prisons can imprison living objects. As we all know, living demons and ghosts are far more difficult to deal with than dead ones. And the reason why the 9-layer prison can do this is because the people of Uluosi, who manage the 9-layer prison, have unpredictable abilities. When I saw him today, I realized that what the old man said was true. He laughed dryly and said, Master Uluosi, this soul-suppressing coffin was made by the Tomb family, and only the Tomb family can use it. Even if I want to borrow it from you to seal the fat relic, you can't use it. Of course we know this. So, you come back to Fontian City with us. This, Tomb Yuqian asked cautiously. Can I refuse? The 3 white-faced men didn't answer, just looked down at him. Tomb Yuqian immediately changed his words. It is my honor to be able to contribute a small amount to the Lords of Prison Luosi. Excuse me, 3 adults. When shall we set off? Now! After the group left, the devastated Huangshi Mountain also returned to calm. A black shadow suddenly appeared in midair out of thin air. He was wearing a ghost mask, black and red robes, and a pattern of the number 4 tattooed on his chest. When he confirmed that Fei Yi had been taken away, his figure disappeared into the vast darkness. On the other side, Shintiani frowned as he looked at the dry lake and sea. The breath has disappeared, Yu Mei said softly. Yes, Shintian responded. As early as a month ago, he had received the order from the Demon Slayer division of Fontian City, but he had always shied away on the grounds that he was alive. The reason was that when he was killing demons and ghosts in the southern region, he discovered the figure of the Tier demon that had attacked Jinan City. And the reason why he has been tracking Leba is to find the man who crushed his sword energy in the air. But in the end, it was all in vain. Forget it. The breath can no longer be found. We will set off to Fontian City immediately, Shintian said. Yu Mei nodded slightly. The new year is approaching. The New Year's Eve ceremony is about to begin. And then, the 4 regions Demon Slayer division will have another competition. This time, will you take action? When Shintian heard this, he raised his brows and said, The demons and ghosts in the southern region are rampant, which is far worse than the other 3 regions. Last year, Spear Immortal and Feng Gui were all too busy to do anything and did not go to Fontian City. As a result, the resources that the southern region can allocate this year are far less than those of the other 3 regions. This time, since I received the order from the Imperial Capital inexplicably, I also took the opportunity to do some activities. Less people from the other 3 regions think that our southern region is a soft persimmon. Chapter 385. Dare to be angry, but dare not speak. In Fontian City, the new year is approaching, and everyone is getting busy and making preparations to welcome the new year and say goodbye to the old. On the street, there are lights and colorful lights everywhere, and laughter. The officials were all working diligently, and diligently every day. After all, if they slipped up at this juncture, they would be involved in a conspiracy by political opponents. If one of them failed, they might have to spend the new year in a prison cell. In the Qing mansion, Qin Feng opened the window and took a deep breath. The air was filled with the unique freshness of winter, and there was also the intoxicating fragrance of a woman in his nose. This woman's fragrance naturally comes from the lady. With Qing waiting on him, Qin Feng finished washing and walked towards the lake pavilion. From a distance, he could see Ningxuang, who was dressed in blue, learning the breathing skills and controlling the energy with his wife. He was even surprised to find that Ningxuang could stand out of thin air at this moment, which was because the control of energy had reached an exquisite balance. The lady had told him before that if a 4th-grade warrior could stand out of thin air, it also meant that he was not far from the 5th-grade divine realm. The 2 people in the lake pavilion heard the noise, looked towards the corridor, and then stopped practicing. Lan Ningxuang asked, Uncle, are you going out? Qin Feng nodded. The new year was approaching. Hanan Academy gave students a holiday, and he had plenty of time. Today I am going to visit the God's Workshop. On the way, I will stop by the famous Yushio Workshop in Fontian City to buy some jewelry and clothes for the female family members at home. Lan Ningxuang's eyes lit up when she heard this. There were many bookstores near Yuxiafeng, and she could just go and buy some of the latest novels to relieve her boredom when she had time. Okay, uncle. But since we are going to buy clothes, do you want to take the lady with you? After all, you have to measure the size, Lan Ningxuang suggested. To measure the size. Qin Feng glanced at the beautiful figure in white clothes beside him. He had already pinched the other person's size many times, and he could roughly estimate it with his eyes closed. In fact, it didn't matter whether he measured it or not. However, after arriving in Fengtian City, apart from visiting his father-in-law's house together, he had never gone shopping with his wife. Firstly, it was because Lu Jianli was busy practicing and looking for an opportunity to enter the second level. He was also often entangled in all kinds of trivial matters, so it was difficult for the two of them to spare time. Secondly, it was also because of Lu Jianli's reputation. With her appearance, if she walked on the streets of Fengtian City, she would be crowded with people watching, which would be quite troublesome. Qin Feng thought about it and replied, "That's fine. But before leaving, I'd better put on a disguise." Lan Ningxuang and Lu Jianli looked at each other, a trace of doubt flashing in their eyes. By the time a group of 3 people stepped out of the Qin mansion, Lu Jianli had already put on a white silk scarf, covering her beautiful appearance. Only her clear eyes were still exposed. To say that among Daqian, the most popular places for women are undoubtedly 3 places. The first one is Baihua Valley in the southern region. The second one is Tushan Mountain in the western region. And the third one is Yuxiafang in Fengtian City. In addition to all kinds of exquisite jewelry and refreshing rouge, Yuxiafang also has impeccably crafted clothes. Therefore, there is an endless stream of women entering and leaving Yuxiafang every day. Qin Feng had long expected that there would be many people in Yuxiafang, but he still underestimated the number of people. I saw that the square was already crowded, and there were many women of all kinds waiting there outside. Lan Ningxuang stood on tiptoes and looked around, saying, "Looking at the situation, it will probably take half an hour before it's our turn. Is this always the case here?" Qin Feng asked curiously. Lan Ningxuang nodded slightly. "Before Miss went to Wanjin sect, I and the Lu family's grandma came here to buy clothes. As the new year approaches, because the princes of the 4 regions are coming to make a pilgrimage, and many people want to witness Fengtian City's New Year's Eve ceremony, they will all gather in Fengtian City. Yuxiafang is well known, and women who come to Fengtian City naturally want to come here to buy some jewelry or rouge and gouache. And there are also many people who customize clothes. After coming and going, there were naturally so many people." "I see." Qin Feng sighed in his heart. As expected, women are willing to wait as long as they want to buy things. If it were a man, I'm afraid he would only be thinking about, "How about coming back tomorrow?" "Uncle, why don't you take the young lady around for a while and come back later? I'll just keep watch here for you." Qin Feng shook his head. "Let's wait together." "That's fine." The 3 of them waited quietly in the queue, and time passed by minute by second, because someone was maintaining order. The waiting team was orderly. When it was almost Qin Feng's turn, a commotion suddenly came from behind. "Queue? I haven't known what queuing is since I was a child. Get out of my way." The voice was arrogant, accompanied by a loud slap. Qin Feng and others went out looking for information, only to see a young man in purple with a sexy beauty, and a burly man beside him as a guard. Although that sexy beauty has a good figure and good looks, she doesn't look like a good girl at first glance. After all, no serious person would wear so little on such a cold day. It turned out to be him. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly as he recognized the young man in purple. When he was in Jiaxing Tower, he was with Tang Fei. If he remembered correctly, it was Zhou Yanli, the son of the minister of Hubu. The girl who was maintaining the order covered her cheeks, and her eyes were red with grievance. She originally just kindly reminded the other party to line up. Who would have thought that this would be the result? There was quite a commotion behind the team, which naturally attracted the attention of many people. Some people recognized the identity of the young man in purple, and after muttering, "Son of the Minister of Household Affairs," in a low voice, they silently moved out of the way. When the others heard the other party's identity, they also shrank their heads and stepped aside. As the saying goes, the people do not fight with the officials. So naturally they would rather do less than do more. And Zhou Yanli's reputation as a playboy is notorious in Fengtian City. Who would be willing to touch his brow for a girl? So even though everyone is angry, most of them dare not speak out. Zhou Yanli sneered and led the beautiful woman and guards forward. During this period, the gorgeous woman was still charming and said, "Young Master Zhou has a card. In the past, When the slave family came here, when did you not have to queue up? Never before did everyone take the initiative to get out of the way like today. When Zhou Yanli heard this, he put his arm around the woman's waist and pinched her gently. As long as you feel comfortable serving me tonight, you can come here to claim my name in the future. The gorgeous woman covered her mouth and smiled. The slave family promises to make Mr. Zhou want to die tonight. The world is getting worse and worse. Everyone has their heads lowered and their eyes are full of disgust. But when Zhou Yanli and the others arrived at the entrance of Yuxiafeng, they found that there were still several people blocking them. Zhou Yanli frowned and said displeased, "Go away!" Everyone else thought that the young man in black would lead the two girls away. But they didn't expect that the young man in black would not look back and said, "It's such a cold day. Why are there still dogs barking everywhere on the street?" Chapter 386, Take you to see something. Everyone thought they had heard wrongly and raised their heads in surprise. The burly guard frowned, and the gorgeous woman opened her eyes wide with disbelief. Zhou Yanli said angrily, "What did you say?" Qin Feng turned around and sighed. "It's really a dog. Can't it understand human speech? You're looking for death." After the words fell, Zhou Yanli raised his palm, looking like he was obviously going to slap the other person. However, as soon as his palm was raised into the air, it was grabbed tightly by another person. It was Lan Ningxuang. With her around, how could she allow others to touch my uncle? Lan Ningxuang, who was already angry, was not serious about her attack. Zhou Yanli was in pain and kept shouting, "Let go! Let me go!" Seeing this, the burly man punched out, and the sound of breaking wind immediately sounded. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. He had already seen that this person was only at the 6th level of Shenwu, and his strength was not strong. He should have only entered this realm not long ago. This kind of small character doesn't even need a lady to take action. Lan Ningxuang can handle it alone. The fact was just as Qin Feng expected. After Lan Ningxuang kicked Zhou Yanli away, she drew out the long sword from her waist with lightning speed, and then used the scabbard to hit the opponent's fist. Hearing bang sound, the guard man turned pale, staggered back, and looked at the woman in blue with alert eyes. Zhou Yanli on the side obviously did not see the difference in strength between the two sides, and was still rubbing his wrists and shouting, "What are you doing standing there in a daze? Why don't you teach me a lesson to her?" The burly man looked hesitant, but his master had a fate, and even if he knew he was outmatched, he had to bite the bullet. At this moment, Lu Jianli, who was wearing a turban, looked sideways. With just a look, the guarding man's eyes turned white as if he had been hit hard, and he fell to his knees and lost consciousness. This sudden scene left everyone present confused. Although Zhou Yanli was a playboy, he was not stupid. When he saw the scene, he knew that he had hit a brick wall. "I didn't bring many guards with me today. If I continued, I would suffer a loss if I couldn't protect them all. So I decided to quit." Suddenly, a burst of footsteps came from behind. It turned out that the officers and soldiers in charge of patrol in Fengtian City heard the noise here, so they rushed over. "The New Year congratulations ceremony is coming soon. Who dares to cause trouble at this time?" The leading officer and soldier shouted. But when he saw the face of the purple-clothed young master clearly, his attitude changed instantly. "Who do I think this is? Isn't this Mr. Zhou? What happened?" But someone didn't open his eyes and angered Mr. Zhou. When the people around him heard this, their hearts sank, and they felt that something might happen to the young man in black and the two girls. When Zhou Yanli saw more than a dozen patrolling officers and soldiers, he flinched again. He pointed at Qin Feng and the other three and shouted, "Arrest all of these people." The patrol captain immediately shouted, "You didn't hear Mr. Zhou's words. Why didn't you surround these people?" Qin Feng frowned. Sure enough, officials were protecting each other. The other party didn't care about everything, just because of Zhou Yanli's words. He wanted to take action directly. Lu Jianli frowned slightly, looking at the surrounding officers and soldiers. She raised her slender hand and was about to make a move when a man wearing a military uniform and a serious smile came out of Yuxiafeng. Without saying a word, he walked between Qin Feng and Zhou Yanli. "Who are you?" the leading officer asked uncertainly. The man in battle uniform didn't say much, but took out a token from his arms. Zhou Yan's expression changed drastically when he saw it, and the leading officers and soldiers trembled in shock. That was the order from the princess of the dynasty. "The New Year congratulations ceremony is about to take place. If you are doing all the mischief here, how many of your heads will fall off?" The simple words scared the leading officers and soldiers into cold sweat. Zhou Yanli's expression changed several times. After glaring at Qin Feng, he left with a beautiful woman who had not yet figured out the situation, and did not even bother with the unconscious guard. And a group of patrolling officers and soldiers also hurried away as if fleeing. Qin Feng was a little surprised, since he was standing behind the man in the battle uniform. He didn't see clearly what the token was. However, to be able to scare away the son of the Minister of Household Affairs, the person behind this man must have a prominent status. Out of politeness, Qin Feng wanted to thank him, but the man in the battle uniform didn't even look at him. He turned around and walked straight into Yuxiafeng. After the storm subsided, a girl began to restore order and led Qin Feng and others into Yuxiafeng. The man in battle uniform returned to the third-floor attic of Yuxiafeng, but could not find the dignified figure. He immediately frowned and asked the woman, who was taking care of a piece of clothing, "Where is the princess?" The woman replied softly, "The princess had something to do and left early. She asked me to tell Guard Zhan that she would return to the palace first." The man in battle uniform looked extremely ugly when he heard this. After buying jewelry and clothes in Yuxiafeng, when I came out again, it was already lunchtime. Qin Feng and the others arrived at Wang Yu residence. Business was booming and the restaurant was packed with people. Under the leadership of the waiter, they came to a private room. Lan Ningxuang asked, "Uncle, what are your plans? Should we go directly to the god's workshop?" Qin Feng looked out the window, took a look at the sky, and shook his head. "Later. There is something I want you two to see, but that thing can only be seen clearly at night." So we walked around in the afternoon and then went to the god's workshop in the evening. After the three people left Wang Yu residence, they wandered around Fengtian City. It has to be said that the liveliness of Fengtian City is not comparable to that of Jinyang City. And with the new congratulatory ceremony approaching, the liveliness is far better than before. On the streets, there are many vendors shouting, and there are countless people performing their talents. Qin Feng saw a stall selling Fengtian City's specialty snacks and walked up to it. As soon as he asked the boss about the price, he heard a panting voice beside him. Looking up, he saw Yan dressed as a young man, with a blushing face and some beads of sweat on his forehead. Why does this guy look like this every time he sees him? What on earth did she do? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, thinking wildly. "Young Master Yan," Lan Ningxuan greeted. "What a coincidence." Yan took a breath and said calmly. Wang Su on the side showed a slightly strange look when he heard this, but he quickly restrained himself. "Why do you look like this?" Qin Feng couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. "My roommate has too many things to buy, and that's what happened after running around. I just have something to ask you. What happened to the fireworks I mentioned earlier? I've been waiting for you for a long time, but you haven't taken the initiative to look for me." Yan frowned and complained in a complaining tone. After establishing the Academy for Poor Clan, he spent almost all his time on those students from poor families. How could he have time to take care of these? Thinking of this, he casually made an excuse and said, "Actually, I have gone to Jubiozai to look for you before, but maybe it was an unlucky coincidence that you were not there every time I went." Wang Su immediately said, "Master Qin, please don't joke. I have been ordered to stay in the treasure collection studio during this period, and I have never seen you here." The scene was a little awkward for a while. Chapter 387 Fireworks and Firecrackers. "You don't have to make nonsense with me. Even if the matter of Hanan Academy is not a household name in Fengtian City, it is not far behind. I know you are very busy during this time, but the New Year's Eve ceremony is approaching. Can the fireworks be done?" Yin said seriously. "A man should never say that he is not good enough." Qin Feng said happily in his heart, and then said, "Don't worry. Some time ago, the founder of Shengongfang asked someone to give me a message. The production of fireworks went very smoothly. You can come to the God's Workshop to witness it at midnight in the evening." "Okay." Yin nodded. After buying special snacks, Qin Feng planned to part ways with Yin and take his wife and Ningxuang to see more of Fengtian City. But Yin obviously had no intention of leaving, and followed him step by step. Qin Feng's expression froze. He turned around and asked, "What are you doing?" "I have nothing to do. I want to go shopping with you. Anyway, it's still early before you, sure." Yin replied truthfully. Forehead. Doesn't this guy have the consciousness of being a light bulb? Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and pointedly said, "The new year is approaching. Jubiozai should be very busy. You don't have to go and help. Just take care of it. Of course they have their subordinates." Ahem. Wang Su suddenly coughed. "Uncle Wang, are you okay?" Qin Feng asked, tilting his head. "It's okay. I just feel a little cold." Wang Su waved his hand. Then you should pay more attention to keeping warm. By the way, what were you going to say just now? Yin knew that he had almost spilled the beans, so he changed the topic. As the young master of Yulin City, it has little to do with me whether Fengtian City's Jubiozai is busy or not. As for the Jubiozai in Yulin City, there are naturally people who are responsible for taking care of it. It makes sense. Qin Feng nodded slightly and asked, by the way, have you finished buying all your sister's things? Is there anything missing? Don't forget it. Yin frowned slightly. Her things have been bought. But why are you so concerned about your sister-in-law? I care about your sister. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. Could it be that the way he spoke was too tactful, so the other party didn't understand the underlying meaning of his words? But if you drive the other person away too directly, it will appear very impersonal. Just when he was in a dilemma, Yin seemed to have a sudden change of mind. Did I disturb you by staying here? Qin Feng's eyes lit up, but he heard Lan Ningxuan on the side say politely, how could it be? Since we are just strolling around, it is naturally lively when there are many people. Yin smiled and said, that's right. Let's go shopping together. A rare family trip was ruined by someone without discernment. After wandering around, night fell, and Qin Feng and others arrived at the Shenggongfeng. As the new year approaches, the work in Shenggongfeng is far greater than before. As soon as we stepped into the courtyard, we saw everyone working enthusiastically and forgetting everything. The ground would tremble from time to time, and Qin Feng knew that someone was testing gunpowder. However, after the sampling test concept he provided, the frequency of the ground tremors has been greatly reduced, and it only occurs once every time when the incense is burned. Someone saw Qin Feng and wiped his eyes. After confirming that it was him, he became extremely excited. He immediately put down what he was doing and stepped forward and shouted, Master Qin, you are here. It has been more than a month, and you haven't given me anything. I'll wait for the lecture. Although the rest of the people were working, when they heard the word Master Qin, it was like the radar in their brains was awakened, looking for reputation. Within a moment, Qin Feng was surrounded by a crowd of people. Master Qin, I haven't seen you for many days. I really don't want to eat or drink, and I can't sleep at night. You actually have time to sleep, a group of people said in disdain. I have many new questions here, and I hope Master Qin can solve them, someone else shouted. When Lu Jianli saw this, there was some confusion in his eyes. Lan Ningxuan has long been accustomed to strange things, and her uncle has long been a godlike existence in the hearts of these kings. Yin seemed to have thought of something. Thoughtfully, Wang Su's eyes widened, and he looked shocked. How could he have imagined that the top craftsman in Dakian would be so respectful to one person? Qin Feng pressed his hands and said, Everyone, I have important things to attend to today. I don't have time to give lectures. I will do it next time. Then, with everyone's reluctant eyes, Qin Feng and others entered the attic and found Yuan Zhai. Mr. Yuan, have the fireworks been made? Yuan Zhai was still sitting in the lobby, tinkering with the stuff in his hands without raising his head, and then pointed to another corner. Qin Feng then looked around and saw a box in the corner filled with firecrackers. Firecrackers contain gunpowder and some metal fragments, which are also the prototype of ancient fireworks. Qin Feng turned over and over, and found that there were only 20 or 30 firecrackers in the box. If they were just for playing at home, that would be fine. But for a grand ceremony, this pomp was obviously not enough. Master Yuan, is this all you have? Where are the others? Yuan Zhai replied. The current supply of gunpowder exceeds demand. Most of it has been used up just by rationing it to the army, the court, and the Demon Slayer department. Where is there any excess gunpowder to make your so-called fireworks? What's more, it's just a celebration. It wastes people and money every year, no matter what. Qin Feng said with admiration. The Yuan dynasty still understands the righteousness. If every official in the court is as you think and advises the Ming Emperor to cancel this extravagant and wasteful celebration, things will definitely improve. Yuan Zhai raised his eyebrows, pretended not to hear, and continued to tinker with his head. Yin looked at the fireworks in the box. They looked strange and had never been seen before. Is this what you said before? Can it really detonate in the air and release gorgeous fireworks? Qin Feng heard this and replied with a smile. Whether it is true or not, you will know if you go out and try it. A group of people came to the courtyard of Shenggongfeng. The night was slightly cool. Qin Feng called to the busy kings, cleared a piece of pure land, and then put the fireworks on the ground. As long as the fuse below is ignited, the object will fly to the sky and explode. At that time, The gorgeous fireworks will probably be seen by the people in the entire Fontaine city. Qin Feng said excitedly. You all get out of the way. I'm going to light the fuse. The others followed suit. At this time, Qin Feng thought of something again and said to Lu Jianli, Madam, this thing is making too much noise. But before the celebration, it's best to keep it a secret. Can you help me cover up the noise? Lu Jianli nodded slightly, and then the light blue chi spread like ripples, turning into a barrier within a moment, covering the Shenggongfeng. Third level realm? Realm means. Yun said lightly, but his heart was filled with turmoil. No one can predict how high such a young third-grade sword god will reach in the future. It's no wonder that his father drunkenly said that whoever could marry Lu Jianli would ensure the prosperity of the family for hundreds of years. This is not just talk. Thinking of this, she looked at the man in black who lit the fuse with excitement, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 388. The matter is finalized. Boom! Just when Yen was thinking a lot, firecrackers shot into the sky with a roar. The people in the busy Shenggongfang in the courtyard were startled and hurriedly looked for the voice. Then, high in the sky above the Shenggongfang, beneath the light blue barrier, light green flames bloomed, like a huge green flower in full bloom. The scene was really like a fairyland. Everyone was immersed in this beautiful scene. But this grand scene came and went quickly, like a flash in the pan. How is it? Qin Feng turned around and asked with a smile. But no one answered. Everyone obviously hasn't recovered from the scene just now. The first ones to speak out were Hui Yuan and Gong Liang. They hurried forward and said, Master Qin, were those fireworks and firecrackers you asked us to make earlier? Good. It's strange. After this thing was completed, we also tested it in the refining room, and we didn't see anything like this. Hui Yuan scratched his head and said. Gong Liang also said, the explosion power of that thing is too small, so we all treated it as defective products. But we didn't expect it to have such an effect. However, Master Qin, why is the color of the flame green? Qin Feng replied, do you still remember the tiny metal I asked you to add in it? Different metals will show different colors under high temperatures. I call this phenomenon the flame reaction. And the colors you see come from this. Flame reaction? Hui Yuan's eyes showed excitement. I've benefited a lot. Gong Liang took out a notebook from somewhere, which was full of notes. Qin Feng glanced at it briefly, and found that the contents recorded in it were all things he had talked about in class. If I had been so serious about taking notes in lectures in my previous life, I wouldn't have failed the 985 exam. Qin Feng had a weird look on his face. He did not continue to pay attention to these two people, but turned sideways to the young man in white who bowed his head and pondered, and asked, how about this? It should be more than enough to present this as a gift. Right. Yin came back to his senses. Click a few more and let me see. Qin Feng immediately refused. This thing is a scarce commodity. If you order it now, what will you give to Emperor Ming then? Yun thought about it carefully, and it made sense. So she planned to ask Wang Su to put away the fireworks and firecrackers. She also thought that later, as a princess, she could ask Shenggongfeng to seize some gunpowder from other places and make more fireworks and firecrackers. But at this moment, Lu Jianli, dressed in white, suddenly said, I want to take another look. Without saying a word, Qin Feng immediately took out a few more firecrackers from the wooden box. Yen opened his mouth, his expression a little dull. This differential treatment is too obvious. Looking at the two people holding hands under the gorgeous fireworks, with happy smiles on their faces, Yen, alone, looked like a defeated dog. After burning the incense, Qin Feng said helplessly, I just ordered a few more for you. You need this look. At worst, I will find a way to get Mr. Yuan to make more for you. Yen ignored it, just glanced at the wooden box with only a dozen firecrackers left, and sneered. After the advent of gunpowder, the demand for gunpowder from the court, the army, and the Demon Slayer department has increased day by day. Moreover, saltpeter ore is scarce, and with limited raw materials, even if you can dig out some to make fireworks and firecrackers, it is extremely limited. Qin Feng's face froze. What he said was true. After all, the old man said the same thing just now. He thought for a moment. Suddenly a plan came to his mind, and he took out something from his arms, which was the transformation box he had previously obtained from the Shenggongfang people. What is this? Yen asked confused. This thing is called the transformation box, and its specific function is... After some explanation, Qin Feng said, just think that I borrowed this thing from you. On the night of the celebration, you can use the transformation box to reflect the scene presented by the fireworks. In this way, the problem of insufficient number of fireworks and firecrackers can be solved. That's all it can do. After Qin Feng and others left Shingonfang, Yin left and returned. Hu Yuan in the courtyard asked curiously, "Why are you back again?" "I left some things in the attic," Yin said calmly. "Old man's attic is not accessible to ordinary people. Tell me what you left behind, and I will fetch it for you." Hu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Apart from his own family members, the only one who can enter the attic at will is Master Qin. It would be fine if the other party entered with Master Qin, but coming alone was obviously not qualified. But just as Hu Yuan was thinking this, the old man's voice came from the attic. "Let him come in." Hu Yuan was a little surprised, but since the old man had already spoken, he naturally didn't ask any more questions and made way to the attic. Yin came to the floor where the old man was and said directly, "There are still 5 days before the New Year's Eve ceremony. How many fireworks can we make?" Yuanzhai looked at the drawings in his hands and asked, "Are you asking this as the head of Jubiozai? Or as the princess?" Yes, the old man knows Yun's true identity. After all, the treasure on Yun that can cover his aura and change his appearance was made by the old man. Yun sighed. "Why should Mr. Yuan ask knowingly? If I were the head of Jubiozai, I wouldn't even be able to enter your attic." "Right." Yuanzhai put down the drawings and looked away. "If you can get Emperor Ming's approval and withhold some of the gunpowder from the imperial court, Shingonfang can make nearly 100 more fireworks for the princess." After hearing this, Yin agreed after thinking for a while. Compared to her useless brother, she, as a princess, was more favored by her father. She just wanted to get some gunpowder, which was not difficult for her. After the matter was finalized, Yin was about to leave, but suddenly thought of something, and asked after a pause, "Why are you so respectful to that guy? Is it because the immortal is drunk with gunpowder? When I came here last time, I accidentally saw him giving a lecture to you. What on earth was he teaching you?" Yuanzhai did not answer, but casually threw out the physics book he had recorded previously. Yin took the book with a curious look on his face, and then started reading. Then she was immersed in the fantastic knowledge in the book and couldn't extricate herself. "You studied in the hands of Master Tianjian of Haowen Academy, and you should know how unimaginable this knowledge is. This is like a treasure to craftsmen like us." Yin remained silent, and after a long time, he asked again, "Did he tell all the contents in this book?" "According to what the boy meant, there is a teacher behind him, but we don't know whether it is true or not." Yuanzhai answered truthfully. "Aren't you curious? The person who can write this book is by no means an ordinary person." Yin sounded a little excited. "So what? It doesn't matter where the knowledge comes from. As long as we can learn it, it's enough." Yin was at a loss for words. There was nothing wrong with what she said, but she just wanted to find out where Qin Feng studied. After all, the various whimsical thoughts in that guy's mind always made her full of curiosity. "I can take this book back and read it." Before she finished speaking, the physics book disappeared from her hands. Yuanzhai said, "I have already kept the fireworks in mind, so I won't send them away." Yun. Chapter 389 Just a Hosta. On the day of the New Year's Eve ceremony, the fiery New Year atmosphere can be seen everywhere. Not only were the houses decorated with red lanterns, many people also put on brand new clothes, with happy smiles on their faces. People from all 4 regions also began to gather in Fengtian City. From time to time, at the gate of Fengtian City, you could see a mighty procession of horse-drawn carriages entering the city. Among them, in addition to the people from the 4 regions' Demon Slayer division, there are naturally the princes of the 4 regions, who came here for pilgrimage. There were naturally a lot of people watching the excitement on the streets. And Qin Feng was also mixed in with the crowd. He liked to be a melon-eating crowd, so he naturally couldn't miss such a grand event. Suddenly, some people exclaimed, "Look! That's the team of Prince Luo of the Southern Territory." Qin Feng looked for fame and saw luxurious carriages coming one after another. The sergeants guarding them were all neat and tidy, and the leading ones were even more outstanding. As the tall and mighty horses marched, the tokens on the waists of the leading men were revealed. They were all 36-star tokens of the Demon Slayer division decorated with white gold stars. Every time there is a new ceremony, there will be a competition between the demon slaying divisions of the 4 regions. This is not only to demonstrate the strength of the Demon Slayer division, but also to obtain more resources from Fengtian City in the coming year. However, generally speaking, there will be at least one of the 12 divine generals to take control of the situation. Qin Feng searched around, but did not see the 12 divine generals. He has already met 2 of the divine generals in the Southern Territory. One is the spear immortal Sima Kong, and the other is the sword Kuang Jintiani. There is another person who is rumored to be the master of the 100 demons Taoism, nicknamed Fengwei. But that god general is as true to his name as he has always been, like a dragon. I don't know who will come this time, Qin Feng secretly speculated in his heart. At this time, some people among the people were whispering to each other. Last year, the adults of the 4 regions Demon Slayer division fought against each other. The scene was truly magnificent. That's not true. The god general of the Eastern region fought 3 matches without losing a single victory and won the title. I can still vividly remember his unruly style. Who do you think can win the title this time? If you ask me, there is no doubt that the Eastern region is the natural one. Lord Martial God is as immovable as a mountain. Who can shake him? That's not necessarily the case. The new divine general in the Northern Territory has inherited the 100 Ghost tradition. It is said that he has the demeanor of Lord Ding back then. One person can defeat thousands of troops. Don't forget that the divine general of the Western regions only lost to the martial god by 1 move last year. He may not be able to take revenge this time. The people around him have different opinions, and everyone has a favorite side in their mind. But Qin Feng listened for a long time. But no one mentioned the Southern Territory. This really made him unable to figure it out. Not to mention the Feng Gui. He had seen both the Spear Immortal and the Sword Maniac take action. Even if they were not firmly ranked first with their abilities, they would not be favored by anyone. He had lived in Jinong City in the Southern Territory for a long time, with the intention of loving the house and the bird. He asked out of curiosity, "Everyone, where is the Southern Territory? As far as I know, the strength of the divine general in the Southern Territory is not weak. Is there no chance? Get the leader?" As soon as these words came out, a group of people looked at him sideways. One of them said, "Brother, I'm afraid you didn't come to watch last year's martial arts competition." "Right." Qin Feng nodded. "To be honest, brother, I only came to Fengtian City this year. This time last year, I was still living in a small town in the Southern Territory." "I see. No wonder you didn't know it. The Southern Territory is indeed not weak. The adults of 36 stars have more wins than losses. But the main point of the competition in the martial arts arena is the final defense, which is to compare the strength of the god general. The Southern Territory also won many leaders in the early years, but in recent years, perhaps because of the frequent ghost troubles in the Southern Territory, the god general has not been able to participate in a competition in Fengtian City for many years." Someone else added, "That's right. How can the Southern region without the divine general be as good as the other 3 regions?" Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded understandingly. The Yin Qi in the Southern Territory is extremely strong, and the demons and ghosts in it are not weak. After the official Huarong Road was established, he also thought carefully about why Huarong Road connected all the major cities. Later, I had a guess in my mind that maybe someone wanted to connect with the Dragon Vein spirit of Tianqing to suppress the overflowing Yin Qi in the Southern Territory. It is understandable that the divine general of the Southern Territory is busy traveling to fight against demons and ghosts, and cannot come to Fengtian City to participate in the competition. It's just that Qin Feng still feels a little pity. After all, he is also half from the Southern Territory. At this moment, a carriage from Prince Luo's team passed by. Qin Feng raised his head and looked up. The cold wind blew up and lifted the curtains of the carriage, and the profile of a handsome young master hurriedly appeared. Qin Feng's eyes widened. He wanted to take a closer look, but the carriage was already far away. He always felt that the other person's face seemed familiar, and his memory drifted to Baihua Valley. The young man dressed in Xingyi who likes to mock him as amazingly talented and gorgeous gradually overlaps with his profile just now. "Luo Yu?" Qin Feng muttered to himself in disbelief. After watching the excitement, I returned to the Qin mansion with some doubts. It was already time for lunch. Yang asked curiously, "Feng, judging from your appearance, what's on your mind?" Qin Feng came back to his senses and shook his head, still wondering in his mind who the guy was, and why he was sitting in the sedan chair of Prince Luo's team. Qing'er waited for the maid to serve all the food, and the family had already sat down. Qin Feng didn't bother to think about it anymore, but coughed dryly, attracting the attention of his family. "Brother, what's wrong?" the second brother asked, holding his rice bowl. Without saying a word, Qin Feng took out an exquisite box from his arms, with the 3 characters Yuxiafang engraved on it. He slowly opened the wooden box, and what caught everyone's eyes was a finely crafted hasta, carved with patterns like flowing clouds. which was really beautiful. A few days ago, I went to Yuxiafang with my wife and Ningxuan to buy clothes, and I saw this hosta, thinking that Erin Yang had not changed her jewelry for a long time. And this hosta matched Erin Yang perfectly. She bought it back. The second mother took the wooden box and smiled. Sure enough, my love for Fomer is not in vain. Unlike some people, who always stay at home and do nothing. Even if I dangle old jewelry from earlier years in front of him, he pretends not to look. To average. When the father who was still cooking rice heard this, he choked suddenly. You have been shaking your head in front of me all day these days. So it turns out that you have this intention. Madam, I'm not telling you. If you want jewelry, just tell me directly. Why bother with all this nonsense? What do you mean? Sir, do you want to buy one for me too? Ernyang asked sideways. It's just a hosta. And how much money can it cost? When I have time later, I will go to Yuxiafang to choose a better one for my wife, the father said boldly. Qin Feng picked up the bowl and chopsticks and said lightly, It's true that there isn't much money. Only 1,500 taels of silver. As soon as these words came out, Dad's expression suddenly became very exciting. Chapter 390, I want to stay with you. 1,500 taels of silver is just a small sum of money to Qin Feng. But to Mr. Qin, it is life-threatening. What's more, he didn't overestimate his ability, and boasted that he wanted to buy a better one. Fomer, I'm not telling you. It's just jewelry. You can wear it. Why buy such expensive ones? If you have this money, you can do nothing wrong. It's a complete waste. Qin Jian planned to use the majesty of the head of the family to expose what had just happened. Ernyang's eyebrows straightened up. What do you mean? Fomer bought jewelry for me as a filial piety. But in your eyes, it becomes a waste? Madam, of course that's not what I meant. It's just that these $2 can be used to support the family. The second brother swallowed the food in his mouth and said at the right time. To the eldest brother, these taels of money are just a drop in the bucket. Moreover, the eldest brother is basically responsible for the household expenses. So there is no problem in buying a piece of jewelry for my mother. Honor is right. Come on. Eat more. The second mother immediately gave the second brother a chicken drumstick as a reward. Then master, when are you going to give me a better piece of jewelry? Ernyang asked, tilting her head. Father Qin was so choked that he couldn't speak. Even the food in front of him looked unpalatable. On the street outside the house, you can still hear the laughter and laughter of everyone. But at this moment, Father Qin is sitting on pins and needles, with a light on his back and a lump in his throat. I will definitely buy it. But today is the new year, and the family should stay together, reunited, and be harmonious. In a few days, I will definitely go to Yuxiafang in a few days to pick out a decent piece of jewelry for my wife. Dad Qin promised, patting his chest. Ernyang looked suspicious, and Qin Feng asked directly, Dad, how many days will it take? Exactly how many days will it be? You have to give Ernyang an exact date. Brat. The old man's face stiffened. 5 days later. No. 7 days later. The second brother asked curiously, Why do you have to wait so long? Generally speaking, the 3 days before and after the new year are more lively. After 3 days, there should not be so many people in Yuxiafang. Right. Second brother is right. Qin Feng cast an approving look. What do you two brats know? I have so many friends in Fontian City. If I take a rest during this period, they will naturally come to visit me without going to court. What if I happen to miss them when I went to Yuxiafang? Wouldn't it be a breach of etiquette? Seeing that Qin Feng and Qinan were about to say something else, the father coughed and changed the subject. By the way, this can be regarded as the first new year for the Qin family back in their ancestral home. You all should make time later. Let's go watch the New Year's Eve ceremony together. The whole family knew that the father was changing the subject, but did not expose it. After all, such grand events as the wedding ceremony were not to be missed. So they agreed in unison. After lunch, Qin Feng left the lobby, followed by hurried footsteps. Is it really here? Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, and he knew without looking that it must be his cash-strapped father who came over and asked him for money to buy jewelry for his second mother. It is really not easy for a father who has always wanted to be strong in his life to maintain the dignity of the head of the family in front of his family. How much? Qin Feng got straight to the point. After hesitating, Dad held out 2 fingers. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and took out a money box from the Sumer ring without thinking, which contained 20,000 taels of snowflake-patterned silver. This shocked my father. He only wanted 2,000 taels. Dad, pick out a better piece of jewelry for Nyang. You can keep the rest for your use, and don't do business anymore. After Qin Feng solemnly warned, he shook his head and turned to leave. Father Qin looked at the other person's leaving figure with mixed emotions. After all, the child has grown up. And I have grown old too. Then he quietly summoned his maid Qin, gave her 1,000 taels of silver, and asked her to find time to go to Yuxiafeng to buy a piece of jewelry. In a blink of an eye, night falls. Many people in the inner city had already finished their meals, walked out of their homes, and walked towards Yong'an Street, the largest street in the center of Fengtian City, because in previous years, the New Year's Eve ceremony was held there. Although it is impossible for them to step into Yong'an Street due to their status, there is still no problem in taking a look from a distance. As for those people from the outer city, or those who set out relatively late, they would naturally not be able to make the trip. So they could only do the next best thing and look for a few highlands with a wide view, looking towards Yong'an Street from a distance. Even if you can't see it clearly, it can comfort the regret in your heart. Fengtian City. At the city gate, someone shouted, "Old Li, haven't you finished dinner with your mother-in-law? Find a high ground and occupy a seat quickly. Otherwise you'll be late, and you won't even have a place to stay." The man named Lao Li immediately replied, "It'll be fine soon. It'll be fine soon. Mother, why don't you bring the baby out?" Not long after, a family of 3 gathered outside the door. The woman was taking care of the children's new clothes. Old Li's face was slightly red, and it looked like he had drunk a lot of wine. At this moment, the young baby pointed at the city gate and said, "Dad, Grandma, look, those people are so strange." Several people looked around and saw 4 people stepping into the city gate. 3 people wore white masks and red clothes. One person was surrounded in the middle, with a black cloak covering his face and carrying a heavy thing behind his back. If you look closely, it looks like a black coffin with strange patterns carved on it. These 4 people are none other than Tu Muqian and his party. Someone saw this and expressed bad luck. "It's Chinese New Year. Why are you carrying a coffin on the road? Bah, bah, bah. The bad luck is gone. There are no taboos." Lao Li looked strange, and the woman even blindfolded the child. Tu Muqian and the 4 others hurriedly walked towards the Juka River. Their destination was naturally the Demon Slayer division of Fengtian City. Qin Feng's family lived in the inner city, and their ancestral home was not too far from Yong'an Street. They were among the first batch of people to arrive, so they chose a good location. When I first arrived, Yong'an Street seemed empty outside, but after a few glances, there were already huge crowds of people around. Looking from a distance, one of the broadest main roads ahead was already guarded by people and officers from the Demon Slayer division. Later in the evening, the procession of royal relatives and relatives will enter Yong'an Street from that street to worship heaven and welcome the new year. Qin Feng thought of something and asked aloud, "Mr. Liu, as the Duke of Daqianfu, the Liu family should be qualified to step into Yong'an Street." "Right." Liu Jinli nodded slightly. Lan Ningxuan said, "Every year at the New Year's Eve ceremony, the Liu family will be among the ranks. A few days ago, the head of the Liu family sent someone to ask the young lady if she wanted to attend this year's wedding ceremony. But the young lady refused." "Uncle, guess why the lady refused?" Qin Feng pondered for a moment and then replied, "My wife has a cold temperament. She probably didn't like that kind of occasion, so she refused." "Right?" Lan Ningxuan laughed when she heard this. "No. Please guess again." Then Qin Feng thought of many reasons, but they were all rejected by Ningxuan. "That's all. I won't tease you anymore. I'll let you talk to me yourself." Qin Feng turned his head and looked around. He didn't know whether it was because of the fire, but Liu Jinli's fair cheeks were slightly glowing red. Light words came from her red lips. "My mother said that if you stay with the one you love in the new year, you can stay together forever. So, I want to stay with you." Oops. It was a heartbeat feeling. Qin Feng covered his chest and had difficulty breathing. Chapter 391, The Nine Hells Opening. This straight shot came so unexpectedly that even Qin Feng, the god of Qiu Mingshan, forgot to turn the steering wheel and crashed off the track. He looked at Liu Jinli tenderly and held the other person's catkin. This time last year, he was still a single dog curled up at home, with only instant noodles and 2-dimensional food at hand. An inexplicable time travel brought him here, and he had such a lovely, beautiful and powerful woman. In fact, sometimes, Qin Feng also thought about whether he still had a chance to return to his original world. But now it seems that he just wants to stay here and be with his wife. The two of them intertwined their fingers, and the noise and bustle around them seemed to be silent. They just felt the warmth of each other's hands quietly, with nothing else in their eyes, until the heavy sound of the bell came, echoing in everyone's ears. Everyone stopped making noise, and there was silence for a while. Qin Feng followed the sound of the drum, and a huge group of people came along the main road towards Yongnan Street. The two sides are too far apart, and ordinary people can't see what's going on there. Only high-quality warriors can see what's going on there. Qin Feng has the power of double pupils, so he can naturally see things on the main road. A team of more than 100 people walked on foot, led by the royal family, followed by the Grand Master and Prince, followed by the Duke of the Dynasty, and all civil and military officials. Qin Feng saw Mr. Liu and his father-in-law in the team, as well as Mr. Xijing, Ding, Mo, and Ding of the Demon Slaying Division. As the eyes continue to move forward, the status of those people is getting higher and higher. Qin Feng saw the Emperor's harem team at a glance. Needless to say, there were graceful and luxurious queens, and there were countless beautiful concubines. It seems that Emperor Ming is also getting stronger and stronger. Qin Feng sighed inwardly, and then glanced at the team of princes and princesses. Emperor Ming, who had so many concubines, naturally had many children. In addition to the 5 princes, there were also 3 princesses. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly widened as he scanned them one by one, and his eyes rested on the eldest princess. It's not that he was attracted by the beauty of the other party, although the other party was indeed not bad looking. What really surprised him was that the appearance of the eldest princess always made him feel familiar. The eyebrows, the bridge of the nose, and the face are all very similar to that guy disguised as a man, especially under that long skirt. The unremarkable breasts are exactly the same. Are there really people in the world who look so similar? Or could it be that the guy disguised as a man is the eldest princess herself? Qin Feng's eyes widened, and there were thousands of thoughts in his mind. But after thinking about it carefully, he explained to himself, "It's probably just that I'm overthinking. How can the eldest princess be able to enter and leave the palace at will, and also run around to deal with the matters of Jubiozai? But how to explain this appearance? What's wrong with you?" Lu Jinli asked softly after seeing Qin Feng's expression. Qin Feng came back to his senses. "It's nothing. I just saw such a magnificent scene and felt that the trip was worthwhile. By the way, uncle, are there going to be fireworks and firecrackers going off?" Lan Ningxuang looked forward to it. She couldn't stop thinking about the scenes she saw the last time she went to the God's workshop. Qin Feng nodded. If the prediction is correct, Emperor Ming should be able to see it after he sacrifices to heaven. On the other side, in the Demon Slayer department of Fengtian City, there are already countless demon slayers waiting in formation. Zhang Qifeng in the team complained. "It's Chinese New Year. Why are there still demons and ghosts who want to be imprisoned in the 9th level prison? It's too bad to pick the time. I originally wanted to go to Yongnan Street to witness the New Year's Eve ceremony." Another person on the side echoed. "What are you doing? This time I was responsible for guarding the New Year ceremony. But because of this matter, I can only stay here." Zhang Qifeng was a little gloating. "Did I feel much better? Being the escort for the New Year ceremony is a great job. Not only can you observe the ceremony nearby, but you can also witness the battle between the 36 stars of the 4 realms and the 12 divine generals at close range. The competition between those high-level beings is difficult to see on ordinary days. For demon slayers like them, it is a rare and valuable experience. If you have better luck and gain enlightenment, you may be able to make further progress." The man who failed to go showed a bitter look and kept sighing. At this moment, Zhang Qifeng reminded, "Don't sigh. The adults from Uluosi are here." Everyone saw 8 figures wearing white masks and red clothes at the entrance of the Demon Slayer department, hurriedly arriving with the wind blowing at their feet. Everyone calmed down and stood ready. The complaints in my heart are complaints. And things like escorting demons and ghosts to the 9th level of prison should not be taken carelessly. After all, the demons and ghosts that can be favored by Uluosi and escorted by him are all the kind of beings who are so powerful that their natal magical powers will poison the world after death. If something goes wrong, no one can afford it. Especially tonight. Lord Xijing and Dingma, who guarded the Demon Slayer division, went to attend the New Year congratulation ceremony, and they had to raise their spirits even more. Zhang Qifeng glanced at Uluosi's team and suddenly let out a light sigh. Just because among the 8 Lord Hellos, there was a figure with a black cloak covering his face and carrying a black coffin. Being able to serve in the demon slaying department of Fengtian City means that he is naturally well informed. It's actually the Tomb family? John Qingfeng was a little surprised. Tomb Yuqian looked at the formations around him and swallowed a sip of saliva. Under the leadership of the Uluosi adults, he came to an open space. There were stone pillars reaching the sky in all directions, which looked like some kind of formation. 8 people from Hell Luosi each stood in a corner, making seals in their hands. Within a moment, there was a white light under their feet that penetrated into the stone pillars, and the open space surrounded by the stone pillars was also filled with dazzling white light. At the same time, changes occurred throughout the Juku River. If there is a high-quality being staying by the river, he will definitely find that a tall tower is reflected in the Juku River, and that high tower is the legendary 9 Hells. Fat E, how many levels have you entered? A prisoner from Luosi asked. The white-faced man at the head pondered for a moment and replied, Fat E, it must be an epidemic. Just go to the 5th level. The 9 layers of prison is divided into 9 levels, and each level has a corresponding detention target. The lower the level of detention, the more dangerous the existence there is. Even with Fei Yi's strength, he could only be sent to the 5th level of the 9 Hells prison, which shows how terrifying the existences in the bottom 4 levels are. What's more, there are rumors that the bottom layer of the 9 layers of prison is the remains of an ancient god and demon. Okay. A group of white-faced men took the order and transformed their hands in the air. For a moment, a strong wind blew up, and a crack opened in the void, and a dark silence appeared in the crack. A terrifying aura came from the cracks, and in the darkness, countless pupils of different colors and shapes lit up. He looked at the outside world with vicious, cruel, and joking eyes. Tomb Yuqian was so frightened that his heart trembled, and his fat body trembled. Open the soul-suppressing coffin and release the fat remains, Lord Uluosi, the leader, ordered. Oh! Tomb Yuqian didn't dare to neglect and immediately followed the instructions. Chapter 392 Escape. The New Year congratulations ceremony on Yan'an Street is still in progress. After Emperor Ming's sacrifice to heaven was completed, solemn vocal music sounded, echoing in everyone's ears. Yun, who was in the sacrificial team, glanced sideways. The big eunuch not far away understood and greeted a little eunuch and said a few words. The little eunuch accepted the order and left in a hurry. After about a stick of incense, accompanied by several roars, the fireworks and firecrackers that had been arranged around Yan'an Street soared into the sky. Before the people in Fengtian City understood what was happening, they saw colorful fireworks blooming in the sky above their heads. The beautiful scenery cannot be described in words. The fireworks were so powerful that they lit up the sky above Fengtian Street, making them clearly visible even to the people who did not come to watch the ceremony. What the hell is that? There are actually fireworks blooming in the sky. Is this God's recognition of Emperor Ming? Many people were whispering, and they were extremely shocked. In the crowd, Qingfeng and his group also looked up at the bright fireworks with smiles on their faces. On the sacrificial platform, Emperor Ming Longyan was delighted. Is this the surprise Yin wants to give me? I really like it. The queens and concubines on the side also had beautiful eyes. It was the first time for them to see such a scene after seeing all kinds of rare treasures in the palace. This should have been the most beautiful moment, with everyone celebrating and everyone in Fengtian City enjoying the beautiful scenery. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Thunder exploded in the sky, and several piercing roars resounded in everyone's ears, making the entire Fengtian City tremble. Swish, swish, swish. However, in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen Uluosi appeared and protected the team of royal relatives. While watching the ceremony together on Yong'an Street, all the adults from the Demon Slayer Division of the 4 regions of Dakian looked in the direction of the Demon Slayer Division of Fengtian City with some feelings in mind. On the top of Haowen Academy's climbing tower, the Imperial Master Tianjin, dressed in white, remained indifferent. Beside the Juku River, the old man who was still fishing silently put away his fishing rod and stood up. What's going on? Tomb Yuqian staggered and collapsed on the ground in fear. He just released the fat man from the soul-suppressing coffin, according to Lord Uluosi's order. How could he expect such a change to occur? In the void, a huge fat creature was seen twisting its snake body. Its scarlet eyes widened, and it roared hysterically. It exerted its natal magical power, and the surrounding water vapor quickly evaporated, and the water level of the Juku River began to drop. It's a trap. This fat man is not seriously injured at all, and his magical power of fake death has not been triggered. The leader, Mr. Uluosi, said in a deep voice. Lord Dingmian, Fei wants to evaporate the Juka River and weaken the seal of the 9 hells. Someone else exclaimed. In the cracks, those imprisoned beings obviously discovered the changes in the 9 prisons. Violent fluctuations came from the cracks, causing the space to tremble, and various roars suddenly sounded, shaking the heads of everyone in the Demon Slayer division. These imprisoned beings want to break free from the seal and escape to heaven. The man named Ding Mian from Uluasi immediately ordered, Xi and Mian, join me in killing the fat man. The people of the Coffin Tomb family immediately opened the soul-suppressing coffin after the body was fattened, sealing the body of the remaining soul to prevent the triggering of its natal magical powers. The rest of the people maintained the seal and closed the entrance to the 9 hells prison. Every order was given, and no one dared to neglect it, and acted immediately. Ding Mian and Xi and Mian tapped their toes, rose into the air, and killed Fei in midair. The huge black coffin fell from the sky, and the golden palm transformed from the energy slammed towards Fei. In the Hell and Luo division, everyone is called by their code name, and those who can be named A, B, C, D, Wu, G, Gong, Xian are all the best in the Hell and Luo division. Ding Mian and Xi and Mian are certainly not weak in strength. With the two joining forces, Fei was severely injured and let out a hysterical cry of pain, and the water level of the Juka River no longer dropped. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jingfeng and the other demon slayers breathed a sigh of relief. They thought the critical situation had been brought under control. But who would have thought that one wave would come after another? Above the void, a shadow suddenly appeared. It was a slim and beautiful person dressed in green clothes, with a pure white complexion and blue eyelids. She waved her finger, and the water level of Juka River dropped again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xi and Mian exclaimed, Tears? At the same time, a bloody mouth appeared out of thin air, and a black shadow sank into the crack that had not yet been closed in the 9th level prison with lightning speed. Zhang Jingfeng was shocked. Everyone in the world avoided the 9 hells and took the initiative to explore it. This was the first time. As the saying goes, there must be a monster when something goes wrong. He just felt that the black shadow just now must not be simple. And that black figure was the Ghost Buddha who invaded Jinong City. As soon as the Ghost Buddha stepped into the 9-level prison, his solid black arm suddenly closed, and the golden light of the swastika appeared, fading away the endless darkness. At a glance, there are continuous cages on both sides, containing all kinds of terrifying and strange beings. A hungry ghost with a huge red body, exposed white bones, and a mouth full of fangs, covering his face with a bloody bandage and holding a machete dripping with blood. He is the executioner of the 4 gates of Dalian on the left and right of the side gate. A papermaker with only 1 layer of skin left. Corpse stitchers with different skin colors and facial features, to name a few. All beings looked at the Ghost Buddha at this moment. The Ghost Buddha lifted the straw hat on his head, and 3 poems were revealed. One side was angry, the other was laughing, and the other was crying. He said aloud, Do you want to get out of this ghost place and turn Photian City upside down? As soon as these words came out, no one responded. The eyes of everyone looking at the ghosts and Buddhas were filled with contempt, teasing, and even some sarcasm. Just when everyone was silent, a handsome man with fair and clean appearance and a face like ordinary people said in unison, Even if the seal of Juka River is weakened, if we can't break the restrictions in the 9 prisons, we still can't break free from this cage. It makes no sense for you to say these things to us. The papermaker said disdainfully, You can leave the 9 hells prison whenever you want. I haven't seen any of the guys who came here who can leave again. Guifu Sanzhou looked around and said word by word, What if I can help you break the restriction? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the beings on the 5th floor changed. The corpse stitcher spoke in a hoarse voice. Everyone can tell lies. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 arms of the ghost and the Buddha were suddenly closed, and the black gold light centered on him and spread to all sides. Wherever the light passed, a hissing melting sound instantly sounded. On the cage where a group of prisoners were held, the red lines dimmed and then ceased to exist. And those red lines are the restrictions in the 9 layers of prison. All the prisoners looked at each other with astonishment in their eyes, but no one dared to take the lead. After all, they had tried to break free from the restriction countless times, and the backlash caused by touching the restriction was not pleasant. After a while, the hungry ghost, who was tall and handsome, was the first to lose his patience. The sharp claw of his right hand swung violently, and with a roar, the cage fell apart instantly. Chapter 393 The Big Boss Takes Action. This also sent a signal to the prisoners that the restrictions in the 9 levels prison had indeed been broken. All the beings could no longer suppress their inner excitement, and use various methods to tear into pieces the cage that had trapped them for a long time. Brutal murderous intent filled the 5th level, almost turning into reality. A handsome man practicing the evil Yin and Yang Wei curiously asked, "Why do you want to save us?" Guifu smiled and said, "I told you the reason at the beginning. I want you to escape and turn Fontian City upside down." How can the prisoners, who can be escorted to the 5th floor, be fuel-efficient lamps? How can they believe this kind of rhetoric? But for whatever reason, it doesn't matter to them at all. They have indeed been trapped and suppressed for too long. Seeing that the spatial cracks in the 9th level prison were about to close, all the prisoners no longer hesitated and disappeared in a flash. The papermaker was wandering, and when he left, he turned around and saw the ghosts and Buddhas standing there. Unmoved, he couldn't help but curiously asked, "You won't leave? The entrance to the 9 layers of prison is closed, and it will be difficult to escape." The ghost Buddha did not answer, but turned around and slammed his 6 palms towards the earth. Black aura surged, and the earth on the 5th floor made a crackling sound. Within a moment, a bloody mouth appeared in the black air, and the figure of the ghost Buddha disappeared in an instant, apparently falling to the lower level. The papermaker, who was as thin as human skin, had a look of surprise on his face. At this point, he had figured everything out. The target of those dark giant Buddhas, monsters and ghosts this time is not them at all, but the existences in the lower levels of the 9 hells. And all the other party wants to save them is just to make the high-level beings in Fontian City unable to do anything at all. There was only a palm-sized gap left at the entrance to the 9 layers of prison, and strong fluctuations came from outside the crack. It was obvious that a confrontation had begun. The papermaker no longer delayed, and a roll of human skin slipped out of the small crack. Something happened. Something big happened. John Qinfeng looked at the prisoners escaping from the crack and felt his scalp numb. That hungry ghost, who was burly and as tall as a small mountain, had caused chaos in the Northern Territory in the early years. He once devoured all living creatures within a radius of 20 miles within 7 days. That handsome man practiced Yin Yang Dao. In the Eastern Territory, he used evil magic to make the people of the 3 cities become neither men nor women and explode to death, just to satisfy his own twisted psychology and pleasure of killing. The executioners, papermakers, and corpse stitchers of the 4 Yin sects all practiced evil practices. In order to capture them, 3 lords of Hell Luosi and 436 stars were dispatched. In addition to these, there are also various ghost kings and demon kings with unpredictable powers. Any presence here can stir up a world, let alone all of them together. This is definitely the biggest accident since the existence of the 9 layers of prison. Every demon slayer's face was extremely ugly, and this was what they were thinking in their hearts. It smells like a stranger. The hungry ghost took a sharp breath, and its fishy saliva drooled. It had been hungry for too long. Turning its head and looking in the direction of Yong'an Street, it could smell that the smell of strangers was the strongest there. Immediately, it didn't care about the few ounces of meat in front of it. It kicked hard with its burly and powerful legs, and the earth was torn into pieces. Its body also rose into the sky and flew towards Yong'an Street. The other demons and ghosts have also been suppressed in the 9 layers of prison for a long time. Naturally, they will need an extreme killing before they see the light of day again. Within a few moments, countless demons and ghosts scattered and swept across Fontian City. Seeing this, Ding Mian shouted anxiously, "There is a ghost disaster in Fontian City. Launch the Fire Star and summon everyone from the prison and Luo division to attack the demons and ghosts." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Xi and Mian stepped out of the way and went to stop the escaping demons and ghosts to prevent them from causing harm to the people of the imperial capital. Lord Yuluosi, who stayed in the same place, did not dare to delay. He took out a treasured fire lamp from his arms, scratched his finger, and blood dripped from it. In the blink of an eye, a red fire shot into the sky. What happened? On Yong'an Street, Qin Feng looked at the soaring flames, uneasiness welling up in his heart. The tremors of the earth just now, and the countless infiltrating roars made people shudder. All the people looked at the red fire with curiosity, whispered, and looked very worried. At this moment, a huge body fell from the sky, and the shock shook countless people. Sensing the danger, Father Qin hurriedly protected Er Nyang in his arms, and Lu Jianli immediately protected Qin Feng behind him. Food! Lots and lots of food! The roaring voice resounded in everyone's ears. Qin Feng looked for the sound, and saw only a burly red body with its mouth wide open, and its fangs fully exposed. Light green saliva fell from its mouth, melting into the earth, emitting white smoke and making a hissing sound. It is recorded in the Book of 100 Demons of Deqian that hungry ghosts do not have enough to eat during their lifetime. After death, they are filled with resentment, and their hunger never subsides. When the people saw the appearance of the hungry ghost, they were so frightened that they screamed and panicked. And the hungry ghost had already stretched out its sharp claws to grab the nearest common people. Judging from its appearance, it seemed that it wanted to have a full meal. At this critical moment, a strong figure fell from the sky. Then there was a loud bang. It was as if a mountain had fallen, and the powerful hungry ghost was crushed to pieces in an instant. A middle-aged man wearing a black and gold robe turned his wrist and frowned slightly. "It's the Eastern Territory Divine General, the martial god Lord Ningzhan." The people who had narrowly escaped death shouted excitedly. When Xin Feng heard this, he suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he could kill hungry ghosts with one strike. He did not expect that this person was the rumored martial god of the eastern region. The hungry ghost was already dead, but its blood seemed to be alive, spreading around. That is its natal magical power after death. Someone from Prison Luosi rushed to Ningzhan and said, "Lord martial god, we cannot let this blood spread. Otherwise the flesh and blood of the people will be melted by it, and new hungry ghosts are more likely to be born." When the middle-aged man heard the words, without saying a word, he waved his right hand violently, and the green blood surging on the ground was sprayed into the sky. Then he shook his hand hard, and the golden light was revealed, and the blood disappeared in an instant. Seeing this scene, the people of Uluosi breathed a sigh of relief. However, one wave after another emerged, and the hungry ghosts had just been killed. In the sky not far away, the figures of the demons and ghosts who had escaped from the 9 layers of prison were revealed. These monsters and ghosts originally followed the hungry ghosts after smelling the breath of strangers. But when they saw the hungry ghosts being easily crushed, they no longer dared to covet him, and instead fled around. They have been imprisoned for so long that they have forgotten that this is Fengtian City, the place where Deqian's top combat power gathers. If they don't escape, the fate of the hungry ghosts will be theirs. Unfortunately, they discovered it too late. "Endless space, rise!" Although the voice was not loud, it seemed to ring in everyone's ears. In just the blink of an eye, the blue-black barrier enveloped all the demons and ghosts who were trying to escape. This is a realm method that can only be used by the 3rd level. Chapter 394 Ancient Hunyuan Treasure, God-Binding Territory. The demons and ghosts discovered the strange change and hurriedly tried to escape through the green ink barrier. However, the barrier boundary seems to be infinitely extendable. No matter what means they use, they are always within a stone's throw of that boundary. What surprised these monsters even more was that when they turned around and looked back, they didn't move even half a distance from beginning to end. They always stayed in the same place. What a terrifying realm this is. It actually distorts space. A figure in white clothes stepped up into the air, with graceful demeanor and extraordinary appearance. And this endless empty space was exerted by this person. The new divine general of the Northern Territory inherited the 100 Ghost tradition, and was called the Borderless Kong Qiu by the people of the Northern Territory. "Everyone, you can show your skills in this realm. I am confident that they will not be able to use their magical powers after death." Kong Qiu smiled confidently. The people from Uluosi were indifferent, and stayed close to guard the team of the Emperor's relatives. The people from the demon-slaying division from the 4 regions of Deqian looked at each other, and without saying a word, they rushed towards the demons and ghosts at the edge of the barrier. Even though these demons and ghosts are all terrifying beings imprisoned in the 5th level of the 9 layers of prison, they are still not enough to face the supreme combat power of the Demon Slayer division. The battle situation can be said to be one-sided. Almost everyone in the demon slaying department present took action, except for a few who were still watching. For example, the demon slayer Xijingdingma, the martial god Ningzhan, or a middle-aged man with a sword on his waist. There was also the red-haired man standing in the corner with a long knife on his shoulder. It's not that they want to sit back and watch. It's just that the current demons and ghosts can't interest them much, and the 36 stars that have already taken action are enough to solve them. After Deng Emo bowed to Emperor Ming, he said goodbye and left, heading towards the Demon Slayer department of Fengtian City. Upon seeing this, Kong Qiu planned to open a gap in the endless airspace for him to make it easier for Deng Emo to leave. But he saw that the realm he was so proud of was in vain in front of Deng Emo. Kong Qiu was shocked, and at the same time comforted himself. As expected of Senior Deng, who defended the city for 3 days and 3 nights and defeated the Azura clan. Even though he is old, his strength is still beyond my reach. As soon as he finished speaking, the god of war Ningzhan also started to move. The golden light around his body appeared and turned into a barrier to wrap it up. Then he stepped on the ground with his feet and swept out of the green and ink realm. Kong Qiu's expression froze. The legendary Eastern Region Divine General, who had been famous for a long time, was not comparable to the newly promoted Divine Generals like him. At this moment, the red-haired man in the corner seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky above Fontian City. It smells like the Tear Demon. The eyebrow at the side said softly, "Is he here too?" Zhentian frowned, and his body turned into a stream of light and swept towards the boundary of the realm. The moment he passed through the boundary barrier, the entire realm trembled, especially on the side where Zhentian left. The boundary barrier looked like a broken mirror, in pieces. Fortunately, Kong Qiu reacted immediately and guided the Yin Qi to maintain the endless airspace again, preventing the demons and ghosts from escaping. The sword madness suppresses Tianyi, he muttered solemnly. This time he came to Fontian City in accordance with the order of the Northern Territory Commander to promote the power of the Northern Territory and gain more for the Northern Territory Demon Slayer Division in the coming year. Resource. But now he realized that he had been tricked by the narrow-eyed Beiyu commander, and there was a high probability that he could not defeat anyone. No wonder the other two didn't want to come. It turns out they came here to embarrass themselves. It's really hateful. Kong Qiu spat. Brother, that man seems to be the master. The second brother caught a glimpse of the red-haired figure and shouted excitedly. Yes. Qin Feng nodded. He did not expect that a divine general would come from the Southern Territory this time. And the person who came was Zhentian. At this moment, a demon king, perhaps knowing that he was destined to die, no longer tried to escape from the realm, but turned around and attacked Yongnan Street. When all the people saw this, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale. The demon king spread his wings, and the fierce wind was like a bone scraper. Kong Qiu just wanted to take action, but someone took action faster than him. A sword energy slashed upwards with unrivaled force. The demon king was frozen in midair, and within a moment, its body was split into two in front of everyone's surprised eyes. But the sword energy did not stop, but instead passed through the boundary barrier and tore a hole. Who is it? Kong Qiu hurriedly looked towards the source of the sword energy. The person who could cut through his realm was by no means an ordinary person. But among the people from the Four Regions Demon Slayer Division, who came to Fontian City this time, there should be no one with such amazing swordsmanship. Until he saw clearly that the person who drew the sword was a woman, wearing white clothes and with an alluring appearance. The genius of the Lu family, Lu Jianli. Kong Qiu murmured to himself. A person's name. The shadow of a tree. As a divine general of the Northern Territory, how could he not know Lu Jianli? But he never would have thought that Lu Jianli, who was only 20 years old, would possess such terrifying strength. That sword strike just now, even if he faced it directly, he had to fight it with all his strength. This sword was so powerful that it naturally attracted the attention of many people. Emperor Ming looked up and saw this scene. Thoughtfully, in the crowd behind him, a prince clenched his fists under his sleeves, and a trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. But he quickly restrained himself. In the procession for the New Year congratulations ceremony, Mr. Lu and Lu Tianlu glanced around without leaving any trace. On the other side of the common people's team, Luo Yu, who was dressed in Xingyi, praised, "It's well deserved. Uncle, are you okay?" Lan Ningxuang asked with concern. Qin Feng shook his head and suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart. He looked up at the sky and saw that outside the ink-green barrier, what should have been a dark night sky was glowing with a faint red light. Beside the Juka River, not far from the old man with white hair and black beard, stood a figure. The ghost mask covers his face. He is wrapped in a black and red robe, and there is a striking number 2 tattooed on his chest. "You want to deal with the old man?" The old man said calmly. "If I thought my life was too long, I might have such ridiculous thoughts. I came here just to stop you for a moment." The ghost-faced man said it bluntly. "Is it because I haven't taken action for too long?" The old man sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost-faced man hurriedly jumped back. But he was still a step too late. Tick tick tick. Blood fell to the ground. Just for a moment. His left arm was already empty. "I was rude." The ghost-faced man shook his head helplessly, and then took out something from his arms. It was a small, square black box, about the size of a palm. It swelled with the wind, and within a moment, it enveloped the old man and the ghost-faced man. The old man with white hair and black beard looked around and said with some surprise, "Can you find this thing? The ancient Hunyuan treasure weapon, the god-binding territory. If there is no such reliance, how could I dare to say such reckless things as to stop the god-suppressing CU? I only blame myself for overestimating my abilities and actually trying to compete with you to test my strength. But in the end, I lost an arm in vain. It doesn't matter." The old man opened his eyes cold and dull. "Your life is going to stay here anyway." Chapter 395: The Mysterious Person. Through the space technique of the bloody mouth, the ghost Buddha fell from the ground of the 5th floor of the 9 layers prison to the 6th floor. At a glance, it was still endless darkness. In the darkness, someone joked, "After staying here for so long, this is the first time I've seen someone take the initiative to enter the 9 Hells prison." The ghost and Buddha closed their arms again, and the golden light of the swastika was revealed, dispelling the darkness. There are obviously fewer prisoners in the 6th floor than in the 5th floor, but the faint aura is more powerful. "I came here to find someone. If someone can provide me with information, I can help him escape from this place. That person's name is..." All the prisoners were indifferent after hearing this, as if they were not interested in the temptation to escape. Only the man who spoke at the beginning spoke again. "The guy you are looking for is not on this floor, but on the next floor." The ghost Buddha looked for his reputation, and saw that the person speaking was a man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. Although he looked wretched, he did not look like a great evil person. "Why are you being imprisoned here? I'm practicing Hahuan Dao, but I can't keep my pants down, and I'm coveting the queen," the man said casually. The 3 ghosts and Buddhas all had strange looks in their eyes. They attacked Emperor Ming's woman. But she's not dead yet? He does have some skills. "According to the agreement, I can help you erase the restrictions of the 9 Hells prison and let you out." The man waved his hand and said, "That's not necessary. If I stay here, I can at least keep my life. After I get out, I'm afraid I will be chased to the ends of the earth by Yuluosi. You go about your business and don't worry about me." The ghost Buddha pondered for a moment, then said nothing more, slammed the ground with 6 palms, repeated his old trick, and fell into the 7th level of the 9 Hells. And when the ghosts and Buddhas left, the space on the 6th level of the 9-layer prison began to billow like clouds and mist, and then disappeared. When they reached the ghost Buddha on the 7th floor, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Move quickly. The god-binding frontier won't be able to trap the old guy for long. There are already several experts rushing to you at the Heshin ceremony. If it's too late, you won't be able to leave." "I know," Guifu responded, and then sent a message to the tears outside the world. In midair, the tear demon in green clothes was still evaporating the water level of the Juku River, weakening the seal. Yuluosi's Xian Mian tried to stop him, but every time, he was avoided by tears with his ghostly movement. Suddenly, the tear shadow of the half-empty shadow stopped moving. She opened her eyes wide, and a light red light flashed out from the blue pupils, covering the dark night of Fontian City with a layer of red gauze. And wherever the red yarn went, something strange happened to everyone. Their blood began to flow faster, and the water in their bodies was lost rapidly, making them look haggard. "Realm? No! It's the natal magical power!" Xian Mian shouted in a deep voice. Deng Emo and others who rushed here frowned when they saw this vision, looking at the people moaning in pain, the lowly demon slayers, and officers and soldiers. They could only stop and expand their realm to fight against the gathering red light. But this response did not have very good results, and everyone's symptoms continued to worsen. The skin of each of them was red, and their lips were like cracked earth. They curled up and groaned in pain. After all, Deng Emo was well informed. He immediately saw the clues and said solemnly, "Is this an epidemic?" He looked up at the red light in the sky, which was already heading towards Yong'an Street. The night shrouded in red gauze carries a permeating aura and ghostly presence. The people on Yong'an Street just witnessed the battle between the Demon Slayer Master and a group of demons. But not long after, another danger came. "What is this?" Kong Chiu frowned as he looked at the light red light that looked like red mist in the endless airspace. His realm can blur the space, but it cannot block the red light. The first ones to experience changes were a group of ordinary people. Their skin turned red, and they fell to the ground groaning in pain. Qin Feng's face turned ugly when he saw this. The symptoms of these people were very similar to the Bifeng fire poison that had appeared in Jinyang City. But when he looked into the people's bodies with his eyes, he found nothing strange. You must know that fire poison and plague spread through some kind of carrier. If the carrier is eliminated, fire poison and plague will be defeated on their own. However, These people clearly do not have any carriers in their bodies. But they are infected with such an epidemic. Doesn't it mean that this epidemic cannot be eradicated at all? After ordinary people, low-level officers, soldiers and demon slayers also showed symptoms. Just in case, Qin Feng gathered his family together, and then released the thunderous righteousness in his body to resist the ghostly red light. 7th grade when Sheng Dao practitioners can use their righteousness to be invulnerable to all poisons. Coupled with the thunderous righteousness in Yang, they can have a very good restraint effect on evil spirits and poisons. Therefore, those red lights are indeed unable to penetrate the defense of Thunder Jingqi. However, Qin Feng's cultivation level is only in the 6th grade hexagram fate realm. Spreading the thunder's righteousness within a radius of 1 foot is already his limit. Even if he wanted to protect other people, he was unable to do so. Among the royal family members, the eldest princess also wanted to use her righteousness to protect the safety of those around her. But she didn't expect that the red light was not afraid of her righteousness. Instead, after melting her righteousness, it infected her body. When Emperor Ming and the Empress saw this, they were shocked. The prince also anxiously stepped forward to help her, and shouted loudly, "Come here! Protect the princess back to the palace, and send someone to call the imperial doctor!" On the top of the climbing tower of Haowen Academy, in addition to the Tianjian imperial master dressed in white, there was another figure. The appearance and form cannot be seen clearly. Only a dark blurry shadow can be seen. A voice came from the smoke. "Long time no see." Master Tianjian replied calmly. "It's best not to see him again. Why do you need to say such harsh words? I miss you very much. Anyway, we still have some time. Why not talk about it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a chessboard appeared in the void. On the chessboard, some black and white chess pieces have been placed, which should have been played by the ancestors. The black shadow shook for a while and said, "If I remember correctly, it will be my turn." "Uh-huh." The void trembled, and sunspots fell on a corner. Faced with this chess game, Tianjian Imperial Master did not make a move. "Why waste time in a chess game where the winner cannot be determined? It makes sense." The black shadow responded, turned around and walked to the railing. Looking down, "They say that the top of the climbing tower can overlook all kinds of things in the world. But when I saw it today, it was nothing more than that. The field of vision here is too narrow after all. We can only see a corner. So how can we see the world? You have been sitting here alone for most of your life to protect the common people. But what have you gained in exchange? Demons and ghosts are still raging, and the court is in a mess. Therefore, I have always believed that the only answer is to let this world reach nirvana and be reborn. Is this why you want to awaken the ancient gods and demons?" Tianjian Imperial Master shook his head. "Yes. It's better to stop the boiling water than to draw fuel from the bottom of the cauldron," Black Shadow said firmly. Boom! The terrifying aura swept over and cleared away the clouds in the sky. That was a sign that the god-binding territory was approaching its limit. "It's almost time." The Black Shadow turned around and glanced at the chessboard in the void again. "You always said that there is no winner in this game. But don't forget, this game of chess can mean the difference between life and death." After leaving these words, the Black Shadow dissipated into the sky. Master Tianjian looked at the chessboard, and the chess pieces on it suddenly changed. Sometimes they turned completely black. Sometimes they turned completely white, until they turned into nothingness. A sigh echoed high in the sky above the Dingtian Tower. Chapter 396: The Middle-Aged Man Imprisoned on the 7th Floor. Ghost Buddha finally found the person he was looking for on the 7th level of the Nine Hells prison. A middle-aged man wearing a shabby gray cloth and a slovenly beard. There were white scrolls spread out around his feet, with 4 words densely written on them: "There is no way to save him." "The Lord is right. You are indeed imprisoned in the 9 prisons. Come with me. This is not the place for you." Gue Buddha spoke out. Hearing this, the middle-aged man raised his head, his eyes blank and empty. "So what if I'm out? There's just a bigger cage outside. Since I can't make any changes, I might as well stay here and wait for that day to come. Hey, where is my pen?" The middle-aged man wanted to continue writing, but there was no trace of the brush. So he lowered his head and looked around. "The Lord said that this person's divination skills are astonishing, even reaching the level of a heavenly supervisor. If you want to find the demons and ghosts who participated in the night of divine food, you need this person's help." Guifo Sanzho showed a look of doubt and disdain in his eyes. He himself is also proficient in divination, but in the past battles, he was defeated miserably at the hands of the Tianjian Imperial Master. The man in front of me is probably not even 1/10,000th of his level. Otherwise, how could he be trapped in the 9 layers of prison? The Lord actually said that this person's methods are all powerful, which is simply ridiculous. However, despite what he thought in his heart, Good Buddha still had to rescue this middle-aged man. After all, it was the Lord's order. He took a step forward with his right foot, but heard a click. Looking down, he saw a broken brush under the thick soles of his feet. Guifu didn't take it seriously. But at this moment, the slovenly middle-aged man, who was supposed to be imprisoned in the cage, actually appeared next to him. Then grabbed his ankle with his right hand and gently lifted it. Remove the broken brush. The middle-aged man had a distressed look on his face. This brush was given to me by my teacher, but you actually broke it by stepping on it. After finishing his words, the middle-aged man touched the brush with his right hand. Following a burst of white light, the broken brush returned to its original state. It's okay. It's okay. The man patted his chest and walked back into the cage. The restrictions on the cage are useless to the sloppy man. When Good Buddha saw this scene, he was extremely frightened. Even he might not be able to do what he just did. At this point, he finally understood why the Lord did not hesitate to take such a big risk to bring this person back. The other party was indeed so capable. He was about to say something, but was interrupted by the middle-aged man. Don't waste your breath. If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave. When the ghosts and Buddhas heard the words, they closed their 3 heads and 6 eyes and made calculations. In the dark, he saw many scenes and endings. But no matter which ending, it was a dead end. At this moment, the void distorted, and a blurry black shadow slowly stepped out. The middle-aged man who was previously indifferent to everything looked at the black shadow with some surprise, his eyes scrutinizing it. Come with me. The black shadow shook and said loudly, I won't leave. The middle-aged man shook his head with a firm attitude. Don't jump to conclusions too quickly. Just take a look at what this is. The black shadow took out something. It was a box with an eyeball lying inside. The moment the box was opened, the eyes that were originally closed also opened. For a moment, the light shined brightly, dispelling the darkness on the 7th floor, and the surrounding area was as bright as day. You actually obtained this thing. What do you want to do? The sloppy middle-aged man asked curiously. The black shadow answered the question. Back then, you predicted various outcomes. In order to let the human race survive for another 100 years, you did not hesitate to enter the palace to kill the king. As a result, you were suppressed here by the Tianjin Imperial Master. The sloppy middle-aged man smiled miserably. Teacher is right. Instead of struggling, it is better to get rid of it as soon as possible. Anyway, the moment the seal between heaven and earth is broken, no one can change the outcome. 100 years more and 100 years less are the same. That's not necessarily the case. There is another way that you may not have seen. The black shadow said leisurely. What road? The slovenly middle-aged man looked up curiously. Take the initiative to awaken the ancient gods and demons. Put them to death and live again. The words were spoken every word, sonorously and powerfully. The sloppy man looked blank, repeated these words, and then began to deduce. After a moment, he looked like he was crazy and said excitedly, I didn't see the ending. There is no ending, which means there is one more possibility. Even if this road is destined to be stained with blood and piled with bones. But compared to the survival of the human race, this sacrifice is nothing. I'll go with you. Good. It is difficult to stop the natal magical power of the Tear Demon. The only way is to kill the Tear Demon so that the opponent cannot continue to use the natal magical power. After figuring this out, Xi Jingdingma, Martial God Ningzhan, and Dao Quang Xintianyi all appeared in the sky above the Demon Slayer division. Deng Mo glanced at the black world beside the Juku River and frowned. Dao Quang looked around, as if searching for some figure. The first one to take action was the God of War Ningzhan. The space seemed to be non-existent in front of his speed, and he appeared in front of Tears in the blink of an eye. The fist attached to the golden energy, with the power of destroying the world, attacks the Tear Demon. If it hits, the opponent's shadow body will be seriously injured even if it is not dead. But at this moment, a black light barrier stood in front of the Tears, and Ningzhan's fist was clearly only an inch away from the Tears. But this 1-inch distance is like a chasm. Who is it? Ningzhan suddenly turned around and looked into the void behind him. After a black shadow appeared, 3 figures stepped out. The blurry black figure at the head ignored it and said calmly, It's time to go. Deng Mo and Jintiani looked at the black shadow at the same time. Their expressions extremely solemn. They could feel the powerful aura emanating from each other, which was terrifying. But do you think I don't exist? Ningzhan was ignored and shouted angrily. A punch was thrown out violently. The energy was unleashed, and the fist struck the black shadow. Even if this blow didn't use all his strength, it was still close. But what shocked him was that when the fist was halfway through, it turned into nothingness in an instant. On the other side, the god-binding territory could no longer maintain its shape and disappeared inch by inch amid the crackling sounds. A figure suddenly rushed out and fled towards the demon-slaying department. But in an instant, another figure appeared next to the black shadow. The ghost Buddha and the slovenly middle-aged man. It was the number 2 ghost-faced man who was previously responsible for blocking the god-suppressing Siyu with the god-bound territory. His appearance at this moment was very different from before. His left arm was empty. His face was covered with cracks, and there were shocking bloodstains all over his body. "Thank you for your hard work," Haiying said calmly. "Stop talking nonsense. The god-binding territory has been shattered. Leave quickly." Ghost-faced man number 2 was hysterical. If he was given another chance to choose, there would be no way he would take on the task of stopping the god-suppressing Siyu. That would be the same as seeking death. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man with white hair and black beard had arrived at the Demon Slayer department at some unknown time. When the ghost Buddha saw the old man, his burly body trembled slightly unconsciously. That comes from the fear of death. Chapter 397 Escape. Although demons and ghosts are rampant in Dakian, not many demons and ghosts have dared to invade Fontian City since ancient times. First, the Heavenly Supervisor and Imperial Master, who has the foresight to predict the world, often kills danger when it buds. Secondly, there is the god-suppressing Siyu with unfathomable strength sitting in the Imperial capital. No demon dares to touch his edge regardless of life and death. Even if the god-suppressing Siyu is already old. Even if he has not made a move for a long time. The second ghost-faced man, who was seriously injured, looked at the old man and said solemnly, "If we attack together, we may not be able to fight against him." The old man with white hair and black beard was indifferent. He just raised his head and watched quietly. The blurry black figure on the side shook his head. If he hadn't been afraid that if he took action seriously, he would destroy Fontian City, and you would never have come back alive. The second ghost-faced man was shocked when he heard this. Just now, he could be said to have no power to fight back in front of the old guy. But now he learned that the other party had not yet used all his strength to attack. What a joke. The blurry black shadow flickered slightly and continued. Back then, the ancient gods and demons invaded the imperial capital Fontian City and encountered the god-suppressing Siyu. If the gods and demons hadn't run fast enough, the imperial capital would have been soaked in blood. Why did the word, "You should suppress the gods," come from? It means to suppress the gods and demons. There is no doubt about the strength of the gods and demons. The purpose of the Burial Sky organization is to use the powerful gods and demons to overthrow the rule of Dakian and cleanse the world again. However, even in the face of powerful gods and demons, the old man below has the ability to kill. The name of Dakian, the pinnacle of martial arts and supreme strength, is not just a legend. I'm very old. It's too inconvenient for us to stand there and talk. Why don't we come down and talk? The god-suppressing secretary made a gentle move with his right hand. The bodies of Gui Buddha and others seemed to be out of control, falling suddenly like meteors. Even the half-empty shadow of Light Ba was the same. Even though they tried their best, they couldn't stop themselves from falling. In the face of the absolute strength gap, all struggles are in vain. At this moment, the fuzzy black shadow took action, and black mist appeared in the mid-air where everyone was falling. They fell into the black mist, and then disappeared. Dengemo and others on the side saw this, and hurriedly searched around. The old man with white hair and black beard glanced slightly, and then disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already over the mountain forest thousands of miles away, and he gently pressed down with his right palm. The mountains and forests were destroyed, and the ghosts and Buddhas who disappeared appeared again. And the old man's blow just now had already shattered the bodies of Gui Buddha and others into pieces. Shinshin Siyu looked at the dying people in the dilapidated mountain forest below, frowning slightly. It's because he is old that he looked away. After the words fell, the broken bodies of Gui Buddha and others shook for a while, then disappeared like smoke. These people are clearly not the real ones, but some kind of illusion. Immortal magic. Huang Liang's dream is broken. As the final words in his mouth fell, the old man opened his eyes again, and the surrounding scene changed back to the Demon Slayer division. It turns out that everything that just happened was just a dream. Dengemo and others were also brought back to reality by the sound of broken. They looked around hurriedly. Where could they see Guifo and others? When did you get the illusion? Martial God Ningzhan frowned. Dao Quangjin Tianyi on the side also had a thoughtful look on his face. They are all divine warriors, who are not good at cultivating the divine soul. Faced with this kind of illusion attack, they really don't have a good way to deal with it. Senior Si Zheng and Deng Emo, after all, is the master of the 100 Ghost Dao tradition. After carefully recalling it, he came up with a guess. I'm afraid that when we rushed to the demon slaying division and saw the few people stepping out of the void, we were already hit. Illusion. Is it that blurry black shadow? Ningzhan and the others finally came to their senses. The illusion that can make the god-suppressing division Yudu fall into the trap shows the strength of that blurry black shadow. If it weren't for the god-suppressing division, you can to break the illusion, they would most likely die under the illusion. Lord Siyu, the thief has escaped. Do you want to continue the pursuit? Deng Emo landed next to the old man, with white hair and black beard, and asked respectfully. Shinshin Si raised his head and looked up into the sky. As the tear demon left, the red mist shrouding the night also dissipated. But its impact was far from gone. He shook his head and said, We can no longer catch up. Just capture all the young people who escaped from the 9 prisons. Those that cannot be captured are killed on the spot. And be careful not to let their magical powers after death poison the people in the city. But those people on the 7th floor. Deng Emo hesitated. This is something that the other old guy should worry about. You just need to bring this news to Dingtian Tower. After saying these words, Shinshin Siyu turned around and left with his hands behind his hands. And the other old guy he talked about was naturally the Imperial Master of Tianjin. I understand. Deng Emo clasped his fists and watched the old man leave. On the top of the sky building, Su Lixian, Fei Sun and Yang Qian appeared out of thin air in the lobby. Su Lixian said, Those thieves have already taken senior brother away. Yes. The Tianjin Imperial Master, who was dressed in white, nodded slightly and then looked towards the south. There was such a big mess in Fengtian City. The reason why the people from Haoyuan didn't take action was naturally because they had a mission. The scene that the Ghost Buddha saw on the 6th floor of the 9 Layers prison was originally an illusion evolved by the 3 brothers working together. The purpose was to guide the Ghost Buddha to another dimension on the 7th floor and take away the senior brother who had been imprisoned for a long time. However, Master, after the senior brother entered the academy, he fell into madness not long after. He even went crazy and wanted to enter the palace to assassinate the emperor. He kept saying that he wanted to help the human race survive for another 100 years. And then, he was suppressed by you in another space on the 7th floor of the 9 Hells prison. Now that the eldest brother is released from prison and taken away by thieves, won't there be any problems? Su Lixian touched his mustache and asked aloud. He has reached a dead end and has to find another way out. It might not be a bad thing to go out for a while this time. Tianjin Imperial Master replied calmly. But what if Emperor Ming wants us to give an explanation? Yang Qian asked curiously. The one who escorted the demons and ghosts into the 9th level prison was the one who had an accident. The one who failed to stop the thief and let him escape was the old guy from the Demon Slayer division. What does it have to do with us? Even if an explanation is given, it is not up to us. The 3 apprentices suddenly realized. Su Lixian nodded and said with some surprise. But I didn't expect that the god-suppressing Siyu would also miss. Are the thieves who came to Fengtian City to rob the prison really so powerful? The Imperial Master Tianjin did not answer, but his expression was somewhat meaningful. At this time, Fei Sun said worriedly, The epidemic spread by the tears in Fengtian City is extremely severe, and the Imperial doctors may be helpless. Do we want it? Su Lixian interrupted. The Imperial doctor may not be able to do anything, but there will always be someone who can do something. Who is senior brother referring to? Fei Sun looked curious. Junior brother Fei. Could it be that he has forgotten that by what means does our little junior brother become a Wensheng Taoist? Its medical skills. Chapter 398 The Curse of the Female Slayer. Uncle. The red light seems to have dissipated. Lan Ningxuang raised her head and looked at the sky. Outside Kongqiu's boundary, the night had returned to its previous depth. Qin Feng then looked around and saw that it was indeed as Lan Ningxuang said. He put away his thunderous righteousness and looked around. Although the epidemic released by the tears had faded, the people infected by the epidemic were still struggling in pain. Uncle, these people. Lan Ningxuang looked worried. Without saying a word, Qin Feng approached a common man. His eyesight power did not find any carrier that caused the symptoms, so he could only wrap his palms with thunder righteousness and carefully check the common man's physical condition. But unfortunately found nothing. The red light released by the tears almost enveloped most of Fengtian City. There were definitely not a few people suffering in the city at this moment. Qin Feng tried to put his thunderous righteousness into the people's bodies, but there was still no change. At this moment, a group of solemn-looking old men hurried from the direction of the imperial city. It could be seen from their clothes that they were undoubtedly the imperial doctors. The imperial doctor who arrived turned a blind eye to the people moaning in pain and went straight to where the dignitaries were. Then he put on protective gear and began to examine the bodies of the dignitaries. But the red mist released by the tears is not an ordinary disease. Even these imperial doctors with superb medical skills do not have any effective solutions. They can only take some simple emergency measures, which ultimately treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Some people who were close to the imperial doctor, perhaps unable to bear to see their family members in great pain, ran to the imperial doctor and prayed for him to also heal their family members. But all they received in exchange was ignorance and indifference. These imperial doctors couldn't even cure the symptoms of the powerful, so they had no time to care about the lives of ordinary people. To put it another way, even if they have the ability, they may not be willing to spend time on ordinary people. Please take a look. My mother is about to die. A young man was eager to save his mother. He broke through the obstruction of the officers and soldiers, knelt down in front of an old doctor, hugged the doctor's calf and prayed. The old imperial doctor glanced coldly and shouted coldly at the escorting officers and soldiers. What are you doing standing there in a daze? Why don't you take this person away? If the treatment of civil and military officials is delayed, can you afford it? Most of the officers and soldiers were ordinary people themselves, so they couldn't bear to see the man crying. But in the face of authority, no matter how much they sympathized with the man's situation, they could only follow the order and drag the man away. The old imperial doctor was indifferent to the cries of the man who was dragged away. He even glanced at the stains on his trouser legs with disgust. The words, "Doctors have a parent-like heart," are not reflected in them at all. This is the era in which the lives of ordinary people are as low as grass. The man who was dragged back by the officers and soldiers looked at his mother on the ground, who was breathing a lot but not taking in much air. His eyes were red from crying, and he kept blaming himself. If he hadn't come to see the wedding ceremony, his mother might not have encountered this kind of experience. And people like him who blame themselves are everywhere on Yan'an Street. It should obviously be the happiest day of the year. But now it has become the most desperate day for them. At this moment, a voice came from beside the man who was kneeling and crying. Let me see how your mother is doing. The man looked for a voice and saw that the person speaking was a handsome young man in black, accompanied by two beautiful women. It was Qin Feng and the other three. The man was a little unsure and asked, Young master is a doctor? Good. Hearing this, the man hurriedly got out of the way and said, I would also like to ask you to save my mother. This is a great kindness that I will never forget. Qin Feng said truthfully, I will do my best. He had seen many people with symptoms of infection just now, and he could only take some emergency measures, like the imperial doctors, to alleviate the people's suffering. At present, he doesn't have any clue about treatment. The condition of the man's mother was much more serious than that of the common people who had seen the doctor before. Even if emergency measures are taken, there is still no downward trend. The blood and water in the opponent's body are constantly evaporating. If this continues, he will definitely die. What should we do? Qin Feng frowned. At this moment, on the Divine Sea Questioning Heart platform, the light bead left by the Saint's remnant soul emitted a white light. Within a moment, the white light turned into Xian Yi's shadow and appeared next to Qin Feng. No wonder I felt a familiar aura. It turned out to be the curse of the female demon. Xian Yi said calmly. These sudden words startled Qin Feng. He turned his head and saw a white shadow. It was Senior Xian. Why did he come out on his own? Qin Feng was surprised. Lan Ningxuang asked curiously, Uncle, what happened to you? But you found a cure? Lu Jinli also cast a confused look. My wife and Ningxuang can't see the remnant soul of the saint. Xian Yi explained. No one can see my remnant soul except you. But what exactly happened here? And why can the curse of the female demon be seen everywhere? Female curse? Senior Xian. What do you mean? Isn't it an epidemic that these people are infected with? Qin Feng asked in his heart. Of course not. This is a curse made from the tears of resentment of the female slave. Then, Xian Yi told the origin of the female slave. In ancient times, gods and demons came to the world, and they were good at controlling wind and rain, causing floods to break out in the world. And the people were in dire straits. North of Qishui there is a goddess dressed in blue, named Ba. Where she is, it never rains. Seeing that the human race was eroded by the heavy rain, the female demon felt pity. So she came out of the red water and displayed her power. The wind and rain stopped, and the flood stopped. However, after the wind and rain gods and demons faded away, the power of the female demon remained, causing a severe drought in the world, and no rain fell for several months. The human race did not want to suffer from the severe drought, so they spoke harshly and waved cold weapons at the female tyrant. The female slayer mourned more than her heart died, and walked back to the north. However, as she was leaving, she shed a tear and turned into a human form. Its name is Tears, which is a kind of curse. It can cause resentment towards the human race, stop wind and rain, and cause severe drought in the world. It can also make the water in the body of living beings evaporate, making life worse than death. Xianyi sighed. The female slave was originally born to save the common people, but ended up being despised by the world. The birth of Tears was both unexpected and reasonable. Qin Feng was moved when he heard this, but at this moment, he couldn't care less about pity for the female slaves. After all, there are more people who need to be treated. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Senior Xian, since you know that this is the curse of the female demon, is there any solution to it? Of course there is a way. Let me teach you a formation. Once it is cast, it can dispel this curse. You have to watch it. After the words fell, Xianyi's white shadow was outlined in the void, obviously instructing Qin Feng on how to arrange the formation. On the other side, in the palace, all the imperial doctors were helpless after checking the condition of the eldest princess. When Emperor Ming heard about it, he was furious, and all the imperial doctors were frightened. In the side room, the queen sat beside the bed, looking at her daughter distressfully. The prince was pacing back and forth anxiously in the lobby. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a person, a doctor who could treat Meridian's injuries. Chapter 399 Qinxian Formation. In the main hall, Emperor Ming frowned as he listened to the reports of the imperial doctors in the audience. Your Majesty, this disease is unheard of. If we want to cure it, I'm afraid it will take some time. We have tried our best, and can only alleviate the symptoms of all the civil and military officials for the time being. And Her Highness the Princess's symptoms are far more serious than those of the officials. So, before he finished speaking, Emperor Ming said angrily, Trash? They are all trash. What use do I need from you? It was supposed to be the New Year's Day. During the New Year's Eve ceremony, the whole country celebrated together and demonstrated the national prestige. This was the proper procedure. However, such an unexpected incident occurred. How could Emperor Ming not be angry? The imperial doctors in the audience were helpless in dealing with the sudden illness, so they naturally became the outlet for Emperor Ming's anger. When Lu Jianli, the daughter of the Lu family, suffered from Meridian's damage, you were unable to do anything and tried to avoid it. You have done nothing to deal with the disease caused by this thief today. But you have to cut off your heads before you can come up with a countermeasure? I don't regret waiting for death. Please calm down, Your Majesty. Although the imperial doctors were not involved in official circles, they were all experienced, and they hurriedly knelt down and confessed. After hearing this, Emperor Ming pointed at everyone. He was about to continue to be angry, but suddenly he thought of something. Lu Jianli's Meridian's damaged disease was cured by one person, Qin Feng, the eldest son of Qin. So, does Qin Feng still have a way to deal with this disease now? After thinking about it, he immediately ordered, Where is Qin Feng, the eldest son of Qin? Send him to see me. The chief eunuch immediately accepted the order and bowed to retreat. At this time, Emperor Ming said again, Summon together the Demon Slayer Division Xijing and Deng Imo, and then send someone to bring today's events to the heavenly supervisor of the Dingtian Tower in Haowen Academy. As commanded. After the chief eunuch left, all the imperial doctors still knelt on the ground with their heads lowered, as if they were confessing their guilt. Emperor Ming didn't bother to answer, and asked directly, Someone told me that the root cause of today's disaster was when the demons were escorted to the 9th prison. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? After the words fell, several figures wearing white masks and red clothes appeared. It was Uluwasi and his party. My lords, how are you? At Yonghan Street, there were civil and military guards looking at the pain of their lords, and asked the imperial doctor. The imperial doctors were helpless in the face of this symptom. They were already upset. Now when they heard someone urging them, they were naturally even more upset. The old imperial doctor immediately scolded. Are you the imperial doctor, or am I the imperial doctor? We are still here thinking about the solution to the disease. If you have nothing to do, Why not shut up the civilians outside? How can we, who are noisy, calm down and discuss countermeasures? The guards looked ugly when they heard this. The disease came on suddenly, and everyone was in great pain, moaning constantly. How could they calm down? What the other party said was clearly an excuse because he had no other choice. After the old imperial doctor scolded the guards, he called the other imperial doctors together and discussed in a low voice. How? Have you found out anything about it? Everyone shook their heads. This symptom is extremely weird. I have never heard of it. Other imperial doctors also responded one after another. There is no way to continue like this. So many civil and military officials are infected with symptoms. If we can't solve it, won't we be criticized by others? Being criticized is a trivial matter. I'm just afraid of being held accountable by His Majesty. We are lucky enough to be sent to treat these civil and military officials. I heard that the eldest princess is also infected with the disease, and the symptoms are much more serious. The imperial doctors responsible for treating the eldest princess may have their heads trembling hanging from their necks. The old imperial doctor frowned and said, Don't say such sarcastic words again. When their heads are moved, we will be the ones left. While you have some time now, think of a countermeasure quickly. When the others heard this, their expressions darkened, because what the old gentleman said was true. There are only so many imperial doctors in the imperial city, and it will always be their turn. At this moment, somewhere on Yongnan Street, a bright light rose into the sky, illuminating a dark night. The movement was so loud that many people looked over. Then he saw a formation about 3 feet in diameter above the head of a handsome young man in black. And that white light soaring into the sky comes from this formation. Kong Qiu looked at the formation with a surprised expression. On the other side, the middle-aged man, with a sword on his waist, took a glance and looked away. Mr. Liu and Lu Tianlu also looked over. After seeing the face of the young master in black, they looked at each other and roughly guessed what was going on. Successful. Qin Feng clenched his fist and roared. Behind him, Xian Yi, a white shadow, said in surprise, You can master my formation just after observing it once. Your talent in the formation is truly amazing. Qin Feng was eager to save people and asked directly in his heart. Senior Xian, the formation is complete. What should we do next? You only need to place the people infected by the female demon curse below this formation, and then introduce righteous energy into the formation, and the curse will naturally be expelled. Is it that simple? Qin Feng was a little surprised. Yes. This formation is the Qin Xian formation that I have studied for a long time to understand. It is the nemesis of evil spirits and curses. It is naturally not easy to understand and arrange such a powerful formation. So even Xian Yi, who has experienced countless years, was shocked when he saw Qin Feng succeed in spreading the formation. After Qin Feng and Lu Jianli looked at each other in confusion, Lan Ningxuang asked curiously, Uncle, what are you doing? In her field of vision, she only saw her uncle turning his head inexplicably and pausing for a moment before he began to draw the formation diagram and arrange the formation. You'll find out later, Qin Feng said, and then asked the man to carefully move his mother directly under the formation. Then he let out a breath and transferred the thunderous righteousness in his body into the Qin Xian formation. The righteous energy circulated in the formation, causing the original white light of the Qin Xian formation to evolve into a lavender light. The man and the people around him were puzzled. He obviously wanted to treat illnesses and save people. What was this young man doing? But the next scene surprised everyone and gave them a huge surprise. I saw that the man's mother, who was originally in critical condition, was baptized by the light of the formation. The red color on the surface of her skin faded away, and even her heartbeat and breathing slowly stabilized. After a while, the woman opened her eyes slightly and called the man's name. Mom, you finally woke up. The man cried with joy. This young master actually cured a disease that even the imperial doctors couldn't deal with. Then can our family be saved? At the same moment, everyone onlookers shouted excitedly. Qin Feng said, Your mother has lost too much water and blood in her body. Feed her some water first, and then go to the pharmacy to grab some blood-replenishing herbs to help her recover. Hearing this, the man knelt down and kowtowed with gratitude. Thank you so much, sir, for saving my life. Thank you so much, sir, for saving my life. Qin Feng helped the man up and heard the other people around him saying anxiously, Sir, please save our family. Don't worry, everyone. Just bring the patient here. Chapter 400. What you said is too much. Did the doctor cure the disease? That's ridiculous. The old imperial doctor, and others heard the news and sneered. Even they are helpless to deal with this strange disease. So how can it be cured by a young boy? But as time went by, the voices of doubt and disdain became much quieter. Just because the people who were brought under the light array regained their mobility not long after. And even their physical condition improved a lot. This, the old imperial doctor and others looked at each other, unable to believe what they saw. When will formations be able to cure illnesses? This simply subverted their cognition. But when faced with the facts, they had to believe it. What should we say? A royal doctor asked. Everyone had no idea and all looked at the eldest doctor. After pondering for a moment, the old imperial doctor sneered. Since this disease can be treated there, we will also bring all the civil and military officials there. But in this case, wouldn't it appear that our skills are inferior to others? A man looked ugly. Skills are not as good as people's? Who said that? Adults can recover, and our treatment is indispensable. If the adults cannot recover or even get worse, just leave the responsibility to them. The old imperial doctor said leisurely. After saying this, all the doctors showed understanding smiles. What is the truth? Doesn't it all depend on their mouths? As for what those people say, who cares? On the other side, more and more people were being healed, and cheers of gratitude came one after another. However, Qin Feng couldn't bear the constant flow of righteous energy into the Qinxian formation. Even with the restorative effect of the treasure hairband, his face became increasingly pale, and large beads of sweat fell from his forehead. Boy, take a rest. After all, you only have the 6th grade hexagram destiny realm. If you keep consuming it like this, your body will definitely not be able to bear it, Xianyi said. How could Qin Feng not know this? But looking at the large number of people on Yong'an Street who had not yet received treatment, he couldn't stop at all. You know, the curse of the female demon has almost enveloped most of Fengtian City. Except for Yong'an Street, there are many people who need treatment. There can be no delay for a minute. Senior Xian, it doesn't matter. I can rest after my wife and Ning Xuan go to Haowen Academy to bring senior brother Yang and senior brother Fei back. Qin Feng replied in his heart. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the crowd. Qin Feng looked for the reputation and saw the imperial doctor walking towards here with all the civil and military officials, driving away countless people along the way. The old imperial doctor walked up to him and said in a haughty tone, "Let the common people step back and treat the officials first." Qin Feng frowned. The other party's tone made him unhappy. But out of compassion as a doctor, he still glanced at the civil and military officials behind the imperial doctors. The situation was much better than that of the common people, and there was no need to rush for treatment. Let them wait outside first, and then deal with them after these critically ill people are treated. Qin Feng pinched his brows, and then ordered people to carry the next batch of seriously ill patients to the bottom of the formation. The old imperial doctor showed displeasure. How can the lives of civilians be compared with those of officials? Don't make the mistake. As soon as these words came out, all the people looked at him one after another. But when they saw the guards and the civil and military officials in official uniforms, they all dared to be angry and dare not speak. These people are basically locals from Fengtian City. They have always succumbed to the power of officials. How can they dare to rebel? They looked at Qin Feng cautiously, hoping that the latter would not compromise with the other party. But they felt that there was little hope. After all, how can the people dare to fight with the officials? But Qin Feng's answer next made them surprised and extremely moved at the same time. Before life, there is no distinction between high and low. Qin Feng's expression was calm, and his tone was decisive. The old imperial doctor sneered. It's ridiculous. How can gold and stone be the same? Come, drive these people away, and bring the adults here first. After the words fell, the guards hesitated for a moment before taking action. But I heard the handsome young man in black call, "Miss!" These incomprehensible words made everyone stunned. The old imperial doctor sneered and said, I have seen many people cry for father and call for mother. But this is the first time I have encountered someone calling for mother. Just at this moment, a clear sword cry came from the sky, and it landed right in front of the feet of the guards. In a deep ravine, there is also the gurgling sound of swords, which is shocking. Then a beautiful figure in white stood in front of Qin Feng, with a face as frosty as ice. Lulu Jianli. The old imperial doctor was shocked, and all the imperial doctors behind him were even more shocked. When Lu Jianli's meridians were injured, they were sent to treat him, so they naturally knew each other. But how could they have imagined that Lu Jianli, the darling girl of heaven, was actually the wife of the young man in black? At this time, The old imperial doctor suddenly thought that Lu Jianli's meridians were injured and seeking medical treatment failed. So the Lu family followed the ancestral marriage contract and married into a remote place. Later there were rumors that Lu Jianli's meridians were healed. Looking at it now, the man in black was probably the one who cured the damage to her meridians. Are you Qin Feng of the Qin family? The old imperial doctor revealed his identity and already felt a little regretful. This was the son-in-law of the Lu family and was not easy to offend. Qin Feng ignored it and said, Madam, if anyone dares to disturb the order, you're welcome. Okay. Lu Jianli agreed, then looked at the old imperial doctor and others. There is a cold meaning in her beautiful eyes. She will naturally not show mercy to anyone who bullies her husband while she is away. The old imperial doctor was shocked. But he still changed his original attitude and said softly, Those behind us are all important officials of the imperial court. If treatment is delayed, Emperor Ming cannot afford to blame him. I also hope that Miss Lu and Mr. Qin will put the overall situation first and not make things difficult for us. A ray of sword energy immediately passed by the old imperial doctor's ear, cutting off a strand of hair and leaving a faint trace of blood. What you said is a bit much, Lu Jianli said lightly. Everyone was so frightened that they stood there. Even Qin Feng was stunned. Xianyi smiled and said, You draw your sword at the slightest disagreement. You have a really interesting character. That's natural. Hack my wife, who is ruthless and doesn't talk much. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, feeling complacent in his heart. You? The old imperial doctor touched the blood on his ears and temples, speaking incoherently in shock. However, when he saw Lu Jianli frowning slightly, he hurriedly covered his mouth, then slowly stepped away and gave up his position. Qin Feng could finally continue to cast out the curse of the female demon for those seriously ill people. Seeing Qin Feng's tired look, Lu Jianli looked distressed and said the same words as Xianyi, asking him to rest for a while. Don't worry, Madam. I will stop after Senior Brother Yang and Senior Brother Fei arrive. Qin Feng replied with a smile. When Lu Jianli heard this, without saying a word, he closed his eyes and released the energy in his body, then grabbed the void with his right hand. Just when Qin Feng was curious about what his wife was doing, two figures quickly appeared from the horizon, and there was a burst of exclamation. Qin Feng opened his eyes and took a closer look. It was Yang Qian and Fei Sun who came. Chapter 401 Meeting the Saint. After Yang Qian and Fei Sun learned about Yong'an Street, they came with Lu Jianli and Ning Shuang. On the way, Lu Jianli, who was dressed in white, suddenly changed his expression and then disappeared in a flash. The two of them guessed that maybe something happened to their junior brother. So Lu Jianli left first and hurried on. As a result, after walking more than half the distance, a strong force came and dragged him away. Looking at the surrounding scenery and the figure in white in front of him, how could Yang Qian not understand where that powerful force came from? Fei Sun straightened his hair and clothes that were messed up by the strong wind, and muttered in a low voice, It's an insult to politeness. Qin Feng opened his mouth and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. My wife is still very efficient. Then, he stepped forward and briefly explained the origin of the illnesses of everyone in the city and the efficacy of the Qinxian formation. Looking up at the Qinxian formation, Yang Qian was surprised and said, There is actually a formation that can dispel curses and evil spirits. The person who created this formation is really amazing. How did you learn this formation? Qin Feng glanced at the white shadow of Senior Xian from the corner of his eye and replied, This is also a formation I accidentally learned in the academy. I didn't expect it to come in handy today. Senior Xian was brought from the academy, so there should be nothing wrong with my explanation, Qin Feng thought in his mind. When Yang Qian heard this, he sighed regretfully. I didn't expect that there would be so much knowledge in the academy. It's a pity that after Senior Brother's accident, the teacher didn't let us enter. Now that the academy has disappeared, even if you want to study in it again, it is impractical. Fei Sun on the side was even more deeply touched. The book on the art of war taught by his junior brother was probably obtained in the academy. It's a pity that he hasn't heard all the contents yet. If the academy was still there, he wouldn't have to suffer like this every day. He would have gone to the academy to read it by himself. Yang Qian looked at the people who were still being treated under the formation, then glanced at the tired Qin Feng and said, As long as righteousness is input into this formation, the curse can be removed? Not bad. Qin Feng nodded. Then you can rest, and you will teach us the rest, Fei Sun said from the side. Then it's up to you, Senior Brother Yang and Senior Brother Fei. Qin Feng clasped his fists and said respectfully, Fei Sun is in the 5th level Howren realm, and Yang Qian has reached the 4th level Wensheng Taoist realm. The reserves of righteousness in his body are naturally far beyond Qin Feng's. After they injected righteousness into the Qin Xian formation, the formation seemed to have expanded a lot, from the original 3 feet in radius to 10 feet in radius. Once the formation is expanded, the number of people who can be treated at the same time will naturally increase greatly. Everything is going smoothly. During this period, the old imperial doctor had another idea and wanted to let the civil and military officials enter the formation first to receive treatment. However, after Lu Jianli's look, he still trembled and stepped back carefully. At this moment, the blood mark on that side of his face was still a little painful, and the other party was the one who drew the sword out of disagreement. So he didn't dare to be reckless. Not long after, another pair of people arrived from the direction of the imperial city. Many people heard the news and went out in search of fame. Lu Tianlu asked doubtfully, "The chief steward of Emperor Ming's side? Why did he come? Perhaps someone in the palace is also infected with the disease, and the infected person's status is not low." Mr. Lu guessed. After all, if there was no emergency, how could the emperor's personal supervisor be sent out? The team stopped at the outskirts of the crowd, and the feminine old man who led it asked in a shrill voice, "Where is Qin Feng of the Qin family?" "Looking for me." Qin Feng raised his hand. "It's me." The great eunuch glanced around and was shocked when he saw the people whose condition was getting better under the formation. The eldest son of Qin did have some abilities. He actually had a way to treat a disease that all the imperial doctors were helpless to deal with. Thinking of this, he nodded slightly and said with a cheerful look, "My family name is Li, and I am the chief steward of the palace. Your Majesty wants to see you, so come with us as soon as possible." "The emperor wants to see me. What's going on?" Qin Feng was stunned. "Master," Nyang, who was always looking at Qin Feng not far away, looked worried. "Madam, don't worry. Feng is sensible." Father Qin patted the back of Nyang's hand and comforted her. "What are you still doing?" Manager Li asked when he saw Qin Feng's delay in making any move. "Oh." Qin Feng responded hurriedly after coming back to his senses. "I'll go with you." At this time, Lu Jianli's red lips opened slightly. This, Manager Li looked embarrassed. With his identity, he naturally recognized Lu Jianli, the darling daughter of heaven, the youngest third-grade sword god in the history of Daqian, who might be able to rival the god-suppressing Siyu in the future. Naturally, he couldn't afford to offend such a person, but His Majesty only said that he wanted to see Qin Feng. If he brought another Lu Jianli with him, it would break the rules. Qin Feng saw what Manager Li was thinking and advised the lady beside him. "I know you are worried about my safety because of the previous demons, but I can enter the palace alone. There are many experts in the palace, so there will be no danger." "What Mr. Qin said is true." Manager Li immediately agreed. "I'm not worried." Lu Jianli shook his head with a firm attitude. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly, then gently stroked the back of the other party's hand and said, "Be good and be obedient. I'll be right back." "Sir." The tips of Lu Jianli's ears were slightly red. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. "Then you should be more careful." Manager Li never expected that a woman like Lu Jianli would be so obedient to the son of a third-class auxiliary general. As the general manager, he naturally knew the inside story about the marriage between the Lu and Qin families. But most people, including him, believed that this marriage was only in name only. After all, who among ordinary people can control Lu Jianli? But looking at it now, their guess was completely wrong. Lu Jianli's shy daughter-like attitude cannot be faked, and their marriage is far happier than outsiders had guessed. Qin Feng, the eldest son of Qin, was really not simple. Manager Li kept this in mind. "Master Li, let's go," Qin Feng said after persuading his wife. "Oh, okay." Manager Li came to his senses, and then the group set off towards the palace. Under the leadership of General Manager Li, Qin Feng passed through the magnificent palace and came to the imperial study room where Emperor Ming was. "Master Qin, please wait outside for a moment. Let's go in and report first." Manager Li turned around and said with a somewhat respectful attitude. After Qin Feng said, "Okay," he carefully looked around. "We are about to meet the king of a country, and it is impossible to say that we are not nervous. After all, being with a king is like being with a tiger. If you accidentally say the wrong thing, the consequences will be disastrous." At this time, he suddenly thought of a joke from his previous life. "I'm not very good at talking. If I offend your majesty in any way, come and beat me." If I really dare to say that, Qin Feng, whose head was about to move, quickly gave up these random thoughts, carefully glanced at the guards outside the Imperial study room, and straightened his expression. On the other side, Manager Li entered the royal study and said respectfully, "Reporting to your majesty, Mr. Qin has been brought here, and he is outside. Moreover, Mr. Qin's medical skills are indeed excellent. He has already treated the people who were infected with the disease in Yongnan Street." When Emperor Ming heard this, his eyes lit up. "Bring him in to see me." Chapter 402 Yuan. Anya. Following General Manager Lu into the Imperial study, Qin Feng was like Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden, feeling that the trip was worthwhile. Back when he was in the star-reaching tower, he knew what luxury was. But after entering the palace and seeing it, he understood what it means to be a small witch and a big witch. After all, he is an emperor, and even the tea set is a treasure that can nourish the spirit. After Emperor Ming left Yongnan Street and returned to the palace, he took off his sacrificial clothes and replaced them with dragon robes. At this moment, he showed his imperial majesty. "I heard that you cured that weird illness." Qin Feng clasped his fists and replied respectfully, "Yes, your majesty. Okay, I also have someone here who I want you to treat." "Is that really so?" Qin Feng's heart trembled, and after thinking for a moment, it was not difficult to guess why the emperor asked him to come here. "I just don't know who needs his treatment. Is it the queen who is the mother of the world? Or the charming concubine?" It's not that Qin Feng has any dirty intentions. It's just that most of the men in the palace have cultivation base, and have certain abilities to resist the erosion of the curse. This is why most of the people who are affected by the curse are ordinary people, and those without cultivation base. Of officials, the concubines in the palace are basically ordinary women. So the probability of being cursed is naturally higher. His guess was reasonable. Then I heard Emperor Ming speak again. "That person is my Princess Anya." When Qin Feng heard this, he suddenly raised his head. Outside the main hall, the prince was still pacing back and forth, waiting anxiously. At this time, a man dressed as a guard hurried over. "What's going on? Have you found the person?" the prince asked hurriedly. The guard respectfully replied, "Reporting to your highness, Mr. Qin is not at home, but went to Yongnan Street to watch the New Year congratulations ceremony." "Then you won't go to Yongnan Street to look for someone?" the prince yelled. It was about his sister's safety. How could he not be anxious? "I went down, but when I arrived, Mr. Qin had already been picked up." The prince frowned. "Whoever dares to rob someone from me is simply ignorant of life and death." The guard immediately reminded in a low voice. "The person who picked up young Master Qin is Eunuch Li." The prince looked strange. There was only one person in the palace who could control Eunuch Li, and that was Emperor Ming. In other words, the person who does not know whether to live or die is his father. Fortunately, everyone here is a close confidant of him or his mother. Otherwise, what he said just now would be absolutely treasonous if it fell into the ears of others. It is very likely that he will be used by other princes to criticize him. You must know that although he was established as the crown prince and the successor of the next emperor, anything could happen before he sat on the throne. "Then I feel relieved. My father is looking for Qin Feng because of Anya's illness. When Qin Feng comes, Anya may be saved." The prince breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, an untimely voice sounded. "How capable can a mere son of a third-class auxiliary general be? Your highness probably trusts him too much." The prince looked for his voice and then frowned. "Why are you here?" The person who came was a man wearing a red uniform with a round collar and a four-tuple dragon. His eyebrows were somewhat similar to the prince's, and he was the third prince. "Anya got sick, so naturally I was very worried. So I came here to visit her." "There's no need to visit. Now Anya can't see anyone. I'll accept your offer for Anya." The two people's eyes met in the air, and there were inexplicable sparks. Although all the princes appeared to be in love with each other externally, anyone with a discerning eye could actually understand that the relationship between the princes was not harmonious. Among them, the crown prince and the third prince were the most important. If you want to say who among the princes most wants to take away the throne of the crown prince, the third prince is the second, and no one dares to be the first. And he does have this capital. At a young age, he is both civil and military, and there are not a few ministers in the court who support him. Of course, he can have such influence because the prince is notorious. "It seems that his highness does not welcome me," the third prince said with a smile. "Anya is seriously ill at the moment. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to laugh anymore." The prince responded coldly. When the third prince heard this, his smile slowly faded. "Your highness is right, but I was rude. Just as the two of them were at war with each other, a guard came here to report. Your Highness, Eunicly is bringing someone here. Who are you taking? The prince seemed to have guessed something and asked. He is a handsome young man dressed in black. According to Eunicly, he is called Mr. Qin. The prince's eyes lit up, while the third prince's eyes narrowed slightly. Yun, Anya, good fellow. As a princess, it's okay to dress up as a man and go out to do business. You even choose a fake name so perfunctorily. Are you so arrogant? On the way to Anya Palace, Qin Feng kept thinking in his heart. Looking back now, all the unreasonable things can be perfectly explained. No wonder Wang Su and Mo Lintian have so much energy. And no wonder she always looks proud. As a princess of a country, how can you not be proud? He felt that he had been deceived, and that he had been deceived miserably. The young master of Jubiozai in Yulin City. I'm afraid the entire Jubiozai belongs to her. Then again, in addition to the rampant monsters and ghosts in Dakian, there are also bandits making trouble everywhere. As a princess, how dare she run around? Aren't you afraid of being kidnapped by bandits and taken back to become the wife of the village? You know, this kind of colorful plot is not uncommon in the novels I read in my previous life. Who is not a cute little lady who was spotted by the bandit leader, snatched back to the village, and then lived a happy and painful life with no one paying attention to her even if she screamed at her throat? Oh, no. She is a woman disguised as a man. Qin Feng suddenly thought of this. Unless the bandit is as good as Long Yang, he shouldn't be able to kidnap a handsome young man. Being a princess and the young master of Jubiozai, you still have to go back and forth with me over the profit of the restaurant. It's really hateful. In her previous life, she would definitely have been a hardcore capitalist. The type who crazily exploited the working people at the bottom. No. After exorcising the curse for her this time. Next time I see her, I must get her money back with interest. It is impossible to divide the profits of the restaurant even if I die. And there is also the reward promised by fireworks and firecrackers. I have to go back and think about it carefully. By the way, I saved her life back then. Qin Feng thought about all the past events in his mind and decided to go back and think about the reward he wanted. Eunicly, who was leading the way, suddenly turned around and said, Mr. Qin, we are here. Qin Feng paused, looked up, and saw the three characters of Anya Palace. Outside the palace, there were two men standing. From the clothes they wore, Qin Feng roughly guessed their identities and looked serious. Chapter 403 Rescue Anya. When Manager Li saw the two men outside the palace, he stepped forward and saluted respectfully. His Royal Highness, the third prince. Qin Feng didn't understand these complicated etiquette, so he could only imitate them. Then, Eunicly told the purpose of his trip. According to your Majesty's order, I specially brought Qin Feng, the eldest son of Qin, to treat Princess Anya's illness. Hearing this, the third prince turned his head and looked at Qin Feng. Is it really okay to leave a disease that cannot be cured by imperial doctors to this person? Anya is a princess. If something goes wrong, even if the entire Qin family is buried with her, it won't be enough. Qin Feng's heart sank. He could feel the hostility in the other party's words. But the question is, it was obviously his first meeting with the third prince. Where did this hostility come from? Eunicly immediately said, His Royal Highness the third prince does not know that young Master Qin has successfully treated the infected people in Yong'an Street. Otherwise, His Majesty would not be able to send him here with confidence. The prince looked excited when he heard this. Seriously? Qin Feng nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Take him in quickly. Stepping into the palace, the smell of incense hit your face. A group of maids stood on one side, and many imperial doctors scratched their heads and ears anxiously. Qin Feng ignored these people and looked forward. Sitting on one side of the bed, with a light gauze curtain, was a graceful and luxurious woman. Even though she was a few years old, her grace could still be vaguely seen. Decent and exquisite clothing highlights her exquisite figure. Qin Feng glanced slightly, and then looked away. He knew that this person was the current queen and Anya's mother. Seeing too much is disrespectful. The prince stepped forward and said, Don't worry, Mother. My father has found someone who may be able to cure Anya's illness. When the queen heard this, she looked sideways, her eyes fixed on Qin Feng, and the disappointment in her eyes flashed. Such a young doctor? It was half said, but it showed distrust. Thinking about it, all the old doctors are unable to deal with Anya's illness, let alone a young master. The prince came closer and said softly, My mother doesn't know something. Although this man is young, His medical skills are quite extraordinary. Do you remember Lu Jianli of the Lu family? Such an outstanding daughter. I naturally remember that when you were young, you asked His Majesty to come to your door to propose marriage to you. Qin Feng's expression became quite exciting for a moment. Is it really okay to say this in front of him? The prince hurriedly said, Mother, why are you mentioning this old story? This person is Lu Jianli's husband, Qin Feng of the Qin family. When Lu Jianli's meridians were damaged and the imperial doctor's treatment failed, it was he who repaired the damaged meridians. Moreover, Eunuch Li just told me outside the palace that this person has successfully treated the sick people. After hearing this, the queen slowly stood up. Can you cure Anya? I will do my best, Qin Feng said, cupping his fists. The queen gave up her position, and all the imperial doctors stopped scratching their heads and stood in the center of the hall, looking at Qin Feng. They hope that Qin Feng can cure Princess Anya and save their heads, but they are worried that this will make them look useless. I was very confused inside. Qin Feng also looked at the unusually red-colored woman on the bed with a complicated expression. At this moment, no, to be precise, Princess Anya, her appearance has returned to its original appearance, with chiseled cheeks, a straight bridge of nose, and long, narrow, red lips. She was just as beautiful as her mother. The only flaw is that the breasts of the beautiful white dress are as flat as an airport. Obviously, she did not inherit Rong Nida's perfect figure from her mother. If Qin Feng still had the last doubt about Princess Anya's identity before, then this doubt disappeared when he saw the life-protecting lotus in her body. Yun is Anya. Anya is Yun. They are really the same person. After some inspection, Qin Feng frowned. The prince on the side saw that Qin Feng had not made any move and asked anxiously, How? Qin Feng straightened his expression and replied, Princess Anya has a life-protecting lotus in her body to protect her life, so there should be no worries about her life. It's just that her symptoms are far more serious than those of ordinary people. In fact, there was one thing that Qin Feng didn't say because he was afraid that everyone would be too worried. If it weren't for the life-protecting lotus in Anya's body, she would probably be in bad luck right now. But this shouldn't be the case. After all, he had known for a long time that Anya had already entered the 7th level righteousness realm and could be invulnerable to all poisons. She should also be able to resist curses. Why were the symptoms so severe? Qin Feng shook his head. He had no time to think about it. He took a step back, gathered the righteous energy on his fingertips, and sketched it in the void, as if he was carving the formation diagram of the Qingxian formation. This inexplicable scene left everyone present extremely puzzled. The third prince said calmly, Let me rescue Princess Anya. What are you doing? Qin Feng, who devoted himself wholeheartedly to the formation of the formation diagram, had no time to pay attention. Seeing the look on the third prince's face, Eunuch Li immediately explained, His Royal Highness, the third prince, does not know that Mr. Qin is the one who cured the people in Yong'an Street with the formation method. Hearing this, all the imperial doctors looked at each other in confusion. Can the formation cure the disease? The most ridiculous thing in the world. None of them spoke. They were all waiting to see the joke. Not long after, the Qingxian formation appeared in the void, emitting a burst of white light. Qin Feng gathered the righteousness into it, and a scene that surprised everyone happened. The red color on Princess Anya's face faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even her breathing began to stabilize. Is there such a thing? It's an eye-opener. It's really an eye-opener. All the imperial doctors could not help but exclaim. The prince looked happy, and the queen also took a step forward and looked at her daughter. On the other side, a sinister look flashed in the third prince's eyes. However, when Princess Anya's expression returned to normal, she was still unconscious. The prince asked worriedly, What's going on? Prince? Wait a moment. Qin Feng was also puzzled and asked Senior Xian in the Divine Sea. Xian Yi's phantom appeared. He glanced at Anya on the bed, and instantly saw the reason. That's it. You entered the 7th level realm with Lei Zhe visualization. But she entered the 7th level realm with Water Zhe visualization. The female demon's curse has a restraining effect on water vapor. The reason why she behaves like this is because the female demon's curse pollutes her divine sea. Then how should I revive her? Qin Feng asked anxiously. Xian Yi thought for a moment, and then gave the answer. It's not difficult. The Qingxian formation has removed the curse from her body. If you want to wake her up, just return her divine sea to clarity. And your thunderous righteousness happens to have this effect. As long as you merge the thunderous righteousness into her divine sea and cleanse her divine sea, It won't take long for her to wake up. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He had done it countless times to inject literary and righteous energy into others. It was so easy. Just put your hands on the other person's body and transmit righteous energy. Suddenly, Qin Feng thought of something and his expression froze. If the other party was still Yin, I would just touch it with my hands. But at this moment, the other party is a princess. If I do this again, wouldn't it be a bit treasonous? Chapter 404. You must be cheating me. He turned his head and glanced at the prince and the third prince, and then glanced at the queen from the corner of his eye. When the prince saw this, his expression changed. But what happened? Qin Feng shook his head. I already know the reason why Princess Anya is unconscious, and I have also found a way to revive her. But, just what? You tell me, the prince said anxiously. It's just that I might be a little rude to Princess Anya. I need to hold her hand and bring righteousness to her to help her wake up. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Qin Feng. Royal doctors also need to look. Here, ask and make a diagnosis when treating a disease. And pulse diagnosis is inevitable. But how can women in the palace be touched at will? So they all have mastered the art of hanging silk to feel the pulse. However, if you can hang a thread to feel your pulse, how can you hang a thread to conduct righteous energy? But it can't be suspended. Doesn't it mean that the two must have skin-to-skin contact? Presumptuous. Before the queen and the prince could speak, the third prince was the first to speak out. Anya's noble body can't be touched at will by someone like you. What is this guy barking at? When he was in Jinan City, he looked at it all over, not to mention touching his body. Qin Feng frowned. Of course, he only dared to say these words to get excited in his heart. Just touch hands? The prince looked at the unconscious Anya and asked. Qin Feng replied, just put your hand on Princess Anya's wrist. The prince did not give an immediate reply, but looked at his mother, who nodded slightly. Seeing this, the prince took a breath and said, Okay, you can start the treatment. Qin Feng took the order, put his hand lightly on Princess Anya's wrist, and then conducted the thunderous righteousness in his body into the latter's body, and submerged into the divine sea along the meridians. If you want to cleanse the sea of gods, you need a lot of righteousness. Qin Feng had already consumed a lot of righteousness on Yong'an Street, but now he really couldn't take it anymore, and his face was extremely pale. However, considering the friendship between the two of them, he always tried his best. As time passed, the unconscious Anya's eyelashes moved slightly. The prince and the queen, who had been watching the situation, their eyes lit up when they saw it. But then, a scream made everyone stunned on the spot, including Qin Feng himself. For a moment, everyone looked at Qin Feng. Some were strange, some were shocked, and some were surprised. No, I treated you well. Why are you making such a sound? It's killing me. The sight of everyone around him made Qin Feng's heart beat with fear. If this is not handled properly, the consequences will be disastrous. Fortunately, the advantages of being a scholar were fully demonstrated at this moment. Qin Feng stumbled backwards and fell to the ground without even thinking, and then pretended to be unconscious. At the same time, Princess Anya, who was lying on the bed, also opened her eyes leisurely and woke up. She turned her head and looked to one side, saw everyone, and asked, Brother, Queen, what's wrong with me? She sat up slowly and suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure on the ground. He had a handsome face and was dressed in black clothes. His whole body seemed to be down, and he was stunned on the spot. Why is he here? He saw me like this? Nervous, uneasy, and confused emotions exploded in her heart. The prince ordered someone to help Qin Feng to one side and take good care of him, then approached and told Anya the whole story. The queen called her maids to make tea for Anya. After listening to everything, Anya looked at the unconscious Qin Feng, her eyes moving, and she thought in her heart, I was saved by him again. Brother Imperial, why did he fall into a coma? Anya asked with concern. From what Uniquely said, he had already treated many people on Yong'an Street before he came. Perhaps it was due to excessive consumption and strained mind. The prince guessed. Anya's lips parted slightly, and she turned her head to look at the profile of the unconscious Qin Feng, feeling a softness in her heart. As everyone knows, Qin Feng was afraid of being held accountable when he heard the scream, so he deliberately pretended to be dizzy and tried to fool him. Everyone pretended that the scream didn't happen and deliberately didn't mention it. But at this time, the third prince said, Although this person healed Anya, his previous transgressions must be severely punished. Otherwise, where is the majesty of the royal family? Qin Feng, who was pretending to be dazed, wanted to jump up and tear this person's mouth apart when he heard this. Why is this person so unlucky? However, the other party's repeated attacks also reminded Qin Feng of something. When I first visited my father-in-law, he said that Tang Xian would not dare to make a big fuss on the wedding day for no reason. Tang Hongyun, minister of the Ministry of War, would not let his son do such a mindless thing even if he and the Lu family were in hostile camps. Therefore, there must be someone else behind Tang Xian. And that person's status is not low. So Tang Xian dared to act like this. The third prince is highly suspicious. Of course, the prince is also suspicious. After all, this guy coveted his wife when he was young. It is too normal to ask for something but not get it. To hate something out of love. Just as Qin Feng was analyzing like this, the prince frowned and retorted. As a doctor who treats illnesses and saves people, some physical contact is extremely common. What's more, in order to save Anya, he did not hesitate to expend his energy and work to the point of coma. The worst he could do was to offset his merits and demerits. So why should he be held accountable? I'm sorry. I missed you. You are a good person, Qin Feng added in his heart. And his sense of the prince has improved to a new level. The third prince was about to say something else. But Anya said calmly, Your Highness, third prince, I'm a little tired. In normal times, even if they were not born from the same mother, even if the gap between the crown prince and the third prince was well known, Anya would still refer to him as the third prince's brother out of etiquette. Now she is addressed as Your Highness and even ordered to be kicked out, which shows that she is really angry. In response, the third prince just smiled slightly. Then I won't disturb you. After speaking, he turned around and left Anya Palace. After the third prince left, the prince dismissed the imperial doctors and maids, uniquely glanced at Qin Feng and asked, Do we need our family to take him away? The prince shook his head. Just let him rest here for a while. I will order someone to take him away later. Generally speaking, it is definitely not in line with etiquette to allow a man from outside the palace to stay in the princess's palace. Not to mention that the queen is here. But with the prince present and secret guards protecting him, there won't be any big trouble. Uniquely glanced again and saw that Qin Feng was still unconscious. After hesitating for a while, he bowed and retreated. After a while, only the prince, queen, Anya and Qin Feng, who was pretending to be faint, were left in the huge palace. At this time, the queen, who had always been calm, said, Everyone has left. How long will you continue to pretend to be unconscious? Qin Feng, who was lying on the bench, felt his heart tremble. Discovered? It shouldn't be. My acting skills should be perfect. You must be cheating on me. Qin Feng, who was determined in his heart, still made no move. You're not that old. But you're as smart as the officials in the court. You can rest assured that I will not hold you accountable. I have seen too many of your little tricks in the harem. After the words fell, there was no movement. The queen's face was expressionless, and she added lightly, It seems that you want to spend the rest of your life in a prison, and I will help you. In a moment, Qin Feng jumped up from the bench. Very quickly. Chapter 405 The Master of the Harem. Please forgive me, Her Majesty the Queen, for I had no choice but to be rude in order to save the princess. I didn't expect Princess Anya either. The prince coughed dryly, and Qin Feng, who had come to his senses, quickly changed his words. I was indeed in a coma at that time. I didn't know anything, and I didn't hear anything. That is to say, he just woke up after resting for a while. When he said this, he carefully looked at the reactions of several people. The prince shook his head. The queen still looked calm. He had almost forgotten that one of the two people in front of him was a majestic queen, the master of the harem, and a master of palace scheming. The other one is the current crown prince, the prince of a country, who has been fighting with other princes and civil and military officials since he was a child. This little trick of pretending to be dizzy and getting through the test is like a trick in front of these two people. I think these two and the third prince have seen through my trick a long time ago. It's ridiculous that I still think my acting skills are flawless. He secretly glanced at Princess Anya, who also looked at him, pretending to be a stranger she didn't recognize. I have to say that the other party's acting skills are worthy of recognition. But it is a pity that Qin Feng has already confirmed her identity. So her acting skills are useless no matter how superb she is. The queen said, It's really hard work for you to save Princess Anya and put her into coma. I wanted you to drink a cup of tea before leaving. But this tea is a bit hot, and I don't know how long it will take to cool down. You should go back and rest early. The word, hot mouth, has a slight accent. Qin Feng heard the hidden meaning behind the words. The queen wanted him to keep his mouth shut, and not to tell anyone about the details of the princess's treatment. As for the palace maids and imperial doctors present, the queen and the prince naturally took matters into their own hands. I understand. I understand. Qin Feng responded. All he wanted to do was leave this place of right and wrong quickly. He didn't wait too long. The prince quickly summoned the guards and took him away from Anya Palace. On the other side, after Eunuch Li left Princess Anya's palace, he rushed to the imperial study room as soon as possible and told the truth about everything that happened in Anya's palace. Emperor Ming looked at the memorial in his hand. It was Yu Luoxi's account of everything that happened tonight, including the results of the handling of the demons who escaped from the 9 prisons. Everything was complete in detail. While reading the memorial, he asked Eunuch Li many questions, such as Princess Anya's reaction when she saw Qin Feng after she woke up. Another example is the prince's attitude towards Qin Feng, and the third prince's attitude towards Qin Feng. It was naturally impossible for Eunuch Li to conceal these things and tell them all. From the beginning to the end, Emperor Ming's expression was calm, and it was impossible to tell what was going on in his heart. After listening to Eunuch Li's report, Emperor Ming put down the memorial in his hand and said with emotion, I saved Shuliang City from the disaster of corpses, invented gunpowder to increase my power, opened a poor family academy to educate children, and had a wonderful medical skill to rejuvenate. This Qin Feng is really amazing, and he can be regarded as answering the sentence, a tiger father has no dog son. Eunuch Li was a little surprised. He recognized Qin Feng's ability. After all, he had heard and seen it with his own eyes. But where did the term, tiger father, come from? At that time, the Qin family moved out of Fengtian City, which caused a lot of commotion. The dignitaries in the imperial capital all laughed at Qin Jianan, the head of the Qin family, for being a prodigal who dared to sell his ancestral home and leave the imperial capital. Such a head of the family has nothing to do with the term, tiger father. But after all, he is just an internal manager, and he doesn't dare to say or ask these questions. He just kept a secret in mind that the lonely Qin family may not be as simple as it seems on the surface. This time the Qin family boy cured my Princess Anya and solved the illness caused by the thieves who broke into the imperial capital. Tell me, what kind of reward should I give him? Should we continue to upgrade the Qin family's title, give some gold and silver treasures, or give that boy an official position? After Eunuch Li thought about it, he replied in a low voice, the head of the Qin family has been promoted to third-class titles in a short period of time. It would be inappropriate to continue to promote him to titles. Our family believes that your majesty can reward the Qin family boy with some gold and silver treasures. As for holding an official position and holding a part-time job, our family doesn't understand this and can't give his majesty any advice. Emperor Ming nodded slightly and said thoughtfully, then you will tell me tomorrow that Qin Feng, the eldest son of Qin, can go to the palace treasury and choose any treasure to take away. This slave takes your orders. Eunuch Li bowed and said, by the way, what's the reply from Master Tianjin about tonight's matter? According to the person who reported it, the Imperial Master Tianjin only said 8 words, he is a young man and is worthless. After hearing this, Emperor Ming once again glanced at the memorial brought by Prison Luoxi. It clearly stated that the prisoner taken away by the thieves was Xunli, the chief disciple of Tianjin Imperial Master. I understand. After Qin Feng left the palace, he did not let the guards responsible for escorting him take him directly back to the Qin mansion. Instead, he planned to go to Yong'an Street first. After all, although Princess Anya was cured, the people in Fengtian City were not out of misery yet. But just as he was about to arrive, a white light suddenly lit up in the direction of Haowen Academy's climbing tower, and disappeared into the Qingxian Formation in midair on Yong'an Street. Then the Qingxian Formation continued to grow in size under everyone's astonished gaze, until it evolved into the Zanshan Formation that nearly covered the entire Fengtian City. As the huge Qingxian Formation emitted a burst of dazzling white light, the physical conditions of the people infected by the female demon's curse improved one after another. Qin Feng twitched his lips when he saw this. He didn't need to think about it to know that there was no other person besides Tianjin Guosher who could be so generous. It's just that he doesn't understand. Since Tianjin Imperial Master has such ability, why didn't he take action earlier, causing him to waste so much energy? Brother, Fomer. The Qin family stayed at Yong'an Street, looking in the direction of the palace. They had already seen Qin Feng as soon as he arrived. In addition to family members, My father-in-law and Mr. Lu were also present. Father Qin asked, "Why did your majesty summon you?" Qin Feng glanced at the guards beside him. The guards turned their horses' heads without hesitation and ran back to the palace again. Only when the sound of horse hooves disappeared at the end of the long night did Qin Feng tell the story of the palace and his party. It turns out that Princess Anya was also infected with the disease and asked Fenger to treat her. Yang patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not a big deal. At this time, Mr. Lu suddenly spoke. "Don't omit any details. After entering the palace, tell me everything you saw and heard, including everything you heard." Qin Feng didn't understand what he meant, but he still did it. After listening to all the details, Lu Tianlu asked, "The queen took the initiative to tell you that the prince proposed marriage to the Lu family when he was young?" Qin Feng was slightly stunned. He glanced at Lu Jianli beside him and replied, "Yes, the prince mentioned Jianli at that time. The queen didn't recognize my identity, so she said it as a joke." Lu Tianlu shook his head. "As Lu Jianli's husband, how could the queen not recognize you? As the master of the harem, how could the queen say such jokes at will? She just deliberately told this matter in front of the third prince, and you to express goodwill to you." Qin Feng was stunned. He vaguely remembered the first words the queen said when she saw him. Such a young doctor. Could it be that the disappointment in his eyes and the helplessness in his tone were all acting? No way. Chapter 406, The Queen's Thoughts. However, the abnormality that was not noticed at the time was indeed reminded by my father-in-law. And when I recalled it afterwards, there were indeed many unreasonable things. Apart from anything else, if the queen really didn't know herself, would she have given up her position so safely and allowed herself to heal Anya without trusting her? Although this cannot be ruled out because the prince said good things for him, it is still a bit too straightforward. And under the premise that the third prince continued to make things difficult, the queen did not add insult to injury. Even though he knew he was pretending to be comatose, he didn't point it out. Instead, he called himself up after rejecting everyone. All kinds of signs put together. The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more frightened he became. He asked aloud, "But why does the queen want to express goodwill to me? I have clearly never met her before." "It's because of the prince." Mr. Lu, who had been silent for a long time, said. "Prince?" Qin Feng murmured, and suddenly understood something. "The battle for the crown prince. Does the queen want to use me to help the prince connect with the Lu family?" Lu Tianlu looked sideways and nodded, with a trace of relief in his eyes. When Qin Feng received the affirmation, he knew that his guess was good, and he understood many things in an instant. The battle for the crown prince is a war between princes competing for the title of crown prince to succeed the next emperor. After all, before sitting on the throne, the so-called prince was just a title. As we all know, if you want to have the capital to challenge other princes, it is most important to have your own power. Whoever gets more support will naturally have a higher probability of inheriting the throne. Of course, while wooing your own forces, you must not anger the emperor. Otherwise, everything you do will be in vain. As a heavyweight in the imperial court, the Lu family has not stood up for any prince until now, so it has naturally become the target that many princes want to strive for. Whoever can win the support of the Lu family will not only become infinitely louder in the army, but also have Lu Jianli, the darling girl of heaven, a swordsman with a bright future. It will be a sharp sword hanging over the heads of many people, which will have a strong deterrent effect. If any prince wants to win the position of prince by not following the routine and taking the ordinary path, he must carefully consider whether his subordinates are good enough to fight. When the prince proposed marriage to the Lu family when he was young, I am afraid that besides the fact that his wife was an unparalleled scholar, he may not have had this thought in mind. The queen took the initiative to bring up this matter because she wanted to express her attitude to me. Jianli has become my wife, and the past has been revealed, so don't have any grudges about it. Damn it. When you think about it, the queen is really scary. She is indeed the king of scheming in the palace and the master of the harem. Qin Feng was secretly shocked. The father-in-law paused and then said, "Of course, in addition to winning over the Lu family, the queen may also want to win over you." "Win me over?" Qin Feng looked surprised. The father, second mother, and second brother on the side looked sideways. "Yes, she may have taken a fancy to your potential, not to mention your extraordinary medical skills. You have also developed gunpowder, and your attainments in the literary sage tradition are not low. Anyone who plans big things must not stick to the present, but also look to the future. She has taken a fancy to your future. Brother, you are so awesome. Lan Ningxuang and her second brother said with sincere admiration. It seems that the Qin family will finally rise in Fenger's hands, Ernyan said with joy. The father opened his mouth, and after a moment he said, as expected of my Qin Jian's son, this is to force yourself to put money on your face. Qin Feng was not complacent about these words. After all, he was telling the truth. The father-in-law said, let's end this matter. There was such a big commotion in Fengtian City tonight. I was afraid that many people would be held accountable. So I had been busy all night and went back to rest early. Qin Feng raised his head and looked at the sky. It was already dark. Looking at the people who had recovered from their illnesses, he couldn't help but sigh. This is supposed to be the most joyful day of the year. But who would have thought that something like this would happen? But fortunately, they were all near misses. There are countless masters in Fengtian City, and it just so happens that the people from the Four Regions Demon Slayer Division come to the Imperial Capital for pilgrimage. So those demons and ghosts are nothing to worry about. As for the curses brought by the female demon, they must have been solved after the Tianjin Imperial Master took action. Too many things happened tonight. After relaxing, Qin Feng felt a sense of exhaustion welling up in his heart. He had consumed too much righteousness and energy, and his body was shaky at the moment. As a burst of fragrance spread to his nose, Lu Jianli, who was dressed in white, gently supported Qin Feng and opened his red lips. Let's go back. Okay. Qin Feng nodded slightly. If you want to return to Qin Mansion, you have to pass through Yong'an Street. The Qin family and the others headed back home. Seeing this, all the people got out of the way. Then he bowed to them. No. To be more precise, he should bow to Qin Feng. If Qin Feng hadn't taken action tonight, their family would have been in great danger, and their gratitude was naturally beyond words. Until Qin Feng and others left, a crowd of people were still there to watch him, and no one left. That night, the word Qin Feng spread quickly in Fengtian City. The next day, at 3 o'clock in the morning, Qin Feng woke up leisurely and stretched. He turned around and saw Lu Jianli, dressed in white, sitting beside the bed, looking at him quietly. What's wrong? Qin Feng asked curiously. That eunuch from last night came to see you this morning, Lu Jianli said softly. When Qin Feng heard this, he sat up immediately. Eunuch came to look for him, indicating that Emperor Ming came to look for him, perhaps to convey his will. As he got up and dressed, he hurriedly asked, did Eunuch just come? Lu Jianli shook his head. It has been here for about 2 seconds. Ah? Qin Feng was shocked. Madam, why didn't you wake me up? Seeing that you were sleeping deeply, I didn't bother you. Lu Jianli replied softly. This reason made Qin Feng feel warm in his heart. At the same time, he felt a little dumbfounded. Madam, you have neglected the Emperor's will, which is disrespectful. It doesn't matter. Just let him wait. Lu Jianli said calmly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Qin Feng opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. The lady is good at everything, but she doesn't understand the world's ways and the majesty of the Emperor. Such a lady is adorable, but she is also very likely to offend others. Where is Eunuch? In the lobby. After hearing this, Qin Feng put on his clothes and hurriedly opened the door and ran towards the lobby of Qin Mansion. While running in the corridor, he suddenly discovered that there were many more objects in the empty space of the Qin Mansion. Those objects were not gifts from Emperor Ming, because they were items belonging to ordinary people. There are stacks of eggs, rice cakes made by ordinary people, chicken, duck, fish, and various fruits. In the direction of the Qin Mansion's gate, there are still servants and maids carrying these to the Qin Mansion. Chapter 407 Qin Jianan is ordinary and ordinary. Qin Feng saw Xing Sheng moving things and asked, Haiden too, where did all these things come from? Uncle, these are sent by the people who were treated by you last night. We have asked them not to send any more, but they don't listen. At this moment, there are still many piles outside the Qin Mansion. He Tantu looked helpless, but in his heart, he admired his uncle very much. When the head of the Lu family took the Shihou army out to fight against demons and ghosts and saved a city, the people in that city also gave gifts to the Shihou army to express their gratitude. Unexpectedly, my uncle was already so loved by the people of Fengtian City at such a young age. Uncle, if we store so many things properly, our Qin Mansion may not need to buy any more food for half a year, Haiden Tu joked. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng looked at the gifts on the ground and showed a happy smile. Yes, the people all know who is good to the people. Although Qin Feng was filled with emotion, He did not delay here any longer. After all, Uniqli had been waiting for him in the lobby of the Qin mansion for a long time. As soon as they entered the lobby, they saw Uniqli sitting there, blowing on the steaming tea, and chatting with his unreliable father from time to time. When Aaron Yang saw Qin Feng, she winked hurriedly. Qin Feng stepped forward and clasped his fists to apologize. I came a little late. Please forgive me for neglecting Uniqli. Seeing this, Uniqli put down his teacup and said with a smile, It doesn't matter. You healed the people in the city last night, and then went into the palace to save Princess Anya. It's normal for your mind to be strained, so it's normal for you to sleep a little longer. Being so polite was beyond Qin Feng's expectation. He originally thought that Uniqli would be difficult to get along with since he stayed with Emperor Ming all year round. Uniqli came to look for this junior. Why? Qin Feng asked curiously. Of course our family is following His Majesty's decree to call you into the palace and give you rewards. If nothing happens, you can go with our family. Uniqli stood up. Okay. Qin Feng agreed immediately. But when leaving, Uniqli deliberately turned his head slightly and looked at Qin Jianan carefully. His Majesty said last night that a tiger father has no dog son, and he still remembers it in his heart. However, after spending some time with him in the lobby, Uniqli's only feeling was that except for his appearance, he was ordinary. As the general manager of the imperial household, he has been serving Emperor Ming all year round. What kind of person has he not seen? There are high-ranking officials who hold high positions all year round. All-powerful generals, 100 ghost Taoists and divine warriors with unpredictable martial arts. Even if those people didn't say a word, he could tell that they were unusual. This is the ability to read people that I have been practicing for a long time. But this Qin Jianan, the words are not sharp. The momentum is ordinary. And there is no sense of oppression that makes people feel like a thorn in their backs. Tuadwa is just an ordinary person. How can he be worthy of being called a tiger father? Uniqli shook his head and left the lobby without thinking any more. After Uniqli left, Aaron Yang looked strange and said, Master, Uniqli has been checking what you are doing. I always feel that he has some evil intentions. Don't talk nonsense. Uniqli is the general manager of the palace. Even if you are a third-rank official, you must treat him with respect when you see him. Father Qin reminded. But I just think his eyes are weird. I've heard people say that the psychology of eunuchs is a little unusual. Master, he must be attracted to you. Aaron Yang looked worried. Poof! Father Qin just took a sip of tea and spit it out. When Qin Feng arrived at the palace, the morning court had ended. He followed Uniqli to the royal study room last night. Emperor Ming, who was wearing a dragon robe, flipped through the memorials in his hands, the anger in his brows still lingering. After all, Fengtian City had been stable for too long, and a group of young people were able to openly rob the prisoners on the 7th floor of the 9 Layers prison on the night of the New Year's Eve ceremony. And the civil and military officials in the court are useless except for shirking responsibilities to each other. In this way, how could Emperor Ming not get angry? Uniqli, who was good at observing words and expressions, saw this and said cautiously, Your Majesty, Qin Feng, the eldest son of Qin, has been brought here. Emperor Ming put down the memorial in his hand. Let him come in. Although it was only one night. For Qin Feng, this was his second entry into the palace in the true sense. It is said that emperors are moody. Even though he had met him once, Qin Feng was still a little nervous. Emperor Ming looked at the reserved boy in black, and for some reason, the anger in his brows was reduced a bit. You don't have to be so nervous. I called you here not to punish you, but to reward you. In the palace treasure house, there are countless ancient and modern treasures, etc. Let Uniqli take you there, and you can choose any object to take away. Is there such a good thing? Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he was filled with surprise. In this world, when it comes to which place has the most treasures, apart from the Dragon Clan, the Dacian Palace Treasure House is definitely the number one. After all, this treasure house has been established since the founding of the Dacian dynasty, and the treasures in it can be said to be of all kinds. In the Four Realms Demon Slayer division, most of the treasures that can be exchanged for military exploits are also items that have been eliminated from the palace treasury. Which is evident. Qin Feng said excitedly. Thank you for your kindness. Your Majesty, Emperor Ming hummed, and then spoke again. You are very talented and proficient in crafts. You invented gunpowder and made me more powerful. I appreciate your talents and would like to recruit you to the Ministry of Industry as a doctor to take charge of all management, construction and construction matters. What do you think? Qin Feng's expression suddenly froze when he heard this. The doctor of the Ministry of Industry is a fifth-rank official. If a commoner wants to directly take up such an official position, it is undoubtedly a pie falling from the sky, which is enough to show the emperor's high regard. But he doesn't want to do it. Imperial officials are different from demon slayers. The former have to clock in and get off work on time, but they are far less free than the latter. Besides, various officials in the court are scheming and fighting each other, and they have to prevent others from getting caught. It would be very tiring to accidentally end up destroying a family. Moreover, he also has to improve the cultivation level of the Wensheng Taoist and go to the Hanmen Academy to teach people. Where can he find the time? Seeing Qin Feng's delay in answering, Uniquely reminded him in a low voice. Qin Feng, your majesty is asking you. Qin Feng came to his senses immediately, considered his words, and then began to express his emotions. He first thanked his majesty for his kindness, and then explained that he was still young, had little qualifications, and had limited abilities. Even if he wanted to hold this official position, he still lacked the qualifications. All in all, the implication behind the words is, I can't do it. After hearing these words, Emperor Ming glanced at Qin Feng thoughtfully. Just this glance made Qin Feng's adrenaline surge, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Did I say the wrong thing? When Uniquely on the side saw this, his heart skipped a beat, and he felt like he was about to suffer. But then I heard Emperor Ming say, What you said makes some sense. That's all. Let's not mention the matter of the doctor from the Ministry of Works for now. Uniquely, please take him to the palace treasure house. As you command, Your Majesty. Chapter 408, I never thought of lying to you. After leaving the imperial study room, Qin Feng slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere just now was too depressing. The emperor's look was like thousands of demons and ghosts descending upon the city, making people tremble with fear. Uniquely, did I say the wrong thing just now? Qin Feng asked cautiously. Our family doesn't know either. Uniquely pretended to distance himself from the relationship, as if he had lost the previous intimacy. Qin Feng's heart sank. When he turned a corner and saw no one around, he stopped Uniquely and took out a heavy money bag from his arms. He knows all the rules. Uniquely glanced casually and said calmly, Master Qin, what are you doing? Our family doesn't do this. After all, it was the eunuch who was always by the king's side. Yet he acted so carefully. Qin Feng secretly sighed. Suddenly, he thought of the TV series he had watched in his previous life about bribery between high-ranking officials. Bribery also paid attention to methods and strategies. If you give a gift blatantly, you will only leave a clue and make the recipient of the gift miserable. Those who dare to accept this kind of gift are fools who don't care about their lives. Uniquely is obviously not such a fool. After thinking about this, Qin Feng took the idea into consideration. He put the money bag back into the silver ring, and then took out a small and exquisite jade pendant. During the next journey, he took advantage of an opportunity and threw the jade pendant into the grass beside him without leaving any trace. Then, Qin Feng pointed to the grass and said, Uniquely, you dropped something. Uniquely then looked at Qin Feng, and then he knelt down to pick up the jade pendant and put it into his arms. His movements were really smooth. The expressionless face also showed a smile. We have been wearing this jade pendant for a long time, but we didn't notice when it fell. Thanks to Master Qin for reminding me. You've been wearing it for a long time. Qin Feng smiled on the surface, but he was cursing in his heart. I just happened to see it. Then I heard Uniquely say, My family was really worried about you just now. Your Majesty is a noble person. Once you open your mouth, how can you refuse? Fortunately, Your Majesty may think that you still have the talent to cultivate, and does not have the same knowledge as you. Next time, don't do this again. Thank you Uniquely for the tip. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. If he didn't refuse, he would have to accept the position of doctor in the Ministry of Industry. Then he would lose his freedom, and he would only encounter this kind of thing more often in the future. So although he was a little scared, he had no regrets. But I still feel a little emotional in my heart. In this era, the emperor can really easily decide the life and death of others. Thinking about it this way, modern society is better. The palace is very big, and after walking for a long time, I still didn't reach my destination. Suddenly, I saw a group of people walking not far away. The leader was a woman wearing a gorgeous ivory dress, covered with a cherry red palace gauze. Her hair was tied high, dignified and elegant. It's the eldest princess. The other party obviously also saw Qin Feng, and walked straight over with no expression on his face. Uniquely immediately saluted. Meet your Highness Anya. Although Qin Feng already knew that Yin was Princess Anya, he had not completely gotten over the relationship with Yin, so he forgot to salute in his daze. Seeing this, the guard in battle uniform beside Anya frowned and shouted coldly, "You are not polite when you see the princess." Uniquely also reminded in a low voice, "Mr. Qin, don't be in a daze." Qin Feng came to his senses and immediately clasped his fists and said, "Greetings to your Highness Anya." Anya nodded slightly. "If I remember correctly, you were the one who cured my illness last night?" Forehead. "Are you still pretending to be with me?" Qin Feng, who lowered his head, twitched the corner of his mouth, and then replied, "It is true." Anya responded softly in her nasal voice, turned her head and asked uniquely, "Where are you going?" Reporting to His Majesty Anya. "On His Majesty's orders. I will take Mr. Qin to the treasure house to select a treasure as a reward." "I see. I just want to go back, so I will walk a while with you. I heard someone say that you are Qin Feng, the eldest son of Qin? Please follow me. I have something to tell you." Anya raised her fair chin slightly, held up her skirt, and stepped out of the escort team. Uniquely was stunned for a moment. Anya Palace and the Palace Treasure House were in two different directions. Thinking of this, he realized, why did Princess Anya appear here? Even if she was taking a walk, she wouldn't have walked such a long distance. Qin Feng kept up with Anya's pace. Uniquely and the man in the battle suit originally wanted to follow, but Anya stopped him. "I have something to say to this person alone, so just follow behind." The two walked for a while, but neither one spoke first. Qin Feng secretly took a look. His delicate profile was indeed impressive, but when viewed from the side, her busted breasts were even more obvious. He couldn't help but sigh. Anya heard the commotion, looked sideways, and frowned slightly. "Do you feel so disappointed by staying with me? You are still pretending to be addicted, right?" Qin Feng looked back, and after confirming that he kept a certain distance from Uniquely and the others, he said softly, "Princess Anya misunderstood, but seeing you reminded me of a good friend." Coincidentally, the man's name was Yin, which was just the reverse order of Princess Anya's names. Moreover, Princess Anya looks very similar to my good friend. My good friend once told me that he has a sister. If you were not a princess, I might have mistaken you for my good friend's sister. When Anya heard this, she paused. After a moment, she finally took off her disguise and sighed. "My lord, I never wanted to lie to you. I just couldn't help myself. Are you finally willing to admit it?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. "Since you've already seen through it, what's the point of continuing to pretend? Thank you for coming to save me last night." Anya is delicate and delicate. This daughter's posture is very different from usual. When Emperor Ming called me into the palace, I didn't expect that the person he wanted me to treat was you. But there is one thing to say. Your original appearance is much more beautiful than that man's posture. After Qin Feng said this, he felt a little regretful. The opponent now is not Yin, but Princess Anya. A mere commoner who dares to molest a country's princess will be beheaded. He carefully glanced at the other party's reaction and saw that Anya's expression was as usual, as if she hadn't heard anything. But if you look closely, you can see that her hands holding the skirt are tighter than before. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly changed the subject. "I don't understand. You are a princess of a country, and you are sitting on glory and wealth. Why do you need to build a treasure house and take risks to travel around? Who told you that Jubiozai was founded by me?" Anya replied. "Huh?" Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes widened, and an incredible guess formed in his mind. Chapter 409, The Golden Dragon Moose. Jubiozai was not built by the princess, which means that the princess is also working for others. Then I would like to ask, how many people in the world are worthy of letting the princess work? There is only one truth. Jubiozai was built by the emperor. No wonder the princess of the same country can enter and leave the palace at will, and can travel around in the company of men dressed as women. I thought that the guards in the palace were all useless, but I didn't expect that someone just told them to turn a blind eye. Wait a minute. Think about it this way. Could it be that the Dakian treasury under Emperor Ming's rule was so full because of Jubiozai? By the way, there are countless rare treasures in the world in Jubiozai, and some of the items traded there are most likely from the palace treasure house. After all, only the royal family can collect so many treasures in the world. Qin Feng suddenly understood a lot and felt frightened. He recalled the unsmiling emperor's majesty in the royal study, and felt that the emperor's thoughts were really unpredictable. Anya on the side caught a glimpse of Qin Feng's expression change, and knew what he had guessed, and said calmly, Don't talk about this matter outside. Otherwise no one can protect you. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. Then next time something like this happens, just don't say anything about it. Even so, he also understood that the reason Anya wanted to reveal this information was to show her trust in him, and also to expose past deceptions and bring the two of them closer. However, Anya was obviously overthinking this move, because Qin Feng didn't care about being cheated at all. What he cared about was, well, since you are a princess of a country, you definitely don't care about the monthly profits of my restaurant. Why not? Anya immediately frowned and said coldly, the profits agreed upon before must not be less. If you dare to deal with me, you will bear the consequences. Qin Feng opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Damn it. It's really unreasonable for a majestic princess of a country to exploit me, a common citizen. Is this guy so greedy for money? Give me that thing back. What? Anya asked, confused. I borrowed your transformation box some time ago, so don't pretend you don't know. After I leave the palace, I will naturally return it to you, as well as the promised thanks for giving you the fireworks, and the reward for treating you last night. You have to settle it for me, Qin Feng said. Anya paused and looked sideways. Her beautiful eyes slightly widened. We can wait until later to talk about this. Hearing this, Qin Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Okay, but I made a promise in advance. The reward you give cannot be perfunctory. You know, I have saved you twice. If we go by the usual rules, in this case, the woman will have to commit herself to her. Of course, Qin Feng only dares to say this in his heart. At this time, Qin Feng suddenly felt something in his heart and turned his head to look to the other side. At the end of the line of sight, there is a magnificent courtyard. At the top of the courtyard, the high-spirited dragon head is lifelike and intimidating. Qin Feng asked curiously, where is that place? Anya then looked around and replied calmly, that's the Yulong Palace, where the Panlong Pillar of Jinghua is located. Qin Feng suddenly thought of his previous visit to Shengonfang. When gunpowder first came out, a golden dragon appeared in the sky above the palace, with its teeth and claws showing, and its momentum was astonishing. He also asked the elder Yuan afterwards, and learned some inside information. It turns out that there is the Yulong Palace where the Coiling Dragon Column is stored. I heard someone said that there are 9 golden dragons on the Coiling Dragon Column. The more golden dragons you see in your eyes, the more prosperous your country will be. Is this true? Qin Feng asked curiously. Anya nodded slightly. Not bad. How many golden dragons are open on the Panlong Pillar now? Anya replied, including the one that opened its eyes last time. There are now a total of 5 golden dragons with their eyes open. Since this golden dragon represents the destiny of the country, what will happen if all 9 golden dragons open their eyes? Qin Feng asked again. According to legend, the Panlong Pillar was built by ancient saints. If the 9 dragons open their eyes, the human race will usher in a completely new situation. However, since ancient times, except for Emperor Tianxian, who opened the eyes of 8 golden dragons, no descendants have ever reached that level. Even though my father worked hard to govern, he could only restore some of the national destiny, Anya said with some regret. Saint? Qin Feng was slightly startled. Could it be that Senior Xian set up this dragon pillar? However, the ancient saint was not just Senior Xian, so it is difficult to say. How far is it from the palace treasure house? Soon, Anya said lightly. When Qin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. This palace is really big, and he could walk for a long time without even seeing his destination. But Uniqli, who was always following the two of them, was puzzled. Why did Princess Anya take a detour? In the Yulong Hall, a group of men and women dressed in white sat around the Panlong Pillar. It is their mission to guard the Panlong Pillar and record the changes in the Golden Dragon every moment. Suddenly, the originally peaceful Coiling Dragon Pillar, with its eyes open and the Golden Dragon at the top, bared its teeth and danced its claws, letting out a dragon roar. They all had an impression of this Golden Dragon, and they only opened their eyes some time ago. At that time, the Golden Dragon soared into the sky and left the Yulong Palace, not knowing where it was going. As a result, he was blocked back by a burst of white light. What's going on? Is this Golden Dragon going to leave the Dragon Palace again? All the men and women in white were shocked. How can the Golden Dragon, which represents the destiny of the country, leave the Dragon Palace? Fortunately, the Golden Dragon just let out a roar and then stopped. However, someone still noticed something unusual, because the Golden Dragon's eyes kept moving, as if it was staring at something. Finally, Its eyes stopped, and the direction it looked was clearly the direction of the palace treasure house. I still have something to do, so let's go first. After arriving at the destination, Anya left these words, then turned around gracefully and walked along the way she came. Qin Feng didn't pay too much attention, but looked at the magnificent treasure house in front of him. Outside the palace treasure house, it is naturally heavily guarded. Qin Feng even saw a figure wearing a red robe and a white mask. He knew that this person came from the Prison Luo division, and those who could serve in the Prison Luo division must be strong. Uniquely stepped forward, took out a token from his arms, and presented it respectfully. Master Bingnian, on your majesty's order, take him to the treasure house to select a treasure to take away. This is your majesty's token. The white-faced man called C-Face glanced at the token and then stepped aside. Qin Feng only saw his right hand touch the void, and golden light flowed on the treasure house door, which was obviously some kind of seal. After the golden light circulated for several weeks, the door opened in response. Okay. A hoarse voice came from under the white face. Uniquely said, thank you, and led Qin Feng into the palace treasure house. When you see it, you are greeted by a dazzling array of gold and jade, all kinds of colors and treasures. Qin Feng's eyes widened, and his heart felt hot. Chapter 410. If you don't know how to defend, how can you attack? The treasures that can be stored in the palace treasury are naturally extraordinary, but there are so many of them. Which one should I choose? Qin Feng looked at the dazzling treasure and felt a little embarrassed. Now, in addition to the hairband treasure given to him by Miss Song, he now has the Chiman Bagua Jade that he obtained from the Demon Slaying Division in Chiyuan City. But with his ability, the Chiman Bagua Jade has not been put to any use so far. Sister Mo's true interpretation of life has been used up, and the sword energy of Yu Huan and Master Sword Emperor has also been exhausted. So for me, finding a treasure that can save my life is the top priority. Thinking of this, he turned his head and asked, Uniquely, I want to choose a treasure that can protect myself. I wonder if you can give me some suggestions? Uniquely naturally couldn't shirk the idea of eating people with a short mouth and taking people with short hands. So he said, our family doesn't know much about these things, so I can only show you around. Then, Uniquely led the way while telling what he knew. Qin Feng was not idle either. He looked around as he walked, and from time to time, he would put his hands on the ground to weigh the quality of the treasure. This palace treasure house has 3 levels from the outside to the inside. The items further inside are naturally better. In the past, Emperor Ming gave treasures to those divine generals, and those divine generals would always go to the innermost level to select them. Hearing this, Qin Feng withdrew his eyes from looking around, glanced at the treasure in his hand with some disgust, and put it back to its place. His philosophy is not to seek the most practical, but to seek the best. He can no longer look down upon the 2 treasures outside. Following Uniquely to the innermost level, the number of treasures was obviously much smaller. Moreover, the treasures here no longer look colorful and dazzling like those outside, but are instead very ordinary. Although the appearance is very ordinary, Qin Feng can feel that the fluctuations emitted by the treasures here are much higher than those outside. None of the treasures here are of ordinary quality. Mr. Qin, you are practicing the Taoism of literary saints, so naturally it is best to choose treasures driven by literary qi. For example, this one is called the Green Lotus Lamp. When literary energy is introduced into it, it can form a light shield to protect people, invulnerable to weapons, water and fire. It is the best choice to save your life. Qin Feng looked at the blue treasure lantern and shook his head. The Wensheng Taoist himself was good at defense, but not good at attack. Equipped with a defensive weapon, isn't it just like putting another layer of iron armor on the turtle SHL, which is superfluous? Can Uniquely recommend some weapons with offensive means? Uniquely asked in confusion. Didn't you say you wanted something for self-defense earlier? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng said seriously, Uniquely doesn't know something. For a man, offense is the best defense. Uniquely's expression froze, and then he glared. Uniquely, that's not what I meant. Qin Feng waved his hand quickly. He almost forgot that the man in front of him was no longer a real man in the strict sense, so he couldn't talk nonsense to avoid hurting the other person. Well, this nonsense has meaning on all levels. We are too lazy to be as knowledgeable as you. Uniquely snorted, then turned to look at the other treasures. When it comes to this offensive treasure, swords are the best in the world. There are 10 divine swords on the Dakian divine sword list, and there are 2 hidden in the Imperial Palace. It's just that this sword is of little use to you because of the Wensheng Taoism you practice. Qin Feng's eyes lit up and he said, "It doesn't matter if you introduce it to me. I don't have to use this treasure myself. It's okay to choose one for my wife." Uniqli looked sideways. "We almost forgot that your wife is the youngest swordsman in the history of Dakian. Then come with us." When he came to the treasure where the swords were stored, Uniqli pointed at a long sword and said, "This is the Qingyun sword that ranks 10th on the Dakian Divine Sword list." Qin Feng then looked around and saw that the long sword was green in color with cloud patterns engraved on its surface. The blade was sharp and emitted cold light. A good sword indeed. However, the lady already owns 2 divine swords. One is the 7th rank Han Zui sword, and the other is the 3rd rank Zidian divine gun. It seems a bit useless to have another divine sword that is ranked last. This sword is not as good as the 2 my wife has now. Where is the other divine sword in the treasure house?" Qin Feng looked around, but Uniqli shook his head. "Our family only said that there are 2 divine swords in the palace, but they did not say that both of them are in this treasure house. Don't think about the other one. That sword is not something that ordinary people can use, but a divine sword that only the emperor can wield. The Xianyuan sword that ranks first in the Dakian rankings." Xianyuan slang divine sword? Qin Feng was stunned. Although the Dakian divine sword list was famous all over the world, there were always different opinions about the divine sword that ranked first. Only now did he learn the full name of the divine sword. "It is said that this sword can kill ghosts and gods. The founding emperor of Dakian opened up the empire with this sword," Uniqli said with emotion. "When would a human emperor be able to kill ghosts and gods with a sword?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, extremely curious about the divine sword. However, those divine objects were not something he could covet. So he put his thoughts away and looked at the other treasures in the treasure house again. At this moment, he felt something in his heart, and his attention was attracted by a dirty box as big as a palm. Qin Feng walked to the box and asked, "What is this thing?" Uniqli took a look and said, "This thing has been kept in this treasure house for I don't know how many years. We don't know its specific effect, but it will be placed in the same row as the Green Lotus Lantern. I think it will have the same effect." Another defensive weapon? Qin Feng was a little disappointed, so he planned to look elsewhere. But for some reason, the moment he turned around, the box seemed to be attracted to him. Qin Feng couldn't make up his mind, so he channeled his spiritual consciousness into the Divine Sea, hoping that Senior Xian would give him a hand. The light beads on the platform emits a burst of white light, and Xian Yi's shadow appears again. He looked at the box placed in the glass cup and said, "I didn't expect to see this thing. You might as well take it back. It will be of great benefit to your practice." "Is it really a treasure?" Qin Feng looked surprised and asked in his heart, "Senior Xian, do you know this box?" "It's not the box. But what's in the box? I'll tell you the details after you go back and open the box." After saying this, Xian Yi's figure submerged into the Divine Sea again. Qin Feng understood, then pointed at the box and said, "Uniqli, I want this." He believed that as a saint, Senior Xian would not lie to him. Hearing this, Uniqli looked astonished. "Didn't you tell our family earlier that for men, offense is the best defense? Why are you planning to get a defensive treasure now?" Qin Feng replied calmly. "Uniqli doesn't know something. Sometimes, he doesn't know how to defend. How can he attack?" Uniqli. Chapter 411 Visitors. In the Imperial Study, after Qin Feng and Uniqli left, not long after, for more people came. They were all dressed in luxurious clothes, with extraordinary momentum, and showed their majesty in every move. And these 4 people are also the 4 princes who guard the 4 regions of Dakian. When Emperor Ming saw the 4 of them, he smiled and said, "Last night, I let a young man disturb Yaxing. I still have many things I want to talk to you about." The 4 princes saluted respectfully, and then truthfully listed the situation of the 4 regions this year. The Azura clan in the East region is extremely powerful and frightens many demons and ghosts. Since Ding Imo won the bet with Azura, the situation in the East region can be said to be the most stable among the 4 regions. The White Tiger Demon King of the Western region has a dominant family and has occupied many dragon-veined lands. But she has not overstepped the boundaries of the human race's territory. She only seeks out the commander of the Western region from time to time to compete. The Rakshasa clan in the Northern Territory has been invading all year round and fighting endless wars. This has become commonplace. The Northern Territory has long been accustomed to fighting with them, so the problem is not too big. The biggest worry still lies in the Southern region. The person responsible for guarding the Southern Territory is Prince Luo, a middle-aged man who is unsmiling and solemn. He said, "The yin and yang in the Southern region are out of balance. Monsters and ghosts are violently violent, and the demon-slaying department and the sergeants are struggling to deal with it. Even though there is Hwarong Road connecting the major Dragon Vein places to suppress the raging Yin energy, the situation still does not get better. And the most important thing is that King Garuda has awakened. When Emperor Ming and the other 3 princes heard this, their expressions darkened. The Garuda tribe feeds on dragons, and even if their strength is not as strong as the Ashura tribe, it is not far behind. The key is that the Garuda tribe is tyrannical, and does not value rules as much as the Ashura tribe. In the battle at Jinling Pass, if it had not been for the support of the Dragon Clan, even 100,000 soldiers and the high-level combat power of the Demon Slayer division might not have been able to repel it. Now that King Garuda has awakened, they are bound to make a comeback. The Prince of the Northern Territory said. But I remember that during the battle at Jinling Pass, the Tianjin Imperial Master used a trick to seal King Jialuo's heart. Prince Luo shook his head. During the Ghost Crisis in Jinong City, King Jialuo's heart has been destroyed by the fire of the divine craftsmanship of the divine workshop. Presumably after so many years, it has smelted a second heart. It is not uncommon for powerful demons and ghosts to give birth to magical powers with many lives. This is also the reason why powerful demons and ghosts are difficult to kill. Emperor Ming said in a deep voice. I understand. And the guards of Jinling Pass will be handed over to you. If you need any support, just let me know. Prince Luo cupped his fists and said, I understand. At this time, the Prince of the Eastern region asked again, what was the cause of the demonic disaster last night? They are just young people, so there is nothing to worry about. However, the majesty of the imperial capital does not allow for provocation. The martial arts competition that was not held last night will be held tomorrow night. Emperor Ming said loudly. When the 4 princes heard the words, they all understood it. Something like that just happened last night. The reason why there is still a martial arts competition is, firstly, to frighten demons and people with evil intentions, and secondly, to demonstrate the power of Dakian and let the people maintain their confidence in Dakian. If not, Emperor Ming would not have allowed the names of the 12 divine generals of the Demon Slayer division to be spread throughout Dakian. After leaving the palace, Qin Feng returned to the Qin mansion. Just when he was eager to find out what was in the box, he found 3 people standing outside the Qin mansion. It was Zhen Tianyi, Yu Mei, and Tom Yuqian of the Tomb family of Coffin Tomb. Zhen Tianyi smiled and greeted. Boy, long time no see. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then said happily, Senior Zhen, Senior Yu. After a pause, he turned his head and looked at Tomu Yuqian, who was carrying the coffin. The latter was about to say Lo when he heard Qin Feng's displeased tone. Why are you here? Tomu Yuqian's raised right hand froze slightly. It's no wonder that Qin Feng treats him differently. During the Chinese New Year, anyone who sees a man carrying a coffin coming to visit his house will not look at him well. Don't carry a coffin at my door. Come in quickly. Qin Feng spat. Then he said to the other 2 people with a pleasant look. Senior Zhen, Senior Yu, please come in quickly. Several people came to a guest room. Qin Feng ordered Qiner to bring some tea. Xintian picked up the teacup and shook it. This tea is too obscure. Do you have any wine? Yes. Yes. Qin Feng immediately took out a jar of immortal drunk from the Sumer ring. Tomu Yuqian on the side saw this and asked, Give me one too. Before he finished speaking, Qin Feng turned his head and glared. Huh? Tomu Yuqian said angrily. Drinking tea is also good. Drinking tea will keep you warm in winter. Senior Zhen, why are you with him? Xintian took a sip of wine and told the story of the incident. After hearing this, Qin Feng finally understood the whole story. It turned out that the 2 seniors from the town had seen him, his second brother, and others last night. They originally wanted to come over directly to say Lo, but something unexpected happened in Fontian City. Senior Zhen and Senior Yu, one being a divine general and the other a 36-star, naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. So they went to kill the demons and ghosts in the city. This morning when the Demon Slayer of the Imperial Capital returned to duty, the 2 seniors asked the Demon Slayer about the location of the Qin mansion, and they happened to be overheard by Tomu Yuqian. The latter was shameless and came looking for them together. So, why are you in Fontian City? Qin Feng asked, tilting his head. Tomu Yuqian had a bitter look on his face. Do you think I want to come? Then, he told everything about his experiences during the trip. Fat E. Prison Lucy. 9th level prison. Prison robbery. Qin Feng became more and more frightened as he listened. Unexpectedly, the ghost trouble in Fontian City this time is far more complicated than what appears on the surface. Those demons and ghosts all escaped from the 9 layers of prison. So it's no wonder that so many demons and ghosts with considerable strength appeared at once. Fortunately, it happened to be the occasion of the New Year congratulations ceremony, and the highest combat forces from the 4 regions gathered in Fontian City. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Qin Feng was shocked, and at the same time looked at Tomo Yuqian with some disgust. How come every time you go wherever you go, nothing good happens? In the past, Jinong City was ravaged by fire and poison. But now in Fontian City, there are prison robbers, and the curse of a female tyrant is causing harm to the people. After all, the person who carries a coffin on the road every day is indeed full of bad luck. Oops. Will I also be infected with his bad luck? Qin Feng's face turned ugly. Tomo Yuqian opened his mouth to defend. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that what the other party said was right. And in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. Although Qin Feng looked disgusted on the surface, he still asked out of concern for a friend. What are you going to do next? Go back to the Tomb house directly? Tomo Yuqian shook his head. Every time the Tomb family comes to this time, the valley will be closed. I can't go back even if I want to. Then you stay here first, and I'll have someone prepare a guest room for you, Qin Feng said helplessly. Tomo Yuqian looked grateful when he heard this. After a pause, Qin Feng asked again. By the way, Senior Jin, have all the prisoners who escaped from the 9 levels prison been executed? Shintian put down his wineglass and shook his head. There are still some undiscovered traces. The seal of Fontian City's boundary formation has been strengthened, and those guys are most likely still hiding in the city. They are not demons themselves, but human beings who have practiced evil and heretic ways. If they focus on hiding, it will be difficult to find them. When Qin Feng heard this, his heart trembled. He only hoped that the Demon Slayer division could find those guys out as soon as possible to prevent them from causing trouble to the people in Fontian City. Chapter 412 Hameng Immortal Qi. After placing the tomb of Yuqian, Senior Jintian went to the Qin mansion to look for his second brother, seemingly to see how his cultivation progressed. Qin Feng looked at the departing figures of Senior Jin and the other two, and murmured, My second brother has already entered the realm of the 5th level of divine martial arts. Presumably this time Senior Jin leaves Fontian City. My second brother will also leave with him. After feeling a little emotional, Qin Feng returned to his room, closed the doors and windows tightly, and took out the box he brought back from the palace treasure house. But after tinkering with the box for a long time, no matter what methods he used, he could not find a mechanism to open the box. In desperation, Qin Feng directly woke up Senior Xian. Xian Yi's white shadow appeared, and then he glanced at the box. This box is sealed and imprisoned, so it's normal that you can't open it. After the words fell, a white shadow finger was seen pointing on the box. As the sound of clicking sounded, white light patterns flowed on the surface of the box. Within a moment, the square box opened like a flower, and dense colored gas flowed. Qin Feng's eyes widened, full of expectation, and he felt that something so tightly hidden must be some incredible treasure. But when he took a closer look, he was shocked to find that the box only contained these colored light groups. Senior Xian, is this the thing you said earlier that would be of great benefit to my practice? Qin Feng's expression froze. Yes, you kid got a big bargain, Xian Yi said with a smile. Qin Feng was stunned. No matter how you looked at it, it was just a ball of energy. Perhaps seeing his doubts, Xian Yi said again, I found a space treasure in the Sea of Gods, and there are countless books in it. During this period, I have been reading books inside, and I can be regarded as understanding some of the current orthodoxy of the human race. What you practice is the Wensheng Taoism. The Wen Qi is injected into the divine sea, circulates around the body, and then is tempered into righteousness to strengthen yourself. It is actually quite different from the method I used to practice in the past. It's just that I didn't call this Taoism Wensheng Taoism at that time, but Immortal Taoism. Immortal Way? Qin Feng was greatly surprised. Is he so powerful? But it shouldn't be. Before Wensheng Dao Tong entered high level, he was a fighting scumbag, so he shouldn't be worthy of such a high-end, foreign style and classy name. But when Qin Feng thought about it carefully, he suddenly thought of the Chief Master's magical method, Immortal Magic and Immortal Way. How can there be no connection between the two? Could it be that the reason why the Wensheng Taoists knew the immortal arts was because they themselves were immortals in ancient times? Qin Feng had such a guess. Before entering the 4th level, there is not much difference in practice between the Wensheng Taoism and the Immortal Taoism. But there is a difference after the 4th level. I learned from the 7th level book of that space treasure that when you step into the 4th level of the literary sage, you want to absorb the spirit in heaven and earth that has the same origin as your righteousness. As far as you are concerned, you have to attract thunder spirits in order to step from the Howran realm to the 4th level. Qin Feng was stunned when he heard this. Is Senior Xian so efficient in studying? How long has it been since he reached the 7th level? Then he only heard Senior Xian continue to say, if the Immortal Way wants to step into the 4th level realm, what it needs to absorb is not the spirit between heaven and earth, but the use of the Fate Star to attract the Hongyang Immortal Qi above the ethereal sky. However, just like the innate Qi, as time goes by, it is no longer possible for the human race to sense the Hongyang Immortal Qi, so they can only resort to the next best thing to use spirits that have the same origin as the righteous Qi to improve their cultivation. Qin Feng lamented. This world is so tormented. The innate energy is gone. The Hongyang Immortal energy is gone. And the spiritual energy is also extremely scarce. At this time, he looked at the colorful light group in the box, suddenly realized, and said with surprise and joy, so, Senior Xian, this thing is the Hongyang Immortal Qi? Yes. Using Hongyang Immortal Qi to enter the 4th level realm can lead to the mysteries of heaven and earth. It is indescribably wonderful and far surpasses the spirit of heaven and earth. It's just that with your current cultivation level, you are still unable to absorb this Hongyang Immortal Qi. But if you happen to have a dragon ball in your body, you can use its power to temporarily seal Hongming's immortal energy in the Divine Sea. I will teach you a method. Please listen carefully. Then, Qin Feng followed what Senior Xian said, mobilized the dragon beads in his dantian, and collected the colorful light group into the Divine Sea. As soon as Hongming's immortal energy entered the Sea of Literature, it hovered on the stage of Asking the Heart. The platform that originally glowed with a faint golden light suddenly glowed with a colorful halo, which was really beautiful. At this time, Senior Xian spoke again. Although you cannot absorb this immortal energy, you can use it to temper the righteousness in the Divine Sea and consolidate your foundation. The method is quite simple. You just need to induce the righteous energy to pass through the Hongyang Immortal energy. Qin Feng immediately followed the instructions, trying to induce the lavender thunderous righteous energy above the sea of clouds to pass through the Hongming fairy energy. However, when the righteous energy touched the immortal energy, it seemed to be isolated by a strong force. No matter how hard Qin Feng tried, he could not control the righteous energy to pass through. After being unable to attack for a long time, he became a little anxious. At this time, Senior Xian spoke again. Only by keeping one's heart in mind can we achieve success. When Qin Feng heard this, he thought of the 100 years of loneliness in the academy, and his mentality changed instantly. He felt as calm as an old monk entering trance. After unremitting efforts, a ray of righteousness finally passed through the Hongming Immortal Qi, and that ray of righteousness became more and more pure, glowing with brilliant purple light. Then came the second and third strands. Xianyi glanced at Qin Feng, nodded with satisfaction, and then the white shadow re-entered the white light beads on the platform. Whenever Qin Feng successfully tempered a ray of righteousness, a halo of light would emit from his body, and the pure energy would wash away the surroundings. Time passed by in such a hurry that Qin Feng didn't realize it. In Fengtian City, in the dark alleys and dark shadows, a voice came out of thin air. Fengtian City can't get out. The Demon Slayer Division and the Prison Luo Division are searching the whole city again. What should we do? The voice is indistinguishable from male to female, sharp and harsh. You can't escape anyway, so why not find a place and kill as fast as you can? My decapitating knife wants to drink blood, said a rough voice. Hee hee. I can find a body, put on a suit of skin and maybe get away with it. Daydreaming? Another voice scoffed. Why? Corpse Stitcher, from what you say, do you think there is a good way? The leather painter said coldly. The Corpse Stitcher was about to reply when he suddenly smelled somewhere. Did you smell a fragrance? The pure breath of the soul is a great tonic for us, Hermaphrodite said. Now that the whole city is under martial law, hiding like this is not an option. I have a plan. What's the plan? Kill one family and replace them. As for which family to choose? For black shadows swept out of the alleyway, shuttled through the darkness, and rushed towards the source of the divine aura. And that destination is surprisingly the Qin Mansion. Chapter 413, take the initiative to deliver it to your door? Night falls. The moonlight is lonely. Qin Feng has always been immersed in the Divine Sea, tempering his thunderous righteousness with Hongming Immortal Qi. This was not an easy task, even if he spent an entire afternoon. The righteousness he had successfully tempered was not even 1% of what he had in his divine world. It is naturally quite difficult to concentrate for a long time. Qin Feng's stomach growled with hunger. And counting the time. It was time for dinner. He opened his eyes leisurely, opened the door, and walked towards the dining hall. At this moment, he didn't know whether it was because the winter night was too cold, but a gust of night wind blew up, making him shiver involuntarily. He felt something in his heart, and turned his head to look at the outer wall of Qin Mansion. The leaves were rustling, and the shadows were mottled. The shadow looks a bit strange. At first glance, it looks like a human figure. But when Qin Feng rubbed his eyes and looked again, the shadow on the wall was clearly the reflection of the tree. He pinched his eyebrows and murmured, "Is it because of a tiring afternoon that my eyes are dizzy?" Qin Feng shook his head and continued walking along the corridor without paying much attention. In the shadows of Qin Mansion's courtyard, strange tones of whispers sounded again. "What a handsome skin! I want this person's skin! No one can take it from me," said the leather painter. Hermaphrodite immediately said, "Before you peel off his skin, let me be happy first." The corpse stitcher also said, "I want his soul. If I use his soul to sew my body, my strength will definitely be improved to the next level." Qin Feng probably would never have thought that someone had already divided him up secretly. "Executioner, what do you say? Leave your head and blood to you?" The executioner said solemnly, "I smell a richer smell of blood in this mansion. There should be divine warriors who have stepped into the 6th and 5th levels. I don't want this kid anymore. But other people don't fight with me. I want to kill him." "What a pleasure. Okay. But remember to leave some servants and maids behind. When the time comes, I will peel off the owner's skin and put it on for you. From now on, we will be the owners of this house." There was a sad laughter, and the leather painter began to cast a spell. A piece of human skin floated out from the cracks in the stones. The green ghost fire wandered and turned into a light green mist, spreading like ripples throughout the Qin Mansion. He was performing a ghost formation. After all, skinning and killing people would cause too much noise. If he didn't prepare in advance, the patrolling Demon Slayer Division and Prison Luo Division would find out. Phew! The dark wind howled, and the ghostly phantom formation was completed in an instant. The 4 of them are also ready to take action. But they never thought that the moment the magic array unfolded, many people in the Qin Mansion would sense it. In the guest room, Yumei stood up and said, "Someone is casting a magic array, and I sense 4 strange auras. They should be the 4 prisoners who have not yet been found in the 9 prisons." Jintian raised his eyebrows and held the long knife on the table. "I have been killing monsters and ghosts for so many years, but this is the first time I have encountered a monster that comes to die." At the lake pavilion, Lan Ningxuang said in surprise, "Hey, miss, it's foggy, but the color of the fog seems a bit strange." Lu Jinli felt something in her heart and frowned slightly. On the other side, in the lobby, Ernyang looked at the green mist outside the house and asked curiously, "Master, this is so good. Why is it foggy?" While asking questions, Ernyang saw that the servants and maids outside the house had their eyes blank. Their expressions were in a trance, and their bodies were a little shaky. "What's wrong with him?" Qin Jianan, who was drinking tea at the side, did not answer, but just tapped his finger on the table. Ernyang's eyes darkened immediately, and she passed out. Father Qin ducked to Ernyang's side, put Ernyang gently on the chair, then walked to the entrance of the lobby and looked at a certain part of the Qin Mansion with an expressionless face. Qin Feng walked on the road with his head lowered, still imagining what kind of magical abilities he would be able to produce after entering the 5th level and absorbing the Hongyang Immortal Qi in the Divine Sea. But at this moment, laughter sounded in his ears. The laughter sounded far away, yet seemed so close, making people shudder. Qin Feng was curious and looked for information. Then he was shocked. At some point, the Qin Mansion was filled with green mist, which looked extremely ghostly. Suddenly, a piece of human skin fell from the sky and landed in front of Qin Feng. He smiled strangely and said, looking up close, "It's really a handsome skin. It's much more handsome than anything I've ever peeled off before. Don't worry. When I peel your skin off, I will be extremely careful, and there won't be any gaps." Qin Feng was shocked. With the appearance of the other party, he must be someone with bad intentions. He instantly thought of the fugitives from the 9th level prison that Senior Jin had mentioned before. Needless to say, this human skin was definitely one of them. However, who gave them the courage to break into the Qin Mansion? At this time, another handsome man with a pale face appeared and said in unison. How could he still hear what you said after being caught in your illusion array? According to the previous agreement, let me enjoy it first, and then you can skin him. Then don't damage his skin. The leather painter reminded. Don't worry. I'm measured. The man who practices Yin and Yang Dao showed an evil smile and slowly approached Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head and suddenly said, You guys really don't know how to live or die. As soon as these words came out, the Yin Yang Dao man immediately stopped, frowned and said, You weren't caught in the illusion formation? The leather painter also immediately became alert. Illusion formation? Qin Feng glanced around and realized that the strange green mist was a formation. Oh, you are a small skill. But you dare to do whatever you want. When I set up formations in Shuliang City to kill 100,000 corpses, you were still locked up in the 9th level prison and eating ashes. Qin Feng said with a smile, showing off his demeanor. 100,000 corpses? The Yin Yang Dao man said solemnly. After carefully observing Qin Feng, the painter sneered. Looking at the fluctuations you are emitting, you should be practicing the Wensheng Dao tradition. And the grade is not high, and it will not exceed the 5th grade realm at most. How dare you speak nonsense in front of me? Hey, I've changed my mind. You can ravage this boy as much as you want, as long as you don't damage that face. After the Onmyoto man's expression changed, he actually took a step back. I suddenly lost interest. You can just skin him. The leather painter said disdainfully. You are really as timid as a mouse. Don't regret it later. After the words fell, the human skin swelled in the wind. A sharp claw attacked Qin Feng, and the sound of breaking through the air was heard instantly. How can a being who can be imprisoned in the 9th level prison be an ordinary person? Qin Feng's strength in the 6th grade hexagram fate realm is no match for him at all. However, facing this dangerous situation, he smiled confidently, then pointed his finger in the sky and shouted loudly, Lady, what kind of trick is this? The leather painter and the Onmyoto man were both stunned. Just at this moment, a sword energy slashed down from the sky, splitting the human skin into two in just an instant. Chapter 414. What's going on in this mansion? That sword light was too fast and fierce, and it carried an unrivaled power. The Onmyoto man didn't even react, and the leather painter who was traveling with him died. The realm of the sword god? The Yin Yang Dao man was shocked. He was a person who had done many evil things, so he could naturally see the power of this sword. As soon as he finished speaking, another beautiful figure in white slowly fell down and stood in front of the handsome young man in black. Lu Jianli asked softly, Are you okay? Qin Feng shook his head. With his wife protecting him, he immediately became more confident and shouted loudly, There is a way to heaven if you don't take it. But there is no door to H.L. and you break in. If you know the truth, tell me the locations of the other fugitives, and I can tell you to let me die more happily. Heaven? Lu Jianli's eyes flashed with confusion. This was a word she had never heard before. Looking at Lu Jianli with a fierce aura, the man was extremely frightened. When did such a young 3rd grade sword god appear in Dakian? And why would such a stunningly beautiful and powerful woman marry such a loser? What's the point of hiding behind a woman? The Onmyoto man said through gritted teeth. He was speaking to anger the other person and delay the move he was about to perform. But Qin Feng's shamelessness exceeded his imagination. What? Are you envious? Madam. Since he doesn't say anything, just take action. Qin Feng opened his mouth and said, Okay. Lu Jianli nodded slightly. On his right hand, 2 fingers were used as swords. The moment he gathered his strength, the powerful energy instantly swept through the entire Qin mansion, directly dispersing the illusory formation of the leather painter. When the Onmyoto man saw this, he did not dare to delay any longer. He could feel the power of this sword. If the opponent were to swing this sword, he would definitely die. The black and white auras manifested around his body. And then he met Qin Feng's surprised gaze. The man was actually divided into 2, with a handsome man on one side and a voluptuous woman on the other. This is the trick of Yin Yang Dao. It is really ghostly. Run! The man and woman shouted at the same time, fleeing in 2 different directions. Judging from their posture, it is obvious that they intend to give up one of them and seek a life for the other. Without saying a word, Lu Jianli raised his sword finger in the direction of the man's escape, and another sword light split the night. With a scream, the fleeing man was instantly swallowed up by the sword light. But in just this moment, the woman had disappeared. Qin Feng said anxiously, These are all prisoners who escaped from the 9th level prison. Madam, we cannot let her go. Lu Jianli glanced at her and then looked away. It doesn't matter. Someone is already chasing her. On the other side, in the yard, the second brother and Haiten looked warily at the burly man not far away holding a machete. Who was the executioner? A 6th grade martial artist. A 5th grade martial artist. Yes, my decapitating knife can drink enough blood tonight. The executioner sneered. Just at this moment, a sword light attracted his attention. And not long after, the green mist shrouding the Qin mansion was also blown away by a Qi machine. Is there a master? The executioner's heart trembled. The sword energy and energy machine just now made him feel palpitated. Another scream sounded out, and the executioner understood that something must have happened to someone. He immediately ignored the 2 people in front of him and stamped his feet on the ground. The ground instantly split into pieces, and his body also used the reaction force to rise into the sky and escape out of the house. However, in the blink of an eye, the executioner fell from the sky again and fell back to where he was. Of course, this is not because he is desperate and wants to kill 2 more people, but because he can't help himself, because there was a palm pressing on his shoulder. And the owner of the palm was none other than Jin Tianyi. God, General, the executioner muttered, sweating profusely. How could he have imagined that there would be a divine general sitting in a small mansion? Could it be that this was a trap from the beginning? Master, the second brother called. When the executioner heard this, his eyes widened. They actually broke into the residence of the disciple of the God General without knowing whether to live or die? As soon as Jin Tian raised the long knife in his hand, just the exposed pressure made the executioner lose the courage to resist. He gritted his teeth and roared to dispel the fear in his heart. He held the decapitation knife in his right hand and slammed it to his side. One wave. Then, his right arm turned into a ball of blood mist. The executioner grinned in pain and roared, "Kill me if you can." But what happened next was beyond the expectations of everyone present. Jin Tianyi directly let go of the executioner, and then said to Qinen, "Your talent in divine martial arts and swordsmanship is indeed rare in a century. But you still have too little actual combat experience. Now that you have this opportunity, you should fight against this guy to see where you still fall short." Hearing this, Haiten too hurriedly said, "Master Jin, this man is very powerful. Even if he loses an arm, the second young master may not be his opponent. How can a martial artist grow without experiencing life and death? If you are afraid, our master-disciple relationship will end here." Jin Tianyi said lightly. The second brother looked at the executioner, who was full of evil spirits, took a deep breath and said, "Master, I want to give it a try." Good. Since the executioner learned the method of spiritual practice, he has been killing people like crazy and is feared by everyone. How could he become the target of others' training like today? What a shame. With a move of his left hand, the decapitating sword inserted into the ground flew forward instantly, and then slashed towards Qinen and Haiten too. Anyway, there is no doubt that you will die tonight. If you kill one, you will not lose. But if you kill 2, you will gain blood. The executioner originally thought that with his peak level of 6th level calamity power, he could only deal with a 5th level baby, and one move could mean the difference between life and death. But he never expected that when he was about to hit him, he would be stopped by the opponent with a long black knife. Looking around, a strange space enveloped this place. Domain? The executioner looked shocked. Naturally, Jin Tianyi couldn't let the gap between the strength of the 2 sides be too big, so he used boundary methods to suppress the executioner's strength to the 5th level of calamity power, which was the same as that of a 5th level Shenwu martial artist. However, the executioner was imprisoned in front of the 9th level prison and had been fighting against the Demon Slayer division all year round. People in the same realm had few opponents. Qinen is still at a disadvantage. Botana! Tiansu Zhan Yue! The second brother held the black long knife in his hand and swung the beheading sword. He recalled the method that his eldest brother taught him and shouted. Then, he rushed towards the executioner, and the sound of golden roar resounded over the Qin mansion. As soon as Jin Tian landed next to Haiten too, he asked curiously, "What move did he shout just now?" Xing Sheng shook his head. "It's not a move, but the sword teaching ceremony that my uncle taught the second young master. The second young master must be shouting these words now to cheer himself up." "I see." On the other side, the corpse stitcher, who was the most cautious among the 4, had always been hiding in the shadows and never came out. He originally wanted to reappear and get a piece of the pie after confirming his safety, but the development of things was completely beyond his expectation. Not to mention the young 3rd grade sword god. There are also 36 stars and 12 god generals. What is going on in this mansion? The corpse stitcher's face was extremely gloomy. Naturally, he couldn't stay here for long. But he didn't dare to make too much noise to avoid attracting others' attention. So he thought of leaving secretly through the shadows. Suddenly, he felt a powerful murderous intention surrounding him. That is the threat of death. That is a powerful force that cannot be resisted. This strength even surpasses that of the divine general in the mansion. Yes. Before the word, who could be uttered, the body of the corpse stitcher turned into dust and disappeared. In the lobby, Qin Jian looked in the direction of the courtyard and sighed, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 415 The eve of the competition. After the danger was relieved, Qin Feng thought about the safety of his family. At this time, I could only hear movement coming from the yard, and the sound of the collision of golden sounds was particularly clear and harsh at this night. No, it's the second brother's side, Qin Feng whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jianli held his arm and appeared in the courtyard of the Qin mansion. The scene in the courtyard couldn't help but make Qin Feng's eyes widen. He saw a burly man with a broken arm and full of murderous intent. He was fighting with his second brother in the courtyard with a machete filled with blood. The evil spirit surrounding the other party clearly indicates that he is not a good person. Every time the machete danced, there was a sound of breaking wind, pointing directly at the second brother's vitals. The second brother was surrounded by dangers, but he managed to avoid them every time. But in such a dangerous situation, Senior Jin and Haiden too were watching the battle from the sidelines. What does it mean? Are you here? Shintian said low with a bow of his head, and then nodded to Lu Jianli. Qin Feng asked aloud, what's going on here? He Tantu heard what happened and told what happened. Practice? Qin Feng looked shocked. That burly man was a prisoner who escaped from the 9th level prison. He was prolific in murdering people and had great strength. But now, he has become the target of his second brother's training, he said with some worry. But even if the opponent lost an arm and was suppressed in cultivation, the second brother is still no match. When fighting with others, you naturally have to pick a strong opponent. How can you grow without experiencing life and death? Xintiani said this, and then looked at the battle in the courtyard with a look of relief in his eyes. When Qin Feng heard this, he didn't say anything more. Anyway, with the presence of Senior Jin and his wife, even if something unexpected happened, they would definitely be able to avert the danger as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he also looked at the battle in the courtyard. As time goes by, the progress of the second brother can be said to be visible to the naked eye. At the beginning, he could only protect his life from the executioner's attack. He was then able to seize the opportunity and launch an innocuous counterattack against the executioner. And now, he can even use the black gold sword to leave scars on the executioner's body. Not long after, Yu Mei also landed in the courtyard, looking at the battle not far away, and nodded approvingly. Is it solved? Xintiani asked. Except for this person, the other 3 have been killed. Yu Mei replied softly. So many people? Qin Feng was shocked. What happened to these guys? Do they have to come to Qin Mansion to die? There are Senior Jin, Senior Yu, and Madam sitting here. But I didn't expect Senior Yu to be so efficient. My wife killed 1.5. And she also killed 1.5 in the blink of an eye. I don't know what the other person looks like. Qin Feng thought secretly in his heart. The executioner who was still fighting in the courtyard was also shocked by the opponent's progress. When he was distracted and heard that all 3 of his colleagues were dead, his heart instantly sank to the bottom. He originally thought that if there were a few survivors who could join him and fight together, there might be no possibility of escape. But now, this remote possibility has become a luxury. At this point, the executioner no longer retained any strength. He shouted loudly, and the blood around his body surged, and he was submerged into the decapitating knife. Qin Feng was shocked. What is he going to do? Xintiani said casually. I know that there is no hope of escape, so I must use all my strength to control your second brother in exchange for a chance to survive. That's it. Qin Feng nodded, then was stunned. Senior Jin, aren't you going to help me? Why do you need help? Your second brother was just adapting to the life and death battle before, and failed to show his true strength. After a pause, Xintiani shouted, let me see your Tiangang Yuan slash. Now how far have you practiced? Okay, master. Upon hearing this, Qinan in the courtyard took a stance, and the energy in his body flowed into the black gold sword. A head of black hair was flying in the wind, and many fine cracks instantly appeared on the ground beneath his feet. This look really has the charm of being a saint in front of others. Qin Feng was quite envious and sighed in his heart. As expected, he is still a martial artist. so he is more suitable for pretending to be sexy. When the executioner saw this, he was shocked. He actually sensed a life and death crisis from that little baby. He immediately did not dare to neglect any more, and swung out the decapitating knife filled with blood. Countless blood-colored skulls condensed from resentment, murderous intent, and evil spirits manifested and attacked the second brother fiercely. This is the secret skill passed down by the executioner, the killing sword. Facing this terrifying offensive, the second brother did not show any panic. The black gold sword that he gathered strength shone with golden light. Without hesitation, he slashed forward with the sword. The golden sword light manifested, with the force of destroying the army, swallowing up all the bloody skeletons with a devastating attitude, and then passed over the executioner's body. The latter's eyes were wide-eyed with disbelief. His body stiffened and he took 2 steps forward, and then a line of blood slowly appeared on his forehead. Within a moment, the burly body was split into 2 in front of everyone's eyes. As soon as Gentian took action, with a touch of his right hand, the remaining body instantly turned into powder and dissipated. It's not bad. He chuckled softly as a sign of approval for his second brother. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, finally letting go of his worries. This crisis in the Qin mansion came out of nowhere. Qin Feng thought that the other party was unlucky and chose this place. Little did they know, it was the fluctuations of his soul that attracted these unlucky people. Afterwards, adults from the Demon Slayer division and the prison division came to the house to learn about the situation. Lord Yulosi, who was wearing a white mask, after confirming that all 4 people had been executed, saluted Gentian with a fist in his arms. In his opinion, being able to catch all the remaining prisoners on the run from the 9 Layers prison is naturally a credit to the God General. After completing a set of procedures, the people from Yulosi went back to resume their duties. But the people from the Demon Slaying division did not leave together, but left a message. Master Jin, Master Yu, by order of Emperor Ming, the competition that was not held last night will be held at Xuanwu Terrace tomorrow at Yu time. At that time, please both of you arrive on time. Gentian raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. I understand. The second brother asked curiously. Such a big thing happened last night. Why did Emperor Ming still hold a martial arts competition? Qin Feng thought for a while and guessed the reason. It must be our Emperor Ming who wants to use the name of martial arts competition to show off the strength of Dagon Demon Slayer Divine General and 36 stars. In this way, the people of the imperial capital can relax and regain their confidence in Dagon. Yume nodded, agreeing with this statement. This time there are god generals coming from the other 3 regions, and they are quite powerful. Ning Zhan, the god of war in the eastern region, and Wujiang Kongqiu in the northern region. Senior Jin, are you confident that you can beat them? Qin Feng asked aloud. Based on his relationship with Jin Tianyi, Qin Feng naturally hopes that Senior Jin can come out on top. But he was quite confident at first. But after seeing Ning Zhan and Kong Qiu take action, he became a little worried. After all, those 2 were not weak. Moreover, the Divine General from the Western region has not yet taken action. Faced with this problem, Gentian raised his lips and said, Before I came, I received a letter from Lord Ximing, and he gave me a death order. What order? Everyone looked curious. In this competition, we can only win, but not lose. Simple words, but showing strong self-confidence. Chapter 416 Xuanwu Platform. Emperor Ming held a martial arts contest to demonstrate the power of the Qian. So naturally the martial arts contest had to be publicized with great fanfare. Early the next morning, the government sent people to post notices everywhere. The martial arts contest lasted only an hour, but it became known to everyone in Fontian City. A book boy looked at the notice and said puzzledly, There was a ghost trouble just the night before, and I don't know how many people suffered. At this time, we still have to hold this competition. Young master, will anyone watch? Luo Yu, who was dressed in green clothes, said with a smile. Of course there will be people watching, and there are quite a few people watching. Ah? Aren't the people in Fontian City afraid of death? If I encounter a ghost attack and almost die, I will definitely hide in my house at night and not even come out. Xiaobai said with some fear. He still vividly remembers the scene of 100 ghosts walking through the night and the arrival of an inexplicable disease, which made him feel uneasy. Who said you can't watch this unprecedented martial arts competition if you stay at home? Xiaobai was confused. Sir, what do you mean? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt Fontian City shaking, and immediately exclaimed, There's an earthquake. However, facing this movement, The other people seemed to know something in advance, and they all looked towards the sky above the imperial city. Xiaobai was curious and looked around, only to see a high platform rising in the sky, blocking out the sky and the sun. He widened his eyes and said in surprise, "Sir, what is that?" Luo Yu replied with a smile. "That is the Xuanwu platform mentioned in the notice, which is also the arena where the demon-slaying divisions from the 4 realms of Dakian compete. In the past, on the night of the New Year ceremony, the martial arts contests were held there. As long as you are in Fengtian City, you can see it no matter where you stay." Xiaobai opened his mouth. "That's it. Okay, let's go." Luo Yu turned around and said, "Sir, where are we going?" Luo Yu replied, "Although the Xuanwu platform can be seen anywhere, wouldn't it be beautiful if we could find a nearby place where we could have wine and meat, eat and watch it?" Xiaobai looked happy when he heard this. "Master, are you going to take me to the star-picking tower?" Luo Yu asked curiously. "It's your first time in Fengtian City, and you actually know the name of Jiaxing Tower?" Xiaobai said with a proud look on his face. "That's natural. I've heard people say it a long time ago. Zexinglu is the #1 restaurant in Dakian. Ordinary people can't go in if they want to." "That's right. But it's a pity that this time the place we are going to is not the Star Building, but a new restaurant opened by an old friend. I just don't know if that old friend still remembers me." Luo Yu seemed to be smiling but not smiling. The winter nights have come earlier than before, and the sky has already darkened before the time of the unitary hour. The major restaurants in Fengtian City have long been overcrowded. As the saying goes, it is better to have fun alone than to have fun together. It is naturally more pleasant to stay at home and watch the competition in the ring than to stay in a restaurant, eating and drinking, and watching with others. Ordinary restaurants are like this, let alone Wenggueju, which is close to Xuanwu Terrace and has a reputation in the imperial capital that is as good as Jiaxing Tower. Some people even come at noon to get a seat, but after several hours, they don't move their buttocks. If these people hadn't kept refilling drinks and ordering dishes, the shopkeeper and waiter in the restaurant would have kicked people out. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Qin Feng also brought his family to Wanyu residence. As the boss behind the scenes, he naturally reserved a seat in advance. The 3rd floor was next to the window, which was a perfect place to watch the battle. Walking in the restaurant, my ears were filled with the chatter of the people. It's nothing more than this competition. Which domain's Demon Slayer master they are more optimistic about. The result was the same as what Qin Feng heard last time. Except for the southern region, there were people in the other 3 regions who were optimistic about it. This was something he expected. After all, that night on Yongnan Street, Zhen Tianyi did not take action in front of everyone like Ning Zhan and Kong Qiu. Maybe not many people in Fengtian City even know that this time the Southern Territory has also sent a divine general. While the people in the restaurant were discussing in full swing, one person suddenly noticed something and shouted loudly, "Look, you guys, it's Dr. Qin." "What? Dr. Qin? Where is he?" Another person searched around. "Dr. Qin? Who is that person?" Someone asked in confusion. A man immediately explained, "Dr. Qin, you don't even know? The night before, ghosts invaded Fengtian City and brought serious diseases. The imperial doctors in the imperial city did not care about the lives of the people, but they were helpless in the face of this evil disease. At that time, Dr. Qin took action and arranged a light array. All the people who came under the light array were cured of their illnesses. It was really miraculous." Hearing this, the others suddenly realized. So the huge light array over Fengtian City is Dr. Qin's masterpiece? No wonder my father's symptoms were cured as soon as the light array appeared. So, my baby has also been benefited by Dr. Qin? Who is Dr. Qin? I want to thank him in person. Qin Feng naturally heard these words, but he felt guilty. It is true that the Qinxian formation on Yongnan Street came from his handiwork, but the reason why the Qinxian formation could expand and cover the entire Fengtian City was clearly performed by Tianjin Imperial Master S method. Within a moment, everyone looked towards the stairs and saw Qin Feng, with grateful expressions on their faces. Qin Feng responded and wanted to pull away, mainly because he felt guilty. However, these people were too enthusiastic and crowded the stairs. If this restaurant was not built by Shen Gongfang and was of excellent quality, there might have been a stampede accident. Moreover, among the people surrounding him, there were also some pretty girls who said words of gratitude but dishonestly touched him with their hands. At this moment, Lu Jinli took action, and she spread throughout his body. The bodies of the people in the restaurant seemed to be frozen, unable to move their hands or speak. Let's go! The lady's red lips opened slightly, and she glanced at the pretty girls, as if she was declaring her sovereignty. Just this look made the girls break out in cold sweat. Qin Feng clasped his fists and apologized, then led his family up to the third floor of the restaurant. Most of the people on this floor were powerful people, so naturally they couldn't be as enthusiastic as the common people. So their ears instantly felt much clearer. The second brother admired. Now, the eldest brother is so loved by the people. When He Tantu and Lan Ningxuang heard this, they also cast their eyes in reverence. This time, my father and Err Nyang did not come, mainly because of the incident that night. Err Nyang is still scared and does not dare to go out at will. My father didn't have much interest in fighting, so he stayed at home with his second mother. Don't say that these are some or not. The competition will begin soon. Competitions at the 36-star level are extremely rare. Second brother, you have to look carefully. If you can gain some understanding, it will be of great benefit to your practice. Qin Feng warned. I know, brother. Qin nodded solemnly. Not long after the group of people sat down, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind Qin Feng. I am really overjoyed to meet the amazingly talented brother Qin here. Chapter 417, the competition begins. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, and he could guess who the visitor was without turning around. After all, there is only one person in the world who would add the 4 words. Amazingly talented and beautiful. In front of his title Luo Yu, whom he met in Baihua Valley. I turned around and saw that it was true. Lu Jianli and Lan Ningxuang looked sideways and saw a young man wearing green clothes with a warm smile. They did not go to Baihua Valley at that time, so they did not know Luo Yu. Naturally, He Tantu remembered it. He even competed with the other party's book boy at that time. Brother Luo, why are you here? Qin Feng asked curiously. Significant events such as the 4 regions Demon Slayer Division's martial arts competition are rare in the world. Naturally, I want to find a place where there is wine and meat to join in the fun. Luo Yu replied with a smile. He turned his head and saw Lu Jianli, and couldn't help but admire. The clouds are like the clothes. The flowers are like the face. The spring breeze is blowing the threshold, and the dew is thick. It is true that people are like their poems. Only the amazingly talented brother Qin could describe the appearance of Lu Jianli, the first genius of Dakian, so delicately and elegantly. Qin Feng's face stiffened. You're almost done. I had no choice but to lie to you. Luo Yu pretended to be confused and said, Brother Qin, what do you mean by this? My respect for you comes from the bottom of my heart. If you keep doing this, I'll have no choice but to hurt each other. Don't think that I don't know your true identity. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, leaned in and whispered. Luo Yu distanced himself and didn't take it seriously. Luo walked upright and sat upright. If the talented brother Qin has anything to say, he can just say it in front of everyone. Okay. You forced me to do this. Qin Feng took a breath and began to describe the appearance of a carriage. The others hadn't understood Qin Feng's intention when he said this, but Xiaobai and Luo Yu's expressions changed. Master, the carriage he talks about is not what you are from. Before the small talk was finished, Luo Yu interrupted it, then put his arm around Qin Feng's shoulders and said with a smile, Brother Qin, why do you do this? I was just joking with you before. Wait, I will punish myself with 3 drinks and make amends with you. Seeing the other party's reaction, Qin Feng was able to confirm that on New Year's Eve, the guy sitting in the luxurious sedan in Prince Luo of the Southern Territory was the person in front of him. It is rumored that Prince Luo has a son who is similar in age to Luo Yu, so Luo Yu's identity is naturally self-evident. When I first saw this man's elegant conversation, I felt that he was no ordinary person, but I didn't expect that he was actually the prince's son. He must have come to Fengtian City with Prince Luo this time. Qin Feng thought in his mind. Luo Yu sat at the same table as Qin Feng and others, and then, as promised, punished himself with 3 drinks. Then several people talked and laughed, waiting for the competition to begin. As gorgeous fireworks bloomed in the sky, several figures appeared on the suspended martial platform. Qin Feng looked up and saw Deng Imo, Lord Sejong of the Demon Slaying Department of Fengtian City, standing in the middle. I think he should be the one to host this competition. On the Xuanwu platform, the 36 stars of the 4 domains are already in place. Of course, the most eye-catching ones are naturally the 4 divine generals of the 4 domains. But Luo Yu didn't pay attention to those people. He just looked at the fireworks and said with emotion, The night before the New Year's Eve ceremony, when I saw these fireworks, I felt astonished. If my prediction is correct, This firework should be made from the improved gunpowder that was famous in the army and the Demon Slayer division some time ago. That gunpowder is a good thing. Very powerful. But it does not place too many demands on the user. I don't know how many lives of soldiers and demon slayers have been saved from ghost troubles and bandits. The patriarch of the Fontian City Gods Workshop is well deserved. In his opinion, there is no other choice for people who can make gunpowder except Yuan Jai. And everyone who knows gunpowder thinks so. At this time, Lan Ningxuan said, "Young master is wrong. Not only the fireworks in the sky, but also the gunpowder bombs that benefited the army and the Demon Slayer division are all the masterpieces of our uncle." When she said this, her white chin was raised with pride, and the black charcoal head beside her also nodded. As soon as these words came out, Luo Yu looked slightly stunned. After a moment, he sighed. In addition to poetry, flower art, and medical skills, I didn't expect that Brother Qin is also good at these strange and obscene skills. He is really amazing. Gorgeous. Qin Feng's face froze. He had just punished himself with 3 drinks. His true colors were revealed so quickly. He had become a habit. Right. He was just about to say something when he heard Old Man Deng Mo shouting from the direction of the Xuanwu platform. And the battle between the Four Realms Demon Slayer division officially started. Everyone's attention was attracted. And the first one to take action was the 36-star master from the 4 domains. And their opponents were decided by drawing lots. Those who can become 36-star Demon Slayers are all the best among the Red Lotus Demon Slayers. And their strength is naturally impressive. Even though they didn't fight to the death, but just clicked to the end. The fluctuations caused by the battle still shook the city of Fontian. The powerful energy turned into a strong wind and swept around. On the suspended martial arts platform, manifested visions emerge one after another. The energy of swords is vertical and horizontal. The Yin energy and the strength energy collide with each other. And the space is trembling. And this is just 36 stars taking action. When the people watching the battle in Fontian City saw this scene, they completely forgot about the fear and anxiety they felt when the demon invaded Fontian City the night before. They just felt that with these people in Dakian. The raging demon was nothing to worry about. This was exactly the reason why Emperor Ming chose to start the competition at this time. On the other side, in the Fontian City Palace, Emperor Ming and the 4 princes were naturally watching the battle. The Xuanwu platform is right above the Imperial City, and no one can witness the strength of the Demon Slayers from the 4 realms of Dakian better than them. If it weren't for the people from Uluasi, they would be here to guard the palace and offset the aftermath of the battle. I'm afraid that the palace will be devastated within a short time. Emperor Ming looked at the competition on the hanging martial arts platform, and Long Yin was delighted. This time, each of the 4 regions sent 3 36 stars and 1 divine general. 36 stars alone have such strength. How can the power of a god general be average? Which domain do you think can win this competition? Emperor Ming was asking the 4 princes. Just looking at the competition between the 36 stars, it can be said that they are evenly matched. Even if there is a gap, it won't be too different. But after all, the Southern Territory has been invaded by demons and ghosts all year round. In terms of overall strength, it is still stronger than the other 3 territories. If nothing else, that Yume can definitely be ranked among the top 3 among the 36 stars. He has fought against others 3 times so far, and has not lost a single time. The princes said truthfully. Emperor Ming nodded thoughtfully. But this competition will ultimately depend on the strength of the generals. In the past, the generals of the southern region were always too busy to come to Fontian City to participate in the competition. I wonder if anyone will be sent here this time. Zhen Tianyi was not accompanying Prince Luo of the Southern Territory, and Emperor Ming didn't have time to pay too much attention to the 9 prisons, so he didn't know about it. Prince Luo of the Southern Territory replied, "This time in the Southern Territory, there is a sword Kuang Jintian who is in charge." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the other 3 princes changed. Chapter 418:1 Move determines victory or defeat. A person's name. The shadow of a tree. The 3 divine generals in the Southern Territory are all as famous as their lord commander. Among the Daqian, the sword madness suppresses Tianyi, the spear immortal Sima Kong, and the wind ghost Baiwu. Rumor has it that Zhen Tianyi has reached the pinnacle in the art of swordsmanship. He once killed a demon with 7 levels of tribulation power with 1 sword, and his combat prowess is unparalleled. Hearing that Zhen Tianyi was in charge of the Southern Territory this time, the hearts of the other 3 princes sank. The result of the competition will determine Fontian City's allocation of resources to the 4 regions Demon Slayer division in the coming year. In the past, the southern region was allocated the least resources because there were no divine generals in charge. But this time, the results may be very different. As princes of a region, they naturally hope that the Demon Slayer division under their jurisdiction can allocate the most resources. I have heard of the name Gentiani before, and his strength is not weak. The master who taught him the art of swordsmanship was nicknamed Sword Crazy. He even competed with the previous Northern Territory commander, Bagui Chief, for the position of commander. But unfortunately, his skills were one step behind him. Later, the man disappeared. I heard rumors from everyone in the demon slaying division that with that man's strength, it would be easy to win the position of commander of the eastern and western regions if he didn't fight against the ghost leader of Nantian Lombe. The prince of the Northern Territory heard this and replied, "This is indeed the case." After the former commander Bagishu disappeared inexplicably, I also sent people to find the whereabouts of Dao Qi, hoping that he would succeed him as commander. However, after searching for a long time, nothing was found. I have heard some bad rumors, saying that Dao Qi fell into the devil's path. But I don't know whether it is true or not. Forget it. At this time, let's not say these disappointing words. The battle between the gods and generals is about to begin. Ming Wang said this, looking up at the sky. The contest between the 36 stars has been settled. The Southern Territory Yume came out on top with a complete victory. The other two Southern Territory 36 stars also won more than they lost. The strength of the Southern Territory is undoubtedly demonstrated. In the restaurant on the third floor of Wang Yu residence, dignitaries who knew each other began to talk. Every time there is a competition, the 36 stars of the southern region are always eye-catching. There are endless ghost troubles in the Southern Territory. These 36 stars have been fighting demons and ghosts all year round. They support war with war, so they are naturally very powerful. However, no matter how strong the 36 stars in the Southern Territory are, it will not help. What this competition is about is the strength of the divine generals of each region. In previous years, the 3 divine generals from the Southern Territory were all too weak to come to Fengtian City to participate in the competition. The speaker shook his head, feeling a little regretful. At this time, another person said in surprise, "No. Look quickly. Why are there 4 people standing on the suspended martial arts platform? The man with the red hair and the long sword. Could it be the Southern Territory Divine General Dao Quang Zhentiani?" This time, a divine general came from the Southern Territory? A group of dignitaries asked in surprise. The second brother looked at the Xuanwu platform with an excited expression. "Brother, look. The great generals are here." Qin Feng on the side nodded slightly, then turned to Luo Yu and asked, "Which region's god general do you think has the greatest chance of coming out on top in this competition?" Luo Yu is the eldest son of Prince Luo of the Southern Territory, so he naturally knows more than ordinary people. So he starts talking. The new divine general in the Northern Territory, Wujiang Kongqiu, is extremely talented in the 100 Ghost tradition. Some people even compare him with comparable to Lord Dunmo back then. But after all, he is too young, has insufficient accumulation, and lacks combat experience, which are his disadvantages. Ning Zhan, the martial god of the Eastern region, has already mastered the highest level of the divine martial Vajra, which is indestructible and does not turn into bones. Combined with his unique skill condensing fist, he can break mountains and seas with just one thought. Last year, he won the first place. It's just that this time the 2 god generals from the western region and the southern region just restrained him. Deshang martial arts masters in martial arts have a natural advantage over martial arts masters who only know fists and kicks. What's more, the 2 divine generals from the southern and western regions are the best in the use of weapons. This analysis was so logical that it couldn't help but attract the attention of the other third-level spectators. The sword madness in the Southern Territory dominates Tianni. Brother Qin was in the Southern Territory before, so he must know something about it. Then, I would like to tell you about this divine general in the Western Territory, Gong Sung, the master of swords and swords. As we all know, if an average martial artist wants to master a weapon, it will take him a lifetime to reach the highest state of that weapon. The 10,000 Gods Realm. Master Kagong's talent in the path of divine weapons is unprecedented. He studied the path of swords and swords at the same time, and they all entered the 4-mind hidden weapons realm. Only one final step away from the 10,000 Gods Realm. Coupled with his self-created unique skills, the combination of swords and wind, the wind and the remaining clouds, is really a highlight of this competition. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked aloud, "So you think that this time it is about seeing who is better, Master Zhen or Master Gong?" Luo Yu shook his head and did not give an answer, but smiled. The actual situation of the fight is ever-changing, even if I analyze it like this. But when the fight breaks out, no one knows what will happen. It's not certain that Lord Kong, the youngest divine general of the Northern Territory, will come out on top with a bang. We are still sitting here, eating, drinking and watching, quietly waiting for the results. He is worthy of being the heir, and no one can be offended by his words. Qin Feng curled his lips and looked up at the Xuanwu platform. The aftermath of the confrontation between the divine generals was far beyond what it had been before. Therefore, before the competition, Lord Dengemo and a group of men from Hell Luosi wearing white masks strengthened the boundaries around the Xuanwu platform. Otherwise, even if the four divine generals do not attack with all their strength, it will be a disaster if the aftermath of the battle sweeps through Fengtian City. After everything was ready, Dunmo announced the start of the final battle. The method of competition is still to draw lots, with two pairs competing. But surprisingly, none of the four divine generals left the Xuanwu platform. Everyone watching the battle was surprised. What's going on? Could it be that the rules of the competition have changed, and the four god generals are going to have a melee on the Xuanwu platform? Looking at the moon in the middle, Qin Feng and his party were also puzzled. Brother Luo, do you know what is going on right now? Luo Yu shook his head. I have seen many competitions, but this is the first time I have seen something like this. At this time, the white tips of Lu Jianli's ears, who had been silent all this time, moved slightly, and then said softly, They want to decide the outcome with one move. One move determines the outcome, Qin Feng said in surprise. Hearing this, Luo Yu thought for a moment and then came to his senses. I understand. If your strength reaches the level of a god general, if you don't fight to the death with all your strength, you may not be able to tell the winner even if the fight lasts for a long time. This was the case for all the battles between gods and generals in the past. This time, the four generals may have reached an agreement and want to decide the final winner with one move. And that's exactly what happened. On the hanging martial arts platform, Kong Qiu twitched the corner of his mouth. The three of you are all martial artists, and I am the only one who has inherited the 100 Goes tradition. Isn't it unfair for me to decide the outcome with one move? Martial God Ningzhan said coldly. If you are afraid, you can withdraw early. Am I afraid? Kong Qiu frowned slightly, and the energy around him gathered. Then I would like to learn a lesson from you seniors. Chapter 419 Jin Tianyi's Disciple. As soon as the words fell, the four divine generals actually took action together. In the shadow of Kong Qiu's feet, a loud phoenix cry sounded instantly, echoing over Fengtian City. Everyone saw an icy blue phoenix appear, and the water vapor in the air turned into ice crystals in just a moment. This is the Yin spirit controlled by Kong Qiu Bingfeng. Seeing this, Ningzhan's face was expressionless. He clenched his right fist tightly and pulled it up to his shoulder. Energy surged around his body. Within a moment, his right arm was shrouded in golden light. The space trembled, and the suspended martial platform was crumbling. This is his own martial art Ningxin fist. Gong Song of the western region raised his brows slightly, took out the sword from his waist, and put his strength into the sword. The sound of the golden sound was endless, even covering the loud cry of the phoenix. In the blink of an eye, the fierce wind of Fengtian City ruffled, and the Daogang sword chi turned into a tornado and took shape on the Xuanwu platform, carrying unrivaled power. Although the three divine generals did not attack with all their strength, they still showed their special skills. After all, those who can become divine generals are naturally arrogant people. So how can they admit that their skills are inferior to others? However, when Jin Tian faced the formation, he just held the sword in one hand and swung it suddenly. What seemed like an ordinary blow shocked the other three god generals. The power of this sword is astonishing. The three god generals did not dare to neglect and took action together. The four people's moves collided in the sky above Xuanwu City, and white light suddenly appeared, lighting up the world. The terrifying energy seemed to swallow up the sound. It should be a shocking wave of power. But everyone watching the battle seemed to have tinnitus and couldn't hear anything. Only the white light could be seen, getting brighter and brighter, until the barrier surrounding the Xuanwu platform was shattered inch by inch under the impact of the four god generals' offensive. Only then could everyone hear the clicking sound. Not good. Dengemo frowned, and the other members of the prison Luosi, who maintained the barrier, also groaned under their white masks. The power of the collision of the four gods' moves was far beyond their imagination. Just when the barrier was overwhelmed and about to break, outside the demon-slaying department of Fengtian City, beside the Juka River, The white-haired and black-bearded god suppressing Cu waved a finger with his right hand. The shattered barrier stabilized once again, locking the terrifying fluctuations firmly within the barrier. Who is it? Who will be defeated first? After adapting to the bright white light, everyone squinted and looked at the martial arts stage with confusion. Qin Feng has the power of double pupils, and is always keeping an eye on the action on the martial arts stage. The first to be unable to withstand the pressure was Kong Qiu, the Northern Territory God General with the weakest foundation. His Yin Spirit Ice Phoenix quickly collapsed under the attack of the other three divine generals, and with an unwilling cry, fell into the shadows again. Kong Qiu's face was ugly, and after scolding Bai Yu Siming more than a dozen times in his heart, he reluctantly took off the Xuanwu platform. The second person who couldn't bear it was the previous martial arts leader Ning Zhan. It's not that his hard power was not as good as the other two. It's just a martial arts competition. Pay attention to the point. Not a life and death fight. His state of indestructibility and indestructibility does not give him an advantage in this competition. After the strength of the Ningxian fist was exhausted by the sword light and sword energy, he was naturally considered defeated. In this regard, Ning Zhan was not too unwilling, but glanced meaningfully in the direction of Jintiani, and then fell straight down to the Xuanwu platform. The situation of the fight was exactly as Luo Yu predicted before. Although he did not say it explicitly, his words indicated that Jintiani and Gong Song would have a final showdown. Wang Yu stayed inside, looking at the majestic tornado formed by the combination of sword light and sword energy. Luo Yu said with emotion, "Senior Gong, who is expert in swords and swords, really deserves his reputation. Now, who do you think is more likely to win?" Qin Feng asked. "You shouldn't ask me this question, but your wife," Luo Yu replied with a smile. "After all, she is strong enough to go to the Xuanwu platform and compete with the gods and generals." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng turned his head and looked at Lu Jianli, who was dressed in white, and heard the latter say softly, "The power of the sword and the power of the combined sword are only superficial. If you control the sky, you will win." It was disrespectful to speak of a divine general like this. Qin Feng was so frightened that he quickly grabbed his wife, and then carefully looked around. Fortunately, the rest of the people on the same floor were distracted by the Xuanwu platform and did not hear her. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the Xuanwu platform again, and the winner was decided at this moment. After a stalemate with the sword tornado, Master Zhen's sword light smashed the tornado into pieces. Boom! The white light exploded, and the night returned to darkness. "I lost," Gong Song sighed. "Concession," Jintiani said calmly, then put away the long sword and put it on his shoulder again. Under the Xuanwu platform, in the palace, the third prince, who also practiced Shenwu Taoism and studied the art of swordsmanship, felt very excited when he saw the scene. The guard on the side said with emotion, "Master Dao Quangjin of the Southern Territory, your strength is really extraordinary." The third prince thought thoughtfully and said with a smile, "If I remember correctly, it seems that the mayor has not accepted a disciple yet." The guard was stunned when he heard the words, and then replied, "Reporting to your highness, I have heard rumors that Lord Town has openly stated that he will never accept anyone as a disciple in his life. It seems to be related to his master who disappeared inexplicably. According to legend, the injury on Lord Jin's shoulder was the knife wound left by his master." The third prince did not take it seriously. "The reason why he has not accepted a disciple before is because he has not met me yet, and it has nothing to do with his own reasons. Later in the evening, check for me where the town lord is resting in Fotian City. I'm going to pay him a visit and accept him as my master." He spoke in a tone as if accepting him as his disciple was a great honor for Jintiani. The guard did not dare to argue and could only nod in agreement. "I understand." Although the battle between the four divine generals only involved one move, the shock it brought was far beyond that of the battle between the 36 stars. Even though the fighting has ended and the Xuanwu platform has fallen again, people in Fotian City are still full of excited discussions. Especially Jintiani's sword, which obviously did not have any fluctuations in the weather, made everyone who saw it instinctively fear. That sword was like the power of heaven. Looking at the moon inside, Luo Yu said with emotion, "Master Zhen has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. I am afraid that it will be difficult for future generations to touch his edge." Qin Feng nodded in agreement, and then said to Qinan on the side, "Second brother, being able to become Master Zhen's apprentice is something that eldest brother finally got for you. When the time comes, he and Master Zhen will explore the Southern Territory and fight against monsters and ghosts. Gotta have some snacks." Don't let all my hard work go to waste. Well, of course, there is also the hard work of Senior Yu. Qin Feng added silently in his heart. Okay, brother. I understand. The second brother said firmly. The simple conversation left Luo Yu on the side stunned. Brother Qin, what did you just say? This second son of the Qin family is Lord Jin's apprentice. Well, what's the problem? Chapter 420 Uninvited Guest. The book boy Xiaobai sneered. You don't know how to ask before you brag. So you dare to say anything. Xiaobai, Luo Yu shouted, and then explained. Brother Qin doesn't know something. Mr. Jin has such profound attainments in the art of swordsmanship, and naturally there are countless people who want to learn from him. But Lord Town had bluntly stated at the beginning that he would never be able to accept anyone as a disciple in this life. Qin nodded when he heard this and said, That's true. My eldest brother spent a lot of effort trying to get the master to accept me as his disciple. The master set a test and asked the eldest brother to let Mr. Yuan forge another sword. The eldest brother worked hard and spent a lot of thought, and finally got it. Luo Yu shook his head and laughed. Brother Qin, your second brother is really good at joking. Mr. Yuan Jai has set rules. It is absolutely impossible to forge the same weapon twice. There is already a Zantianya among the 12 supreme weapons. So how can it be possible to produce a second sword? When the second brother saw that someone didn't believe him, he planned to take out Tiansu Zhanyue and show it to the other person. However, Qin Feng reached out to stop him. He had promised the elder at the beginning that the matter of forging the sword could not be spread freely. Otherwise many people would come to ask for weapons, breaking the elder's rules. Brother Luo, stop talking about these unimportant things and just drink and drink. The immortal Zui of Wangyu residence is famous far and near. Qin Feng urged. Luo Yu glanced at Qin Feng thoughtfully, with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Smart people don't need to talk too much. The other party's performance has shown that what he said just now is true. However, he never expected that Brother Qin would be so skillful. Not only did he let Mr. Yuan break the rules, but he also allowed Dao Quan to make an exception and accept a disciple? He shook his head slightly, then raised his glass and responded. Yes, I just witnessed such a wonderful martial arts fight. Fortunately, it suddenly dawned on me. After 3 rounds of drinking, I drank to my heart's content. So naturally I started talking more. Qin Feng said with a hint of drunkenness. Now that they have seen the strength of the 36 stars of the 4 domains and the 12 divine generals, the people will definitely have more confidence in Dagon. I don't know when the human race will be able to get rid of the threat of demons and ghosts forever and live in peace and stability. Luo Yu waved her hand. Even though the demon is a knife hanging over everyone's head, sometimes people are more terrifying than the demon. The officials in the court are corrupt. The upper beams are not straight, and the lower beams are crooked. And the subordinate officials at the bottom are naturally not much better. I have seen small towns that were poor and down to earth, and the subordinates there lived on human flesh. It has also been known that some officials in charge of cities and towns voluntarily sacrifice the people in the city to demons and ghosts for the sake of their own lives. Even though the people of the demon-slaying division and the generals fought for the human race. Even if they died. But if these moths are not eliminated, the human race will never get ahead. When Qin Feng heard this, he thought of the magistrate of Shuliang City who, for his own benefit, took the initiative to cause the disaster of corpses and ghosts, causing the people in the city to live and die regardless of life and death. He knew that Luo Yu's words were not groundless. Dakian occupies a vast area and is divided into 4 regions, southeast, northwest and northwest. It is impossible to manage every place properly. Perhaps, in invisible places, the scum Luo Yu mentioned is everywhere. Qin Feng sighed. The Zhu clan is so full of wine and meat that it freezes the bones to death. What Brother Luo said is probably unavoidable. Luo Yu raised his head in surprise. Brother Qin is really amazing and talented. He can express the harshness of the world in just 1 sentence. But it may not be completely impossible. Luo Yu poured herself a glass of wine and spoke slowly. What can I do? Qin Feng asked curiously. Luo Yu held the wine glass in his hand for a moment and did not answer. Instead, he said with a smile, Brother Qin, don't talk about these disappointing things. Come on! I'll toast to your amazing talent! Perhaps because of the exciting conversation, Qin Feng drank a lot tonight and staggered when he walked. He even needed Lan Ningxuang's help to get on the road. Luo Yu did not leave immediately, but shook the wine glass in his hand and looked at the clear wine inside, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, Xiaobai asked, Sir, what exactly is the method you mentioned before? Upon hearing this, Luo Yu poured the wine in the cup onto the table, then flicked his sleeves, and the wine on the table evaporated in the blink of an eye. Just like this wine. If the wine is not good, just pour it and refill it. The next day, as the sun shone into the house, Qin Feng woke up leisurely, his head still a little groggy. In the room, Qinger was cleaning the house and said softly, "Young master, wake up!" "Well, what time is it now?" "It's already 3 o'clock in the morning," Qinger replied, putting the towel into the hot water prepared in advance and wiping Qin Feng's cheeks. "I'll do it myself." After Qin Feng wiped his face, his energy finally recovered. He pinched his eyebrows and recalled last night. It was the first time since time travel that he drank so much wine. The main reason is that he has similar values to Brother Luo, so he naturally had a few more drinks after having a good chat. Qinger asked, "Master and Madam, they have finished their breakfast." "Young master, do you need Qinger to go to the kitchen and bring some food?" "No need. I don't have much taste right now." Qin Feng pinched his brows and was about to go out to bask in the sun, when he heard noise coming from outside the Qin mansion. "Is someone coming to visit you?" The moment the concierge of the Qin mansion opened the door, he couldn't help but be stunned by the sight in front of him. A man wearing yellow luxurious clothing stood at the front with an expressionless face. Next to him is a middle-aged man dressed as a guard. Just standing there is like the top of a mountain, making people breathless. There was also a group of accompanying people behind him. They were so vast that at a casual glance, there were at least 20 people. Who is traveling? And there is such a large array. The gatekeeper was secretly shocked, and did not dare to neglect. "Excuse me, who are you looking for when you come to the Qin mansion?" The leading man did not answer, but the imposing middle-aged man next to him answered. "His Royal Highness the Third Prince is here. Why don't you go out to greet him?" The sound was like thunder, exploding in the ears of everyone in the Qin mansion. In the lobby, Ernyang said in surprise, Third Prince? Why did he come to our Qin mansion?" Father Qin stood up and said expressionlessly, "Since the Third Prince is coming, let's go out to greet him." Within a moment, everyone in the Qin mansion arrived at the gate of the Qin mansion. As the head of the family, Father Qin immediately stepped forward and saluted respectfully. "The third-class auxiliary General Qin Jianan pays homage to His Highness the Third Prince." When the Third Prince heard this, he just nodded lightly and didn't pay much attention to it. This attitude made Qin Feng quite angry. When he was doing the healing spell for Anya in the palace, this guy always made things difficult for her. Now that he came to Qin Mansion, he still looked like he was in need of a beating. Father Qin asked again, "I wonder why His Highness the Third Prince came here." "I came here to find the Southern Territory Divine General, Dao Quang Jintiani." "Where is he? Take me to him," the Third Prince said calmly. Chapter 421 Seizing the Master. Qin Feng, who was actually looking for Senior Jin, frowned slightly, not knowing the purpose of his visit. At this time, the second brother said, "Master went to the Demon Slayer division early in the morning to resume his duties. It is estimated that he will not be back until later." As soon as these words came out, the Third Prince's face suddenly darkened. "Master?" He looked at Qinan and frowned. "Who allowed you to call Jintiani Master?" As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force attacked his second brother. Qin Feng was surprised. He didn't expect that this Third Prince was actually a 5th-level martial artist at such a young age. Facing this sudden offensive, Qinan showed displeasure, and he also exuded energy from his body to fight against the strong pressure. The two were indistinguishable for a while. The confrontation between the powerful forces set off a hurricane in the Qin mansion, leaving cracks on the ground. Seeing that the Third Prince was unable to attack for a long time, the accompanying guard shouted coldly, "How dare you attack His Highness the Third Prince? How brave you are!" As soon as he finished speaking, he stamped his right foot on the ground, and the powerful energy struck his second brother instantly like a sharp arrow. "Second young master, be careful," He Tantu reminded hurriedly. When the rest of the Qin family saw this scene, they were all shocked. Who would have thought that the other party would take action without warning? Under the observation of his double pupils, Qin Feng discovered that this middle-aged man was obviously a master of the 4th level of divine martial arts. If his second brother was hit by this attack, he would definitely be seriously injured. At this critical moment, a sword energy swept from the Qin Mansion Lake Pavilion. Not only did it crush the middle-aged man's energy, but it also struck the middle-aged man. The middle-aged guard was shocked. He could feel the powerful power coming from the sword energy. He immediately did not dare to neglect, gathered all his strength, and turned into a golden shield in front of him. However, This seemingly solid defense was shattered into pieces by the sword energy after just one encounter. The middle-aged man hurriedly raised his arms to protect his vitals, and with a bang, his body flew out, past the gate of the Qin mansion, and fell heavily into the wall on the side of the street. The wall instantly collapsed. The middle-aged man jumped out of the ruins and protected the third prince. Although the blow just now did not cause fatal damage to him, it still caused him serious injuries. There were hideous bloodstains on his arms, and his clothes were in tatters. "Who is it?" the middle-aged man shouted in the direction of the sword energy, with a solemn look on his face. Within a moment, a man dressed in white descended from the sky and slowly landed next to Qin Feng. Who else could it be if he wasn't Lu Jianli? "Lu Jianli," the middle-aged man muttered, his face extremely ugly. Who knows about the youngest swordsman in the history of Dakian? At this time, he just remembered that the famous Lu Jianli was the wife of Qin Feng, the eldest son of Qin. The third prince glanced at Lu Jianli, and the greed in his eyes flashed away. The middle-aged man knew he was outmatched, so he threatened, "Even if you are the daughter of Lu Gugong, if you dare to attack His Highness the third prince, you will still die." However, before he finished speaking, a crisp slap sounded instantly. Not only was the middle-aged man stunned, but everyone present was also stunned. The third prince rubbed his wrist and said coldly, "The second young master of the Qin family, and I just want to have a discussion. It's your turn to take action at will. Return to the palace later in the evening and pick up 1,000 sticks for yourself." The middle-aged man did not dare to disobey, so he took a step back and said, "I accept my orders." Then the third prince smiled and said, "There were many misunderstandings before. I just thought that the second young master of the Qin family was about the same age as me and had the same strength as me, so I just wanted to compete with him. There was no ill intention." "Since Lord Dao Quangjin hasn't returned to his mansion yet, if you don't mind, I would like to bother you in the Qin mansion for a while." Of course, Father Qin could not openly drive away the third prince, so he could only invite him into the Qin mansion. But Qin Feng looked at the back of the third prince and fell into deep thought. The other party's initial attack clearly did not seem to be for a discussion. The third prince's attitude changed completely after his wife appeared. Could it be that he knows that no one is my wife's opponent, so he gives in? Qin Feng thought for a moment and then rejected this idea. The man's sixth sense made him feel that the third prince definitely had some dirty thoughts. "I wonder why the third prince came to see Mr. Jin?" Father Qin asked in the lobby. The third prince glanced at Qin and then at the other people in the house. "Yesterday's martial arts competition made me admire the town master. I am also a martial artist who practices divine martial arts. And I also study the art of swordsmanship. So I want to take Master Jin as my teacher in order to take a further step in the art of swordsmanship." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Qin Feng and others changed. The third prince continued, "I once heard someone say that Master Jin never accepts disciples. So this time he came with sincerity. But just now at the gate of Qin Mansion, I seem to hear the second young master of your mansion calling Mr. Jin master?" The second brother was about to answer, but Qin Feng stretched out his hand to stop him. "Yes, my second brother did become a disciple of Master Jin." "I see." The third prince tapped his fingers on the table, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long time, he spoke again. "Then I have to apologize to you all in advance. I also hope to be able to take Master Jin as my master, but I don't like to share the same master with other people. Therefore, if later on, the town master accepts me as his disciple and cancels the master-disciple relationship with the second young master of your house, please don't blame me." The word showed strong confidence, as if he was stating a fact, and he did have the capital to say so. After all, he is the prince in the palace, who has the most supporters besides the prince. If you can maintain a good relationship with him, if the crown prince changes throne, you may not be unable to prosper in the future. Erin Yang secretly grabbed her father's sleeves, looking worried. The father put his hand on the back of Erin Yang's hand and patted her gently to comfort her. When the second brother heard this, he clenched his right fist and glanced at his elder brother. When Qin Feng heard this, his expression remained as usual. Master accepts disciples based on the principle of caring for each other. If Lord Jin chooses His Highness the third prince instead of my second brother, it only means that my second brother and Lord Jin have no fate. Having said that, Qin Feng naturally didn't want such a thing to happen. The reason why he said this was just because he believed in Jin Tiany's character. Mr. Jin is definitely not the kind of person who is greedy for power and power. With your words, I feel relieved. The third prince smiled slightly. The lobby fell into silence for a while. Everyone was waiting for Jin Tiany's return. After about 2 sticks of incense, there were 2 light landing sounds. The figures of Jin Tiany and Yu Mei appeared in front of everyone. Master, the second brother called weakly, because of the words of the third prince just now. He, the master, did not have the confidence to shout. I was also curious why no one was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. I thought you were being lazy. But unexpectedly you stayed here. Jin Tiany raised his eyebrows, and then looked at the man sitting in the back. Chapter 422. A good man. Ambitious in all directions. The third prince immediately stood up, clasped his fists, and said respectfully, "Greetings to Mr. Jin. His Royal Highness the third prince." Jin Tiany said after a brief salute, "Looking at you, you probably have something to discuss, so I won't disturb you." In his opinion, the third prince's visit to the residence was naturally to find the Qin family. But just as he turned around, he heard the third prince say, "I am here to find Lord Jin." Looking for me? Jin Tian froze for a moment. Watching the competition at the Xuanwu platform yesterday made me admire Master Jin. I hope to be able to become Master Jin's teacher and learn the art of swordsmanship in order to make further progress. The third prince directly stated the purpose of his trip, and then raised his head. He signaled to those who were accompanying him. The people accompanying him immediately took out many objects from the space treasure. In addition to gold, silver, and jade, there are also elixirs that help divine warriors improve their cultivation, as well as countless healing elixirs. The most eye-catching thing among them is a knife, which is glowing with red light, like a flame. At first glance, it is not ordinary. Jin Tiany obviously recognized this sword and said in surprise, "Tianlu Flame Blade? I didn't expect that you could actually find this sword. Brother, what is the Tianlu Flame Blade?" The second brother asked in a low voice. Qin Feng frowned. "I have read in books that Wu Feng will find a hidden volcano before he dies, bury your body in the molten fire, and become a part of it. But its spine will not be melted by the fire, but will remain. A craftsman worked hard to find the backbone of the fire phoenix, and used the sky thunder to forge a magical sword. The sword energy can be turned into a flame that melts all things. That is the Tianlu Flame Blade. The power of this sword may be higher than that of Tianya Zhan. Such a magical weapon has unparalleled attraction for every martial artist who uses a sword." Qin Feng was slightly worried. "I spent a lot of effort to find this sword, just to use it as a ceremony to worship Lord Jin as my teacher," the third prince said with a confident smile. As soon as Jin Tian walked up to Yin Bian, he looked at it from beginning to end and praised, "It is indeed a good sword." When everyone in the Qin family heard this, their hearts sank. The third prince smiled and said, "The matter of apprenticeship. It's a pity that the knife is a good knife, but it has no fate with me. I am grateful that the third prince values me and wants to become my disciple. But I have made an exception and accepted this person as my disciple, and I will only have this one disciple in my life." Jin Tian looked at Qin and replied, "Master." The second brother called excitedly after hearing this. Qin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, the moment he saw the Tianlu Flame Blade, he was really worried that something might happen. Fortunately, Mr. Jin's character did not disappoint him. The smile on the third prince's face slowly faded. "Master Jin, don't you think about it anymore? As the Divine General of the Southern Territory, you must be very hardworking as you often travel around to defeat demons and ghosts. I have a way to transfer you from the Demon Slaying Department of the Southern Region to the Demon Slaying Department of Fontian City. This way, you will have enough time to pursue the legendary second-level realm. Thank you, His Highness the Third Prince, for your kindness, but it is not necessary. I feel quite comfortable staying in the Southern Territory. Lord Simon makes me admire him very much. There are enough demons and ghosts there that I can't kill them all no matter how hard I try. Moreover, if a divine warrior wants to pursue a higher realm, he will have to fight through life and death. If he stays in one place, his cultivation will only stagnate." After being rejected one after another, the third prince's expression became extremely gloomy. If Jin Tiany was not a divine general in the region, he would definitely get angry on the spot. The third prince glanced at Qin and coldly and felt that this result was all because this person became Jin Tiany's disciple in advance. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger at his heart and said, "I was the one who was rude. Since the mayor insists on doing this, I won't force it anymore. I still have something to do, so I'll take the first step." After saying this, without looking back, he took the lead and stepped out of the Qin mansion lobby and walked out of the mansion. Seeing this, the other accompanying guards did not dare to delay any longer. After collecting all the gifts on the ground, they hurriedly followed. After the third prince and his entourage completely left the Qin mansion, Shen Tianyi said to Qinin, "In 3 days, I will leave Fengtian City. At that time, you and I will travel to the southern territory to defeat demons and ghosts, and hone in the battle between life and death." 3 days? Is it so sudden? Ernyang heard this and immediately expressed worry. How could she let go of the son she had raised for nearly 20 years, and who had never been separated before suddenly leaving? Moreover, a nurse's departure this time was not to settle down in a corner, but to travel around and fight against the demons and ghosts causing trouble in the southern region. Although this is a helpless move to improve strength, it is indeed extremely dangerous. Even if there is a god to protect you, some accidents may not happen. Ernyang did not dare to think any further, but turned her head and called out, "Master." She didn't want to hinder Qin An's cultivation path. She just wanted to be with him for a while longer. Father Qin let out a breath and said, "You and I had expected that such a day would come. It was just a matter of time. When children grow up, they naturally have their own plans, and we don't have to force anything. What's more, demons and ghosts are rampant in the southern region, and the Lord General can stay for 3 more days, which has given us enough time." Shen Tianyi glanced at Father Qin meaningfully, and said again, "Then you will have a good time together in these 3 days." 3 days later, we set off on time. 3 days seemed like a snap to everyone in the Qin family. In the past few days, Ernyang's eyes were red all day long, because she was reluctant to leave her second brother. But there is no such thing as a never-ending banquet. A good man always has to go out and have a good time. No one is an exception. The sun had just broken, and the sunlight was shining, illuminating the gate of Qin Mansion. Outside the door, 3 horses were already in place. The second brother put on a new suit, which the second mother sewed for him day and night. Seeing that parting was imminent, Rao, the second brother, became sentimental and said goodbye to his family members one by one. After all, the second mother is the daughter's family. The closer the separation is, the more she talks about it. "I leave this time, and I don't know when you will come back. If you have time, be sure to remember to write home. Huarong Road in the southern region has been built, and there are inns everywhere. It's just a letter, and it won't take much time. This is your first time traveling far away. There must be many things you don't understand. Learn from the town master, and don't be afraid of hardship. When the weather gets colder, just add more clothes. In that bag, my mother has put 3 sets of clothes for you. Remember to change them. I originally planned to find a wife for you in Fengtian City, but I didn't expect you to leave so soon. If you meet a girl you like when you go out, you must be bolder and more proactive. This is how your father married me. You don't have to worry about me and the master not agreeing. As long as you like that girl, we are both willing." When Qin Feng heard this, he looked at his father beside him with a strange look on his face. Father Qin's face stiffened, and he coughed dryly and said, "Madam, it's almost okay. Under is still on her way." Ernyang opened her mouth, but finally restrained her thoughts. After the father gave some instructions, he said no more. The second brother turned around and looked at his beloved eldest brother with a look of reluctance. Qin Feng patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "When I leave this time, I will practice well with Master Zhen. I hope that one day, my second brother's name can be as well known to everyone as the 36 stars and the 12 divine generals." Qin was encouraged, nodded heavily and said, "I will do it, brother." The sound of horse hooves sounded, and they galloped away. A good man should aim everywhere. Chapter 423, Changes in the Academy. People have joys and sorrows, and the moon waxes and wanes. It has been a dilemma since ancient times. A month after the second brother left Fengtian City, the Qin family gradually got used to it, and no longer missed him as much as they did at the beginning. During this period, the second brother sent 2 letters home, reporting that he was safe and talking about his experiences along the way and the demons he had killed. The ghost troubles in the southern territory are still endless. Walking in the mountains and forests, you could always encounter troublesome demons and ghosts. Along the way, Shen Tianyi hardly took any action and asked his second brother to deal with the monsters he encountered. In the constant struggle of life and death, the second brother's cultivation has naturally improved rapidly, and he even mentioned in the letter that he has faintly touched the threshold of the 4th level hidden weapon realm of sword intention. Qin Feng was naturally extremely pleased when he saw this. In the letter, the second brother also told some strange stories. For example, the giant tortoise carrying the mountain on its back, the crane looking up at the sky from the top of the mountain on a moonlit night, and the temple that can walk straight up from the ground. He also heard from the mayor that not all demons and ghosts in the world are evil. Some demons only seek to protect themselves, and some demons are even good to others. At least the giant tortoise, the crane and the temple. Shintiani did not let his second brother take action. Among these strange experiences, the second brother also mentioned one thing in particular. For some unknown reason, the major rivers and lakes in the Southern Territory have begun to surge inexplicably in recent times. At this time, there are dark clouds covering the sky, and among the dark clouds, the black shadow of the giant dragon can be faintly seen. The town elder said that it was the Dragon Clan. Qin Feng saw this content and murmured, "Dragon Clan?" He reached out and touched his abdomen, and instantly thought of a person. Lying quietly in his dantian was the dragon ball that Mist Song had fed him in order to save him when he was in Shuliangcheng. Unknowingly, it has been so long since the zombie disaster in Shuliang City. I don't know how Mist Song is doing now. It's impossible to say that he doesn't miss her. After all, Mist Song has been a life-saving grace to him. Moreover, the relationship between the two should be regarded as more than friends. If they are not lovers, it is naturally far from an ordinary relationship. Qin Feng sometimes thinks about this question. What if there is no ancestral marriage contract between the Qin family and the Lu family? He and his wife have no intersection. So will he and Song Girl go further? Of course, there are not so many us in this world. However, the relationship between the human race and the dragon race has always been good. What's going on with the turbulent waters of the Southern Territory and the appearance of the giant dragon? Qin Feng put away the letter, stopped paying too much attention to it, and submerged his spiritual consciousness into the divine sea. My second brother is out fighting demons and improving his cultivation. As the eldest brother, naturally he cannot rest on his laurels. During this month, he was not idle either. In addition to teaching and educating people at Hanmin Academy, he also read books in Tinjiaxuan to accumulate literary spirit, and tempered the righteousness in the divine sea through the Hongming fairy energy. The effect is obvious. Now more than 1/3 of the righteousness in his divine sea has been tempered, and the color is darker than before. When he uses these tempered righteousness to manifest Haotian mirror, and by Siyuan, he can obviously it feels more powerful than before. Moreover, during this period, by imparting knowledge to the poor disciples, more and more destiny stars were reflected in his divine sea, and the golden light on the surface of the questioning heart platform became more eye-catching. I believe that it won't be long before he may be able to enter the 5th grade Howard realm of the Wensheng Taoist. In the palace of the third prince, crisp slaps sounded. I asked you to destroy Qin Feng. What have you been doing this month? Your eldest brother is a waste. You are a waste. And your Tang family is really all waste. The third prince shouted coldly. The woman he liked was taken away, and the master he liked was also taken away. Naturally, he hated the Qin family and Qin Feng deeply. Tang Fei's face showed bright red slap marks, but he still wore a warm smile without any change. Your Highness, calm down. The Qin family today is not what it used to be. Qin Jianin's title has been promoted repeatedly, and he is now a third-class auxiliary general. Qin Feng, the eldest son of Qin, was appreciated by His Majesty for what he did after coming to Fengtian City. In addition, his wife Lu Jinli is relying on Lu Guogong behind her, so she must think twice before taking action against the Qin family. Otherwise, if something happens, I will be the only one in the water, and I am afraid that Your Highness will be implicated. Your Highness probably doesn't want the Lu family to side with the prince because the Qin family hates you, right? When the third prince heard this, he narrowed his eyes and looked sideways at Tang Fei, as if he wanted to see something on his face. But apart from that unchanging smile, there was nothing unusual at all. But I'm not very happy to see him living so comfortably. What do you think we should do? The third prince said coldly. Your Highness, please rest assured. Although Qin Feng cannot be directly targeted at the moment, my subordinates can still find ways to make him uncomfortable. For example, his humble academy was built with great effort by him. If Hanmin Academy could be brought down, Qin Feng would definitely be devastated by it. The third prince snorted coldly. This is a light thing to say. My father also heard about the Hanmin Academy, and was full of praise for it. He said that there are outstanding people in Dakian, so everyone should read the books of sages. With your father's support, if you want to target Hanmin Academy, aren't you seeking death? Your Highness made a mistake. Tang Fei shook his head. Which point? If you want to bring down the poor academy, you don't have to target the academy itself. The third prince raised his eyebrows. Do you mean those academy students? Yes. The students there are all from poor families and have no background. If there is not even a single student in such a large academy. Do you think, Your Highness, this academy can still be opened? Tang Fei asked with a smile. The third prince paced back and forth in the hall, raising the corner of his mouth slightly. It seems that you are more useful than your dead brother. So I will leave this matter to you. I obey my orders. After Tang Fei said this, he bowed and left. Today's teaching ends here. When you go back, you must think hard about what you learned today and don't slack off. Fei Sun said seriously. I respectfully obey Master Fei's orders. All the students in the hall replied in unison. Fei Sun looked at these students with a smile in his eyes. He seemed to see the shadow of himself when he was a student in these poor children. It was a tiring time, but it was also the most memorable memory. After all the students left Hanmin Academy, a voice sounded from beside Fei Sun. It seems that senior brother Fei is used to teaching and educating people here. When Fei Sun heard this, the smile in his eyes disappeared, and he turned his head and said sullenly, How many chapters are there in the art of war? How long do you have to finish telling me? Qin Feng replied with a smile. Senior brother Fei, please be patient. As the saying goes, you can't bite off more than you can chew. Even if I tell you all at once, you still won't be able to understand it all. This kind of thing cannot be rushed. Don't do this. You are obviously afraid that I will leave Hanmin Academy after I learn the art of war. Fei Sun said with a glare. While the two were talking, a student stepped into the Hanmin Academy again. Master Fei. Master Qin. Huh? Qin Feng was curious, turned around and asked, What's wrong? But I didn't understand something today. The student shook his head. He lowered his head and clenched his sleeves with both hands. After struggling for a moment, he raised his head and said, Master Fei, Master Qin, I'm sorry. I can no longer come to the academy to study. After saying this, his eyes turned red, and he ran away without looking back. Qin Feng and Fei Sun were left looking at each other in confusion. Chapter 424 No Way to Study. Senior brother Fei, is this the first student to leave the academy on his own initiative? Qin Feng asked with a frown. This is the 14th time. Since the first student left 7 days ago, almost 1 or 2 students will leave every day. Fei Sun shook his head. Qin Feng was greatly puzzled. These students used to be very thirsty for knowledge. Why are they leaving now? Could it be that something happened at home? But only 1 or 2 people are like this. How could so many people have trouble at home all at once? Did senior brother Yang say anything? Senior brother Yang naturally refers to Yang Qian. He will come here to teach when he has nothing to do. As a 4th grade Taoist of the literary sage, Yang Qian's divination ability is naturally far superior to that of Qin Feng. Fei Sun replied, Senior brother Yang once mentioned to me that everyone has their own ambitions. Don't force them. Just let them go. Qin Feng fell into deep thought. These words showed that senior brother Yang must know something. But he was unable to stop it. Time flies by. And every day that follows, there will be students leaving the humble academy. At first there were only 1 or 2. But later on there were more and more students. Sometimes, more than 10 students would leave in a day. Qin Feng also tried to ask them the reason. But no one answered. However, he also saw from the reluctant expressions and eyes of those students that it was not their original intention for these people to leave the academy. The humble academy, which used to be packed with people, is now not even half full when classes start. Today, senior brother Yang came to the college to teach. After teaching, some students stayed behind to express their intention to leave. Yang Qian didn't ask any more questions. He just sighed and said, Okay. After all the students had left, Qin Feng asked, Senior brother Yang, do you know why these people left? Yang Qian glanced away and replied softly, I know you want to keep them, but there are some things you can't change. After all, they are children from poor families. Although they like to study, they also have to bear the burden of life. For them, living well and letting their families live well are the most important things. How can they spend all their time studying? Just like Fei Sun and I, if we hadn't been alone at the beginning, we wouldn't have been able to make up our minds to study at Hanmin Academy. Senior brother Yang, you mean that their departure was due to the pressure of life? But no one has left because of this before. So why are there so many recently? Qin Feng is still puzzled. Yang Qian shook his head and said, This problem will inevitably arise. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Junior brother Qin, let me ask you, if there is a scholar who is hungry, and there is a book and a piece of solid food in front of him, and the scholar can only choose one between the two, What will he choose? Yang Qian did not wait for Qin Feng to reply, but directly said, It must be that piece of dry food. Has junior brother Qin ever thought about it? The population of Daqian is not large. Why is it that the worship of martial arts is prevalent, but there are so few scholars? When Qin Feng heard this, his thoughts suddenly returned to Jinyang City, and back to the time before the questioning platform. Naturally, he knew the reason very well. After all, he had analyzed it with Lan Ningxuan at the beginning, and that was, there is no way to study. Yes, most of the Gan are ordinary people and children from poor families. For them, studying has no way out. If you want to step into the holy path of literature, you need to memorize tens of thousands of books. Even for those who are extremely talented, it will take at least several years. With these few years of hard work, what will happen even if he reaches the 9th rank of literary saint? He still has no power to resist in the face of monsters and ghosts, and he cannot improve his life. But if you spend these few years practicing Shenwu or Baigui, you can still have a certain ability to protect yourself in this troubled world. Yang Qian turned sideways and said again, If you can use your studies to enter the court and benefit the people, it would be a good idea. But you should also know that the only people who can enter the court through studying are those in the Imperial College. In the Imperial College, there are basically children of the rich and powerful, and it is no more than a dream for a poor student to get ahead in it. No matter how capable you are, and how knowledgeable you are, you still have no chance to express your ambitions with the place. In this case, how many children from poor families will insist on continuing to study, knowing that there is no way out in studying, and coupled with the burden of life? Qin Feng took a breath and replied, Very few. Yes, there are very few of them. I seem to see myself in these poor students, so I can understand their difficulties and understand what they are thinking. In life, many things are beyond your control. It is so common to ask for something but not get it, and to get something that does not go your way. In this regard, let alone us, even teachers are powerless to change it. That's why the teacher founded Haowen Academy to reserve a holy place for scholars for Daqian. Unfortunately, this holy place for reading was also infiltrated by the Imperial College and became no longer as pure as it was before. Qin Feng left Haowen Academy with a heavy heart. His original intention of establishing the Poor Family Academy was to give ordinary people and children from poor families a place to study and study. But he forgot that if Daqian's situation of being unable to study was not broken, the establishment of the Poor Academy itself would be a joke. The sky was already dark. Night had fallen, and the stars were dim, just like Qin Feng's mood at the moment. He did not go back to Qin Mansion directly, but walked in the streets and alleys of Fengtian City. Many people are still shouting and hawking on the cold streets in order to make a living. Everything is forced by life. He saw the low-level officials taking food from the vendors. Not only did they not give them any money, but the stall owners even came forward to please them with a smile on their faces, and then sighed in distress after the officials left. He saw an official going out. Not only were the 4 people carrying the sedan chair, but they also chased away the people who were blocking the way, and even trampled on the vendors' goods. The official did not feel any guilt, but instead opened the curtain of the carriage to show off his power and gave a contemptuous smile. He saw the confidence of the officials and the helplessness and desolation of the people. Think about it. The officials of Daqian are basically appointed by the powerful or selected from the Imperial College. And most of the students in the Imperial College are children of powerful people. They grew up in fine clothes and fine food. Even if they become officials, how can they know the sufferings of the people? It is precisely because of this that officials are corrupt and useless, and the people are living in dire straits. He thought of the conversation with Luo Yu in the restaurant. Although monsters are like knives hanging over people's heads, sometimes people are more terrifying than monsters. If you want to change this situation, you must change the official selection system of Daqian. But, is this easier said than done? Allowing a child from a poor family to enter the officialdom will affect the interests of a lot of people, and will inevitably encounter opposition from many people. Qin Feng recalled the oath of Wang Xintai, and felt it was extremely ridiculous. Chapter 425, Overpowering. On Liyuan Street in Fengtian City, where ordinary people live, a man's angry voice came from a simple house. Why didn't you go to the academy today? A young man replied weakly, I won't study anymore. I want to start a business with my father. Clear slap sounded immediately, and the man said, Who is Master Qin? Being able to study with him is a blessing you have earned over several lifetimes. How dare you skip classes for me? I need your help regarding the stall? If you can study hard with Master Qin and step into the Wensheng Dao lineage, you are damn better than anything else. Go and apologize to Master Qin tomorrow, and then study hard for me. Do you understand? I won't go, the young man replied stubbornly. When the man heard this, he became very angry. He looked around, picked up the feather duster from the corner of the room, pointed at the young man and shouted, Tell me again. Do you want to go? The young man knelt on the ground, lowered his head, pinched his thighs with his hands, and his body was trembling slightly. It was not because he was afraid of his father's angry punishment, but because he felt wronged and wanted to cry. I won't go. The young man's attitude remained firm. Snapped. The feather duster fell on the boy, and just by hearing the sound, he knew it must be very painful. But the young man gritted his teeth and said nothing, just enduring it silently. When the man saw this, he flicked the feather duster in his hand again and again, and cursed angrily. It's okay if you don't go well outside, but you still don't live up to expectations when you come back. When I tried to force you to learn martial arts, you didn't want to. You said you wanted to study. Okay, you want to study. I asked you to study. Those bullies in the Imperial College don't treat the common people as human beings. But you can still bear to go there to study in the middle of the night every day. Now Master Qin has established Hanin Academy to give you a place where you can study with peace of mind. Wouldn't you like to go there? Maybe it was because he was resentful, or maybe he was frustrated. But the man didn't take his actions lightly. The scars and blood stains on the young man's body even penetrated through his clothes. The woman on the side couldn't bear to watch anymore, and hurriedly stopped the man, and then protected the young man distressfully. Stop fighting. Don't fight again. Get out of the way. I have to beat this bastard to death today. The man was furious, while protecting the young man with her body. The woman asked with red eyes, Jir, don't you like Master Qin and Hanin Academy the most? Why do you suddenly don't want to go? What's the reason? This young man was none other than Han Ji. He was one of the first students to enter the Poor Academy after leaving the Imperial College, and he was also the one with the deepest affection for the academy. The man gasped and cursed angrily. What kind of difficulties can this bastard have? He is obviously afraid of hardship. I think he wants to study, so I'm just talking about it. These words stung Han Ji's heart. He raised his head with red eyes, as if to vent his inner grievances. He almost shouted, Because I don't want to see those people go to Dad's shop to cause trouble again. They don't want to do you just don't want me to go to the Poor Academy. I know all these things. The man was stunned when he heard this, and the feather duster slipped from his hand. The anger on his face slowly faded, and his expression became complicated. Did your mother tell you? The woman shook her head and looked at the boy doubtfully. Hanji replied, Juju told me that when he left Hanin Academy. I asked him why. Then I went outside my father's stall and saw the officials making things difficult for me. Juju said that as long as he left Hanin Academy, those officials would not come back again. When the man heard this, he didn't know what to say. The reason why he kept this secret was that he hoped that the child would study hard, enter the literary and sage tradition as soon as possible, and have a way to settle down in this world. But after all, paper cannot cover fire. It's useless. Dad. The man slammed his right fist against the wall. The wall was fine, but blood was dripping from the skin of the man's right hand. Hanji stood up in a hurry and comforted him. Dad, in fact, it was not entirely because of this reason that I left Hanin Academy. I have also thought about it carefully. Even if I can enter the 9th level of literary sage through reading, a low-level literary sage is just a weak scholar, and it is impossible to predict what level of cultivation I will be able to reach in the future. In this case, why not help you? Subsidize the family income, and learn a way to make a living earlier. Jir, do you really think so? The woman asked. Hanji nodded and bit his lips tightly to avoid tears falling. Since senior brother Yang already knew the reason, why didn't you tell me earlier? Qin Feng clenched his fists by the window outside the house, suppressing his anger. Yang Qian on the side replied, What can I do if I tell you? Solve the officials who are making things difficult? Let the students return to the Poor Academy. Of course it is. Yang Qian denied. Even if you deal with this group of officials, there will be other officials. Then find out the people behind the scenes and solve the problem fundamentally. Qin Feng said solemnly. Yang Qian shook his head. I might as well tell you directly that the person who made these officials make things difficult for the students is the county magistrate here. And the magistrate comes from the Imperial College of Hanin Academy. In the Imperial College, there are many people who don't like the Poor Academy. Do you still want to fight against the entire Imperial College? When Qin Feng heard this, his heart sank. Fighting against the Imperial Academy was equivalent to fighting against most of the officialdom. After all, Most of the officials in today's court came from the Imperial College. Taking a step back. Even if no one makes things difficult for these students, they will definitely continue to study. You also heard what Hanji said. From this incident, he had already seen the future of scholars from poor families. I told you last time that as long as the problem of being unable to study is not solved, it will only be a matter of time before the students leave. Qin Feng opened his mouth, and his anger was extinguished by a deep sense of powerlessness. Didn't he know this truth? Let ordinary people have books to read, and let the literati and Taoists spread all over the world. In the end, it is just an ideal, but there is an unbridgeable gap between ideal and reality. For ordinary people, survival is the top priority. If there is no hope for what they are currently working hard for, why is there any need to continue to persevere? Just a waste of time. Senior brother Yang, is it true that scholars from poor families have no future? Qin Feng asked his inner question. Yang Qian sighed. Junior brother Fei and I have thought about this issue for a long time. But in the end, I became a scholar who sat in the climbing tower all day long and only focused on reading books by sages. Junior brother Fei also completely looked away and no longer thought about stepping into the court to change the world. It's not that we two are unwilling, but that we are unable to do so, unless the official selection system of Dikian can be changed. Scholars from poor families are doomed to have no future. However, the idea of nepotism and that all officials are powerful has been deeply ingrained. How easy is it to change this? Official selection system. Qin Feng fell into deep thinking. Chapter 426, I will not agree to this marriage. Qin Feng thought of the ancient imperial examination system, which was the only way for children from poor families to change their destiny and embark on an official career. If Diqian can implement the imperial examination system, this situation of being unable to study can naturally be changed. But let's not talk about whether the powerful Manchu officials would allow this system to pass. He was not even qualified to report this imperial examination system to the Ming Emperor. After all, except for his identity as a first-level Jade Demon Slayer, Qin Feng had no official status and had no way to even meet Emperor Ming. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. Wait a minute. Who said that I must propose this imperial examination system to Emperor Ming? As long as someone can tell the matter to Emperor Ming. A figure disguised as a man instantly appeared in Qin Feng's mind. That was Yun. Or to be more precise, Princess Anya. Although even if you propose the imperial examination system to Emperor Ming, the latter may not agree with it. But you will know whether it is successful or not only after you have worked hard. If the Emperor Ming was caught in the trap and fell in love with the imperial examination system, and wanted to break the monopoly of the court by the powerful, maybe a new world for scholars from poor families would also be opened. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's confidence was rekindled. He glanced at Han Ji, who was holding back tears in the room, and decided to go back as soon as possible to write down the details of the imperial examination system, and then find Anya tomorrow and ask her to propose it to Emperor Ming. Senior brother Yang, I have other things to deal with tomorrow. I will leave the Hanan Academy to you and senior brother Fei to take care of it. Okay. Yang Qian nodded, and then reminded, but remember not to act recklessly. Senior brother Yang, don't worry. I'm measured. The next day, Qin Feng left the Qin mansion early in the morning and took the imperial examination system copy he wrote last night to the Jubiozai in Fengtian City, because he had a good relationship with Wang Su. As soon as he arrived at Jubiozai, someone took Qin Feng to the back room and saw Princess Anya dressed in white and pretending to be a man. When the latter saw Qin Feng, his beautiful eyebrows were raised slightly, and his expression was still calm and calm. Why do you have time to come to my place today? Of course, it's because I want to see you. Qin Feng glanced at Wang Su not far away and said casually. As soon as these words came out, Anya's face turned red, and a trace of embarrassment flashed in her eyes. What are you talking about? Uncle Wang also cast a surprised look. Only then did Qin Feng realize that there was some ambiguity in what he just said, and he quickly changed his words. The main thing is that I have something to say to you, so I came here to find you. Anya took a deep breath to calm her chest, which could not make any waves, and said calmly, just tell me. Qin Feng glanced at Wang Su and hesitated. Uncle Wang, next time I want to talk to him alone. Can you please step aside? He was still not sure whether Uncle Wang knew Anya's true identity. If he directly brought up the imperial examination system, it would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. So he said this. If you have something you can't say in front of Uncle Wang, just say it directly. Anya frowned slightly. Are you sure? Qin Feng asked with raised eyebrows. Naturally determined. Then I want to say something related to today's Princess Anya. Anya's expression changed slightly. She glared at Qin Feng, and then said softly, Uncle Wang, I just remembered that Jubio's Eye still has some accounts that need you to deal with. Please step back first. Okay, young master. I'll go right away. Wang Su glanced at Qin Feng and young master with a strange look in his eyes, and then said goodbye and left. After Wang Su left, Anya took the teacup on the table, took a sip, and said calmly, Uncle Wang has left. What are you going to tell me? Qin Feng carefully looked around, then walked aside. After confirming that there were no ears on the wall, he walked to Yun, took a deep breath and said, What I am going to show you next may subvert your previous experience. Cognition. You'd better be mentally prepared. Anya looked at the other party's serious look, and then thought about the other party's deliberate move to get rid of Uncle Wang, and an incredible guess formed in her mind. She had also seen the storybook secretly hidden by the palace maid. This kind of scene was obviously when a man wanted to express his love to the woman. No wonder the other party made it clear that it was related to Princess Anya. But how could he? How dare he? She is a dignified princess of a country. This idea is not because I dislike Qin Feng, although the latter is sometimes unreliable and always cares about money. More often than not, the other party will inexplicably make people feel at ease. After all, he was saved by the other party. Passed twice. The more she recalled, the more Anya's heart became shaken. If you think about it, he's pretty good. He is good-looking, quite business-minded, and knows a lot. He often comes up with some fantastic ideas, which are eye-opening. In the storybooks I've read, most of the male protagonists seem to look like this. No. What am I thinking? There is no possibility for both of us. Moreover, he has already married Lu Jianli. Does he still want me to submit as a concubine? Anya frowned, and her expression changed. She was already thinking about how to politely reject the other party in order to continue to maintain the friendship between the two without hurting Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng take out something from his arms, Anya's beautiful eyes widened. Could it be that the other party had even prepared a token of love? What should she do? Then Qin Feng spread a stack of white xian on the table. Could it be a romantic letter? Why are it so thick? Anya felt extremely uneasy. She didn't dare to read the contents at all. Seeing that Anya had been avoiding his eyes, Qin Feng asked curiously, Why do you look like this? Hurry up and read what I wrote. If this thing can get the approval of Emperor Ming, it will definitely shock the whole country. You want me to show this to my father? Anya was stunned and couldn't believe it at all. Otherwise, I just wanted to ask you to bring this thing to Emperor Ming. So I came here to look for you. Although I knew it would be difficult to pass, I wanted to give it a try. Qin Feng thought of the poor students he had taught, and he wanted to win a future for those people. Hearing this, Anya probably guessed the content of Bai Xuanzhong, which must be Qin Feng's speech to propose marriage to his father. But why does he only care about his father's attitude and not his own? Thinking of this, Anya showed displeasure and said coldly, Just give up. Even if my father agrees, I will not agree to this marriage. Marriage? Qin Feng looked confused. What are you talking about? These are some of my suggestions for the reform of the official selection system of Dakian. But I have no official position, and it is impossible to submit a memorial. That's why I came here to ask you. Don't be stunned. Take a look and give me some suggestions. Reform of the official selection system? Anya looked at Bai Xian on the desk, and when she took a closer look, she saw 4 big words on the title page: Imperial Examination System. After working on it for a long time, it turned out that I had misunderstood. Thinking of this, Anya's face flushed, and she became coquettishly blushing. Chapter 427. You should call me senior sister. Why are you blushing? What about the marriage you just talked about? Who wants to get married? Qin Feng asked curiously. Anya hurriedly picked up Bai Xian from the table, changed the subject and said, I don't know what you were talking about. Because she was so flustered, Anya didn't even notice that she had changed. She forced herself to calm down and looked at Bai Xian, trying to calm herself down from the embarrassment just now. But when she thought of Qin Feng seeing her losing her composure, an unknown fire arose in her heart. If this guy hadn't said some ambiguous words, how could she have misunderstood or lost her composure? Thinking of this, Anya just read the 4 words, Imperial Examination System, and bluntly criticized. Although the handwriting has obviously been practiced and is no longer as ugly as before, it is still difficult to be elegant. Let's not talk about what the so-called Imperial Examination System is like. Just this handwriting. My father may not even take a look at it. No way. Your father. Oh no. Is Emperor Ming as careless as you? Qin Feng said with a strange expression. Who do you think is fussy? Anya raised her eyebrows and glared over. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he waved his hands hurriedly. That's not what I meant. Let's put the handwriting aside for now. You can read the contents first. Today's official selection system in Dakian has too many shortcomings. If it is not changed, it will only make the court a voice of the powerful, and no one will speak for the people at all. If this continues, it will not be a good thing for the common people. And my imperial examination system can not only break the monopoly of the court by the powerful, but also allow the Ming Emperor to recruit heroes from all over the world, which has many benefits. Hearing this, Anya calmed down her emotions and looked at Bai Xian seriously. My father is not aware of the shortcomings of today's official selection system. But if you want to change it, it is not easy. It will be opposed by most of the civil and military officials. Besides, you haven't stepped into the court and don't understand the ways. How can you make some useful suggestions? What you said is just a fantasy. Just talk on paper. What about the imperial examination system? Halfway through her words, Anya's voice stopped abruptly because she had been deeply attracted by the content of Bai Xuanzhong. The concept of selecting scholars by subject and screening at all levels to recruit unique talents for the imperial court made her eyes shine. Free registration, open examinations, equal competition, and selection of the best. Anya recited these words silently in her heart, and her beautiful eyes lit up. Especially the heroic statement about all the heroes in the world becoming my hub made Anya feel excited. If this system can really become popular in Dakian, it will definitely bring more benefits than disadvantages to Dakian. Did you come up with this imperial examination system? Anya looked surprised. As a porter, Qin Feng responded without blushing. Of course. What do you think of this system? Yes. In terms of implementation methods and feasibility, there are no big problems. Anya raised her lips slightly. Having been familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics since she was a child, she could naturally see how great this imperial examination policy was. If she had never heard of this system, she might have thought that Qin Feng had borrowed it from somewhere. Otherwise, why would it be described in such detail? Even thinking of which department and what official position the corresponding assessor should be responsible for. But after a while, the smile on her face slowly faded, and then she sighed. However, this system will affect the interests of most of the powerful people in the court. Even if my father agrees, it will definitely be blocked by all the officials. The road to reform is never smooth sailing. Only after overcoming obstacles can we see the new world. Qin Feng said solemnly. What you said sounds like you have a lot of feelings. That's all. Don't worry. I will inform my father about this. Moreover, I will also tell the teacher that if the teacher also agrees with this imperial examination system, my father will be more confident in facing civil and military officials. Anya said this after thinking. Huh? Who is your teacher? Qin Feng asked curiously. Who on earth has such a big reputation and can actually challenge all the civil and military officials of the Manchu dynasty? Anya looked at Qin Feng, half smiling. Now that the matter is over, I don't need to hide it from you anymore. In fact, I am the 7th disciple of Tianjian Imperial Master, and I have been studying under him. But after taking over Jubiozai, it was too busy on weekdays. So how I knew and went less often. Strictly speaking, you should call me senior sister and junior brother Qin. Anya especially added the accent to the word. Junior brother Qin. When Qin Feng heard this, his eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Senior sister? That's a good call. Anya raised her eyebrows slightly, stood up and patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, with the attitude of an elder. As for the imperial examination system, please feel free to leave it to senior sister. I will give you an answer as soon as possible. Forget about being a princess. She is still a disciple of the Tianjian Imperial Master. Qin Feng's seniority was lowered for no reason. Howling courtyard. Climbing to the sky tower, Anya changed into a girl's clothes. Yang Qian, who was on the first floor, seemed to understand something when he saw it. It seems that you have already identified your identity with junior brother Qin. Otherwise you would not be here wearing this outfit. You can just go up. The teacher knows you are coming. Okay. Thank you, senior brother Yang. Anya held up the hem of her skirt and climbed to the top of the climbing tower calmly and gracefully. The night wind blew and lifted the hair from her forehead. She looked up and saw the white-haired Tianjian Imperial Master standing by the railing. Teacher, I have something I want you to see. As she said that, she gently placed the white statement written by Qin Feng on the slip. Imperial Master Tianjin did not move. But a breeze blew by, turning the pages of Bai Xian. The Imperial Master turned around and looked at the thick white cloth, and there seemed to be light flashing in his eyes. Good. With just one word, Anya understood that the teacher also approved the Imperial examination system drafted by Qin Feng. The disciple wants to present this thing to his father, and he will probably like it. But this system will definitely be opposed by most officials. Therefore, the disciple hopes that the teacher can provide some help. Master Tianjin turned around and looked up at the night sky. Although the stars in winter are dim, another starry sky is reflected in the eyes of the Imperial Master, shining brightly. Master Tianjin raised his hand and reached into the night sky. Between his fingers, a burst of light flickered, as if he had picked off a star. Anya didn't make any movement when she saw this, because she knew that this was the teacher performing divination. After a while, everything returned to normal, and the Imperial Master Tianjin said calmly, "When you go back, just present this thing to your father." Anya's face lit up when she heard this. "Teacher, what you mean is that this Imperial examination system can be passed smoothly?" Master Tianjin shook his head. "I still need to treat others, so I can give you an opportunity." Chapter 428 Opportunity. After Anya returned to the palace, she naturally went to see her father immediately. Outside the Imperial study room, I could hear my father's angry voice coming from inside. Anya asked curiously, "What's wrong with father?" Uniquely replied, "On the night of the New Year's congratulations ceremony, there is still no news about the group of thieves who robbed the 9 Layers prison. The lords of the prison division and the demon slaying division have already gone after him. But the Dali Temple, the Ministry of Punishment, and the Supervisory Office have no clues at all. Even the memorials they handed in were all about passing the blame on each other. So that's why His Majesty acted like this. Your Highness Anya, please wait here for a moment, and we will go in to report." Not long after, Uniquely came back and led Anya into the royal study. Emperor Ming threw down the memorial in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Everyone is a waste. When they really want to do something, they are all embarrassing. Father, calm down and don't hurt your body." Anya comforted her. When Emperor Ming saw the apple of his eye, he pinched the center of his eyebrows and slowly calmed down his depressed mood. "Let Anya see my laps." Anya shook her head and then said, "A thief who can avoid the heavenly supervisor and escape from the god-suppressing Siyu must be extraordinary. It is reasonable for Sansi to need time to collect clues. No matter how anxious my father is, it will not help." Hearing this, Emperor Ming snorted coldly. "If it's just a lack of time, that's fine. The key point is that these people don't even know which direction to pursue. There are so many people in the 3rd Division, and in the Imperial Court, they promote their own people very quickly. They criticize each other louder than anyone else. But at the critical moment, none of them are useful. What use do I need these wastes for?" Anya stood aside quietly without answering. After a while, Emperor Ming calmed down a bit, and then he asked, "Why did Anya come to see me?" Anya took out the white statement written by Qin Feng from her arms and handed it over gently. "There is something here that I want my father to take a look at." "What is this?" Emperor Ming was curious and took Bai Xian, only to see the 4 characters, "Imperial Examination System," written on the title page. He slowly opened Bai Xian, glanced at it a few times, then raised his eyebrows slightly, and murmured, "Selecting people by subject, fair competition, and recruiting on the basis of merit. It's interesting." At this moment, Emperor Ming was like Anya, who was learning about the Imperial examination system for the first time. He became more and more immersed in it, and became more and more fascinated as he watched. And when Emperor Ming saw the sentence, "Break the monopoly of the court by the powerful. All the heroes of the world will join me," he couldn't help but shout, "Good. My great cadre is filled with outstanding people and talented people. As it should be. Anya, did you come up with this Imperial examination system?" Ming Huang raised his head and asked. Anya shook her head. "It was a good friend who gave it to me today and asked me to present it to my father." "Friend?" Emperor Ming thought for a long time, and he didn't know who among the people he knew had such a talent in the world. "What is his official position?" "I have no official position." "Could it be someone you met in Hoenn Academy?" Emperor Ming asked again. "Strictly speaking, he should be considered my junior brother." Anya answered truthfully. "Qin's eldest son. Qin Feng?" Replying to father. "It's him." Emperor Ming suddenly realized, as the current emperor of Dakian, the information he possesses must be extraordinary. The Imperial Master Tian Jian is the backbone of Dakian. So how can he not pay attention to the disciples he has accepted? What's more, after coming to Fengtian City, Qin Feng has done many shocking things, inventing gunpowder, showing superb medical skills, and establishing a poor academy. It is reasonable for him to send people to collect all the information about the other party. It was precisely because of this that Emperor Ming knew that Qin Feng was the 8th disciple accepted by Master Tian Jian. However, their names as master and disciple were a bit far-fetched and weird. He is a talent. Emperor Ming sighed with emotion. Father, do you think this imperial examination system is feasible? Emperor Ming nodded. If this can be implemented to the entire Dakian, it is not an empty talk that all the heroes in the world will join me. It's just... Emperor Ming didn't say the rest. But Anya knew very well that it was too difficult to implement, and the resistance was bound to be huge. Have you ever let Master Tian Jian see this thing? Emperor Ming asked. The teacher returned a favor. Emperor Ming understood and stood up. He kept thinking in his mind that if he proposed this policy, he would definitely be opposed by a large number of officials. Forcibly implementing it will only hurt your muscles and bones, making it difficult to move forward. The best thing is to let him find an excuse after proposing this policy. First implement it in Fengtian City, and then continue to spread to the entire Dakian. However, how can this excuse be so easy to find? On the other side, in the third prince's palace, Tang Fei reported one by one the changes in Han'an Academy during this period. After the pressure from officials and verbal warnings, nearly half of the students from poor families have withdrawn from the academy. I believe that it won't be long before there won't be any more students in the poor academy. That's right. The third prince nodded in approval. But your plan isn't just about these small fights, is it? Of course not. Tang Fei smiled slightly and then said, removing the students from Han'an Academy is just a preparation for what will happen next. My ultimate goal is to anger Qin Feng and make him take over the academic dispute with the Imperial College. The third prince frowned, wondering what he meant. It's just an academic dispute. What kind of trick does it count as? Even if Qin Feng loses to the Imperial College, he will not lose anything. The third prince doesn't know that the academic battles in the Imperial College have always been held at Tianqin Terrace. Competing academically with others above will continuously consume your literary spirit and consume your energy. And if you lose academically to others and have a weak will, your heart may even be shattered, and you will no longer be able to follow the path of becoming a scholar. Hearing this, the third prince suddenly realized. You mean? You want to use this academic dispute to shatter Qin Feng's conscience? But I once heard you say that Qin Feng broke through the academy in Han'an Academy, and his willpower is far beyond anyone's. How can he let your plan succeed? Qin Feng is indeed extraordinary. It is not easy to break his conscience through one defeat. But what if he loses in a row? No matter how determined the Wensheng Taoist is, he cannot withstand such a blow. After a pause, Tang Fei smiled again and said, if Qin Feng really takes over the academic dispute, His Highness can even send someone to secretly publicize the matter so that everyone in Fengtian City knows about it. In full view of the public, he was defeated academically by the people from the Imperial College and shattered Qin Feng's heart-questing platform. It was a sure shot. The third prince paced back and forth in the hall, and then asked, what if your Imperial College is not Qin Feng's academic rival? Tang Fei shook his head and laughed. His Highness thinks too highly of him. He is just a literati with medical skills. Even if he knows some strange and skillful skills, what can he do? Taking a step back, even if the others in the Imperial Academy lose, I am confident that I can defeat him. Oh! The third prince looked sideways. Tang Fei confidently said, Your Highness doesn't know something. Master Imo and I have been studying the art of war for countless years. Among the entire Han'an Academy students, I am afraid that only Fei Sun, a disciple of Tian Jian Imperial Master, can compete with me. But Qin Feng's desire to surpass me in the art of war is tantamount to wishful thinking. Now, as long as I wait for him to fall into the trap and engage in an academic dispute, I can defeat him in front of everyone. Humiliate him so much that the platform of inquiry will be broken. Okay. The third prince's eyes lit up. Chapter 429 Dream Photo. It was late at night, and Qin Feng, who had returned to the Qin mansion, was lying on the bed, thinking about the possibility that Emperor Ming would take a fancy to the Imperial Examination System. Naturally, the Imperial Examination System cannot be all benefits without harm. Its advantage lies in breaking the monopoly of the powerful in the court, allowing students from poor families to have a chance to succeed, thereby changing the situation in which senior officials emphasize military affairs over literature. and recruit capable talents in various fields for the imperial court. Its disadvantages are also obvious. That is, it will imprison the minds of scholars to a certain extent and become a means for those in power to control scholars. However, this drawback also has an impact on future generations. At least for now. The pros and cons of the imperial examination system are both advantages to the Ming Emperor. In other words, as long as Emperor Ming's brain was not caught in the door, there was a high probability that he would take a fancy to the imperial examination system. Then the only question is how Emperor Ming will implement this policy. Qin Feng looked thoughtful. As we all know, reforms throughout the ages have gone through bloody storms, and it is rarely smooth sailing. When an ordinary emperor encounters resistance when implementing a new policy, the only method he can use is to change the people in the court to suppress the opposition, or punish the ones who object most fiercely to scare the monkeys. However, even the emperor cannot set traps on others without any reason. He must always find a reason that seems reasonable. It's just that the reason is not easy to find. Qin Feng thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a good entry point. So he couldn't help but sigh and said with emotion, "If you think about it, the emperor is not that easy to be. If you are not smart enough, you will not be able to control all the civil and military officials of the dynasty. Forget it. Everything I can do has been done. Whether the imperial examination system can succeed or not depends only on the destiny and the methods of Emperor Ming." Qin Feng, who was thinking like this, fell into sleep. In the Divine Sea, the reflected destiny star shone brightly. At the same time, Qin Feng had an extremely real dream. In the dream, on the way to Hanmin Academy, he saw officials and people from the Imperial College making things difficult for his students and their families. After seeing this scene with his own eyes, he naturally would not sit back and ignore it, and stepped forward to fight off the officials. The person from the Imperial College didn't take any direct action, but just kept using words to ridicule him. The poor academy and those poor students. It is said that people in the world are divided into 3, 6 or 9 classes, and the Untouchables reading is just to make people laugh and so on. There were no longer a few people watching. Everyone was angry but dared not speak out when they heard what was said. And the students from Hanmin Academy even lowered their heads in despair. Qin Feng in the dream could clearly feel that the other party was deliberately irritating him. As expected, after the other party finished mocking him, he directly asked him if he dared to have an academic dispute with the Imperial College. With such an obvious conspiracy, Qin Feng would naturally suspect the other party's true purpose. But for the sake of poor students, there was no way he would choose to avoid the fight in this academic dispute. Just as Qin Feng was thinking about it in his dream, a voice sounded in his mind promise him. Then, there are more scattered scenes. The vast Wenqing Terrace was crowded with people. One after another, people from the Imperial College came on stage to compete with him. He saw the hopeful eyes of the poor students, and also saw the ridicule and confidence on the faces of those in the Imperial College. "Who said that students from poor families can't learn a lot?" Qin Feng murmured, and as a ray of sunlight shone into the room, he woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Qin Er cleaning the room. The other party was a little surprised and said, "Young master, are you having a nightmare?" Qin Feng shook his head, then pinched his eyebrows, thinking in his mind, could that dream just now be a dream photo? When he was in Jinnong City, the old man told him that there were 2 types of divination by Wensheng Taoists. One was heavenly divination, and the other was dream divination. The former is actively performed, just like the star-gazing technique and the 3000 energy watching technique. And when the latter comes, it always happens inadvertently. Qin Feng recalled the contents of the dream and repeated the voice that sounded in his mind. "Promise him." After having breakfast at the Qin mansion, Qin Feng set off for Hanmin Academy. As he walked, he suddenly looked strange. The vendors on the street were shouting loudly. The noodle stalls were not open today, and a woman was bargaining with the vendors. He saw a restaurant not far away, and subconsciously froze. After a moment, there was wine spilling in the air. It was the drunk man upstairs, who was drunk early in the morning and was acting crazy. The passerby who was spilled by the drink cursed and said bad luck. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. If he hadn't stopped, he would have had the wine splashed onto his sleeves. Just like in a dream. No way. He twitched the corner of his mouth and continued to walk towards Hanmin Academy. There was a crossroads ahead. If what happened today was really the same as what he dreamed about last night, then after turning around the crossroads, you can see the ugly faces of those officials and those in the Imperial College. And that's exactly what happened. As soon as he turned around the intersection, Qin Feng heard a stall owner trying to please him. My lords, please do me a favor and show your respect. Today's breakfast is just for me. The three officials patrolling the streets took a bite of the rice cakes in their mouths, said they were not delicious, and spat them all on the stall owner's face. When the rest of the people eating breakfast saw this scene, they didn't dare to stay anywhere, and they all fled away. The stall owner suffered such an insult, but still had to force a smile, while the young man helping him could only hold on to his father's sleeves and look at the three people in front of him in fear. This young man was a student of Hannan Academy. Every day before dawn, he would help his father's breakfast stall, and then rush to Hannan Academy before classes started. The stall owner's old father did not dare to wipe off the stains on his face and kept apologizing. It's because I'm not good at my craftsmanship and I've neglected all the adults. There are some copper coins here, which I got this morning. I respect you all, so please don't blame me. The three officials looked at the bunch of copper coins handed over by the other party and immediately shouted, Where are you sending the beggars? One of them came closest, raised his palm, and was about to take action. There was just a thunderbolt from the blue, and a white thunderbolt passed by his forehead, singeing a few strands of hair. This scene stunned everyone present. The official who raised his hand was stunned on the spot, frightened and at a loss. If the white thunder was just 2 or 3 inches off the mark, it would kill him. Who is it? The other two officials came to their senses and hurriedly looked in the direction from which the white lightning came. I saw a handsome young man in black approaching step by step. The young man saw the face of the visitor clearly and said with excitement and worry, Master Qin? Qin Feng responded with a gentle smile, and then looked at the three officials coldly. How dare you attack us in broad daylight? Are you seeking death? An official shouted, but he was quietly reminded by another person tugging on his sleeve. What you do? Look at his waist. The officials then looked around and saw a sapphire demon-slaying order that was very eye-catching, and they were immediately frightened into silence. Chapter 430, Taking Advantage of the Situation. As we all know, the Demon Slayer division is divided into an order, Qingyu Order and Red Lotus Order. As for the Qingyu Demon Slayer, how can he deal with an ordinary official with just one hand? Not to mention that there are only 3 of them. Even if there are 7 more, making up 10, they may not be enough to beat a Jade Demon Slayer. The official asked in a low voice. Why does Lord Qingyu want to attack us? Qin Feng did not answer, but glanced to the other side, because he knew that these people were just pawns. In his line of sight, a man wearing purple clothes, who looked like a scholar, looked a little surprised when he saw his gaze. But according to the script, the man in purple must appear on the stage at this time. As expected of Master Qin from Hannan Academy, he is really brave. The man in purple sarcastically approached while walking slowly, as if he was not a relative. The onlookers were all attracted by the man, and the 3 officials quickly got out of the way as their mission was accomplished. Qin Feng sneered and watched the show quietly. When the man in purple saw his appearance, he didn't know why, but his heart skipped a beat. He always felt that something was wrong. But given the mission, he still said all the sarcastic remarks he had prepared in advance. Human beings are born into 3, 6 or 9 grades. It's enough for you people to live like this for the rest of your life. Why bother dreaming about unrealistic dreams? Read? You are worthy of it. You are really a worm trying to shake a tree. And you are not overestimating your own abilities. Even if people like you live a long life, what you remember and learn will not be as good as a casual glance from anyone in the Imperial College. Instead of wasting time, recognize who you are. These words made the young man lower his head unwillingly, and also made the people watching feel angry. Qin Feng, who had been silent for a long time, asked, So, you think the people in the Imperial College must be better than us? He took the bait. The man in purple was happy in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm. He sneered again, and then, just like what he saw in his dream, he raised an academic dispute, in order to prevent Qin Feng from being afraid to fight. The man in purple took great pains and thought up many excuses in advance to further force Qin Feng to submit. But what he never expected was that. Okay, I promise you, Qin Feng said lightly. I knew you would say that. Come to think of it, you are just a literary saint with medical skills. How dare you, huh? What did you say? The man in purple reacted and looked surprised. I promise you an academic fight. When and where will it be? The man in purple's expression froze. Things were going so smoothly, completely beyond his expectations. His carefully prepared rhetoric was stillborn before it was put to use, and he always had a strange feeling. But he couldn't pinpoint what was strange. As expected, those who don't know are fearless. You? Before the man in purple finished speaking, he was interrupted by Qin Feng. Stop talking nonsense. Let's start an academic dispute at any time and place. The man in purple clothes was inexplicably aggrieved, but the task was completed anyway. So he said directly, 3 days later, at 3/4 of the hour, outside Howing Courtyard, on Wenqing Terrace. After saying this, the man in purple still wanted to say some cruel words. Qin Feng said, in 3 days, I will go on time. But before that, tell the people behind you not to send anyone to make things difficult for my students during this period. Otherwise, I won't let you go. I'm not the one who sent people to make things difficult for your students. What's the matter with you not letting me go? The man in purple was frightened by Qin Feng's aura and didn't dare to say any harsh words. He just snorted coldly, threw up his sleeves and walked away. Master Qin, that academic dispute? The young man looked worried. Even he could see that the other party obviously had bad intentions. Qin Feng turned around, touched the young man's head and said, you don't have to worry about academic disputes. Just study hard. 3 days from now. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Howin Academy with a firm expression. The person who sent the man in purple turned out to be Mo Jijio from the Imperial Academy, Tang Fei's teacher. Before, Qin Feng broke into the academy and opened a poor academy, which made him lose face. Naturally, he has always held a grudge in his heart. After hearing about Tang Fei's plan this time, and because of the third prince, he helped out in the Imperial Academy of Howin Academy. When he learned that Qin Feng had accepted the academic dispute, Tang Fei smiled slightly, as if he had everything under control. The man in purple said, it's just that the guy agreed too simply. He seems to be very confident in himself. The man's worry was revealed in his words. A mere person with medical skills can get through the academy by luck. So what methods can he have? There are a lot of talented people in our country's prisons. And there are countless people with great academic attainments in various majors. It's just a boy who can win, without any effort at all. Mo Jijio said lightly. In his opinion, Qin Feng's ability to get through the academy was probably due to changes in the academy and its inexplicable disappearance. Tang Fei also didn't take it seriously. Confidence is often based on one's own strength. But there is another possibility. Those who don't know are fearless. After hearing what the two said, the man in purple slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Fei then said, this disciple has to inform His Highness the Third Prince about this matter, and ask him to send someone to secretly spread the academic dispute, so that everyone in Fengtian City knows about it. In this way, being defeated in full view of the public, Qin Feng's will inevitably be damaged. And it will only be a matter of time before the heart-questing platform is shattered. That's good. Not only can we teach that ignorant boy a lesson, but we can also let the world and His Majesty see clearly the strength of our country's prison. Mo Jijio stroked his beard and said with a smile, don't worry, Mentor. What you expect to see will be realized in 3 days. Tang Fei was full of confidence. Emperor Ming proposed the imperial examination system in the court hall. But not surprisingly, he was opposed by almost all civil servants. If this policy is implemented, many poor officials will inevitably emerge in the court, which will damage the interests of the powerful. How can they agree? The reasons for the opposition of these civil servants are various, among which there are 2 reasons that are the most popular. One of them is, the official from a poor family is very vulgar, but he can rise to the level of elegance. The second is, there is no problem with the current official selection system. Most civil servants came out of the Imperial College and have real talents and learning. And if the imperial examination system is opened up, it will inevitably lead to uneven quality throughout the court, which will not be beneficial to Dakian. Emperor Ming did not get angry when he heard these remarks. After all, this situation had been foreseen for a long time. It would not be that easy to implement the new deal. He raised this matter today just to give everyone a warning in advance. Looking at the audience full of court officials, Emperor Ming said calmly, I heard what you all said. You think the scholars in the Imperial College are better than the scholars in the world. So there is no need to settle for the second best and use the imperial examination system to recruit heroes from all over the world. Most of the civil servants responded in unison. What your majesty said is absolutely true. All the heroes in the world are in the Imperial College. Emperor Ming sneered and said without comment. Retreat. Chapter 431, asking about the Imperial College. After resigning from the court, Emperor Ming came to the Imperial study room and looked at the memorial in his hand, and said calmly, this group of people usually criticize each other more fiercely than the other. But when it comes to the outside world, they are very united. Eunuch stood aside and said respectfully, the imperial examination system has a great influence on the powerful, so they will naturally try their best to stop it. Is there anything major happening in Fontian City in the past 2 days? Emperor Ming asked while browsing the memorial. He wanted to find an entry point to scare the monkeys, preferably the officials who had the loudest objections, and give him some leverage. Eunuch thought for a moment and then replied, there has been a lot of commotion in Fontian City recently, and it is also related to Qin Feng, the eldest son of Qin. Oh, let's hear it. Emperor Ming became interested and put down the memorial in his hand. After learning that the imperial examination system was also proposed by Qin Feng, his interest in Qin Feng became more and more intense. Eunuch organized his language and then told about the academic dispute between Qin Feng and the Imperial College. Is this true? Emperor Ming suddenly stood up after hearing this. Eunuch was not sure why His Majesty was so excited, and immediately responded, many people in the streets know this news, and it seems that someone is spreading it deliberately. Moreover, the Imperial College did not deny the matter, and even offered a treasure, the Wenqin table, outside Howling Courtyard. It must be true. Ha ha. Okay. This kid Qin Feng can always surprise me. Emperor Ming Longyan was delighted. Why is your majesty so happy? Eunuch asked puzzledly. If scholars who are not in the Imperial College defeat the Imperial College in an academic battle, wouldn't their words from the court today be a slap in the face? If I continue to implement the Imperial examination system, who would dare to oppose it with confidence? Eunuch instantly understood that the academic dispute between Qin Feng and the Imperial College had just given His Majesty a breakthrough in implementing the Imperial examination system. But after thinking for a moment, Eunuch said worriedly, but your Majesty, the premise of your wish is that Qin Feng can defeat those from the Imperial College in the academic battle. What if Qin Feng fails? You know, the people in the Imperial College still have some real talents. After hearing this, Emperor Ming also paced back and forth in the Imperial study. He looked out the window and said, that boy has never let me down before, and I hope he won't let me down this time. In the Queen's palace, the Queen looked at Anya's appearance and asked curiously, I see that you are always absent-minded these days. What's on your mind? Anya was still thinking about the academic dispute in her mind, and blamed Qin Feng for acting recklessly. Why did he fall for such an obvious plan? So she didn't hear what the Queen said at all. Anya! Anya! The Queen called several times in succession. Oh? The Queen Mother called me? Anya came back to her senses. I called you several times before you agreed. But are you worried about that boy from the Qin family? The Queen asked lightly. For no reason. Why should I worry about him? Anya picked up the teacup on the table, pretending to be nonchalant. Recently, the academic dispute has been raging. How could you not know about it? Speaking of which, I would like to take a look, but I don't know when and where this academic debate will be held tomorrow. At 3 o'clock in the morning, outside Howling Courtyard, on the Wenqin stage. Anya almost blurted out, but after she said it, she knew something was wrong. She turned her head and looked around, and she saw the meaningful look in her mother's eyes. The Queen didn't say anything more, but asked, how does the tea feel today? The tea my mother brews is naturally excellent. There are many ways to make tea here, and it's not just about the quality of the tea leaves, but also about the water. As the saying goes, good tea goes with good water. This is the truth. The Queen has something to say. Anya looked as usual and took a sip of tea. No wonder the tea my mother brews is so pleasant every time. As long as you like it. The Queen smiled slightly. 3 days passed in a hurry. In the streets and alleys of Fontian City, everyone knew about the academic dispute, and many people were discussing the matter enthusiastically. At 3 o'clock today, Master Qin is going to start an academic dispute with the guys from the Imperial College. Although those people in the Imperial College are annoying, they still have something to eat after studying all day long. And I heard people say that Master Qin has to deal with not just one person, but many people. Can he do it? Yes. Although Master Qin is powerful, he is outnumbered. Why should he accept this academic dispute? At this time, a man said, Master Qin is dissatisfied with the attitude of the people in the Imperial College. He thinks that children from poor families can also produce great scholars. So he accepted the offer. What? Tell us what exactly is going on. Then the man told the story exactly what he saw that day. In particular, the ugly faces of the 3 officials who made things difficult for ordinary people, and the arrogant attitude of the people in the Imperial College who looked down on the children of poor families were vividly depicted. It's too much to bully others. When everyone heard this, they were all filled with righteous indignation. And when they heard that Qin Feng had scared off the officials with one move, and faced the provocation and ridicule of the Imperial College officials, and accepted the academic dispute without thinking, they had mixed feelings. I have always thought that except for the Imperial Master Tianjin, all the scholars in the world are the same as the people from the Imperial Academy, and they are arrogant. Only today did I know that there are people like Master Qin among scholars. Only people like Master Qin can speak up for us. What are you waiting for? Let's go quickly and cheer for Master Qin. Walk. One call, and 100 responses. Outside Howing Courtyard, the Wenqing Terrace glowing with white light had already floated in the sky. The place was surrounded by people watching the battle. And most of them were ordinary people who came to cheer for Qin Feng. Among the crowd, none of the students from the humble academies were absent. They all prayed in their hearts, hoping that Master Qin could win today's academic battle. On the side of Howing Court, everyone in the Imperial College was ready. They all showed disdainful smiles when they listened to the cries of the people outside the hospital. The son of a mere third-class Fenghui general is still trying to win against us. It's simply a fool's errand. Wait a minute. Everyone. Who will go first to let these untouchables know how hard I am waiting? If I'm not talented below, I'll be the first to go up and have a good fight with a person who doesn't know his own abilities. As soon as the words fell, the person who spoke was filled with white light and floated onto the Wenqing stage. This phenomenon occurs simply because the literary heart platform is a treasure that can sense the literary spirit of the literary saints and lead them to the platform. But the onlookers who didn't know the truth were stunned by this hand. Huh? On one side of the crowd, there was a luxurious carriage parked. In the carriage, beside the handsome man, there were 3 graceful women serving him. If Qin Feng saw this person, he would definitely be shocked, because this person is the prince. Seeing that the 3 o'clock in the morning was approaching, the Imperial College was already ready. But Qin Feng was still nowhere to be seen, and the prince became a little anxious. The man on the Wenqing stage sneered bluntly. It seems the guy knew he was outmatched, so he chose to avoid the battle. It was really a waste of our efforts. When all the people in the audience heard this, they were all anxious. Could it be that Master Qin really retreated from the battle? But at this moment, a person suddenly discovered something, pointed to the sky and exclaimed, Look! What is that? Everyone looked for the sound and saw a handsome figure in black slowly falling from the sky. Like a god. If not Qin Feng, who else could it be? The man from the Imperial College was shocked. He never expected that the other party would appear in such a way. Qin Feng, who was sitting on the Wenqing platform, turned his head and glanced at the sundial outside Howing Courtyard, and said softly, It's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's just right. Then he looked at the man not far away and shouted loudly, Qin Feng of Hanmin Academy. Ask the Imperial College. Chapter 432, which book? Which page? Which line? The sound is made with righteous energy flowing into the chest, which is deafening and deafening. This shout not only made the people in the Imperial College feel timid, but also made the people watching in the audience double their confidence and let out excited shouts. Someone even said, As expected of Master Qin, the way he appears is so unusual. That's right. The man from the Imperial Academy floated up to the high platform, but Master Qin fell directly from the sky. Isn't he overwhelming the other side? Master Qin must have deliberately appeared in this way to show that he can surpass everyone's confidence in the Imperial College. Some people speculated. No, you are overthinking. Qin Feng, who was on the Wenqing stage, naturally heard these words. On the surface, he was calm, but his inner drama was much more than what he showed. He has been in the Qin mansion for the past 3 days, browsing the books in Tinjiaoquan and enriching himself. After finishing breakfast this morning, we rushed towards Howing Courtyard. But he never expected that there would be so many people coming here to watch the battle. And even 5 streets away, they would be packed with people. In desperation, he returned to the Qin mansion and entrusted his wife to give him a ride. While thinking like this, Lu Jinli also fell from the sky to the foot of an Xian stage. That beautiful figure in white clothes naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. Lu Jinli, everyone in the Imperial College said in a deep voice. The prince in the carriage couldn't help but sigh. The clouds are like the clothes. The flowers are like the face. The spring breeze is blowing the window. And the dew is thick. It is really appropriate to use this moment to describe Lu Jinli. The 3 girls in the sedan felt quite uncomfortable when they heard this. When this beauty poem was first introduced to Fengtian City, It could be said that there was an uproar among the brothels. Many Warrens are speculating on which talented man is capable of such poetic talent. Of course, they are also thinking about which woman in the world is worthy of such a poem. When they heard the prince's words, they felt uncomfortable. After all, how could a man praise other women in front of women? But the prince praised Lu Jianli, and they felt that it was natural. In the brothel, they are also famous courtesans. But compared with Lu Jianli, they pale in comparison. How can a pearl like a grain of rice dare to compete with the bright moon? They all looked out the window, and looked at the young man in black on the high platform. Is that man Lu Jianli's husband? What ability does he have to marry Lu Jianli? On the Wenqin stage, the man from the Imperial College had an ugly face. He was outdone in the way he appeared, and was overtaken by the opponent. He wanted to say some harsh words to save his face, but he glanced at the beautiful figure in white under the stage. The harsh words that reached his throat were swallowed back by him again. In the entire Imperial College, Lu Jianli was probably not the one who could beat him. He was also complaining in his heart. Academic disputes are academic disputes. What kind of heroes do you think you are when you bring your wife over to supervise the battle? What's the first match? Qin Feng asked lightly. The man came back to his senses and said confidently, learning from the past to the present, and using history as a guide. I have studied the history of Dakian for more than 10 years, and I know the contents by heart. Today, I will compare the history of Dakian with you. Then history? Everyone in the audience looked at each other in shock when they heard this. Qin Feng also showed a strange expression. A woman in the carriage asked curiously, Sir, is this difficult? The prince thought thoughtfully. It's just an endorsement. It's not that difficult for those who want to be a Wensheng Dao, because the prerequisite for being a Wensheng Dao is to memorize 10,000 volumes of books. This so-called memorization naturally includes knowing the contents of the book thoroughly. But human energy is always limited, and it takes a long time to memorize 10,000 volumes of books. Each scholar of the Holy Way of Literature asks in a different direction, and the books he reads are naturally different. It seems that the other person uses a relatively unconventional history to ask the questions of the Holy Way of Literature. So he wants to use his strengths to attack the weaknesses of others. Another woman asked again, why does the young man in black on the stage ask questions about the Holy Way? The prince sighed. Brother Qin's direction is more partial, so he is asking about medical skills. Of course, there may also be some books on strange and obscene techniques. Hearing this, the charming woman covered her mouth and said, in this case, wouldn't he definitely lose? The woman on the side also added, yes, and he has to deal with more than just the other party. There are so many people in the Imperial College, and the questions must be in all kinds of directions. If everyone competed with Mr. Qin based on what they were good at, wouldn't the latter not be able to win a single game? The prince did not answer. He had already found out the reason for this academic dispute. While I admired Qin Feng in my heart, I also felt that the other party was too reckless and did not think twice before acting. Anyway, let's take a look first and then talk. The prince said lightly, maybe some miracle will happen? On the Wenqin stage, the man looked at each other with pride. Although the people of the Imperial College were arrogant, they were not the kind of vulgar and reckless men. They had already explored Qin Feng's areas of expertise. One was medical skills, and the other was craftsmanship. In this case, as long as you compete with the other party in other knowledge, this academic battle will definitely defeat the other party. He originally thought he could see Qin Feng's panicked look, but the other party remained calm, and even asked lightly, how do you compare them specifically? Let you pretend to be a man again and answer. It's quite simple. Dakian goes back 2,400 years, starting from the beginning of Dakian's establishment. Any historical event can be used as a question. How about we ask each other 10 questions, and whoever answers more questions correctly is the winner? Qin Feng pondered for a moment, nodded and said, Okay, I'll go first. The man didn't talk about martial arts, and took the lead in asking about a rather unpopular historical event. He wanted to take the lead and make Qin Feng lose face. Over at the Imperial College, everyone fell into thinking when they heard this question. Mojijia smiled while stroking his beard, and said the answer to the question. This question is indeed rare. It is worthy of being asked from the perspective of history. As a student who aspires to become a historian, if I hadn't happened to read the history book, I wouldn't have been able to answer it. Master Mo is so talented that it's hard to answer any question. But for this question, even if that guy tries hard, he probably won't be able to find the answer. Everyone patted the horses and stepped on Qin Feng. Hearing this, Tang Fei smiled and nodded. But then, Qin Feng spoke directly and gave the answer, which was exactly the same as what Emojijio said. The man on the platform was shocked. Isn't the other person good at medicine and craftsmanship? Why can such obscure history be known? No. He must have read this history book by chance. I don't need to panic at all. The man comforted himself in his heart. But what happened next made everyone in the Imperial College unexpected. The man and Qin Feng asked each other 10 questions, and all of them were answered correctly. Even Emojijio didn't know some of the unpopular knowledge. How is this possible? Is this person very familiar with history? I wanted to disgrace him in the first game, but I didn't expect that we only got a draw. All the people in the audience who were originally worried cheered for joy. In the carriage, a woman asked in surprise, "Sir, is this person also very proficient in history?" The prince smiled and said, "Brother Qin, you are always so unexpected." The man on the stage gritted his teeth angrily. But that was the end of the matter. No matter how reluctant he was, he had no choice but to leave. After all, he had agreed to the 10 questions before. But at this moment, Qin Feng spoke again. "It would be too boring to end in a draw. How about we ask each other a question? Is there such a good thing?" The man was overjoyed. But on the surface, he remained calm. "That's what I meant. And I won't bully you. You'll ask first this time." "Okay." Qin Feng thought for a moment and then asked, "The first question you asked before was on which page and line of which history book?" "What?" The man's eyes widened and he looked confused. Chapter 433 shocked everyone. It is true that a scholar of the Holy Way of Literature can memorize 10,000 volumes of books. But this memorization must be about memorizing the contents of the book. Who would be so full that he could memorize which page and line this content is on? Even the people in the Imperial Academy and the people watching in the audience did not expect Qin Feng to make such an appearance. "What kind of problem do you think this is?" the man said anxiously. "Don't you boast that you know the history books by heart? This question is also related to the history books. If you can't answer it, just give up," Qin Feng said lightly. The man racked his brains to recall, but he could only vaguely remember that the content was in the first half of the history book, not to mention which, good, page it was on. He couldn't even tell what page it was on. Angrily, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, since you want to play like this, I will play with you. The first question you asked me before was..." Before he finished speaking, Qin Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and replied directly, "Page 73. Line 8 of Beitong Unofficial History. Dot." "What?" The man was confused again. Over at the Imperial College, Emojijio's face was extremely gloomy. Pretending. How could he believe that a person could even remember exactly which page and line the content of the book was on? Naturally, the man didn't believe it either. So he hurriedly took out the Unofficial History of Beitong from the Space Treasure, and then turned to the page Qin Feng mentioned. When Ding Qin took a look, the scroll fell to the ground, and he was stunned on the spot. "That's right. How come?" Everyone was surprised. The man didn't believe it yet. He just thought that the other party had written down the page and line numbers of the questions he asked in advance in order to catch him off guard. So Bientian said shamelessly, "That doesn't count. You answered my question before I finished asking it. How did you know that I wanted to ask about the number of pages and lines?" When the people heard this, they booed incessantly. The man's face turned red, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "If you can tell me the 6th question I asked, which page and which line in which book it is, I will be convinced." Qin Feng pondered for a moment, and then replied confidently, "Page 98. Line 17 of Tianyuan Tongjian." The man had already taken out the history book, and then turned to the page mentioned by Qin Feng again. When the book fell to the ground again, he staggered back with a look of disbelief on his face. "Yes, I lost." As the words fell, the people cheered one after another. In sharp contrast, the faces of the Imperial College were extremely ugly. The man returned to the team dejectedly and said with shame, "I am not talented. I have lost the face of the Imperial College." Although Emojijio was angry, in order not to lose his military spirit, he comforted him and said, "It's okay. No one thought that in addition to his medical skills and craftsmanship, he was also so good at history. Whoever goes next must not take it lightly." The first battle was defeated, and it was a complete defeat. Everyone in the Imperial Academy lost the confidence they had at the beginning, and instead became a little timid. What if the other person happens to be very good at what he has learned besides history? What happened today will inevitably be known to everyone in Fontian City, and no one wants to lose face. "Brother Lin, why don't you go?" Brother Xiao is joking. I am not as talented and knowledgeable as Brother Lu. I still have to prepare a lot and come back for the next game. When Mo Jizhou heard this, he shouted angrily, If you are timid before fighting, do you deserve to be called a student of the Imperial College? He glanced at the people, pointed at the man named Lin and said, Come in! Yes, Lord Mo. The man named Lin replied reluctantly. The competition ended, and the result was no surprise. Qin Feng won again. The cheers of the people were deafening, and the faces of everyone in the Imperial Academy were extremely ugly. Then came the third and fourth games. Qin Feng won them all without exception, and he was overwhelming. Everyone was extremely shocked. Even if he was proficient in history, he was also so good at miscellaneous subjects such as statecraft, 6 arts, water conservancy and geology. Is there nothing that Master Qin doesn't know? All the students in the Hanmen Academy widened their eyes with admiration and pride. Their Master Qin is omnipotent. In the carriage, the beauty asked in surprise, Sir, that man is so young. How come he knows everything? The prince also couldn't answer, so he could only sigh. Brother Qin really can't reason with common sense. On the other side, in the Dingtian building, Yang Qian and Fei Sun were naturally paying attention to this academic dispute. They were quite worried at first, fearing that junior brother Qin would lose face in front of everyone. But as the competition progressed, this worry turned into sympathy for the people in the Imperial College. There is really no one in the Imperial College who can fight. But I didn't expect that what junior brother Qin learned would be so mixed. Fei Sun asked curiously. After thinking about it, Yang Qian replied, Have you forgotten that junior brother Qin is someone who has broken into the academy? And the passage of time there is different from the outside world. No one knows how many books he has read in it. The Imperial College really shot himself in the foot this time. Huh? It seems that Mo Jizhou's student is going to play in person. I remember that person is named Tang Fei, the son of the Minister of War, who is good at the art of war. Fei Sun showed sympathy and shook his head regretfully. This is simply unreasonable. You are really bringing shame on our Imperial College. A dignified member of the Imperial Academy can't even compare to an outsider? Mo Jizhou couldn't bear it anymore and shouted. After everyone heard this, they all lowered their heads. At this time, Tang Fei said with a smile, Master, don't be angry. He has fought more than 10 games in a row, and the Wenqing stage has been quite exhausting. At this moment, he must have more than enough intentions, but not enough energy. The disciple immediately went up to dampen his spirit and make him lose face. And when he was at his most high-spirited, giving him a defeat in full view of the public might shatter his conscience with one blow. Tang Fei whispered the last sentence, which was the ultimate purpose of launching an academic dispute. Okay, I believe you won't let me down. Under the guidance of Wen Xintai, Tang Fei swept up to the high platform, with that harmless smile still on his face. Qin Feng's face darkened slightly. He knew that this person was different from the previous opponents and was not easy to deal with. Just listen to Tang Fei say, Brother Qin is really amazing. I have never seen anyone who can make achievements in so many academic fields. But your victory should stop here. After a pause, Tang Fei glanced at the people in the audience, and then said, Competing knowledge and quoting scriptures are still at the theoretical stage after all. I want to compete with Brother Qin on something different. After he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a black chessboard rose in the wind. In Fontian City, Lu Guogong's residence, Lu Tianlu, who has always been watching the academic debate with far beyond ordinary eyesight, said in surprise, 100 soldiers performing a martial arts disc. Chapter 434, Grandson is still awesome. Outside the Howing courtyard, in the luxurious carriage, the prince also exclaimed in shock. 100 soldiers performing martial arts? Sir, what is this for? The prince explained. The art of war is all about actual combat. However, leading troops to fight is nothing more than child's play. Letting beginners strategize in military tents is no different than letting soldiers die. There were literary saints who worked hard to invent cultural treasures that could simulate the battle between two armies, and hundreds of soldiers to perform martial arts. As long as you inject literary spirit into it, and project your own understanding of the art of war onto this plate, the two virtual armies will fight. In the end, which side wins will be used to determine whose tactics are superior. After a pause, the prince continued, Lu Tianlu, the general of the Shenhou army, also used this plate to compete with many people who were good at war in the Imperial Academy, and he was not defeated. This also established his reputation as the military god in Dakian. This competition places more emphasis on the understanding of the art of war. And victory cannot be achieved by just talking on paper. Tang Fei was the son of Tang Hongyun, the Minister of War, and he studied under Mo Jizhou. He had been familiar with the art of war since he was a child, and had even seen the battle between the two armies with his own eyes. His understanding of the art of war is definitely far beyond anyone else's. Brother Qin may be in danger this time. On the Wenqin stage, Tang Fei, who was full of confidence, also described the use of the 100 soldiers martial disc. And the content, he said, was not far different from that of the prince. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, looked at the huge martial arts disc in front of him, and asked aloud, "Just inject literary spirit into it, and understand it with the art of war?" "Yes. Let's use the final result of the battle between the two armies to determine whose military tactics are superior. If Brother Qin has never seen this thing before, I can give you a demonstration first." Tang Fei said this, and then closed his eyes. Within a moment, the crowd of onlookers could only hear the sound of fighting and fighting, the beating of war drums, and murderous intent. They hurriedly looked for information, and saw a majestic army appearing on one side of the huge chessboard, screaming for kill in front of the formation. Lifelike. The ordinary people approaching were even frightened by the momentum, and staggered back. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. In Lu Guogong's residence, Mr. Li Yuan was also watching the battle. Seeing this scene, he asked aloud, "I remember that you also competed with a bunch of old guys from the Imperial College against this object. How do you feel about it?" Lu Tianlu pondered for a moment, and then replied, "It is quite similar to actual combat. But after all, it is still a matter of paper. During the actual battle, the battlefield is changing rapidly, and the right time, place, and people are important. How can a cultural treasure be practiced? However, this item can indeed take into account the number of military books a person has read and his attainment in the art of war." In other words, the 100 soldiers exercise is to see who has read more military books and has a deeper understanding of the art of war. "This time, do you think he can still win?" Lu Yuan asked aloud. "I hope he can win, but it's difficult." Lu Tianlu shook his head. In the palace, Emperor Ming was also watching the academic debate through a treasure mirror. To be honest, Qin Feng's previous performance could be said to have far exceeded his expectations. In the imperial study room, you can hear his hearty laughter from time to time. Eunuch Li said worriedly, "Our family has heard of Tang Fei's name. I'm afraid the Qin family boy will lose this time." Emperor Ming hummed and said nothing more, quietly looking at the picture in the mirror. "Brother Qin, please." Tang Fei smiled and spread his hands. To be honest, Qin Feng is really not sure this time, although he has a deep memory of the art of war and 36 strategies and other military books in his previous life after becoming a Wensheng Taoist. These 100 soldiers, the martial arts performance was too bluffing, and he didn't know if he could win with that knowledge. But now that the matter was over, Qin Feng had no other choice. He closed his eyes and injected literary energy into the martial arts disc. The military books and understanding of the art of war that he had learned were also mapped onto the martial arts disc. At this moment, the situation changed. No, to be more precise, the situation in the virtual sky on the 100 soldiers exercise board is changing. Qin Feng's army evolved. It was not like Tang Fei's side, waving flags, shouting, and beating drums to cheer, but they were arranged in rows and rows. But it was this deathly silence that gave the onlookers a sense of suffocation. This is an invincible force, and everyone has this idea inexplicably. When Tang Fei saw Qin Feng's evolved army, his heart trembled for no reason. The smile on his face slowly faded, and an illusion of invincibility lingered in his mind. Suddenly, as a thunderbolt struck the martial arts disc, the two armies began to fight. The scene is really like a real war, with blood and swords and constant fighting. As time continued to pass, everyone could see that Tang Fei's evolved army was already stretched thin. In the end, Qin Feng's army was so overwhelming that it completely destroyed Tang Fei's army, and Qin Feng's army's battle damage was less than 30%. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. "My grandson is still awesome. Why? These words sound like swearing." This result surprised many people. The most shocked person was Tang Fei himself. His eyes widened with disbelief on his face. He actually lost in what he was best at? No, it's impossible. He was hysterical, and the smile on his face no longer existed. At the same time, Qin Feng's evolved army dissipated, turned into white smoke, gathered in the sky above the martial arts disc, and finally evolved into golden words. Everyone only saw, "Soldiers are important matters of the country. the place of life and death, and the path to survival. We must pay attention to them. Line after line of military writings are revealed. Every word is exquisite. It is Sun Tzu's Art of War. The academic dispute between Qin Feng and the Imperial Academy, fueled by His Highness the Third Prince, became known to everyone. Naturally, there are not a few people who pay attention in various ways, including military attachés and soldiers, as well as people who are good at the art of war. Qin Feng's ability to defeat Tang Fei in the 100 Soldiers exercise was beyond their expectations. And when these people saw the content of the art of war, no one could remain calm. This art of war. I've never heard of it. I've never seen it before. Could it be that this kid realized it himself? The art of war is also very clever. This method of war is really wonderful. Qin Feng's eyes widened. He never thought that after the victory of the 100 Soldiers demonstration, Sun Tzu's art of war in his mind would be revealed. What should I do? There are some chapters that he deliberately did not tell senior brother Fei in order to use the other party's labor for free. In Lu Guogong's residence, even Mr. Lu Yuan, who was not good at leading troops in battle, could see the mystery of this military strategy. However, when he turned his head and looked around, he saw Lu Tianlu's brows furrowed. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this strategy? Lu Tianlu shook his head. This art of war explains the use of troops together to the extreme. But the problem lies precisely here. It would not be a good thing for De Qian if people with ulterior motives in Fengtian City were to understand this art of war. At the same time, in the climbing tower, Fei Sun concentrated on looking at the golden words, fearing that he would miss any detail. The content of the art of war revealed so far is almost 1/3 of what he has learned before. According to this momentum, he will be able to learn all the art of war today. But just when he was full of expectations, when he climbed to the top of the sky tower, a ray of clear air swept towards the 100 Soldiers martial arts plate and shook the golden words away. Naturally, the Tianjin Imperial Master took action. Teacher Fei Sun was stunned and looked up at the top of the Dangtian Tower, looking as if he was hopeless. What you don't get is always in turmoil. Chapter 435, reading about a time of peace and prosperity. Naturally, Fei Sun was not the only one who felt uncomfortable. Those soldiers who were paying attention to the academic debate, as well as those who studied the art of war, all wanted to curse. This feeling is just like a cute little lady lying on the bed half-dressed, waving coquettishly at you. And when you are about to gallop, she says sorry for the inconvenience today. Kuei-shui is here. Who can stand this? Who on earth ruined my good deeds? A middle-aged man cursed loudly in a general's house. And there are definitely not a few people like him, even here at the Imperial Academy. Mo Jizhou, who was also studying the art of war, looked a little disappointed as he looked at the dissipated golden words. It seems that the Imperial Master Tianjin took action. Lu Tianlu breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, there was some regret in his tone. As the general of the Shenhou army and the military god in the hearts of the common people, he naturally yearned for the art of war. Mr. Lu saw what he was thinking and said with a smile, "Why so? That art of war was written by our good son-in-law. If you want to know the full content, just call him later." Lu Tianlu, who figured this out, smiled and said, "It makes sense." On the Wenqing stage, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the golden words dissipating. And if he read correctly, the fresh air that came just now seemed to come from the direction of the climbing tower. So it goes without saying that the person who took action was the Tianjin Imperial Master. Tang Fei stared blankly at Sun Tzu's art of war that had dissipated, with a look of disbelief on his face. He had studied the art of war since he was a child, and he naturally knew that the mystery of that art of war was beyond his comprehension. It could be described as a world of difference. But Fang Mingming was a scholar of the Taoist religion who relied on medical skills. How could he have such a profound knowledge of the art of war? This gap was unbearable for him. Being defeated in his area of expertise in front of everyone, Tang Fei's morale was damaged, and Tang Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. In his divine sea, cracks appeared on the heart-questing platform at this moment. Over at the Imperial Academy, Mo Jizhou frowned when he saw him, then waved his sleeves to call Tang Fei back on the stage. In this battle, Qin Feng naturally won again. In this way, Qin Feng faced everyone in the Imperial Academy and fought more than 10 times in a row without ever losing. Over at the Imperial College, everyone wanted to find a crack in the ground and bury their heads in it. At this moment, Qin Feng looked at the Imperial College and asked lightly, "Who else is there?" 3 simple words, but like a landslide, everyone in the Imperial Academy was breathless. No one dares to look directly at Qin Feng again. When Mo Jizhou heard this, his face was distorted with anger. But he also understood that the situation was over. If he continued to send people to the stage to compete, he would only be humiliating himself. And he ended up personally? For a man who is nearly 50 years old. Even if he beats a kid, what is there to be proud of? This is also why the people competing with Qin Feng are all young people. The most critical point is that he has no absolute confidence that he can defeat the opponent. After all, the military technique just now was even inferior to him. If it weren't for the positions of both parties, he would have wanted to ask Qin Feng for all the art of war. Let's go! Mo Jizhou snorted, then turned around and left with a puff of his sleeves. When everyone in the Imperial College heard this, they felt as if they were being pardoned and hurriedly wanted to follow. But at this moment, Qin Feng on the stage shouted, "Everyone, please wait. You won this academic dispute. What else is there?" Mo Jizhou paused and said angrily, "It's nothing. I just want to give you a message before I leave. When heaven is about to assign a great responsibility to a person, he must first suffer his mind, strain his muscles and bones, starve his body and skin, and deplete his body. Who stipulates that scholars from poor families cannot read about a peaceful and prosperous age and a bright and prosperous world?" The voice was loud and loud, like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. The people watching the battle, who were cheering and bustling, became quiet one after another. Some people's eyes were red, and some people had tears in their eyes. The students from the poor academies clenched their fists and burst into tears. They almost forgot that this was the first lesson Master Qin taught them. It doesn't matter if others look down on you, but you can't look down on yourself. Mo Jizhou's face looked a little ferocious. He didn't respond and just threw up his sleeves and left. Everyone in the Imperial Academy also left with him in disgrace. Among the people in the audience, no one knew who was the first to shout Master Qin's name. Then, the word Master Qin swept across like a wave. In the climbing tower, Yang Qian said with a smile, "It seems that this time, our little junior brother can be regarded as famous in Fengtian City." "Huh? Just SOSO. Faison said this, but the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously. He seemed to see in Qin Feng the way out for a scholar from a poor family. That was the way out that neither he nor senior brother Yang had found. At the same time, on the top of the climbing tower, the white-haired Tianjian Imperial Master stood beside the railing and looked in the direction of the palace. To be more precise, it is the direction of Yulong Palace. "Huh? Look! There's another golden dragon moving!" When the people guarding the Panlong Pillar saw this, they all shouted excitedly. But just when they thought the golden dragon was about to open its eyes, the golden dragon stopped. Everyone was stunned. This was the first time they encountered this weird phenomenon. "It's still a little bit worse." Tianjian Imperial Master Rua had profound meaning. The sky was already dark. Qin Feng did not go back to Qin Mansion, but came to the entrance of Hannan Academy, looking at the empty lobby and sighing with emotion. Nowadays, there are no students left in the poor academy. So what if he defeats the Imperial College? He deeply understood the truth that if the Imperial examination system was not promoted and implemented, the future of poor scholars would be just a joke. Just then, he heard footsteps. Turning around and looking around, I saw all the students from Hannan Academy standing in front of me. "You?" Qin Feng looked surprised. Hanji stepped out of the crowd and said with red eyes, "Master Qin, I still want to go back to Hannan Academy to study." "Me too. Me too." Qin Feng looked at the faces of these young people with relief in his eyes. But he shook his head and said, "From now on, there will no longer be a poor academy." As soon as these words came out, all the young people were shocked. "But when we left earlier, it chilled Master Qin's heart," a group of young people said in shame. Qin Feng did not answer, but turned around and looked up at the academy's plaque, laughing to himself. How can scholars be divided into poor families and powerful people? The name of this academy should also be changed. "Madam, do me a favor." After the words fell, Lu Jianli fell beside him. "What's the matter? Help me erase the writing on that plaque." When Lu Jianli heard the words, he nodded slightly, then touched the air with his right hand, and the words, Hannan Academy, disappeared. "Can you send me up?" Qin Feng asked again. "Good." Lu Jianli raised it with one hand, jumped up high, and led Qin Feng to the plaque. Qin Feng's fingertips gathered together and traced clouds and flowing water on the plaque. Within a moment, all the students saw were the 4 words, Taiping Academy, popping up on the plaque. Then Qin Feng fell back to the ground, waving his fingertips on the doorposts on both sides of the academy. Lu Jinli's beautiful eyes were wandering, and she silently thought in her heart, there will be times when the wind blows and the waves break, and the sails will be hung directly to help the sea. The moment he put down the pen, Qin Feng smiled and said, from now on, this is Taiping Academy. Chapter 436 Entering the 5th Grade Howren Realm. After the words fell, a stream of clear air rushed into the sky, lighting up the sky of Taiping Academy as if it were daytime. The 4 characters of Taiping Academy also shined brightly at this moment. In the sky, countless white destiny stars light up. Even ordinary people can see the magnificent starry sky. Everyone was surprised and didn't understand what was happening. In the sky tower, Yang Qian raised his eyebrows when he saw this vision and said, it seems that my junior brother is about to break through. But this is the first time I have encountered such a magnificent vision. Our junior brother is really extraordinary. Fei Sun on the side nodded and looked at the place where the stars gathered. The clear air rushed into the sky, lighting up the countless live stars that reflected Qin Feng. However, this vision went away as quickly as it came, and the live star turned into a stream of light again, and merged into Qin Feng's heavenly spirit capped together with the clear air, accompanied by the baptism of the vast aura. Qin Feng's heart-questing platform in the divine sea finally turned into gold at this moment, and he finally took the last step and entered the 5th grade Howren realm of the Wensheng Taoist. He closed his eyes and quietly felt the changes in his body. At this moment, he looked at the 2 lines of poetry on the doorpost, and a strange feeling arose spontaneously. All the students saw Master Qin approaching the doorpost and placing his hand on the poem. For a moment, golden light flashed over the poem, and the entire Taiping Academy became different. But Qin Feng couldn't tell exactly what was different. He turned his head and looked at Han Ji and said, would you like to go in and try? Oh? Han Ji cautiously stepped into Taiping Academy, and then his eyes widened. For some reason, as soon as he stepped into the academy, his mind became particularly clear, and the books he had memorized in the past flashed through his mind one by one. Becoming extremely clear, Han Ji swallowed a mouthful of saliva, as if he wanted to verify something, and hurried to the bookshelf in the academy, took a book, and started reading. This strange scene made everyone outside the hospital extremely puzzled. A familiar person asked, Han Ji, what are you doing? Han Ji didn't respond, and was still reading the books in his hands attentively. After he finished browsing a book, it took only 2 sticks of incense. But he said in surprise, Master Qin, I have memorized all of this book. This college seems to have become different. The word shocked everyone. Many students were hesitant and entered Taiping Academy one after another. The moment they entered the academy, everyone had the same weird feeling as Han Ji. They picked up the books one after another and browsed, and the contents of the book seemed to be alive and merged into their minds. There were sounds of surprise, and surprise one after another. Qin Feng looked at the 2 poems on the doorpost of Taiping Academy. Thoughtfully, after entering the 5th grade Howren realm, you can use cultural treasures. As for the so-called cultural treasures, when he was reading books in Tinjiupchuan in Jinan City, he knew that the poems, paintings, articles, and books written by the literary saints could all be cultural treasures. In this case, the 2 lines of poetry on the doorpost are naturally considered cultural treasures. The reason why Taiping Academy experienced such strange changes may be that he unintentionally activated Wenbao. But Qin Feng never expected that Wenbao could be so magical. At this time, he suddenly thought of another point. Wait a minute. I have already entered the 5th level of Howren Realm. Can I also try to absorb the Hongmeng Immortal Qi and move towards the 4th level? Until now, Qin Feng still doesn't know what the 4th level of Wensheng Dao is called, and what's so strange about it. But he remembered one thing. His father-in-law told him at the beginning that the difference in cultivation between men and women was too big, and it would be difficult to give birth to children. This was due to the bloodline gap, and he wanted to give birth to the crystallization of love with his wife, so that the child could open his eyes to see the world as soon as possible, and at least reach the 4th level. Now, only the last step is left. After all, I haven't had sex with my wife for many days. Thinking of this, Qin Feng turned his head and looked at Lu Jinli, who was dressed in white. The latter felt something in his heart and opened his red lips slightly. What's wrong? You don't need to practice tonight. Right. Qin Feng scratched his head and asked. When Lu Jinli heard this, Xia Fei responded softly with his cheeks and nasal voice. The result of the academic dispute swept through the entire Fengtian city like a hurricane. In particular, Qin Feng's sentence, who stipulated that scholars from poor families cannot read the bright universe, has become a favorite saying among many people. Those dignitaries in the Imperial College, who were usually aloof, have now become prodigal dogs. It was Qin Feng who gave them a faint glimpse of the future of scholars from poor families. Of course, this news not only caused huge waves among the people, but also quickly fermented in the palace. The moment many civil servants learned of the result, they were angry at the imperial palace and secretly said that they were suffering. Although the emperor was moody and unpredictable, they all understood that His Majesty had just proposed the imperial examination system some time ago. And this time, he must be using it as an excuse. The facts were just as they expected. In the morning of the next day, all civil and military officials gathered in the court hall, and their Majesty's face was extremely gloomy. Emperor Ming sneered, and then said, "I wonder if all my dear friends have heard about what happened yesterday." A group of civil servants came and looked at their noses, and their noses looked at their hearts. But they were unmoved. The generals were thinking about the art of war, thinking about how to know the whole story. Emperor Ming singled out a civil servant who was the loudest opponent of the imperial examination system. The latter pretended to be confused and asked, "What is your Majesty doing? I stayed in the palace yesterday and never went out. I don't know what happened." Emperor Ming didn't give a damn and called out many officials one by one. Without exception, these officials are all the most vocal opponents of the imperial examination system. And they are all from the Imperial College. Seeing everyone pretending to be dumbfounded, Emperor Ming took action. He stopped pretending and showed his cards. "I am very heartbroken that more than 10 people from the Imperial Academy were defeated by an outsider in an academic dispute. When I think about the hundreds of officials in the dynasty, more than half of them are from the Imperial College. How can I safely leave the country to you to manage?" The civil servants who knew they were in the wrong lowered their heads, and in their hearts, they scolded the people currently serving in the Imperial College. If you insist on fixing some kind of academic dispute, let it go, and you won't win any of it, which is really embarrassing. Emperor Ming caught this matter and scolded him for 2 sticks of incense in front of the dragon chair. Seeing that the preparation was almost done, he sat back on the throne again, showing a tired look. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that His Majesty is about to get down to business. "Before, I proposed the imperial examination system and wanted to call all the heroes in the world to join me. But you said that all the heroes in the world are in the Imperial College and there is no need to do anything extra. Now that the matter has come to this, what else do you have to say?" As soon as they heard about the imperial examination system, some civil servants immediately wanted to speak out against it. But after being glanced at by Emperor Ming, they backed down. The most solid reason for standing in the first place was slapped in the face yesterday, and now they have little confidence left to oppose. Emperor Ming withdrew his gaze, and then issued imperial orders to the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Rights according to Qin Feng's plan for the imperial examination system. During this period, many civil servants naturally raised objections, but they were all suppressed by Emperor Ming. But Emperor Ming also knew that haste makes waste. The impact of the imperial examination system was too great, and it was unrealistic to cover the entire Dacian at once. Therefore, he also made it clear that he would implement it in Fengtian City first, and then see the effect. After hearing this, all the civil servants wanted to find a reason to object. Just at this moment, a dragon roar came from the direction of Yulong Palace, resounding in everyone's ears. Chapter 437 Cabinet Bachelor. Everyone suddenly thought of something and were extremely shocked. And Emperor Ming stood up directly, showing excitement. After a while, a white figure hurried to the court and called excitedly, "Reporting to your Majesty, there is another golden dragon opening its eyes on the dragon column." The golden dragon opens its eyes, and the country's destiny is prosperous. This is a well-known thing. But a golden dragon opened its eyes not long ago. Why did another one appear so soon? Everyone couldn't help but want to go in the direction of the imperial examination system. After all, this sudden change only occurred after His Majesty promulgated the imperial examination system. Can the imperial examination system really revitalize the great cadres? Ha! Okay, Emperor Ming Longyan said happily in front of the dragon throne. At first, only 4 golden dragons opened their eyes. Although no one dared to say it openly, Emperor Ming knew that some people must be thinking that it was his inability to govern the country that caused the country's decline. But what about now? Under his governance, 2 more golden dragons opened their eyes. Emperor Ming was very high-spirited and asked the officials in the audience, "Now, who else wants to oppose my implementation of the imperial examination system?" The imperial examination system had little impact on the selection of generals. There were very few soldiers who opposed it, so they naturally sat on the sidelines and did not participate in the matter. As for the civil servants with the greatest interests involved, after seeing Jin Long open his eyes, he dared not continue to raise objections. He could only look at each other and reluctantly said respectfully, "Your Majesty, you are wise. We have no objection. In this case, according to what I said before, the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Personnel will implement it immediately. Today next year, I will see some different faces in this court. I obey your Majesty's order." Everyone from the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Rights responded in unison. Retreat! When Emperor Ming returned to the imperial study, his joy was still clearly visible. Eunically has not seen His Majesty like this for a long time. While reviewing the memorial, Emperor Ming asked, "What official rank does the Qin family have now?" "Your Majesty is going to raise the title of the Qin family again." Eunically was surprised. But think about it. The imperial examination system was proposed by Qin Feng, the eldest son of Qin. And as soon as His Majesty implemented it in the court today, golden dragons opened their eyes. In other words, Qin Feng's contribution is indispensable, and it is reasonable to give him rewards and promotions. This Qin Jianan really took advantage of his son. "Reporting to your Majesty, Qin Jianan, the head of the Qin family, is now a third-class auxiliary general. Well, let me mention it to him again. As for Qin Feng's reward, I have to think about it carefully." Eunically asked, "With such a talented person, didn't your Majesty think of recruiting him into your service? When he invented gunpowder, your Majesty planned to include him in the Ministry of Household Affairs." Emperor Ming thought for a moment, and he thought of Qin Feng's fight with several people from the Imperial Academy outside Howling Courtyard yesterday. And he did not fall behind. He thought of the poor family members of Taiping Academy and Dakian's future. If such an interesting person as the Qin family boy steps into the court at this age, I am afraid that his aura will be wiped out by this officialdom. However, official position cannot be given, but a protective identity can always be given. After all, I heard that there are always some people secretly stumbling upon him. As a monarch of a dynasty, how could he not know who was the real driving force behind this academic dispute? He put down the memorial in his hand and said expressionlessly, "Tang Hongyun, Minister of the Ministry of War. Someone previously petitioned for impeachment, took bribes privately, exploited the people's wealth, and sent the 3rd Division to investigate. There is also the 3rd Prince, who has been quite slack recently and asked him to go to the academy and be grounded for a month to reflect. As commanded." After the academic dispute, Qin Feng's life returned to normal. During this period, he wanted to awaken Senior Xian Yi in the Divine Sea and asked how to absorb the Hongmeng Immortal Qi and enter the 4th level. After all, things like Hongmeng Immortal Qi only existed in ancient times. Today's Wensheng Taoists basically reached the 4th level by absorbing spiritual energy that has the same origin as righteousness. So even if Qin Feng consults Senior Brother Yang and others, it has little reference value. As for Tianjian Imperial Master, although the two have the title of Master and Apprentice, the relationship between Master and Apprentice is a bit strange, to be honest. Moreover, in Qin Feng's mind, the only teacher he has always recognized is the Chief Master in Jinan City. But the strange thing is that Senior Xian clearly said that he can be awakened by the light beads on the platform. However, in the past few days, no matter how Qin Feng tried, he could not get any response from Senior Xian. In desperation, the will to absorb Hongmeng's immortal energy can only be put aside. Of course, Qin Feng has not been idle. During this period, he has been using Hongmeng Immortal Qi to temper the righteousness in his body. When he entered the 5th grade Howren realm, his tempering speed was far beyond what he could before. However, in just a few days, he finished tempering the thunderous righteousness in the Divine Sea, and the purple righteousness became more and more solid. 5 days later, a piece of news caused huge waves in Fengtian City, the promulgation of the Imperial Examination System. All the people couldn't believe what was on the notice list. Disciples from poor families could actually enter the court and change their destiny through reading? After hearing the news, all the people rushed to tell each other excitedly. This result was within Qin Feng's expectation. After all, the reason why he accepted the academic dispute was because he vaguely saw the promulgation of the Imperial Examination System in his dream photo. With his knowledge, it is not difficult to guess that there is some inevitable connection between the two. However, the notice list also clearly stated that although the Imperial Examination System was promulgated, it would not be implemented immediately, but would be postponed to half a year. Qin Feng understood that this was because Emperor Ming considered that students from poor families lacked too much foundation for the powerful. Even if the Imperial Examination System was implemented immediately, Children from poor families don't have much competitiveness against those Imperial College students. This half-year period is equivalent to a buffer and an opportunity for scholars from poor families. One early morning, the Qin family and his family were still having breakfast in the lobby. Outside the Qin mansion, the familiar voice of the imperial decree came again. Naturally, everyone in the Qin family did not dare to neglect and hurriedly came outside the mansion to receive the order. Qin Feng saw that the person reading out the imperial edict was Eunuch Li, the general manager of the palace. When the latter saw him, he nodded with a smile and then began to read out the imperial edict. The imperial edict contains a lot of content. In addition to the gold, silver, grain and cloth rewards, there is also the matter of Father Qin's promotion to official rank. When everyone heard this, everyone was extremely shocked. Only a short time has passed since then, and the title of the head of the Qin family has been promoted again and again. And now he is already a second-class auxiliary general. The improvement of the title naturally also means the improvement of the status of the Qin family. But what's interesting is that the reasons given in the imperial edict are confusing to Monk Shang. Everyone extracted the core meaning, which can be summarized in 4 words: is it a good way to teach your children? What reason does this count as? Qin Feng knew very well that the reason for all this must be that the imperial examination system he proposed was appreciated by Emperor Ming. He originally thought that Emperor Ming had given gold, silver, grain and cloth to elevate his father's title, and the matter would have been revealed. But he never imagined that he would also be rewarded with an identity. Cabinet bachelor? Qin Feng looked confused. Chapter 438, I have a little girl at home who is not yet married. Perhaps seeing Qin Feng's doubts, Mr. Li explained. Cabinet bachelor has no real power. It is just a title given to you by His Majesty in appreciation of your talents. However, although it has no real power, to a certain extent, it can be equal to the third-rank officials. With this status, it will be easier for you to enter and exit the palace in the future. Qin Feng understood that this was a protective umbrella given to him by Emperor Ming. With this identity, whoever wants to do evil things to him or the Qin mansion in the future must think carefully. After all, to a certain extent, he was labeled as an emperor. Unexpectedly, my proposal of the imperial examination system not only opened up a way out for poor scholars, but also gave them the thickest thigh in the world. Qin Feng secretly rejoiced and asked at the same time, Eunuch Li, what do I need to do? As the saying goes, every gain must come with a loss. To gain this status, you must also pay something accordingly. But Eunuch Li shook his head. On weekdays, you do whatever you need to do. When your Majesty wants to summon you, our family will come to find you. This was beyond Qin Feng's expectation. He had thought that he would at least have to go to court every day and clock in for work. However, this is good, as it will not delay daily practice, and I can continue to teach and educate people in Taiping Academy. After the imperial edict was promulgated, Eunuch Li and his party left. The whole Qin family was still immersed in the joy of the imperial edict. Father Qin said with emotion, I didn't expect that my Qin family could climb back to the title of second-class auxiliary general. Fortunately, I did not let my ancestors down. Hearing this, Ernyang turned her head and asked, What does this have to do with the master? You basically stay at home on weekdays. Even if you go out, you are just going to lose money. The fact that the Qin family is what it is today is clearly due to Fenger. The servants and maids heard this, and although they didn't say it explicitly, they all thought so in their hearts. He Tantu and Lan Ningxuan also cast admiring glances at Qin Feng and said, My uncle is indeed amazing. Father Qin's face turned red, and he coughed dryly and said, Why does it have nothing to do with me? Didn't Madam hear that? It's stated in the imperial edict that all of this is because I teach my son well. As soon as these words came out, no one responded, and Ernyang directly cast a look of disgust. At this time, Qin Feng spoke. Dad is right. The child is what he is today, all because of his cultivation. Listen. Father Qin raised his head and chest. But Dad, a few days ago, I seem to have seen you entering Fengting Yaksu. That's not the place. Qin Feng looked at Ernyang and his voice stopped abruptly. The child must have seen it wrong. Ernyang, don't think too much. After saying this, Qin Feng left in a hurry. Before Father Qin could react, Ernyang's beautiful eyes widened and she frowned. Fengting Yaksu. Isn't that a brothel? Master, what are you doing there? What Fengting Yaksu? I have never been to a place like that. That brat is trying to frame me. Dad hurriedly defended. How could Fenger be such a person? If you don't explain clearly to me today, you will sleep in the guest room at night. Yang said softly. Everyone in the Qin family was already accustomed to this kind of scene, and they left one after another to go about their own affairs. Qin walked towards a guest room, planning to organize the master's residence tonight in advance. The promulgation of an imperial edict is not a small matter. Moreover, Qin Feng's name has long been known to everyone after the academic dispute. Things related to him will naturally attract more people's attention. How long has it been since the title of the head of the Qin family was promoted again? Cabinet Grand Master? Although he has no real power, he is on an equal footing with third-grade officials. Free access to the palace. The cabinet bachelor's degree was an official position that De Qian had never had before. No, strictly speaking, it was not an official position, but an identity specially created for Qin Feng by Emperor Ming. As veterans in the officialdom, they can often smell unusual smells from the slightest disturbance. This series of operations of Emperor Ming's imperial edict is undoubtedly not expressing an attitude. The Qin family is favored. Some people also learned more information. The imperial examination system that made Jin Long open his eyes was Qin Feng's dedication to Emperor Ming. For a time, many people in Fotian City had other thoughts. Early the next morning, countless people came to visit Qin Mansion. Everyone in the Qin family had never seen such a scene before, and they were busy back and forth. Just carrying the gifts brought by the big shots would cost a lot of labor in the Qin Mansion. When Qin Feng saw the scene, he raised his eyebrows slightly. As the saying goes, one person can ascend to heaven with a chicken or a dog. Only today did he truly understand the meaning of this sentence. The most arrogant person in the Qin Mansion was Father Qin. He boasted to Yang. What did I tell you? I have countless friends in the imperial capital. The reason why they never came to visit me was just because they were busy with other matters. If you don't believe it, look, they have free time today. Haven't they all come? When Yang saw this, she looked surprised and said, Are these people here to visit the master? Is there any holiday left? Father Qin saw someone and was about to step forward to say hello. Unexpectedly, the man passed by him and came to Qin Feng and praised him. This is Mr. Qin. Right? He is really a talented man. I am a member of the Ministry of Rites, and I am here to congratulate Mr. Qin on his appointment as a cabinet scholar. Qin Feng returned the greeting respectfully. Although he knew that the other party was a person who wanted to be popular, he had to work hard on the surface, and he could not make enemies for no reason. Father Qin's raised hands had nowhere to put them. Looking at Yang's strange expression, he coughed dryly and said, I'm not familiar with this person, but he came here because of his reputation. It's reasonable to visit Fenger. Hey, I recognize that man. He is a doctor in the Ministry of Civil Affairs. When his father celebrated his birthday, I brought him a birthday gift. I haven't seen him for a long time, and I miss him very much, even if you have to step forward to save face. However, something embarrassing happened again. The middle-aged man walked straight past as if he had not seen Qin Jianan, and then smiled and said, Is this Mr. Qin? He really is a young hero. At a young age, he was appreciated by His Majesty and served as a cabinet bachelor. He has a bright future. Ha ha ha. Father Qin froze on the spot. The second mother on the side said, Why don't you get out of the way? Don't block other people's way. Go back to the lobby. I suddenly felt a little tired. Father Qin sighed and turned around to leave. His figure looked lonely. Everyone's joys and sorrows are not the same. While the Qin Mansion was busy and happy, Qin Jianan was drinking boring tea alone in the lobby. The child has become more capable. Logically speaking, he as a father should be the happiest. But for some reason, he always feels empty in his heart. At this moment, someone reported at the lobby. Sir, those people have come to you after visiting Master Qin, saying they have important matters to discuss. Yang paused as she held the teacup. Father Qin said excitedly, What am I talking about? These are all my old acquaintances in the imperial capital. They went to congratulate Fenger because of my face. A large group of people came to the lobby in great numbers. But the seats in the lobby were limited after all, so people of junior high rank could only stand. These people didn't know Qin Jianan at all, but they only recognized his identity as the head of the family when they saw that he was sitting in the front seat, and that he looked very similar to Qin Feng between his brows. A group of people were chatting in an official tone there for a long time. Seeing that the greetings were almost done, the Minister of Etiquette, Wai Lang, coughed and spoke first. Speaking of which, there is a little girl in my family who is about the same age as your son. She is well educated and sensible, and her appearance is quite good. Not married yet. As soon as these words came out, Aaron Yangmei's eyes widened with a look of astonishment. Father Qin's smile also froze on his face. Chapter 439. Will you teach your son? Weilang, a member of the Ministry of Rites, opened the conversation. And naturally the others were not far behind. I also have a little girl in my family. She is 18 years old. She is beautiful and smart. My little girl is pretty. And she is proficient in playing music, chess, calligraphy and painting. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a man of letters and a woman of martial arts, are a match made in heaven. My daughter has been extremely powerful since she was a child, and is proficient in horseback riding and archery. Everyone is trying their best to promote their daughter with every word they say. Qin Jianan and Aaron Yang finally understood that they were here to propose marriage. Unexpectedly, Feng'er is already so popular in Fengtian City? Only. Wait a moment. Everyone. Wait a moment. Everyone. Father Qin hurriedly interrupted everyone's words. After everyone looked at him, Qin Jianan continued, You adults have not forgotten that my Feng'er has married a girl from the Lu family. I would like to express my gratitude to Feng'er for your kindness. Upon hearing this, Weilang, a member of the Ministry of Etiquette, smiled and waved his hands and said, I thought you were going to say something. Your master's talent is a perfect match for Lu Jinli. We all know it. Then you return it? Hey, isn't it common for a real man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? It's not the case for people like us. The son is so good. It is normal to marry more than one. When Father Qin heard this, he was startled. Aaron Yang raised her eyebrows slightly and stretched out her hand to pinch him. Father Qin felt a pain in his waist, and he immediately came back to his senses. But with your status, the daughter of the apple of your eye can only marry into the Qin family as a mere child. Concubine, can you bear it in your heart? My son's future is limitless, and my daughter will certainly be blessed if she can marry him. What's more, succumbing to Lu Jinli is not an ugly thing. In this world, there are very few women who can rival Lu Jinli. These words are true. The country is beautiful, and the world is beautiful. The youngest third-grade sword god in history. No matter which title he is, Lu Jinli can surpass most women in the world. If Lu Jinli hadn't married Qin Feng, there would have been an endless stream of people coming to ask for her hand in marriage. Father Qin and Aaron Yang looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Just at this time, someone came to Qin Mansion to visit. And this time it was a heavyweight, the current Wuming Ho Liang. All the officials in the hall looked shocked when they heard this. He was a second-grade military attaché, second only to Lu Tianlu and the general of Lu Shanhou. Why is he here? Weilang, a member of the Ministry of Etiquette, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, stood up hurriedly and said, I've been bothering you for a long time today, so I'll take my leave first. As for my little daughter, the Qin family leader might as well think more about it. The other officials also bowed and said goodbye. They were obviously afraid of the Marquis Wu Ming. A group of officials hurriedly left the lobby and rushed towards the gate of the Qin mansion. A tall and powerful middle-aged man with black beard walked towards them. It was Wuming Ho Liang. General Lai. Everyone greeted them bravely, and then left as if they were running away. Liang raised his eyebrows and didn't pay much attention. Under the leadership of the Qin family's concierge, he walked towards the lobby. This must be General Lai. I wonder why you are here, Qin said respectfully, cupping his fists. Liang looked around and asked directly, Where is that boy of yours? Father Qin and Aaron Yang, who were looking for Feng'er again, looked at each other. Could it be that the other party was also here to propose marriage? Then Liang spoke again. I went out to fight against demons some time ago, and when I came back, I heard people talk about academic disputes. I don't care what happens to that weakling scholar in the Imperial College, but I am very itchy about the art of war revealed on the 100-soldier exercise disc. I came here today because I want to ask your boy for the rest of the art of war. Fortunately, it was not a marriage proposal. Aaron Yang breathed a sigh of relief. And Father Qin said, At this moment, Feng'er should have gone to teach at Taiping Academy. It is estimated that he will not come back until sunset. Taiping Academy? Teaching? Liang cursed and said, Such a master of military arts should lead troops to fight and kill those monsters and bandits. How can he go to some bullshit academy and do such miserable things? I didn't say that. Will you teach your son? Father Qin's forehead was so angry that veins were pulsing. I didn't teach such an outstanding son. Could it be that you taught him? How to educate is my Qin family's business, so I won't bother the general, Qin Jian said solemnly. Aaron Yang also had a strange look on her face when she came to visit her. She didn't know the proper etiquette and spoke in such a vulgar manner. She was really a vulgar martial artist. Liang realized it later, scratched his head and said, I just say whatever comes to my mind. I've always been like this, so don't blame me. As soon as these words came out, Father Qin felt a little calmer. The generals fighting on the front line were used to seeing killings, so it was reasonable to have a straighter temper. After all, to a certain extent, he has been through it all. But what Wu Mingho said next made Qin Jianan angry again. After all, looking at you like this, it doesn't look like you can teach such outstanding generals. You? Master, don't be angry and have a sip of tea, Ernyan said hurriedly. Since your boy won't be back until evening, I'll just wait here. There won't be much to do when I go home anyway. Liang said this and found a seat at random to sit down. He saw the empty teacup on the table, grabbed it with one hand, shook it and asked, Do you have any wine? The atmosphere in the lobby was very awkward. Looking at Liang, who was drinking and eating meat not far away, he didn't regard himself as an outsider at all. Father Qin also vaguely understood why those officials left in a hurry when they heard the name of Marquis Wu Ming. After he was full of wine and meat, Liang wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth and asked, Those people who came to your house before were also for the art of war? Qin Jianan didn't want to answer at first, but out of courtesy, he spoke briefly. Asking for marriage? Wu Mingho stood up excitedly and patted his head. Why didn't I think that if the two families were to get married, wouldn't it be easy to get that kid to serve as a staff officer in our Wuhou army? Speaking of which, my daughter is almost 6 years old, and I can just arrange a baby wedding for her. Father Qin and Aaron Yang both opened their mouths in disbelief. This person dares to say it openly no matter what he really says. Father Qin naturally refused this. Liang snorted coldly. You don't look down on my life family? As the words fell, the aura of those who had been fighting on the battlefield all year round was inadvertently revealed, pressing towards Qin Jianan. When Liang saw this, he secretly thought, How can ordinary people tolerate his murderous spirit? But the next result was far beyond his expectation. Faced with his astonishing momentum, the seemingly ordinary head of the Qin family actually picked up a cup of tea as if nothing had happened. What are you doing? Wu Mingho's eyes widened. At this time, the concierge came again to report. Sir, the head of the Lu family is here to visit. The in-laws are here? Aaron Yang asked in surprise. Chapter 440 The Brave and Fearless Man. Qin Feng returned from Taiping Academy and saw several carriages parked outside Qin Mansion. In the morning, he couldn't stand the false compliments, so he ran away early in the name of teaching. Unexpectedly, when I came back, those guys hadn't left yet. Lan Ningxuang, who was in charge of the escort, saw one of the carriages and said in surprise, Uncle, it seems someone from the young lady's family is here. Just because there is a symbol engraved on that carriage, which is the symbol on the flag of the Shenhou army. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and stepped into the house with Ningxuang. After learning the news from the concierge, Qin Feng and the others hurried to the lobby. It was time for dinner, and the atmosphere in the lobby was a bit strange. My father-in-law, Lu Tianlu, sat aside with a calm expression. Opposite him, a tall, imposing, black-bearded middle-aged man wearing a general's uniform was staring at him with wide eyes. Qin Feng didn't recognize this person, but Lan Ningxuang did, and exclaimed, General Wu Mingho Lai. Hearing this, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Wu Mingho Liang. Although I don't know it, it doesn't mean I haven't heard of it. There are countless Dacian armies, and the most famous one is naturally the Shenhou army commanded by my father-in-law. And everything has its own consequences. It is recognized by the world that the army second only to the Shenhou army is the Wuhou army commanded by Wu Mingho. Needless to say, he is a third-grade Shenwu warrior. His marching style is also quite sturdy, and he will fight in person when encountering a battle. The most talked about battle is undoubtedly the first battle. Wuhou's army went out to conquer the ghosts in the East region. The opponent's Ghost King was a 7th-level tribulation power, and his strength should not be underestimated. Normally, when faced with a Ghost King whose natal magical powers are unknown, the correct approach is to be careful and test first. But without saying a word, Marquis Wu Ming held the green dragon sword, jumped up, and fought directly with the Ghost King. The battle lasted for a day and a night until he beheaded the opponent, and his officers and soldiers may have been influenced by this general all year round. And all of them are brave and fearless people, based on the principle of killing one without losing anything and killing two with blood gain. You can defeat ghosts and attack the enemy without even frowning. It is precisely because of this that the Shenhou army is called the strongest army in Dakian, and the Wuhou army is called the bravest army in Dakian. As for the most courageous person, whether he is sincerely praised, or whether he is brave and has no plans, is a matter of benevolence and wisdom. When Erin Yang saw Qin Feng returning, she pulled him outside the lobby door and told the whole story truthfully. After Qin Feng heard this, he showed a strange expression. This General Lai is really a man of great temperament. If he wasn't a temperamental person, how could he think of marrying off his 6-year-old daughter without thinking about it? Lan Ningxuan on the side heard this and smiled helplessly. General Lai has always been like this. Ningxuan, from your tone, it sounds like you are quite familiar with General Lai. Qin Feng asked curiously. Lan Ningxuan nodded and replied. When the young lady and I had not gone to Wanjin sect, whenever General Lai was free, as long as the Lu family master was not on an expedition, he would come to ask for advice on how to use troops. The head of the Lu family respects General Lai's character and never hides his secrets. When Qin Feng heard this, he had a new understanding of his father-in-law's demeanor. Wuhou's army is so brave. If General Lai learns how to use troops again, he will be even more powerful than a tiger. Qin Feng said thoughtfully. Unexpectedly, Lan Ningxuan shook her head. That's really the case. That's fine. Although General Na Lai is extremely brave, he is stubborn. The head of the Lu family told him about the art of war, and asked him how he would fight this battle based on the battles he had fought. As a result, General Lai, without exception, all responded. They rushed forward with their swords and chopped off the leader first. Qin Feng opened his mouth, not knowing how to evaluate it. Call him a reckless man. He is right in catching thieves and kings. Let's just say he's not a reckless man. How could a normal general do such a mindless thing? If they are ambushed and trapped and die, then Wuhou's army will definitely be demoralized and defeated. Over time, the Lu family master came to understand that it was useless no matter how some people talked to him. So he gave up teaching the generals the art of war. As a result, General Lai thought that the head of the Lu family was hiding his secrets and refused to teach him. After a lot of back and forth, the two people who were originally like friends became a little at odds with each other. Whenever they met in court, General Na Lai would always slander the head of the Lu family. Awesome. Qin Feng was greatly shocked. What happened to his father-in-law made him think of a sentence. It is really a dog biting Lu Dongbin, and it does not know the good heart. Damn it! This reckless man came to me to ask me for advice on the art of war. But with his IQ, he can learn it. Back in the lobby, the kitchen has prepared a sumptuous dinner. But looking at General Lai's devouring food, it doesn't look like he just had a good meal before. By the way, didn't you come to ask me for advice on the art of war? Why did you eat it all by yourself? Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, and then toasted his father-in-law on the side out of politeness. Give it to me, too. Liang drank the wine in the glass in one gulp and stretched it out in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng, after a glass of wine and a mouthful of red soup to cook the meat, Liang said with emotion, the food in your house is really good. I will visit you often when I have time in the future. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Qin family looked extremely sad. Do they really not regard themselves as outsiders? At this time, Liang slapped his forehead and said, Look at my memory. After eating good wine and meat, I almost forgot about the business. Boy, I heard that you competed academically with the guys from the Imperial College before, and evolved a set of tactics on the 100 Soldiers exercise board. The reason I came here this time is to ask you for all the contents of the art of war, and to study it carefully when I go back. This, Wu Mingho is not one of his own family after all. Qin Feng naturally knows the importance of Sun Tzu's art of war, so he doesn't dare to spread it casually. So he looks at his father-in-law beside him, as if asking for help. Lu Tianlu shook the wine glass slightly, and said lukewarmly, Even if he talks about the art of war, with your ability, how can you understand it? When Qin Feng heard this, he looked up in surprise. How could his father-in-law, who was a gentle military god in his impression, say such weird words? Thinking back to what Ningxuang said before, Qin Feng could guess that even with his father-in-law's magnanimity, he couldn't stand such a reckless man as General Lai. Liang stood up and said, Lu, what do you mean by this? You kept something secret for yourself, but you also instigated your son-in-law to hide something secret. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? If you have the ability, go out and fight with me. If you win, I will walk around you when I see you next time. Lu Tianlu was unmoved, raised his glass, drank it all in one gulp, and then said, Since he wants to listen, Just tell him to listen. I am also here for that art of war. The father-in-law spoke, and Qin Feng no longer hesitated. Hearing this, Liang grinned and said, I thought Dagon military god knew everything. But in the end, he didn't want to be like me, asking for advice on the art of war from a boy. This great army god is just in vain. In vain? It's all just appearances. Reckless man. Qin Feng thought silently in his heart. Chapter 441 Warning? After telling all about Sun Tzu's art of war, Lu Tianlu closed his eyes and pondered, seeming to be recalling the secrets. Lying on the other side was also rubbing his chin, looking thoughtful. Qin Feng saw this and nodded slightly. Although General Lai was a reckless man, he was still a general who led troops in big battles all year round. As expected, he could still resonate with Sun Tzu's art of war. Unexpectedly, it didn't take long for Liang to reveal his true colors. Grandma, why do you make your art of war so obscure and difficult to understand? If you can't point it out directly, when can you just rush in and do it? It's my fault that I had expectations for you. Qin Feng's expression froze. At this time, the father-in-law opened his eyes, exhaled softly and said, If you have been fighting for many years, you will never be able to understand this kind of military art. If you have to push the troops to the extreme, you will never be able to understand it. How did you get it? Lu Tianlu, as the god of the great Qian army, naturally understood the value of this art of war. And he also believed that with Qin Feng's age and experience, it would be impossible for him to comprehend such art of war. Qin Feng, who had already thought of an excuse, replied bluntly, There is a school in the Imperial College, and there are all kinds of books in it, and this art of war is one of them. When I saw this art of war, I was shocked. That's it. Lu Tianlu nodded slightly and agreed with this statement. This art of war is too mysterious, and I just memorized its contents by rote, and I only have a partial understanding of it. Later, I can copy down the art of war. I believe that with your ability, the art of war will be carried forward in your hands. Qin Feng said this. Okay. Lu Tianlu nodded and agreed. This art of war was indeed of great use to him. When Liang heard this, he scratched his head and head anxiously. As soon as he returned to Fengtian City, he heard a group of military officers and officials saying how powerful this military technique was. Now that I have heard everything about the art of war, if I don't know how to use it, isn't it all in vain? Wait, what is the first sentence of the art of war? He glanced at Lu Tianlu and Qin Feng. After breaking up with the former, it would definitely be unrealistic to shamelessly seek advice on the art of war. In this case, it would be more reliable to find a way to bring the latter under his command and become a military staff officer. But after taking a look at Lu Jinli next to Qin Feng, Liang felt angry in his heart, blaming his mother-in-law for not being able to give birth to a beautiful girl earlier. How can the 6-year-old girl in the family compete with the daughter of the Lu family? Just when Liang's mind was spinning, Lu Tianlu suddenly asked. Some time ago, a water dragon appeared in the southern region, causing a group of snake monsters to cause trouble. It was Qin who led the Wuhou army to attack. Did you find anything? Something unusual? Liang's train of thought was interrupted, and he said impatiently, What's so unusual about it? That water dragon only has the power of 6 rounds of calamity, and cannot withstand a few blows from me. As for those snake monsters, they were nothing more than trash. No match for Wu Hou-jun. Wait, what do you mean by looking down on me? Lu Tianlu shook his head and sighed. It was indeed not an easy task to communicate with a reckless man. I went to the southern region to deal with ghost troubles before, and found that floods occurred frequently there. On the way back to the city, I encountered a sudden change in the weather. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and a dark shadow swept across the sky. If I expected it to be true, it was the Dragon Clan. When Qin Feng heard this, he paused with the chopsticks in his hand. This matter was clearly mentioned in the letter sent back by the second brother before. Liang frowned. When you said that, I remembered something. When I killed the water dragon, it screamed into the sky, and then it caused thunder to strike down. But the lightning strike was a little too crooked, and it was miles away from me. At that time, there seemed to be a black shadow flashing above the clouds in the sky. At first, I thought that the thunderbolt was the water dragon's natal magical power before it died, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Seeing Lu Tianlu's expression darkening, Liang said in a deep voice, What? When we first attacked Garuda, the Dragon Clan, and we were still allies, could their move be to declare war on the human race? Qin Feng was shocked because he thought of Miss Song. If the Dragon Clan and the human race became hostile, how would he face Miss Song in the future? You know, There is still a dragon ball in his body that has not yet been returned. Father Qin looked strange when he heard this. Aaron Yang looked worried. It is well known how strong the Dragon Clan is. At present, the 4 regions of Dakian must beware of the invasion of 4 powerful foreign races. If the Dragon Clan also changes from allies to enemies, the human race's situation will only become more dire. However, the father-in-law, the god of war, shook his head. If the Dragon Clan really wants to declare war on the human race, the thunder will hit your head instead of somewhere else. After returning, I also inquired from many sources about the floods in the southern region and the infestation of the Dragon Clan. I haven't heard of any major disasters. Their move is more like a warning than a precursor to an attack. Warning? Lying cursed and said, have I done anything so outrageous that I need them to warn me? Could it be that the water dragon he chopped off was someone from the Songlong lineage? If this is really the case, then the guy from Thunderbolt is too ungrateful. After his lover was cut off, he only dared to let thunder fart in the sky. If it were me, I would have to turn him upside down no matter what. Such vulgar remarks made people confused as to how to respond. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. General Lai, this warning is for the human race. Or for a specific person. Not for you. As for this specific person, based on Qin Feng's guess, he is either Lord Nan Tianlong, commander of the Southern Territory, or the current Holy Emperor. After all, there was such a big commotion in the Southern Territory, but it was just loud thunder and small raindrops. It must be a threat to the superiors. However, what is the purpose of the Dragon Clan? On the other side, in the Baiwa Valley of the Southern Territory, a beauty in a black dress lay lazily on her side on a bench, pinching her eyebrows on her square scarf. Looking up to the outside of the valley, those strange-colored eyes seemed to be able to see other places across thousands of miles. Dark clouds covered the sky and thunder continued. Song Mu frowned slightly, with a hint of complaint in his tone. Are those guys in the clan just having nothing to do? There are thunder and lightning all day long, disturbing my dreams, and I don't even know how to take care of them. Then again, after recuperating in Tianqi for so long, it's time for Nizi to wake up. Right? But I didn't expect that the boy from the Qin family made so much noise in Fengtian City. But he forgot about the beauty's kindness, and didn't even think about looking for that girl. Do you need a woman to take the initiative? Suddenly, Song Mu seemed to have thought of something and stood up from the bench. When Non-Nizi's father asked me to tell the Qin family the method of finding Tianqi, did I say it or didn't I? She vaguely remembered that her attention was attracted by the poem written by the Qin family boy. But she was so absorbed in it that she forgot to explain anything. Looking back now, it seems that that thing is the way to find Tianqi. At this moment, a thunderbolt struck down from the sky above Baiwa Valley, landing squarely on top of her head. Song Mu made a move with his right hand, and a message entered his mind. The red lips under her scarf opened slightly. I'm afraid I really forgot. That's all. I haven't been to Fengtian City for a long time, so I just happened to have another look. The old man became angry, and the matter was difficult to end. However, this cannot be blamed on me. After living for too long, it is inevitable that my memory will be poor. Chapter 442 The Dragon Clan is coming. After drinking for 3 rounds, General Lai said nonchalantly, no matter who the Dragon Clan is warning you, if it dares to invade the human clan, just fight it back. It just so happens that I can take the opportunity to capture a dragon as a mount and lead troops to fight in the future. The soldiers are beating drums and cheering below, and I am calling the formation in the sky. Isn't that so majestic? Dragon Knight? Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, not knowing whether this dragon rider was serious or not. Fortunately, Marquis Wu Ming's surname was Lai, not Yin. After his thoughts were slightly distracted, Qin Feng became worried about the presence of the Dragon Clan in the southern region, and hoped that the Dragon Clan's actions would not lead to too big consequences. He didn't care what would happen to the Dragon Clan. He was mainly worried about Miss Song. The father-in-law did not continue on this topic. He came here today just to visit his daughter and ask for advice on the art of war. Now that the goal has been achieved and dinner is almost done, it is natural to go back. At this time, Liang remembered the matter of being a staff officer, slapped his forehead and said, by the way, boy, are you interested in joining my Wuhou army, becoming a staff officer, and leading the troops in battle? If you agree, from now on, I will be number 1 in the army of Marquis Wu, and you will be number 2. When Aaron Yang heard this, she looked shocked and tugged on Father Qin's sleeve with her right hand. The latter winked and reassured Aaron Yang. Qin Feng hurriedly refused. Thank you, General Lai, for your kindness. But as I said just now, this junior only knows a little about the art of war. It's just a matter of talking about war on paper and memorizing its contents. If you really want to go to the battlefield, you may not be able to stand still even if you see the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Humph. Don't fool me. If you can defeat others in a 100-soldier exercise, doesn't that mean you don't have any real ability? You said this because you were obviously afraid of being blamed by this guy. Right. This guy naturally refers to Lu Tianlu. Didn't he just marry his daughter to you? If that doesn't work, I'll marry my daughter to you too, Liang shouted loudly. As soon as these words came out, Lan Ningxuang's beautiful eyes widened, and Lu Jianli, who was always calm at the dinner table, also turned his head and looked at Wu Meiho. Qin Feng shook his head and laughed. General Wu, you should take good care of your 6-year-old daughter by yourself. I was devoted to my wife and never thought of taking a concubine. Well, at least I didn't think about it today. The father-in-law was very satisfied with this answer, and when he was about to leave, he motioned to Qin Feng to pour another glass of wine, and then said, General Lai, you have returned from a long battle. Why don't you go back to your house and take a look? If your wife knew that you did not return to the general's mansion as soon as possible, but instead drank alcohol elsewhere, and even threatened to marry off your 6-year-old daughter, I wonder what she would think. When Liang heard this, his burly body actually trembled slightly. This scene naturally did not escape Qin Feng's sight. He was surprised that such a mighty and reckless husband was actually a strict wife. What a disgrace to a man. I looked up and saw my dad. Oh, I forgot that I have one at home. That's okay. Liang drank all the wine in the glass, then stood up in a hurry. But before leaving, he did not forget to respond to the other party. Lu, don't be proud just because you have picked up a good son-in-law. Nowadays, this boy is very popular, and there are not many people in the imperial capital who can introduce his daughter to him. You never know which day you will fall in love with someone else. After saying this, he left in a hurry. However, the atmosphere at the dinner table did become weird because of Liang's words. Lu Tianlu looked at Qin Jianan and asked, My father-in-law, what does he mean by this? Father Qin had no choice but to tell the truth about what happened during the day today. I see. Lu Tianlu nodded, glanced at his daughter, and then looked at Qin Feng thoughtfully. Lan Ningxuang and Lu Jianli also looked at each other tacitly. Oops. This is clearly asking me to express my position. Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, he had no choice but to raise his fingers to the sky and said, Don't worry. I will only marry one lady in this life. If you disobey, the sky will strike you with 5 thunders. Before the word, hang, was finished, a huge dragon-like thunder flashed through the long night sky, illuminating the dark night like day. Is it such a coincidence? Qin Feng's heart trembled, and then he looked at the sky with a guilty conscience. The other people present also showed strange expressions. In Howin Academy, on the top of the sky tower, Master Tianjin looked at the huge thunder, then at the broken teacup beside him, and shook his head. My temper is still so hot. That's all. What is supposed to come will always come. A few days later, the abnormal floods that had plagued the southern region for a long time suddenly stopped. But what followed was a turbulent situation, and dark clouds like ink stretched for thousands of miles. There is thunder rolling in the dark clouds, and huge claws appear. All monsters are dormant, and birds and beasts are not frightened. It was as powerful as the sky falling, overwhelming everything in the world. When the people in the southern region saw this, they felt that the end was coming and were in panic all day long. Master, what is that? Li Luo, who was following Yan Zhou's training in the southern territory, looked up at the sky with a surprised expression. The oppression in the dark clouds even made him feel palpitated and unable to resist. Dragon Clan. Yan Zhou said lightly. Dragon Clan? They don't live in seclusion in the land of Tianqi and rarely set foot on the human world. What are they going to do with such a big battle now? Li Luo asked with a frown. The Dragon Clan is a legendary existence. It would not be a good thing if they had any ill intentions towards the human race. Yan Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly, then tiptoed, and disappeared in an instant. Within a moment, there was a roar of dragons in the dark clouds, and thunder surged. However, this scene did not last long. After about a stick of incense, Yan Zhou left and came back again, with a corner of the sleeve on his right hand broken. Li Luo asked hurriedly, Master, are you okay? A strange look flashed in Yan Zhou's eyes. It doesn't matter. These guys are going to Fontian City to raise an army to investigate their crimes. Asking guilt? Li Lu asked in confusion. Could it be that someone did not care about life and death and offended the Dragon Clan? In a sense, you could say that. Master, we have to send a message to Fontian City quickly. Yin Zhou shook his head. How could Fontian City not know about such a big commotion? Moreover, it is best for outsiders not to interfere in this matter. Not long after, the news that the situation in the southern region had changed and dark clouds heading north reached Fontian City, causing panic for a while. On the streets, in restaurants and tea houses, wherever there are many people, there will be people talking about it. Do you know? There have been a lot of strange things happening in the Southern Territory recently, not to mention the inexplicable floods. There are also dark clouds that stretch thousands of miles and are moving towards us. Some people say that there is a monstrous beast hidden in the dark clouds, and that the dark clouds are transformed by the beast's natal magical power. Real or false? What is the purpose of that monstrous beast heading towards Fontian City? Is it seeking death? Just as everyone was discussing the unfounded ferocious beast, one person said, what is hidden in the dark clouds is not some monstrous ferocious beast at all. Several people asked, do you know again? Then tell us, what is that dark cloud? The man who spoke put down the teacup in his hand and said with a solemn expression, it's a dragon. Countless dragons. Chapter 443. Let Phylan marry him. After everyone looked at each other, there was a burst of laughter. Brother, it's okay to brag, but don't brag so easily that others will see through. As we all know, the Dragon Clan is hidden in the land of Tianqi and basically does not set foot in the human world. Someone else added, that is, the last time the Dragon Clan was born, they joined hands with the Dacian soldiers to fight against the Garuda clan. Now that the Garuda clan has ceased its activities, why did the Dragon Clan come into being? You think I'm joking with you? The man growled. My second uncle just returned from a business trip in the southern region yesterday, and he saw all that with his own eyes. As he spoke, the man recounted exactly what his second uncle had dictated. After everyone heard this, everyone was stunned. Is this true? If even half of a sentence is false, the sky will strike with lightning. The man swore to the sky. Gudong. I don't know who swallowed the saliva first. And the noisy tea house fell silent instantly. If what the man said was true, then why did so many dragons leave Tianqi and go to Fontian City? Could it be that the Dragon Clan wants to go to war with the human clan? Tension and worry spread in people's hearts. And he was not the only man to learn that there was a Dragon Clan hidden in the dark clouds migrating to the southern region. As time went by, the news that the Dragon Clan was attacking Fontian City in large numbers became known to everyone. At night, in the lobby of Qin Mansion, the family was having a meal. Qin Feng suddenly thought of the news he heard on the way out today, and said it. Ernyang looked worried and said, a few days ago, my in-laws and General Lai discussed this matter. I was actually glad that we moved back to Fontian City from the Southern Territory. But only a few days have passed, and someone actually said that the Dragon Clan is going to attack Fontian City? Father Qin didn't take it seriously. It's just rumors. No one knows what the Dragon Clan is going to do. Ernyang scolded. How dare those people spread rumors about such a big thing? Master, that's just you. You don't care about anything. When Qin Feng saw Ernyang starting to blame his father, he just wanted to add insult to injury. At this moment, the heaven and earth shook. A dragon roar sounded instantly, causing everyone in Fontian City to have their heads buzzing. Lu Jinli felt something in her heart and ducked outside the hall. Qin Feng and others also ran out in a hurry. Then he saw that in the sky south of Fontian City, there were endless dark clouds that were deeper than the night. In the dark clouds, thunder snakes surged and thunder dragons roared, as if the end was coming. Within a moment, a huge thunderbolt that seemed to be able to pierce the sky swept out of the dark clouds and turned into the shadow of a golden dragon hovering in the sky, with its teeth and claws dancing. The power emanating from the whole body made everyone in Fontian City breathless, as if there was a huge stone pressing on their hearts. Ernyang grabbed her father's sleeve and said anxiously, Master, the Dragon Clan is really going to attack Fontian City. Father Qin frowned slightly and patted the back of Ernyang's hand to comfort him. Qin Feng looked extremely shocked, and he couldn't understand why the Dragon Clan did this. Suddenly, he just felt something strange in his abdomen, which triggered his consciousness to look at the dantian in his body. The dragon ball was glowing with golden light and exuding scorching heat, and the temperature is getting higher and higher, gradually reaching the point of being unbearable. In the Divine Sea, The light bead suspended on the heart-asking platform shone with a burst of white light, enveloping the dragon bead. The golden light slowly faded away, and the scorching temperature no longer existed. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said in his heart, "Thank you, Senior Xian, for your help." But no one responded. On the other side, the huge golden dragon shadow panned in the sky. Its eyes widened. Over Fontian City, dark clouds instantly filled the air, turning into a sea of thunder, like a guillotine hanging over everyone's heads. The commotion was so great that Emperor Ming frowned in the palace. How can foreigners be allowed to run wild in this majestic imperial capital? At the feet of the emperor? However, he also has some doubts. The relationship between the human race and the dragon race is relatively subtle. Although they are not allies, they are definitely not hostile. So why did the old dragon do this? Did he really want to start a war with the human race? Seeing the thunder sea becoming more and more intense, Howin Academy climbed to the top of the sky building, and a stream of pure air swept out and submerged into the thunder sea. The sea of thunder gradually calmed down. Seeing this, the golden dragon phantom swung its tail towards the sky tower, turning into a golden light along the way. When the golden light fell on the top of the climbing tower, the giant dragon no longer existed, and was replaced by a white-haired old man with wide eyes and an imposing manner, wearing a yellow robe, as if he was transformed by the giant dragon. And he is also the old man Song Mu calls him, the ancestor of the Songlong lineage, Song Xian. Song Xian took the lead and asked, "Old man, so what if you cover up the aura of the dragon beads? I know that the boy who bears my granddaughter is in Fontian City. How long can you protect him? You love me so much. Why should you let others down?" Tianjian Imperial Master replied calmly, "Fart. I need my granddaughter Longzhu to protect her life. After such a long time, I haven't come to Tianqi to look for her. I obviously want to take the Dragon Jew as my own. Hand him over quickly. I will withdraw the Dragon Ball and cut him into pieces." Song Xian said angrily. The land of Tianqi is a hidden secret in the world. Even if he wants to find it, where can he look for it? Don't make these excuses. I clearly asked someone to tell him the method of finding Tianqi. Are you sure? Tianjian Imperial Master asked calmly. You are too old to be able to calculate this. Song Mu. Come here. Song Xian roared. Among the dark clouds, another golden light swept out. The people in Fontian City faintly saw a graceful figure in the golden light. And this golden light also fell on the top of the Dingtian Tower, and turned into a beauty in a black dress. It was Song Mu. Tell this old guy. Did you tell that kid how to find the Tianqi land? Song Xian snorted coldly. Song Mu glanced at the old man, then looked at the Tianjian Imperial Master not far away, blinked his eyes and said, Old man, at that time I was in a hurry to take the token of love that the boy gave to Nizi to Tianqi, so forgot about this. When Song Xian heard this, the wrinkles on his face squeezed together. The scene was a little awkward for a while. But Song Xian was an old dragon who had lived for who knows how many years. And he spoke again. If he is really serious, he can find Tianqi even if he doesn't know where it is. Isn't he worried about the safety of my granddaughter? Old guy. Hand him over quickly. I want it. Before he finished speaking, Song Mu interrupted again at an inappropriate time. Old man, I forgot to tell you. I told that boy that Phylon is fine. It's just that the Dragon Ball is separated from the body, and needs to be cultivated in Tianqi for a period of time. Just let him wait patiently. Song Xian's feeling at this moment was like a blazing flame being extinguished by a basin of cold water, with nowhere to vent his anger. If he had known this, he might as well not have called Song Mu here. You can go back, Song Xian said with a tilt of his head. Song Mu didn't respond, pretending not to hear, and moved his lower lip slightly. Since that kid is in Fontian City, old man, why not take this opportunity to let Phylon marry him? Anyway, the two of them are in love with each other, and Phylon's true appearance has been seen by the other party, and the Dragon Ball has been taken into the other party's body. Phylon could not marry anyone else except him. It's a good idea. Tianjian Imperial Master responded. Chapter 444, Showing Off to Attract a Bride? Hearing this, Song Xian blew his beard angrily and glared. How can my precious granddaughter marry a human being and be worthy of him? This reaction was also expected by Song Mu. She understood that the old man wanted to find a way down. So she said, Phylon's character is not unknown to you. Old man, just like my deceased eldest sister, she has a muscles. No one can persuade you to do something you are sure of. At first, Non-Nizi was unwilling to leave Fontian City because she couldn't let go of that kid. And the old man also saw that she treasured all the things that Boy gave to Fei Lan. Even if I take a look, she is reluctant. Who else do you expect her to fall in love with? You can't be alone like me, right? When he said the last sentence, there was a hint of resentment in Song Mu's tone. She was very happy when Qin Feng wrote the poem. Everyone looked for him 1,000 times in the Baihua Valley. But when he suddenly looked back, he was there, in the dimly lit place. However, she had done so much for Nizi, and Nizi was unwilling to let her take another look at the poem, which really chilled her heart. At this moment, she, the aunt, was still fighting desperately for Nizi's happiness. The thoughts in his mind were wandering. Song Mu adjusted his depression and spoke again. What's more, the human race is not all useless people. I have met that kid a few times, and he can be regarded as a dragon or a phoenix among people. Although it is still worse than the people of the Dragon Clan. It is not much worse. And it is barely worthy of Fei Lan. Old man, you love Fei Lan the most. And you don't want to see her crying all the time for the rest of her life. Right? Song Xian frowned. In fact, Fei Lan's father did not take away the Dragon Ball. When he went back to tell the whole story, he originally wanted to leave Tianqi directly and pull the Dragon Ball away. As for the other party's life and death, what does it have to do with him? But when he heard that Song Fei Lan, who was seriously injured and unconscious, was still chanting the boy's name, he softened his heart. Later, Fei Lan was recuperating in Tianqi, and he had been waiting for the boy to come to apologize or propose marriage. But he couldn't wait for a long time. In anger, he used magic to draw the Dragon Ball with thunder by borrowing Fei Lan's breath. This is both a warning and a reminder. However, the power of the thunder always dissipated inexplicably. At that time, he knew that there was a powerful person protecting the boy. In the entire Dikian land, there are only a handful of such existences, and they are basically all in the imperial capital. Coupled with the mysterious energy, Song Xian was able to confirm that the boy was in Fengtian City. A long time passed, and the boy made no movement. He thought that the other party didn't want to return the Dragon Ball and wanted to keep the Dragon Ball as his own. So he got furious and this happened. However, all the misunderstandings have just been resolved. Everything was caused by unreliable members of the family. But even if it was a misunderstanding, even if Song Mu kept persuading, if he directly agreed to the marriage, where would he put his face as an old dragon? Where can the majesty of the Dragon Clan be placed? After thinking about it, he came up with a way that could not only show the majesty of the Dragon Clan, but also make the boy suffer enough before marrying his precious granddaughter. Song Xian's face darkened. And then he said, anyone can marry a daughter of the Dragon Clan. That kid can marry Fei Lan if he wants. But he must accept the test. What test? Song Mu asked, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Starting from tomorrow, I will send my clansmen to set up an arena in Fengtian City. Whoever can break through the arena will be qualified to marry Fei Lan. Song Xian said firmly. As soon as these words came out, the Tianjin Imperial Master raised his eyebrows slightly. Song Mu even said bluntly, absolutely not. That boy is still young and his cultivation level is not high. How can he be a match for his clan members? Humph. How can we, the Dragon Clan, be a big bully and bully the weak? I will let my clan members suppress their own strength to the same level as the other party. Even so, Song Mu also understands that due to the dragon's powerful blood body and natal magical powers, how many beings in the same realm are its opponents? Old man, have you ever thought about it? There are countless geniuses in Fengtian City. What if someone breaks through the ring before that kid? Do you still want Fei Lan to marry someone else? That Nizi would rather die than agree. Song Mu frowned. Hearing this, Song Xian responded coldly. How can I, a member of the Dragon Clan, be easily defeated by anyone? Moreover, if this happens, it will be the result of that kid taking action too slowly. At that time, no matter what you say, I will forcefully extract the Dragon Ball from his body. 2 rays of golden light in the dark clouds entered the Dinkian Tower of Howling Courtyard. Naturally, most people in Fengtian City saw such a big movement. All kinds of suspicions, speculations, and uneasiness spread in the city. This time the Dragon Clan is coming so fiercely that they go to the Sky Tower as soon as they arrive. Why? You know, there is a heavenly supervisor sitting in the Dinkian Tower. Qin Feng's thoughts were different from those of most people, because he clearly heard the vicissitudes of voice calling a person's name Song Mu. And Song Mu is Song Fei Lan's aunt. Could it be that Mist Song is also in those dark clouds? Qin Feng was surprised and happy in his heart. He opened his eyes and looked at the long dark clouds, hoping to see the familiar long and strong legs. However, the invincible double pupil power cannot break through the cover of dark clouds at all. Apart from the surging thunder and the ink-like clouds, Qin Feng could no longer see anything else. But for some reason, his left eyelid has been twitching ever since the golden light entered the sky tower. Suddenly, in the climbing tower, 2 rays of golden light came out again and submerged into the dark clouds again. The clouds cleared and the thunder ceased. The countless huge bodies hidden in the cumulus cloud slowly converged. And the thousands of miles of dark clouds also shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the dark clouds dissipated, the night sky returned to clarity, leaving nothing behind. Everything that just happened seemed like a dream. After the people from Uluosi rushed to the Dingtian Tower, they met the Tianjin Imperial Master, and then quickly returned to the palace and recounted the Dragon Clan's purpose of coming here. After hearing all this, Emperor Ming, as the king of a country, was so shocked that he could not speak for a moment. The Dragon Clan mobilized their troops and came to Fengtian City just to show off to attract relatives? The man from Uluosi nodded and said, "Your Majesty, this is the reply. No one would be able to guess this reason even if they scratched their brains." Eunicli looked surprised. "Your Majesty, does this move of the Dragon Clan have any profound meaning?" Naturally, Emperor Ming didn't believe such a simple reason. After careful consideration, he thought of many possibilities. Perhaps it was difficult for the Dragon Clan to give birth to an heir, so they came to Fengtian City to find a strong man to continue their bloodline. Or perhaps the Garuda King of the Southern Territory awakens, and the Dragon Clan confirms their alliance through marriage with the human clan, so that they can fight together against powerful enemies in the future. But after thinking about it carefully, Emperor Ming still rejected these speculations. How could the powerful and proud Dragon Clan do such ridiculous things for their own benefit? Emperor Ming, who couldn't guess the reason, pinched his eyebrows and said, "No matter what the reason is, it is a good thing for our human race." Eunicli nodded and understood the reason. If someone could successfully break through and marry the Dragon Clan, it would be equivalent to winning a powerful ally like the Dragon Clan for the human race. However, how could the Dragon Clan be defeated so easily? Chapter 445 The Showdown begins. That night, many people in Fengtian City were tossing and turning and stayed awake all night. This is because he is worried that the Dragon Clan will suddenly commit another crime and die inexplicably. It was also because I was so excited that I couldn't sleep because I saw the legendary Dragon Clan. Even on the second day, there were still many people talking with dark circles in the streets about the scene of dark clouds over the city last night and the phantom of the golden dragon flying towards the climbing tower. And because of the Dragon Clan's invasion last night, the defensive force in Fengtian City has also increased a lot. The 4 major gates of Fengtian City are all equipped with many demon-slaying divisions. And what's more, there are also people from the prison division guarding them secretly. At the east gate, Zhang Qifeng yawned, feeling a little bored. He looked at the newcomers who had just joined the job and were still working diligently there. He smiled and said, "Boy, relax a little. Don't be so nervous." Hearing this, the man frowned and replied, "Senior, that's the legendary Dragon Clan. Every member of the clan is strong. We have the heavy responsibility of guarding the city gates, so naturally we can't be careless." Zhang Qifeng raised his eyebrows. Fengtian City has 4 main gates: southeast, northwest, and northwest. How could it be such a coincidence that it happens to pass through us? What's more, the superiors asking us to guard the city gate are just for show. If something really happens, it won't be our turn to intervene. You don't even think about it. With your strength, if the Dragon Clan really wants to break into Fengtian City, can you stop it? The man's expression froze, and after thinking for a moment, he replied seriously, "Even if I can't stop you, I will try my best to stop him." Yes, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. They are still strong. Qifeng shook his head and was about to pass on his experience of so many years of experience. Just then, a bolt from the blue, accompanied by the sound of thunder. A huge stone pillar fell onto the spacious street. The people who were still walking on the street felt a strong gust of wind blowing back their entire bodies by dozens of feet. Boom! The stone pillar fell to the ground, and everyone barely steadied their bodies. They were surprised and looked around with wide eyes. They saw that the stone pillar was about 30 feet in diameter and unknown in height. It was completely black and had dragon patterns on its surface. People in the city have seen it rain, snow and ice, but this is the first time they have encountered such a strange thing as falling stone pillars. And they can't help but think of the dragon clan that appeared last night. Senior, look quickly! The man pointed at the city gate not far away and said in a trembling voice. Zhang Qifeng looked around and saw a group of people approaching in a mighty manner. The leader was a white-haired old man wearing a yellow robe, who looked calm and intimidating. Behind him, there are countless men and women. The men are majestic and the women are graceful, but their faces are covered with scars and their appearance cannot be seen clearly. It can't be such a coincidence. Zhang Qifeng gulped. As a veteran who has worked in the Demon Slayer division of Fengtian City for many years, he naturally knows more about some things than others. For example, dragon women must cover their faces with a scarf before getting married, because their true appearance can only be seen by their future husbands. If someone accidentally takes off the hijab and sees his true face, he will either marry a dragon woman or die. And if you look at the group of people far away, they are clearly the dragon clan. Zhang Qifeng took a deep breath and suppressed the trembling body and the uneasiness in his heart. In order to set an example as a senior, he pretended to be calm and gave the order. Xiao Li, I'm here to delay time. You will kill the dragon clan quickly. Bring the news of this to the Demon Slayer division. The words fell, but no one responded. Zhang Qifeng turned his head and looked around. Where could he see Xiao Li? Turning around, I saw that the passionate young man who had vowed just now to try his best to stop me had already run an unknown distance, shouting loudly as he ran. Senior, I'm going to the Demon Slayer division to ask for help. You must hold on. Zhang Qifeng. This young man has a future. As the Dragon Clan people came closer and closer, Zhang Qifeng couldn't help but sway his legs. With his strength, he was afraid that even a photo would be blurred by the other party. At this time, a hand pressed on his shoulder. The nervous Zhang Qifeng exclaimed and turned his head to look around, only to see Lord Ulysses wearing a white mask and red clothes. There was also AC tattooed on the chest of his red clothes. Lord Bingyan, Zhang Qifeng said excitedly. There is no need to guard here anymore. You can go back, Bingyan said. What about the Dragon Clan and the others? According to His Majesty's order, let people from the Dragon Clan enter Fengtian City. The towering stone pillar naturally attracted the attention of countless people in the city, and the patterns on the surface of the stone pillar also made it clear that this stone pillar came from the Dragon Clan that appeared last night. But what shocked them the most was not the comeback of the Dragon Clan, but the announcement from the palace. The people in the city couldn't believe it, and murmured and repeated the content of the notice. Dragon Clan, are you going to compete in a competition to attract a bride? Like a drop of water falling into a pan of oil, the entire Fengtian City boiled instantly. It turns out that this sky-reaching stone pillar is actually the competition platform for marriage. While shocked and relieved, all the people became excited. It is a rare thing to recruit relatives through a lei, and if the owner of the lei is still a dragon, it will be an unprecedented first time. Many people are speculating on who has such great ability to break through the arena set by the Dragon Clan, marry the daughter of the Dragon Clan, and increase the prestige of the human race. Failed again. Defeated again. On the top floor of a restaurant, all the people sighed when they saw the man from the Dragon Clan being slapped away with the palm of his hand. Counting those in front, this is already the 27th person to lose, and these people all failed miserably without exception. They couldn't even withstand a blow from the Dragon Clan. You even said you wanted to break into the ring, but now, you can't even defeat the first person defending the ring. I heard that there are 3 levels in the arena set up by the Dragon Clan this time. Only after you pass them all can you be qualified to marry the daughter of the Dragon Clan. I think it's quite mysterious. The people from the Dragon Clan have let go and suppressed their own strength to the same level as the people who enter the ring. However, their physical bodies and their natal magical powers were too powerful. With so many people trying to compete, they were defeated before even forcing out their opponent's natal magical powers. How could they fight? Even though Dakian's 36 stars and 12 divine generals are famous, apart from them, they really don't have any fighting power that they can show off. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. They were sighing at the strength of the Dragon Clan, but they also saw the weakness of the human clan. At this time, an optimistic person said, "Why are you so pessimistic? This is only the first day. I have a lot of talents, and there will always be someone who can succeed. By the way, aren't you curious? If you succeed in the competition, which dragon girl can you marry?" After this topic was brought up, everyone was also interested and began to speculate that the daughter of the Dragon Clan was extremely beautiful. In a corner by the window of the restaurant, Lan Ningxuang looked at the arena and asked curiously, Uncle, what do you think the Dragon Clan is doing this time? The words fell, and no one responded. Looking around, Lan Ningxuang saw Qin Feng looking at the ring and looking around, as if he was looking for something. Uncle? Chapter 446. A woman's intuition is so scary. What's wrong? Qin Feng came back to his senses. Uncle, what are you looking at? So fascinated? Of course I'm looking at the arena. Qin Feng replied with a guilty conscience. In fact, he was looking for Song Feilin. However, after searching for a long time with his eyes open, there were many graceful dragon girls, but he never saw those familiar long legs. While disappointed, Qin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. The disappointment was naturally due to not seeing Miss Song. He breathed a sigh of relief because Miss Song was not part of this trip. So the matter of posing for a bride naturally had nothing to do with it. Qin Feng was slightly startled when he had this idea. It turned out that deep down in his heart, he cared about Miss Song so much. He reached out and touched his abdomen, feeling the warmth of the dragon beads in his dantian sweeping over his body. Qin Feng seemed to have made up his mind to find an opportunity to meet Song Mu and ask how Miss Song was doing now. One day passed, and as the sun set, today's competition came to an end. The temptation of recruiting a bride from the Dragon Clan is too great, and there are naturally not a few people who want to jump over the Dragon Gate. Therefore, even if there are not 100 people competing on the stage today, they are not far apart. And the person who takes action is either a genius of the younger generation or a master who has been famous for a long time. But the results were without exception. Not to mention getting through the first level. There were only a few people who could even withstand one of the Dragon Clan's moves. The mood of the people in Fontian City also evolved from watching the excitement at the beginning to awe of the Dragon Clan's power, and in the end turned into deep powerlessness and disappointment. The powerful Dragon Clan is not something humans can fight against. It was a bigger matter than getting married, and everyone in the Qin mansion was also discussing it. Ernyang said happily. Fortunately, the Dragon Clan is here to recruit relatives. If they want to go to war with the human clan, it will be dangerous. I heard Qinger say that everyone who entered the challenge today was defeated in one move and was no match for the Dragon Clan. Father Qin didn't take it seriously. What did you say? Madam? There are countless masters in the field. Those who came to the stage today are just young people with superficial appearance, trying to climb up to the Dragon Clan and soar into the sky. It is reasonable to be defeated by the opponent with one move. When Ernyang heard this, she raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly. Master, are you going to watch Chuanglui today? The father, who didn't know the danger was coming, nodded and said, I originally planned to walk around to see if there were any business opportunities, so I took a few glances. Ernyang glanced at her beautiful eyes, pretending to be casual and said, I heard from people that the dragon women are all tall, with square scarves covering their faces, and their eyes of different colors are breathtaking. Even the women of the human race will be attracted to them after looking at them. I don't know if it is or not. Father Qin recalled it, rubbed his chin and said, It's really not bad. As soon as she finished speaking, Ernyang said softly, Okay, Master, you really pay attention to those dragon women. I think it's fake for you to go and see those dragon women. It's real if you meet those dragon women. What's wrong? Sir, do you hate that you didn't practice martial arts back then? But now even if you want to go on stage and compete in a ring, you're still too weak to do it? Madam, what are you talking about? I never thought about it that way. Father Qin hurriedly defended. If you haven't thought about it, how would you know what a dragon woman looks like? Qin Feng has seen this heartwarming scene too many times. While watching the excitement, he was thinking about when to end and give his father a fatal blow. He also turned a blind eye to his father's look for help. But at this moment, the father suddenly stretched out his hand and said, Wait a minute. Madam, what did you just say that the women of the dragon tribe look like? The second mother laughed angrily. Master, at this time, you still want to hide with me? You are tall, with a square scarf covering your face, and eyes of different colors. Madam, don't you think she looks like the Song girl we met in Jinan City? Miss Song. The second mother seemed to have thought of something, and then her eyes widened. Yes. By the way, Miss Song seemed to be dressed in this way. Could it be said that Miss Song is also a dragon? As soon as these words came out, Lan Ningxuang looked sideways and looked surprised, because she also wanted to understand this. Lu Jianli also slowly raised his head, but Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Why did this topic come up to Miss Song for no reason? Speaking of which, Miss Song helped our Qin family many times. But Feng'er never saw her again after she came back from Shuliang City. Feng'er, do you know where she went? Dad Qin picked up the bowls and chopsticks and asked with his head tilted. Not only was Aaron Yang's previous accountability successfully deflected by his father, but the flames of war also burned Qin Feng for no reason. Qin Feng, who was already worried, glanced at the lady beside him and said nonchalantly, Shuliang City and our group are extremely dangerous. After the corpse ghost disaster was resolved, I fell into a coma. When I woke up, Miss Song was nowhere to be found. I don't know where she went either. No way. Feng'er, you have a good relationship with Miss Song. Before she left, even if she didn't inform you, she would ask someone to leave a message for you. How could she leave without saying goodbye? Father Qin picked up a piece of braised pork, eating with relish. That's almost it. Qin Feng's teeth itched with hatred, and he glanced at his father without any trace. The latter turned a blind eye. Lan Ningxuan also smelled an unusual smell. When she was in Jinnong City, she could tell that Miss Song had an uncle in her heart. This was a woman's unique intuition. In this case, how could Miss Song not tell her uncle before she left? In this case, there are only two possibilities. One is that Miss Song has a reason to do this. The other kind is my uncle. He lied. If it's the former, that's fine. But if it's the latter, Lan Ningxuan, who has read many story books and is used to all kinds of plots, understands deeply that if a man lies because of a woman, it is obvious that there is some ulterior secret happening between the two. And what secrets can there be between men and women? Isn't it what the Lu family's grandma said? Thinking of this, Lan Ningxuan asked with a smile for the sake of her young lady and the little Jojo in her heart. Uncle, before you told us how dangerous Shiliangchang and his party were, Master Shi and Master Zhou both mentioned it. But Miss Song was not mentioned. Why is this? Miss Song is going to Shuliang City with you. Could it be that something happened between Miss Song and my uncle in Shuliang City, and it is inconvenient for my uncle to tell? Ah, a woman's intuition is so terrible. When Qin Feng heard this, he still looked calm on the surface. But a drop of cold sweat on his forehead still showed his mood at the moment nervous. Lu Jinli turned his head and looked up, with a slightly doubtful look in his eyes. The second mother hesitated to speak, then gently pushed her elbow to the side. Father Qin picked up the vegetables faster, as if he saw something about dinner. Qin Feng, who was cautious and prudent, kept thinking about his words, and told Xu Liangcheng and his party one by one the things that had nothing to do with Song Filan. As for things like living in the same room, making irritating noises, and the other party feeding dragon balls into his body, he would never dare to mention them. Chapter 447. What does it have to do with me? A father? Is this really all there is to say? Uncle? After Lan Ningxuan heard this, her first reaction was that it was too ordinary, and there was nothing strange about it at all. But the more this happened, the more suspicious she became. If nothing happened between my uncle and Miss Song, why did they go out of their way to hide it? Of course that's all, Qin Feng replied lightly, and then hurriedly changed the topic and said, after talking so much, the food on the table is getting cold. Eat it quickly, or you have to go to the kitchen to heat it up. This excuse was my father's usual way of changing the subject. I never thought that despite my lifelong reputation, I would do such a despicable thing. Qin Feng felt sad in his heart. It was late at night. Qin Jianan put on the mask of Beiguisho and came to the top of the Dengtian Tower of Howing Courtyard. The white-haired Tianjin Imperial Master stood with his hands behind his back, and 2 wine glasses and a wine flask were already placed on the table. Qin Jianan was not polite. He sat cross-legged and filled himself with wine. Then he took off his mask, took a sip of wine, and then said in surprise, "Is the immortal drunk?" This is the wine brewed by Qin Feng, and as a father, he naturally knows it very well. Seeing that Imperial Master Tianjin was unmoved, Qin Jianan raised his eyebrows and said, I still like the way you looked when you were in Jinnong City. You don't have to pretend like this all the time. Hearing this, Master Tianjiang turned around and said lightly, I also envy that myself. If you don't care about the world, who would be willing to sit in one place and overlook the world regardless of spring, summer, autumn and winter? Living like this is too tiring. The two chatted for a while, and Qin Jianan put down the wine glass and mentioned the Dragon Clan's visit to the Imperial capital. I was originally thinking about what the scene would be like when the brat met the Dragon Clan girl again, but I didn't expect that it would turn out like this. If I were 20 years younger, I might be able to marry someone. Qin Jianan did not dare to say the next words, but took another sip of wine. However, it is normal for a young man to be full of blood. Who doesn't want to show his holiness in front of others? And who doesn't love beauty? Women from the dragon tribe are all stunningly beautiful in the world. Shaking the wine glass in his hand, Qin Jianan said in a deep voice, Song Xian is asking for a bride. It seems that he doesn't want to marry his granddaughter? Then do you want my boy to return the Dragon Ball as soon as possible to avoid any trouble? That night in Shuliang City, he thought that it was certain that the girl Song Filan would become his daughter-in-law. But now, he doesn't see it that way. What a powerful race the Dragon Clan is. Who among the younger generation is its rival at the same level? And even though that brat of his own studied in the literary Saint Dao tradition, he had already entered the 5th level realm. In the eyes of his father, he was still a scumbag in fighting, and there was no way he could succeed in the competition. It's just a pity that the dragon girl has a deep love for the brat. Thinking of this, Father Qin sighed. If possible, he would like to put on Qin Feng's face and enter the arena for him. But this is not realistic. Tianjian Imperial Master picked up the wine glass and replied, If that guy didn't want to marry his granddaughter, he would have directly taken away the dragon beads. The reason why he wanted to attract a bride was just to save face. Qin Jianan frowned. But everyone knows about the marriage proposal. If Fenger can't break through the ring, how can she marry him? That old guy Song Xian would never do anything to slap himself in the face. Unexpectedly, Tianjian Imperial Master said meaningfully, You don't have to worry about the challenge. You should think more about how to get Lu Jianli to agree to marry another boy from your family. Qin Jianan had a strange expression on his face. Could it be that what the other party meant was that it was not difficult for Qin Feng to break into the ring? There is no better son than a father. Having seen the strength of the Dragon Clan people today, he is 100% convinced that even if Fenger tries his best, he still can't get past that first person. But the other party is the Imperial Master of Tianjin. And to him, everything in the world is nothing more than a gesture. Could it be that there are really any variables? Qin Jianan's thoughts were spinning, and he thought of the last sentence of the Imperial Master Tianjin. He raised his eyebrows and said, It's that kid's business to convince Lu Jianli. What does it have to do with me? The father? If he had this ability, it would be impossible for him to never have a concubine after marrying the second wife. The result of today's competition naturally also came to the palace. The majestic Qian Imperial capital, a place where talents gather, didn't even have anyone who could take the Dragon Clan's move. Emperor Ming even began to suspect that the Dragon Clan showdown was fake, and that it was true to show the power of the Dragon Clan. I have sent my instructions to Deng Xijun of the Demon Slayer Division. If no one can break through the ring before tomorrow, we will send 36 stars to fight. As ordered, Uniqli responded respectfully. On the other side, the third prince has been lifted from confinement and returned to his palace. During the academic dispute, Tang Fei's platform of inquiry was shattered, and the literary and sage orthodoxy could no longer improve, and he had become a useless person. Afterwards, Tang Hongyun, Minister of War, was impeached for no apparent reason and deprived of his official position, coupled with the fact that he was grounded by his father. The two things were connected. It is not difficult to see that this was a warning from his father. This time, the plan against Qin Feng not only failed, but also lost a major support from the Ministry of War, and even made his father dissatisfied with him. It can be said that everything was lost. Thinking of this, the third prince became angry and knocked everything on the table to the ground. For a while, the sound of broken utensils could be heard. The confidant guard stood on one side, not daring to make the slightest sound, until the third prince finished venting his anger. He asked in a cold voice, Last night when I was grounded, I heard the sound of thunder and dragon roaring. This morning, I also felt a shaking in the capital. What happened? Upon hearing this, the guard told the truth about the arrival of the Dragon Clan and the wedding ceremony. After hearing this, the third prince became inexplicably excited. Will the Dragon Clan suppress its own strength to the same level as its opponents? The guard nodded and replied, Yes, no matter what level the opponent is. The same is true for the Dragon Clan. But the dragon bloodline talent is there, and the physical strength is comparable to the martial arts in the indestructible realm of the draw. Even if the strength is suppressed, it is far from what ordinary people can resist. Just like the people who entered the ring today, none of them could force the Dragon Clan defenders to use their magical powers. They were all defeated by one move. The third prince didn't take it seriously, but asked, What do you think is the chance of winning if I go to compete in the competition? This, the guard was asked, and after racking his brains, he gave this reply. Your Highness's talent is rare in the world. If you are given more time to continue to grow, defeating the Dragon Clan will be a piece of cake. But now, the guard didn't say the rest. But the meaning was self-evident. The third prince sneered. Do you really think that the Dragon Clan competes to select a powerful human race? What do you mean? Your Highness? The Dragon Clan is extremely proud. They have long known that no one can defeat them unless they are high-level beings. And how could a high-quality being care about the so-called Dragon Clan recruiting a bride? If I guess correctly, they have already had the goal of recruiting a son-in-law. And that is the royal family. They want to marry the human royal family to fight against some kind of danger that we don't know about. The third prince raised the corner of his mouth and analyzed this. The guard suddenly realized. So, if the third prince goes to break through, there is a high probability that the Dragon Clan will let you go and let you pass successfully. Yes, when I marry the daughter of the Dragon Clan, I will have the Dragon Clan behind me when I compete for the throne in the future. At that time, what will the prince have to fight with me? Chapter 448. It's that boy. You won't marry him? Nizi, are you still angry with the old man? In a room, Song Mu asked lazily, dragging his chin with one hand. Beside the bed, Song Filan didn't respond. She just looked at the white scroll in her hand. And she was lost in thought, while gently stroking the poems on the white scroll with her right hand. Seeing this, Song Mu said helplessly, You also know the old man's temper. He wants to save face. What's more, posing for a bride is just a show. Otherwise the old man wouldn't let me and your father guard the next 2 levels. Don't say anything else. As long as I'm here, no one can get through my level except that kid. Don't worry. Song Filan paused for a moment, then replied coldly, The reason why I'm angry is just because the old man wanted to marry me without my consent. No matter who succeeds in the challenge, I would rather die than surrender. Hearing this, Song Mu stood up and smiled half-heartedly. If that kid successfully breaks through the ring, won't you get married? Before you answer, you must think clearly. The opportunity to marry outside the Dragon Clan is very rare. Song Filan hesitated to speak. We haven't seen him for such a long time. But the black figure in his mind has never disappeared. Instead, it has become clearer as time goes by. Of course she wanted to get married. But she was inexplicably afraid. She clearly knew Qin Feng's strength. Even if the other party could pass the first level. Even if his aunt gave him trouble. No matter what, Qin Feng would not be able to pass his father's level. Besides, will Qin Feng definitely go to the ring for her? After all, there is already a Lu Jianli in the other party's family. What if from beginning to end, all this was just wishful thinking on her part? She has a stubborn temper. And even if she worries about gains and losses, she will just hide all her emotions silently in her heart. Thinking of Xu Liangqing's farewell night and that kiss, her heart ached. And she didn't even notice the tears rolling in her eyes. Seeing this, Song Mu held her in his arms distressfully, patted her back gently, and sighed. Why are they so similar? After leaving Song Filan's room, Song Mu found someone. It was Song Min, the dragon man who was responsible for guarding the first level. How do you feel about guarding the ring today? Song Mu asked casually. The muscular Song Min crossed his arms across his chest and smiled confidently. They are just human beings. Even if I suppress my own strength, they are no match at all. Not to mention forcing out my natural magical power. There are only a few beings who can catch one of my moves. Although I don't know what the old man's purpose is in setting up a competition to attract a bride. But as long as I am here, the human race will never hope to succeed in the competition. If you want to marry a dragon girl, are they worthy? If you say that, I feel relieved. Please look carefully at this person, Song Mu said as he took out a picture scroll from his arms. When he opened it, he saw that it was Qin Feng's portrait inside. Song Min took a closer look, and then seemed to understand something. Sister Mu, is this the human man who took away the Filan Dragon Pearl? I understand what you mean. If I see such a heartless man in the ring, I must make him look good. Do you think it would be better for me to break his legs or break his jaw? If you meet him, just show off and let him pass. I see. Sister Mu is so considerate. So I'm just pretending to let him pass? Song Min was stunned for a moment. Why should I let him pass? I know that when you were young, you used to hide behind a waterfall and watch women of your own race bathing. If those women and old men knew about this, what do you think would happen? Song Mu threatened. Song Min was scared. Even though he was unwilling to do so, he could only agree. Remember, that person's name is Qin Feng. Song Mu thought for a while and added. The next day, the challenge continued. But after yesterday, the number of challengers was much smaller. After all, facing the powerful Dragon Clan. If you don't have enough confidence, you will only be humiliating yourself. Today, Qin Feng did not go to Taiping Academy to teach, but came to the restaurant again. He even specially sent Lan Ningxuan away, just so that he could find a chance to find Song Mu and ask about Song Filan's current situation. The restaurant was still crowded and noisy. Everyone was discussing the challenge, while sighing at the strength of the Dragon Clan. They also lamented the weakness of the human clan. Even if no one passed the first level yesterday, at least there was an endless stream of people who did. Someone said helplessly, "Maybe I am scared of being beaten. And now I don't even have the courage to challenge the Dragon Clan." Well, it would be great if the Four Realm Divine Generals were here. At least the Dragon Clan would not be allowed to win like this. Don't be joking. Even if the God General is here, with their status, how can they do such a low-priced thing like going to the ring to find a bride? After everyone figured this out, they sighed and shook their heads. In the past, they often heard news about the 36 stars and the 12 divine generals of the Demon Slayer division, which made them feel that the human race was extremely powerful. But when something really happened, they discovered that, except for the 36 stars and the 12 divine generals, there were too few people in the human race who could fight. Unlike the Dragon Clan, any one of them would be unparalleled in combat power. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "Look, someone is about to break into the ring." Hearing this, Qin Feng put down his teacup, looked for some words, and then his eyes widened. Although the other person covered his face with a scarf, he could still see clues in his eyes. Isn't he the current third prince who is always against him? At this moment, the third prince may not want too many people to know his identity. He is wearing a blue military uniform and has a long knife at his waist. He is already at the 5th level of divine movement, and he is as light as a swallow. It is easy to climb the high platform. After taking the stage, he immediately pulled out the long sword from his waist. The sword energy took shape, like a blazing flame, eye-catching. When the people watching the competition saw this, they applauded one after another. He was so impressive as soon as he came up. They naturally felt that this person who entered the competition might have something to do and could enhance the power of the human race. Qin Feng had a strange look on his face. Isn't that long sword the Tianlu flame blade that the third prince wanted to offer to Jintiani, but was rejected by Jintiani? Now that all the magic weapons have been sacrificed, it seems that the third prince really wants to win. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng could understand the other party's intention. If he could successfully enter the competition and marry the daughter of the Dragon Clan, he would have the Dragon Clan as his backer. In this way, the third prince and the prince will compete for the position of crown prince, which will also increase their confidence. But with his strength, even with the help of divine soldiers, it is just wishful thinking to defeat the Dragon Clan man. How can he find the courage to step into the ring? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, and then called the waiter to bring him good wine and meat. Is there anything in this world that is more destructive than watching your enemies suffer? Qin Feng was fully prepared, just waiting to see how many moves the third prince would be defeated. Chapter 449. What's the harm in marrying another one? Song Min frowned when he saw the challenger. He had just been threatened by Song Mu last night, so he naturally had to give him something to eat. Otherwise, if his secret of spying on the dragon girl taking a bath as a child was exposed, he would have to shed his skin even if he died. But what's going on with this guy in front of him? Why is he covering his face with a scarf? Could it be that this guy is the kid named Qin Feng, and he's hiding it like this because he's worried about being recognized by other people of his race? Just in case, Song Min did not take action immediately. Instead, he asked, "Who are you? Why do you have to cover your face and tell me your name?" When the third prince, who was holding the heavenly flame blade, heard this, he became more convinced of his guess. It seems that the Dragon Clan is really looking for a powerful human race to marry, so it is necessary to confirm the identity of the other party before taking action. Thinking of this, the third prince's confidence doubled, and he walked in front of the other party step by step. Seeing this, everyone in the audience gasped. Since watching the battle yesterday, no challenger has ever dared to approach the Dragon Clan man so openly. I didn't expect this man in blue to be so confident. Qin Feng, who was eating beef and looking at the arena, was also surprised. The third prince is so talented. Is there really something he can't rely on? On the high-hanging arena, the third prince had already walked up to Song Min, turned his back to everyone, and slowly took off his scarf. After Song Min saw the other person's face clearly, he frowned. This person was completely different from the person in the portrait last night. What was the meaning of this move? Then I heard the other party whisper, I am the current third prince. Although the voice is small, it shows strong self-confidence. Hearing this, Song Min showed a strange expression. Are you done? Song Min asked lightly, clenching his right fist and making a clicking sound. The third prince saw that something was wrong and was about to say something else. Boom! Song Min stepped on the ground with his right foot and punched out violently. The physical strength caused the air to be compressed, forming a sonic boom. The third prince's eyes widened. The opponent's reaction was completely different from what he expected. He immediately did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly protected the heavenly stream flame blade in front of him, concentrating his energy on it, intending to stop the opponent's offensive. When the swords and fists collided, they made a golden sound. The third prince let out a muffled groan and staggered back, finally regaining his balance. And with just one blow, his tiger's mouth was shattered and blood dripped. Song Min turned his wrist and said coldly, The knife is good, but the man is far behind. When the third prince heard this, he glared angrily. Didn't you hear clearly? I am the current third prince. What about the third prince? Song Min's attack came again, but in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the third prince. The muscles on his left arm bulged, and then he waved violently. Clang! The Tianlu Yinbian and the third prince were knocked out together, and then fell from the high-hanging ring. Fortunately, a guard took action in time and rescued him. And the moment, the third prince was shaken out of the ring. The outcome was decided. Seeing this, all the people watching the battle couldn't help but let out a sigh. They thought that this person came out with great momentum, and could at least pass the first level. But in the end, he could only withstand the first blow. But just when everyone was frustrated, there was one person who exclaimed, Okay! Huh? Everyone in the restaurant looked for their name, and saw a handsome young man by the window, with an excited expression, and a piece of beef in his mouth. Nowadays, Qin Feng is very famous in Fengtian City, and the people naturally recognized him, and asked doubtfully, Master Qin, who are you? Qin Feng felt a little embarrassed when he saw this. He swallowed the beef, raised his right hand out of excitement, and swung it down. He shook his head and said, What a pity! Everyone reacted and responded, It is indeed a pity that the human race has been defeated again. This so-called show of love is just a slap in our face. Qin Feng said with relief, You don't have to be so sad. Haven't you noticed that no real master in the human race has taken action so far? And those who compete are basically the geniuses of the younger generation. However, the talent of the dragon bloodline is amazing, and they are born to be superior to all things. If you don't have enough accumulation, it is reasonable to be inferior to them if you fight against them. What Mr. Qin said is absolutely true. Those dragons look young, and I don't know how old they are. To a certain extent, this is bullying the young. One person reacted and said angrily, You can't say that. The Dragon Clan has a long lifespan, far exceeding that of humans. The man from the Shoulei Dragon Clan is probably the younger generation in their clan. After all, we are still the younger generation of the human race, and our skills are just inferior to others. As soon as these words came out, everyone showed a lonely look. This time, Qin Feng did not argue anything. It was an indisputable fact that the human race was weak. This is a matter of bloodline foundation and inheritance. But he believes that this situation will definitely change in the future. Because of the establishment of the Kendo Alliance, there are bound to be more and more high-quality warriors. With the promulgation of the Imperial Examination System, the number of scholars in Dakian will also increase at an alarming rate. By that time, the geniuses of the human race may not be worse than those of other races. All they need is time. At this moment, someone's eyes suddenly fell on Qin Feng. By the way, Master Qin, haven't you thought about going to compete in the competition? When the people around him heard this, their eyes lit up, and they all looked over. You guys think too highly of me. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, picked up the wine glass, pretended to drink, and deliberately refused to answer the question. He is very self-aware and clearly understands that even if he goes to compete, it will be for nothing. But a group of people began to discuss this topic enthusiastically. Yes, Mr. Qin fought against several people from the Imperial Academy alone, and he was not defeated. I still remember his unruly demeanor. Yes. I also heard that the scholar said that Mr. Qin set up a formation in Shuyang City and killed more than 100,000 corpse ghosts by himself. Mr. Qin can kill so many corpses. Isn't it easy to deal with the Dragon Clan? When Qin Feng heard this, the drink spewed out of his mouth. More than 100,000 yuan. Who spread this rumor? Even if I was bragging at the beginning, I only said that there were nearly 10,000 ghouls. And it suddenly increased tenfold to me? But then again, he boasted so much that he had almost no memory of how many corpses he had killed in Chulyong City. Master Qin, it's time for you to take action and destroy the majesty of the Dragon Clan. That's right. They say that girls from the Dragon Clan are unattainable. Has Mr. Qin never thought of marrying one to take home for fun? A noble dragon knight? At this moment, Qin Feng, the figure of Mist Song, appeared in his mind again. Of course I do. Halfway through his words, he came to his senses and hurriedly changed his words. I already have a wife in my heart, and I can no longer tolerate other women. After everyone heard this, they also remembered that Mr. Qin's wife was the famous Lu Jianli. Even compared to the women of the Dragon Clan, she was even worse. What's more, how could a beautiful woman like Lu Jianli allow her own man to take a concubine? The youngest sword god in history is not just someone who is blown away. That's really a pity. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the topic was over. But a pleasant and lazy voice suddenly sounded from behind him. If I remember correctly, is it common for a human race man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? In this case, there is no harm in marrying another one. Chapter 450. Dragon women are also not easy to mess with. It doesn't hurt to stand and talk. Who is talking nonsense? Qin Feng turned around and stared. Then his eyes widened. The rest of the people who were looking for the reputation also looked shocked, pointed at the woman who spoke and said in a trembling voice, "The daughter of the Dragon Clan," wearing a black dress, with black hair like a waterfall, and a square scarf covering her face. She couldn't hide her beautiful face, especially those light blue eyes, which are breathtaking. The person who came was exactly the person Qin Feng planned to meet today. Song Filan's aunt, Song Mu. Long time no see. H. Lo. Song Mu lifted up her skirt and her buttocks fell on the bench. She stretched out, revealing her curvy figure. Why are you here? Qin Feng asked in surprise. If I don't come again, then Nizi's heart will be broken. Qin Feng's eyes widened. Mist Song is here too? Otherwise, who do you think this competition is for? Hearing this, Qin Feng stood up from his seat in a hurry. He was extremely frightened. The one who succeeds in the competition will marry the daughter of the Dragon Clan. Is it Mist Song? The brain is as if it is shut down and is completely blank. Fortunately, he was lucky not to see Mist Song among the Dragon Clan people before, so he thought that the marriage proposal must have nothing to do with Mist Song. But sometimes, you really just get what you're afraid of. The figure of Song Filan appeared in his mind, and he recalled every bit of what happened with the latter. Qin Feng's expression changed, and he had mixed feelings. Naturally, he didn't want Mist Song to marry anyone else. He even had an impulse in his heart to get on the ring and pass the 3 levels. However, let's not talk about his ability to defeat the Dragon Clan's defender, but just say that he wants to marry another one. Will the wife of the family agree? It turns out that I am also a strict wife. Qin Feng sat back in his seat without saying a word, feeling extremely tangled in his heart. When Song Mu saw this, he didn't make a sound, but the energy around his body covered the space where the two of them were. The people around who were originally shocked and curious were stunned. But in the blink of an eye, where could they see Mr. Qin and the dragon woman? Even after a moment, they all forgot about this and looked towards the direction of the ring again. After the third prince failed to enter the ring, a few more people appeared here and there, but all of them failed. Time passed in a hurry. An afternoon. No more than 3 people who dared to go on stage to challenge were all knocked out of the arena by one move. After a long time, Song Mu finally said, "After thinking for so long, I still haven't made up my mind. Are you worried that the wife in the family is not easy to mess with, and you don't agree with me to marry another one?" Qin Feng came back to his senses and said harshly, "That's nonsense. We, the men of the Qin family, are all treated like emperors at home. That's true. It's just that the ladies listen to politics behind the curtain." Qin Feng silently added in his heart. Song Mu didn't respond, and a contemptuous smile came from under the scarf. At this moment, the people in the restaurant started a commotion. "Look, isn't that man the 36 stars who is in charge of Fontian City? Mr. Qian. It's really Master Qian. He must not be able to stand the Dragon Clan being so arrogant in the imperial capital, so he couldn't help but take action." Mr. Qian stepped onto the ring and said calmly, "I'm not very interested in competing in the ring, but I have been ordered to do it, so I can only come here to compete in the ring." Song Min frowned and prepared himself. "If we fight, we'll fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and swung his right fist violently. The space seemed to be torn apart, but Mr. Qian did not dodge and punched him. The fists collided, and the terrifying air waves swept around. The war is about to break out. Those who can become 36 stars are naturally not ordinary people. Mr. Qian, who is in charge of the imperial capital, Qin Feng, has also heard that he inherited the divine martial arts tradition, which focuses on cultivating the physical body. The realm of the 4th level martial artist Vajra Indestructible can be divided into 3 levels: no dead skin, no rotting flesh, and no turning into bones. Generally speaking, those who cultivate the divine weapon path will only enter the realm of immortal skin, because they have to spend more time to understand the 5th level of the artistic conception of the weapon path, and only simple martial artists would polish their bodies. This is the case for Master Qian. The Vajra is indestructible, and has been refined to the state of incorruption. His physical body is no less generous than that of the Dragon Clan. Song Min in the ring did not get any benefit from Mr. Qian by simply competing physically. On the contrary, he suffered everywhere. In desperation, he began to use his natal magical power for the first time. Suddenly, thunder rolled from the sky above the high-hanging stone pillar arena. The huge thunder crashed down and hit Mr. Qian. Everyone was shocked, fearing that Mr. Qian would be overwhelmed by the thunder. However, after the thunder stopped, Song Min's eyes widened, because the other party was completely unscathed except for his clothes being scorched black. At this point, Song Min didn't show any pretense and just folded his fists and admitted defeat. The opponent's cultivation level was higher than his, and his body was stronger than his. If he continued to fight, the result would be obvious. Seeing this, the people in the city applauded one after another. But Qin Feng looked at the arena with a nervous expression. If Mr. Qian passed the test all the way, would Miss Song still want to marry him? You must lose in the next game, Qin Feng muttered inadvertently, while everyone was waiting to see who the second dragon defender would be. Song Mu slowly stood up and walked to the window. Qin Feng was stunned. What are you going to do? Of course it's as you wish. Wish? What wish? Before Qin Feng could react, Song Mu tiptoed and moved towards the high-hanging stone pillar arena. His eyes widened. Now that things have come to this, how could he not understand that the defender of the 2nd level of the arena is Song Mu, and the so-called as you wish? Naturally, Song Mu heard what he said before. The 2nd stage of the defense is actually a woman from the Dragon Clan? No one in the restaurant saw Song Mu snatching out of the restaurant. They only saw the other party seeming to appear out of thin air. Someone said happily, no matter how powerful the Dragon Clan is, the opponent is only a woman. Lord Qian will definitely succeed in this level. In Fontian City, almost everyone watching the competition thought so. Perhaps, today, the Dragon Clan's arena will be breached, one person said excitedly. Song Min has returned to the Dragon Clan's team because he was defeated. Hearing the cheers from the crowd, he showed a strange look. Sister Song Mu's strength was at the forefront of the entire Dragon Clan. How could a mere 36 stars be her opponent? How happy the human race is at the moment. How desperate they will be later. And that's exactly what happened. Master Qian, seeing that Song Mu's strength was unusual, chose to attack first. As soon as he came up, he concentrated his energy on his right palm and attacked the opponent. However, this extremely powerful blow was easily stopped by Song Mu with just one finger. Then, in just an instant, Mr. Qian was knocked out of the ring, and no one even understood what happened. The entire Fontian city fell silent, as if you could hear a needle drop. And the initiator of all this suddenly came to the restaurant again, came to Qin Feng, and said calmly, your wife is not easy to mess with, and the women of the Dragon Clan are not easy to mess with either. Let me give you one more night to go back and explain this matter to Lu Jianli. If I don't see you again tomorrow, I will enter the ring. Before he finished speaking, the wine glass in front of Qin Feng shattered into powder, and he was so frightened that he shivered all over.